Chapter 727 Pet Hospital. Well, come here to check on the progress of the decoration. I'm going back to Jiangxing tomorrow. Chun Mo raised his head to look at the decoration progress of the room, but soon noticed his mother in the room. Mom, you are here too. Well, I came over to see how the decoration is going. The mother nodded, then pointed at the vegetable basket on the ground in the distance. Have you eaten? There are lunch boxes in the vegetable basket over there. Xiao Wang sells them. Chun Mo turned his head and glanced at the vegetable basket, thinking that he had not eaten yet since he went to Juan Agricultural Base, and he was indeed a little hungry. He walked over and bent down to take out a lunchbox. Brother Mo, let's go to the restaurant later. I'll treat you. Upon seeing this, Wang Yang hurriedly spoke and asked the group president to eat a box lunch. This was even more unreasonable. It doesn't matter. Chun Mo waved his hand indifferently, opened the lunchbox, and split the disposable chopsticks. While walking around the room, I started to read, Brother Mo, 30% of the current decoration has been completed. It will take about a month to complete it all. The sunroom on the roof will take some time. Wang Yang followed and talked about the renovation progress. Soon, the two came to the top floor. Chun Mo took a look and saw that the sunroom on the top floor had just completed a frame. Wang Yang turned around and looked behind him. Seeing that Mr. Chen's mother had not followed, he came to Mr. Chen's side and spoke carefully. Mr. Chen, I accidentally leaked some information about you. Chun Mo paused when he heard this and turned to look at Wang Yang. What news? The name of your assistant doesn't matter. Is that all? Well, there's nothing else. Wang Yang nodded and looked at Mr. Chen nervously. It doesn't matter, just pay more attention next time. The decoration is good. I will go back to Jiangxing tomorrow. Please be more careful here. If you have any questions, just call me. Seeing that Chun Mo only revealed Shun Ro's name, he shook his head indifferently. And now that he has some personal assets in his hands, he doesn't necessarily have to hide it. Of course, he will feel more at ease when his personal assets exceed tens of millions before he reveals his identity. I chatted with Wang Yang for a while on the roof of the building, and after confirming that there was no problem with the decoration, I took my mother home. On the second day, morning, after Chun Mo said goodbye to his family, he drove back to Jiangxing. Of course, this time when he went back, he was not alone. There were two women sitting in the back seat, Ji Xiaowei and Song Xia. When chatting with Wang Yang yesterday, he knew that Ji Xiaowei was going back to Jiangxing today, so he took her along with her. As for Song Xia, after celebrating the new year at home, she followed her sister here. Song Xia, how did your driving license test go? While Chun Mo was driving, he suddenly thought of Song Xia's driving lessons and asked casually. When Song Xia heard this, her expression suddenly became unnatural, and she said a little embarrassed. Mr. Chun, I've taken the test enough times but haven't passed it, so I need to apply again. I thought about it and realized I don't have the talent to drive, so I better forget it. Can hard work make up for your weakness? Keep applying for the exam, and the driving school expenses will be reimbursed by the group. Chun Mo couldn't help but smile when he heard this. If there were more people in this group who took the driver's license test like this, the cost of taking the driver's license test would also increase a lot. Forget it, Mr. Chun. With my skills, even if I passed the exam, I still wouldn't dare to drive on the road. Song Xia had a wry smile on her face. She still had some self-awareness. When she drives on the road like this, she is basically a road killer. You don't have to drive the car, but you can't have a driver's license. Chun Mo said calmly. I thought, if I don't get my driver's license, how can I spend money? Okay, Mr. Chun. Song Xia nodded obediently. 3 hours later, we successfully got off the Jiangxing Expressway and arrived at Jiangxing. Mr. Chun, just drop us off at the front subway entrance. We could just take the subway and walk. Song Xia pointed at the subway entrance in front of her. It was already embarrassing to ask Mr. Chun to drive all the way to Jiangxing. It would be too much to ask Mr. Chun to send them back one by one. When Chun Mo heard this, he didn't say much. He parked the car at the subway entrance, put the two of them down, and drove home. It's already afternoon now. At this time, I was driving to the group. I wouldn't be able to stay long before I got off work. I might as well go home directly. Back home, I simply went to the bathroom to take a shower, then returned to the bedroom to take a nap. When I woke up, it was already past 6 o'clock. Chunemo got up and walked to the living room, turned on the TV, and started watching. Before long, there was a knock on the room door. Chunemo stood up, walked to the door, and opened the door. Brother Chin, long time no see. Yang Duo was standing at the door holding a small vegetable basket in both hands, greeting him. There was unconcealable joy on his face. Come in quickly. Chunemo reached out and took the food basket from Yang Duo's hand. Yang Duo happily put on her little slippers and walked in. Brother Chin, you haven't eaten yet. Mom knows that Brother Chin is back and started cooking after get off work. Thank you very much. Chunemo put the food basket on the dining table and took out the food. 6 dishes in total, 3 meat, 2 vegetarian, and 1 soup. Looking at the sumptuous dinner on the table, Chunemo couldn't help but sigh. There is a mother who cooks at home, a chef in the canteen at the company, and Yang Dahai's family here. No matter where he was, he never worried about eating. Duo, you haven't eaten either. Let's eat together. Okay, Brother Chin. Yang Duo quickly ran to the kitchen, found her own small bowl, and took it to the living room. After dinner, Yang Dahai and his wife also knocked on the door and came over. After chatting for a while, they put away the dinner plates and took them away with Yang Duo, who was watching cartoons in the living room. The next day, early morning, Chunemo came to Tomorrow Group, sat on the long-lost office chair, and couldn't help but stretch his waist. He picked up the warm coffee on the table and took a sip, just as he was about to turn on the computer nearby and play some games to relax. Shinro walked in with a stack of information. Mr. Chun, this is a company under the group. Please take a look at the uploaded information. Saying, Shinro put a thick pile of information on the table. All of these? Chunemo looked at the thick information on the table and asked. Yes, Mr. Chun, I took more than 20 days off during the Chinese New Year. After work, all the companies under the group wrote their own company reports. That's all the reports from all the companies combined. Shinro opened her mouth to explain. I see. Chunemo waved his hand helplessly, picked up a piece of information and read it. Basically, the information submitted by each company introduced the company's situation, and it was basically what he expected. After a brief glance, he threw it aside and ignored it. But when I saw the corner pet park, I was stunned. Pet hospital? When did he let the pet hospital open in Corner Park? Chapter 728 Development Concept. Chunemo put aside the information about the Corner Pet Park in confusion. Nowadays, the Corner Pet Park takes in so many stray cats and dogs. It really needs the support of a pet hospital, otherwise it will be troublesome for pets to get sick. However, this pet hospital still made him feel something was wrong. Let's go over there sometime and see what's going on. Chunemo shook his head, no longer thinking about the pet hospital, and then picked up other companies' information and read it. The time came to noon. Chunemo put down the last piece of company information in his hand. After a whole morning, he finally read all the company information. Except for the unexpected pet hospital, everything else was among his defaults. What he was most looking forward to at this time was the Changfeng garment factory. During the Chinese New Year period, except for the few days during which the construction of the garment factory was suspended, construction was ongoing for the rest of the time. According to the report from the garment factory, in another half month, the garment factory will be under construction. The factory is completed. I have also communicated with Wang Yang about the decoration. If we go all out to decorate, it can be completed in basically half a month. After all, the decoration of the workshop is very simple, with floor paint, chandeliers, and air conditioning, which is basically all it needs, so the decoration progress will go much faster. Once the renovation of the garment factory is completed, a new phase of employee recruitment can begin. The construction this time is all about clothing workshops, and the demand for employees is definitely not small. As long as all employees are recruited, the Changfeng garment factory will be completely completed. Large employee salaries and high production volume consumption of raw materials will push the losses of garment factories to the latest heights. Chunemo nodded with satisfaction. After many twists and turns, the clothing factory was finally under his control. After the renovation of the clothing factory is completed, the cannery will be completed in a few months. By that time, the cannery will also become a loss-making project like the clothing factory. Mr. Chun, it's time to eat. Shinro brought the food basket to the office. then walked to a square table by the window and carefully placed the food she brought back on the table. Upon seeing this, Chinemo sorted out the information on the desktop, got up, and walked over. At the same time, Magic City. Nana Coffee Office. Lu Minglu wanted to look at the information in his hand and frowned. Sister, what should I do? Is Nanrue Coffee ready to fight us to the death? We came to Shanghai to open a Nana Coffee branch, and Nanrue Coffee also came with us. Lu Ming looked at the information in his hand and said angrily. They had chosen the Nana Coffee office in Shanghai a year ago. When I went to work after the Chinese New Year, I rushed over directly. As for Kyoto, Nana Coffee was already saturated, so after they promoted the head of an office in Kyoto, they followed them to the Magic City. But after returning for the Chinese New Year, they had just chosen Nana Coffee branch. But Nari Coffee actually followed, and a Nari Coffee was opened near the coffee shop they opened. And the progress is similar to theirs. It is estimated that when they started decorating, the other party also started to prepare for decoration. I don't know, but if there was a solution, it would have been solved long ago in Kyoto and Jiangcheng. Lu Xiang shook his head. Nari Coffee has been around for a long time. If there was really a good solution, it would have been solved long ago. Then let Nari Coffee open a store near us. Lu Ming was a little angry. The Kyoto side was originally profitable, but due to the emergence of Nari Coffee, half of the coffee shops have become loss-making. During the Chinese New Year period, the first 40 coffee shops opened by Nari Coffee in Kyoto have been renovated and put into operation. With the emergence of these 40 Nanrue coffees, the nearby Nana Coffee has taken away most of its customers. In just a few days, Nana Coffee has become a loss-making state. As for the other 32 Nana Coffee stores, there are also Nanrue coffee stores nearby and are currently being renovated. In about a month, Nari Coffee will be renovated and open for business. By that time, Nana Coffee in Kyoto will be completely in the red. In this case, Nari Coffee actually opened a coffee shop in the Magic City at the same time. That's all we can do for the time being. Let's report the news to the headquarters first and see what instructions there are. Lu Xiang sighed helplessly, her heart full of worry. She didn't know how long Nanhe Coffee could last in this state. If one day Nana Coffee cannot change due to continuous losses and the group directly abandons the Nana Coffee industry, what will these employees do? Of course, if Nana Coffee can be allowed to persist for a while, it is okay to give her part of her salary. She does not want to lose such a company that cares about its employees. Corner Pet Park. Pet Hospital. In the conference room. Chi-Shur sat in the center of the conference room, looking at the many pet doctors in the conference room with serious eyes. The pet hospital has now been built, and as the pet doctors you have recruited in advance, it is time to show off your medical skills. From today onwards, all pets in our pet park will not look for veterinary doctors when they encounter problems, but will be taken care of by our pet hospital. We will also accept pet rescue from outside, and your medical skills will be fully reflected in the next practice. The next development concept of our pet hospital is: first, do your best to treat every pet that enters the pet hospital. Second, cultivate new pet medical skills. When the operation of the pet hospital tends to be stable, the pet hospital will recruit a group of intern pet doctors, and then they will be evenly distributed to your subordinates. And those people will be the team of your department in the future. So if you don't want your department to have no talents, then seriously train new intern pet doctors. Third, keep improving and constantly improve your medical skills during work, and each of you has the opportunity to become the head of each department of the pet hospital. And the requirement to become a department head is to train at least 5 intern pet doctors and become a mature pet doctor. Chi-Shur looked at the many doctors in the conference room, paused for a moment, and then continued to speak. You have all participated in the Tomorrow Group Sports meeting and annual meeting, and you all know about the treatment of the Tomorrow Group. The Tomorrow Group does not keep idle people, but it will not mistreat every capable person. Becoming a member of the management of the Tomorrow Group, you also know what the treatment will be. Our goal is to build the best pet hospital in the country. Chapter 729 Chang Zai's Decision. Director Chi, we know how to do it. We will work hard to train the intern doctors recruited by the hospital. In the conference room, a doctor spoke quickly. At the same time, several other doctors in the conference room also expressed their opinions. They have participated in the sports games and annual meetings of the Tomorrow Group and are very clear about the treatment of the Tomorrow Group. So what to do, even if Dean Shi doesn't say it, they know what to do. Well, as long as you know, that's the end of the meeting. There are some pets in the pet park that are not in good condition. You can just go and take a look. Okay, Dean Shi. Meeting dismissed. Chi sure said, got up and walked out of the conference room, then turned and entered the dean's office not far away. Is the meeting over? Pang Tao asked when he saw Chi sure coming in. Yes. Chi sure nodded. Mr. Pang, are you really not going to have a word with those pet doctors? I won't say it anymore. Now that you are the director of this pet hospital, you can just manage it, and you are all skilled in medicine. What I say in the meeting is nothing more than showmanship. It doesn't matter whether I say it or not. Pang Tao shook his head. Professional things should be done by professionals. This was his experience as a manager. He didn't know anything about pet medicine, so he might make some mistakes if he intervened at will. Therefore, he does not plan to get involved in the management of the pet hospital. He only needs to make sure that the development direction of the pet hospital does not deviate from the philosophy of Tomorrow Group from a macro perspective. Thank you, Mr. Pang, for your trust. Chi sure looked grateful after hearing this. I don't trust you, but I trust the Tomorrow Group. If there are still people who don't cherish the treatment of the Tomorrow Group, then don't blame me for turning against me. So even if you want to thank me, you don't have to thank me. Just thank Mr. Chun and the Tomorrow Group. After Pang Tao finished speaking, he lightly patted Chi Sure on the shoulder and walked out of the office. Manage the pet hospital well. As the director of the pet hospital, the group will not treat you badly. Watching Mr. Pang leave, Chi Sure was excited, with unprecedented expectations in his eyes. Even without Pang Tao's words just now, he would have tried his best to manage this pet hospital. Building a top pet hospital has been his wish since childhood. How could he not be serious about it? Thinking in my heart, he opened the door and left the office, heading to the pet medical room. Now several pets in the pet park were in some condition, and he was going to check on the situation. Although he is the dean now, he does not want to waste his medical skills. Instead, he must constantly improve his medical skills. Only if his medical skills are strong enough can he lead other doctors in the hospital to improve their medical skills. Nari Coffee. Boss's office. Chong Rui sat on the office chair and looked at the computer in front of him, which was playing a picture of a woman dancing. The woman was dressed very coolly and her dance posture was very simple, but she fully showed off her figure. After a while, the dance ends. Chong Rui opened the gift casually and gave away 10 rockets. Soon the woman noticed the special effects on the barrage, and a smile instantly broke out on her face. Thank you, Mr. Chong, for the 10 rockets. Chong Rui watched the live broadcast room quietly, and soon noticed that several new messages appeared in his private messages. I clicked it casually and saw the message sent by the female anchor in the live broadcast room just now. Thank you, boss, for the rocket. You can add your contact information. Chong Rui looked at the private chat information and smiled lightly. Then he sent 2 messages. For a long time, the contact information of the female anchor was successfully added. Top, top, top. There was a sound of footsteps. Mr. Chong, this is the latest information about Nari Coffee. Please take a look. The assistant carefully placed the information in his hand on the desk. Chong Rui turned his head and glanced at the assistant, then picked up the information and started reading. After a while, he frowned. Now in Kyoto, 40 Nari coffee stores have begun operations, and 32 Nari coffee stores have been selected. All 72 non-Rui coffee stores open near Nanha Coffee, which can completely put Nanha Coffee into a loss-making state. And Nanha Coffee in the Magic City directly built 7 new Nanha Coffees, and their non-Rui coffee immediately knew the news about Nanha Coffee in the Magic City because of the unknown ally news. They also opened a non-Rui coffee near the location of Nanha Coffee. All of this developed according to his plan, but one thing was beyond his expectation. The cost of opening a coffee shop in Shanghai is even higher than that in Kyoto. The cost of opening a Nari coffee shop in Kyoto is about 3.5 million. In Shanghai, opening a non-Rui coffee costs 4.3 million yuan. Now, Opening 72 Nari coffee stores in Kyoto has consumed 260 million yuan. His father gave him a total of 500 million yuan. At this time, there are only 240 million yuan left. And now the 7 Nari coffee stores in Shanghai have consumed more than 30 million yuan. At this time, he only had more than 200 million in funds left. After excluding daily operating costs, the funds in hand were no longer enough to support him in opening a few branches. Looking at the current situation of Nana Coffee, after opening 7 branches, it will definitely not stop there. Chang Rui had a gloomy face, and at this time, he was not in the mood to reply to the private message sent by the female anchor. He couldn't figure out what Nana Coffee was going to do. It was clear that both Nana Coffee in Jiangxing and Kyoto were in a state of loss. Why should we continue to expand? Aren't we afraid that all the money invested in Nana Coffee will be wasted? After a long time, Chang Rui took a deep breath. Non-Rui Coffee was already at odds with Nana Coffee, and the Tomorrow Group, which was also located in Jiangxing, could not continue to expand. Therefore, no matter what, he could not give up the attack on Nana Coffee. He had no intention of turning back and could only continue to increase his chips. Take out your phone. Make a quick call. What's up? On the phone? My father's somewhat majestic voice came. Dad, I need more funds. Didn't I give you 500 million yuan in funding years ago? I'm afraid the 500 million yuan is not enough. Nana Coffee. Chang Rui quickly explained the situation he was facing. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and there was no response for a while. Chang Rui couldn't help but become a little nervous and said carefully, Dad, if Nana Coffee really continues to expand, it will definitely be a huge help to Tomorrow Group. We must not let it go. I know. The father's voice came over, and he continued to speak. I will give you 3 billion yuan in capital and will never allow Nana Coffee to grow. Chapter 730 Chang Zishan's Suggestions. Chang Rui felt happy when he heard his father's words. Okay, Dad, I will definitely destroy Nana Coffee and make him a burden to the Tomorrow Group. Do it well. Although your sister has taken over some of the group's business, you are a man. As long as you show certain abilities, Ruishan Group will still be in your hands in the end. Chang Zai said in a deep tone. Don't worry, my abilities will never be worse than my sister's. Chang Rui's face lit up, and he spoke quickly. His sister had always been better than him since she was a child, studied better than him, and was more sensible than her. Even when he grew up, he took over the group's business before him. This made him very unhappy. But after he heard what his father had just said, his whole body became excited instantly. I couldn't help but feel a little proud. Sister, what's the point of working so hard? In the end, my father will still hand over Ruishan Group to my hands. I still have things to do here. The funds will not be transferred to your company's account in the next 2 days. You can handle Nana Coffee by yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Chang Rui glanced at the hung-up phone and felt happy. He looked at the female anchor's private message and replied quickly. His current mood was unprecedentedly comfortable. With 3 billion system funds, he didn't believe that Nana Coffee would be wasted. Mr. Chang, over at Non-Rui Coffee. Seeing that Chang Rui didn't respond for a long time after making the call, the assistant whispered a reminder. Don't worry about Nari Coffee. Everything will go as planned. Chang Rui raised his head and said with a smile, Okay, Mr. Chang. The assistant quickly turned around and left after hearing this. Ruishan Group. President's office. Chang Zai put down the phone, picked up the freshly brewed tea, and took a sip with a look of relief on his face. Then he made a call to the finance department and asked them to transfer 3 billion funds to Chang Rui's company account as soon as possible. Not long after the order was issued, there was a knock on the office door. Immediately afterwards, a tall young woman walked in. Dad, my little brother just runs a coffee shop. Why does he need so much capital? Chang Zishan looked at her father sitting at his desk with a serious look on his face. 3 billion in assets is no longer a small amount. Not to mention, years ago, 500 million yuan was given to Nari Coffee. Now your brother's Non-Rui Coffee is in a capital war with Nana Coffee. I will give him more to ensure that he wins this capital war. Chang Zai looked at the daughter in front of him calmly and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How nice it would be if she was a boy. In his heart, He knew that Chang Zishan was stronger than Chang Rue. If Chang Rue remains as uneducated as ever, he will have no choice but to hand over the Rueishan group into the hands of Chang Zishan. But he didn't expect that Chang Rue had changed so much in the past 6 months, and his ability to deal with things had also improved a lot. This made him want to hand over the group to Chang Rue. After all, his daughter was going to get married, so he was not at ease about having a bride-in-law. Only by handing the group into the hands of his son can he rest assured. He also saw Chang Rue's growth during this period. As long as Chang Rue can make progress, it doesn't matter if he invests more money. Do we have to fight against the Tomorrow Group? Chang Zishan sat across from the desk with a solemn look on her face. Otherwise, you have seen the speed of development of Tomorrow Group. If we don't stop it, I am afraid it will surpass our Rueishan group one day. Always speak seriously. Confrontation is not the only solution. We can choose win-win cooperation. But you have to know that there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Even if it is a win-win cooperation, one day when the interests of both parties are really touched, they will still fall out. So instead of waiting to fall out in the future, it is better to strangle the Tomorrow Group before it develops. In the cradle, Chang Zai showed a sneer, and when the Tomorrow Group tried to steal the Rueishan Group's cake from him in Jiangcheng, the death penalty of the Tomorrow Group was doomed. Dad, have you ever really investigated the Tomorrow Group? Chang Zishan looked at her father's expression and asked seriously, "Why haven't you investigated? If you haven't investigated, how dare you let your brother go against Nan Hekafi? Then what is the result of your investigation?" You see, Chang Zai looked at his daughter's serious expression, casually pulled out a piece of information from the bookshelf on the side, and threw it on the table in front of Chang Zishan. The industries currently involved in Tomorrow Group include clothing, games, parks, coffee, short videos, entertainment, clubs, law firms, construction, agriculture, canning, security, 12 industries, and a public welfare industry, the Lei Feng Foundation. Chang Zai leaned on his seat with a sneer on his lips. I have learned about those 12 industries in detail. Only games, short videos, and pet parks are currently profitable, while the rest of the industries are all losing money. One thing I want to mention is that Nanha Coffee was originally a profitable industry, but under your brother's attack, it returned to losses, so your brother is still capable. Today, the three profitable industries of Tomorrow Group, the pet park, I sent people to count the traffic there, and the monthly profit is about 20 million. As for Sanshua Games and Wuling Short Video, I can't get specific data, but I have arranged for professionals to analyze it, and the monthly profit is probably about 1 billion. And my Rueishan Group's monthly profit is at least 5 billion. What do you think the current Tomorrow Group can use to fight me? While listening to his father's words, Chang Zishan opened the information and read it. After a while, looked up at his father. Dad, your data is indeed correct, but you overlooked one point. That is the mentality of the people in Tomorrow Group. I have learned about Tomorrow Group. The treatment given to employees there is very good, so that now Tomorrow Group, from leaders to employees, is basically of one mind. Under this situation, can you ensure that those industries that lose money will always be in a state of loss? I have sent people to contact the employees of Tomorrow Group. They have a high sense of belonging to Tomorrow Group, especially those core leaders. It is impossible to get inside information from them. And as far as I know, Sanshua Games and Wuling Short Video were also in a state of loss at the beginning. With the status of Tomorrow Group employees, it is very likely that other industries will enter a profitable state. So what? Even if a few more industries become profitable, I don't believe that they can directly surpass my Rueishan Group. Chang looked disdainful. Rueishan Group has decades of foundation, and he doesn't believe that Tomorrow Group can surpass it in just 2 years. Chapter 731 Friends? Why must we be enemies? Chang Zishan looked at her father helplessly. She has been observing the Tomorrow Group for a long time, and she has never seen any group company develop at such a speed. There was also the cohesion of the group's employees, and she felt fearful. I always feel that being an enemy of the Tomorrow Group is not a clear choice. Zishan, this is business. We are all in the same city. Sooner or later, there will be conflicts of interest. Chang Zai said in a deep and profound tone. You can avoid conflicts of interest and become friends. How to become friends? Marriage. Chang Zishan spoke calmly, with a serious expression. You and Chinemo from Tomorrow Group? Chang immediately thought of Chang Zishan's purpose. Marriage is one way, but there is a premise that you can influence Chun Mo's decision. Otherwise, it will be of no use. Then Chinemo has created a group by himself. In any case, the strength is certain. Do you think you can influence his decision? I think I can. Chang Zishan smiled confidently. She is very confident in her looks, figure, and skills. She knows exactly what a man needs. She believes that no man can refuse her as long as she is willing. Moreover, after the marriage, with the support of Rui Shang Group, Tomorrow Group will be able to develop more rapidly, which will not be harmful to Tomorrow Group. He believed that Chen Mo would make the right choice. Chang Zai looked at Chang Zishan seriously and then smiled. When you really do it, come and talk to me again. Chang Rui will not stop targeting Nana Coffee. This may be a bargaining chip for you to threaten Chen Mo. Can? Chang Zishan nodded, then stood up and left the office. Early morning. Tomorrow Group. President's office. Chen Mo sat on the boss's chair and looked at the computer screen attentively. He had been playing games on the laptop he brought home when he got home. Whether it was screen size or smoothness, it was not as good as the 150,000 yuan computer in the office. That's right, it's 150,000 yuan. The computers in the office are configured around 80,000 yuan. As the president of the group, the computers he uses are more expensive, but it's not too much. At this time, on the computer, a group of game characters are surrounding a boss. Chun Mo controlled his character to fight at the front. The boss's attack hit him, directly losing 1/3 of his health. If this attack fell on other players with poor defense, they would directly back to the blood pool. But he didn't panic at all and took a sip of the red medicine, and his blood volume was instantly filled up. This red pill is a scarce supply in this game and can instantly replenish your health. The average player can only make 3 to 5 pieces if they collect materials to make them. However, he had 99 plus in his backpack that he couldn't use up at all, so he didn't worry about his blood volume at all. As long as you lose blood, just drink a tube of red medicine and you'll be fine. Brother Shualaw is awesome. Brother Shualaw is mighty. Brother Shualaw is domineering. Brother Shualaw is still very powerful. The boss's attack power landed on me and killed me instantly. I am a human shield. Oh, you're already a human shield. With my small body as an assassin, the attack power is enough for me 10 times per second. Oh, Brother Shua, you don't have a gang yet. How about joining our gang? The strength of our gang is pretty good. Oh, are you new here? Brother Shualaw will never join a gang. He will only form a wild team to help us fight boss. Oh, that is, without Brother Shualaw, it would be very difficult for us to defeat this boss. Before long, the boss's body slowly fell and then dropped a lot of items. Chen Mo ignored it and looked at the team's chat history and smiled. This was much more enjoyable than chasing people in the jungle. After taking a look at the time, it was already 10 o'clock. At this time, Shinro opened the office door and walked in. He left a message in the queue and quit the game. Something's happened. Mr. Chun, this is the information uploaded by Nana Coffee. Please take a look. Shinro had already walked over and carefully placed the information in her hand on the desk. Chen Mo nodded, picked up the information on the table and read it, and soon a trace of joy appeared on his face. Nana Coffee has set up an office in Shanghai. 7 Nana Coffee stores have already selected their locations and are currently being renovated. But this is the normal development of Nana Coffee, and it does not make him happy. What made him happy was that Nanrui Coffee had also opened in the Magic City, and the stores were all near Nana Coffee. It seems that the message he conveyed has worked. Nana Coffee has just been renovated, and Nanrui Coffee has already opened Nanrui Coffee nearby. Good. Chang Rui is really his good ally. If this continues, Nana Coffee in the Magic City will basically have no risk of profit. At the same time, 40 Nana Coffee stores in Kyoto have fallen into a loss-making state, and the other 32 Nana Coffee stores will basically also fall into a loss-making state after the renovation of THE nearby Nari Coffee. According to the progress of the renovation of Nanrui Coffee, it will basically be completed and put into business in 1 month. 1 month later, Nana Coffee will fall into a state of overall loss, which is exactly the goal of his original establishment of Manhwa Coffee. Thinking that after all the twists and turns, it is still developing in the direction he expected. Chun Mo smiled slightly, continued to look at the report behind, and then raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that the confrontation between Nana Coffee and Nanrue Coffee would lead to such a situation. The location of Nana Coffee is near Starbucks, and the location of Nanrue Coffee is near his Nana Coffee. So the three coffee shops are basically open together. During the competition between Nana Coffee and Nanrue Coffee, all of them fell into a state of loss, and Starbucks was also affected by their competition. At this time, the flow of people in Starbucks also decreased significantly. So now, the three coffee shops are all in a state of loss. Looking at the content of the report, Chinemo couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect there would be such a situation. However, whether Starbucks makes a loss or not has nothing to do with him. He just hopes that Nana Coffee can continue to make losses. Chinemo put the information aside and took a sip of the coffee on the table. If it continues, when Nana Coffee opens a certain number of stores, Nana Coffee will become a huge loss-making project. Chinemo smiled, but soon stopped smiling. There was no need to consider Nana Coffee for the time being. But the pet hospital over at the pet park made him a little worried, so he planned to go and have a look. Now that the pet hospital has been established, he has no way to stop it, but he still has to go and see if there is any way to reduce the hospital's income. Chapter 732 Pet Park Accident. Corner Pet Park. Brothers, the dog park here has started construction. I believe that in a few months, if you come again, there will be another dog park in this pet park. Du Xiao Xiao pointed to a piece of land that had been fenced off in the distance and said with a smile. Then he continued to walk forward. The pet park is in front. There happens to be a pet competition today. We can go and have a look. One more thing I want to say is that after summarizing the experience of several pet competitions, the rules and gameplay of the pet competition are now very perfect. Everyone can rest assured to bring their pets to the competition. There are cash rewards for the top 3. It is also an unexpected surprise to get a reward while playing with your own pet. Du Xiao Xiao looked at the pet park in front and walked over with his mobile phone. At this time, there were already many people gathered at the pet park. Some of them brought their own pets to participate in the competition, and some were tourists passing by to watch the excitement. Du Xiao Xiao said something to the staff inside and came to a high point of the pet park. Live broadcasting here basically allows all the pet competition venues to be filmed. At this time, the pet competition in the pet park has begun. Under the command of the owner, the pets quickly pass the obstacles in the park. There is no chaos at the beginning of the competition, and it is much more orderly. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room is watching. Sure enough, the border collie is still smart. After watching this time, there is no suspense that the border collie is the first again, and it has pulled the second place far behind. But this time, the second place is a bit unexpected. It is actually a local dog. What local dog? That is a Chinese pastoral dog. What's unexpected about this? The local dog raised by my grandmother is very smart and understands everything. Hey, what's the situation? What's wrong with that golden retriever? No, that golden retriever seems to be lying on the ground and twitching. Something unexpected happened. That golden retriever seems to be sick. It looks a bit dangerous. Standing on the high platform, Du Xiao Xiao also noticed the golden retriever that fell to the ground and twitched in the pet competition. At this time, several staff members of the pet park rushed over, took a brief look at the golden retriever's condition, and quickly lifted the golden retriever onto a pet stretcher. 2 staff members lifted the golden retriever on the stretcher and quickly ran towards the outside of the pet park. The owner of the golden retriever also followed anxiously. Du Xiao Xiao watched the golden retriever slowly disappear from his sight and looked down at the live broadcast room barrage. Brothers, the golden retriever should have suddenly developed some disease and is now being sent to the pet hospital in our pet park. We will go over and take a look. I hope the golden retriever is fine. Du Xiao Xiao said as he walked down the platform. Pet hospital. 2 staff members quickly lifted the golden retriever into the hospital. At this time, 2 doctors from the pet hospital were already waiting at the door of the hospital with an operating cart. After the golden retriever had a problem, someone called the hospital. In order to ensure the best treatment time, they waited at the door early. Two staff members put the golden retriever on the operating cart. Two doctors quickly pushed the surgical cart into the emergency room, and the golden retriever's owner waited anxiously at the door of the emergency room. Du Xiaoxiao walked into the pet hospital with a live broadcast. Brothers, the golden retriever has entered the emergency room, and I believe it will be fine in a while. Time passed little by little. Half an hour later, the door of the emergency room opened and a pet doctor came out. Doctor, how is Mantu? The golden retriever's owner rushed up quickly. Chi-Shur took off his mask and looked at the anxious golden retriever owner. The Mantu in the other's mouth should be the golden retriever. Don't worry, Mantu is out of danger and will be able to come out later. Doctor, what's the problem with Mantu? The golden retriever's owner slowly calmed down after hearing Chi-Shur's words. That's exactly what I want to say. Mantu has a heart problem. After a physical examination of the golden retriever, it can be basically determined that the problem with Mantu's heart is caused by food. You can change the dog food when you go back. It should be that the quality of the dog food is not up to standard. Chi-Shur spoke slowly. After the golden retriever entered the emergency room, it was found that it had a sudden heart problem. After a series of rescue, it was quickly rescued. Then he did a full-body examination of the golden retriever. Heart problems, except for those that are congenital, basically have inducements. After the examination, the inducement of the heart disease was really found. Is it a problem with the dog food? The dog food I use is not cheap. The owner of the golden retriever looked puzzled. The quality of dog food is not linked to the price. Whether there is really a problem, it needs to be tested by a professional institution to determine. Chi-Shur spoke. No matter what it is, there is a situation where low quality is sold at a high price. Click, click. A golden shadow rushed out quickly from one side. Mantu. The owner of the golden retriever looked at the lively Mantu with a face full of joy. He squatted down and held the golden retriever in his arms. After a while, he slowly stood up and looked up at Chi-Shur. Doctor, thank you so much, but you said there is something wrong with the dog food. What brand of dog food does the pet park use? Can you recommend it? After seeing the lively golden retriever, she already trusted the doctor in front of her. In the distance, Du Xiaoxiao watched the golden retriever jumping out and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down at the live broadcast room. Brothers, the golden retriever is out of danger. Don't worry. In addition, let me say that our corner pet hospital has just been established not long ago, but you can rest assured that the pet doctors in our pet hospital are very professional. When encountering pet problems, everyone will do their best to treat them. In the live broadcast room, this pet hospital is good. I thought the golden retriever was going to die just now, but I didn't expect it to be rescued. Is that golden retriever called Mantu? The quality of the dog food is problematic. Will there be such a big side effect? I'm a little worried about my dog food. I am worried too. I think we can buy dog food fed by the pet park. The owner of the golden retriever just asked about the dog food fed by the pet park. Oh, that's right. There are so many pets in the pet park. The cat food, dog food, and other pet supplies fed there are of absolutely reliable quality. Oh, yes, if there is a problem with the cat food and dog food fed to the pets in the pet park, then the problem will be with the pets in the entire pet park. The pet park will definitely strictly screen the quality of cat food and dog food. Oh, we should all buy cat food and dog food from the pet park. Chapter 733 Business Cooperation. Outside the pet park, a big black G slowly stopped in front of the pet park office building. Chunimo opened the door and got out of the car. Mr. Chun, Pang Tao, and Su Jingming rushed forward quickly. Well, what's going on over there? Chunimo looked at the crowd gathering in the distance. Mr. Chun, there was an accident at the pet park today. During the pet competition, a golden retriever suddenly twitched and fell to the ground. It is currently being treated at our pet hospital. These people are waiting for the result of the golden retriever. Pang Tao opened his mouth to explain. When the golden retriever had a problem, he received the news and went to the pet hospital to take a look and confirmed that the rescue was underway. In addition, Mr. Chun would be here soon. He and Su Jingming looked at each other and left, waiting here for Mr. Chun to come over. Then go and take a look. Chun Mo glanced at Pang Tao. He had come here to check on the situation at the pet hospital. Unexpectedly, he heard news about the pet hospital just after he arrived. Okay, Mr. Chun. Pang Tao nodded and then led the way. Soon, several people came to the pet hospital. Hello, Mr. Chun. As soon as Chun Mo approached, he saw Du Xiao Xiao walking over. Are you live streaming? It has been downloaded. Du Xiao Xiao raised her phone, and soon after confirming that Golden Retriever was fine, she logged off the broadcast. Chun Mo nodded and then asked, "What's going on with Golden Retriever?" Mr. Chun, the Golden Retriever has been rescued. It was a heart problem. The owner of the Golden Retriever seems to have paid a high medical fee to express his gratitude. Du Xiao Xiao smiled. This time, the pet hospital successfully rescued the Golden Retriever, which put a reassurance in the hearts of tourists so they can bring their pets over with more confidence. The medical expenses are very high. When Chun Mo heard this, his eyelids twitched slightly, and then he turned to look at Pang Tao. When pets have problems in our pet park must bear a share of the responsibility. In this case, we actually accepted the tourist's high medical expenses. This is so impersonal. Notify the hospital and contact the tourist as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Chun. I will inform the person in charge here later to contact the tourist as soon as possible and refund the high medical expenses and only charge the normal medical expenses. Pang Tao nodded. No. Chun Mo shook his head. You don't understand what I mean. Instead of just charging the normal fees, you will refund all the fees without charging any fees. In addition, as long as some accidents occur to your pets while visiting the pet park, we will treat them free of charge. Pang Tao was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but he soon thought of Mr. Chen's intention. After following Wei Yin for a long time, he also knew that everything Mr. Chen did had potential significance. But this time when pets playing in the pet park had problems, the pet hospital provided free treatment. This is completely trying to win people's hearts and increase the trust of tourists. Now, this time the Golden Retriever suffered a sudden illness and was safe and sound under the hospital's emergency rescue, which has planted a seed of peace of mind in the hearts of tourists. If the treatment fees for pet accidents are free when visiting a pet park, it will undoubtedly increase a certain amount of goodwill in the hearts of tourists. After Mr. Chen does this, he believes that more tourists will like to bring their pets to play. This has greatly increased the ticket revenue of the pet park, and as more tourists bring pets, the sales of some pet peripherals and pet park stores will also increase a lot. Moreover, Mr. Chen's decision seems to be free and will be a huge loss. However, since the pet park has been opened, pets have had incidents similar to today's accidents while visiting the pet park. This is just one example. Mr. Chun is indeed Mr. Chun. Pang Tao secretly admired him. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will implement this order as soon as possible. Chun Mo nodded and then started walking inside the hospital. How will the income be after the pet hospital opens? This was his biggest concern when he came here. Mr. Chun, the pet hospital has just opened and there is no publicity. So there are not many customers in the pet hospital at present. Most of them are still serving the pets in our pet park. Pang Tao began to explain. The pet park is originally on the edge of Jiangqing. You can choose to rescue pets here, which is also nearby. The surrounding areas are basically villages, and there are basically not many people who can come to the pet hospital for treatment. It is impossible for tourists who come to the pet park to bring a sick pet to play. So currently, pet hospitals basically don't have many customers. Is this so? Chun Mo was slightly relieved when he heard this, but the pet hospital had just opened, so it was normal to have no customers. He is not sure what the situation of the pet hospital will be in the future. All he can do is to reduce the income of the pet hospital as much as possible. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. Focus more on the development of pet parks and the promotion of pet hospitals. Another point is that if any problems arise with the pets at home of all employees of Tomorrow Group, they can go to the pet hospital for treatment for free. Okay, Mr. Chun. Pang Tao responded. Seeing that Pang Tao did not raise any objection, Chun Mo nodded with satisfaction. Then he visited the hospital and the pet park again and left directly. Judging from the current situation of the pet hospital, it will not have any impact on his plan. At the entrance of the office building, Pang Tao and Su Jingming waved and watched Mr. Chen leave. Just now a staff member sent a message. there is something to report, Su Jingming said. Then let's go to the office. Pang Tao turned and walked into the office building behind him. After a while, Pang Tao took a sip of tea and looked up at Su Jingming opposite. Brother Su, what do you think of this matter? I think this is a good thing. So many merchants want to sell their products on our pet live broadcast. For our pet park, it can increase the income of our pet park. However, the specific operation is more professional than us at the boring short video. We can consult. Su Jingming touched his chin and spoke slowly. I think so too. Pang Tao smiled slightly. He didn't expect that the golden retriever incident in the pet park this time would have such a big impact. Of course, this is also thanks to Du Xiaoxiao's live broadcast. Since the heart problem of the golden retriever is affected by food, many pet owners have begun to worry about whether the cat and dog food they buy is up to standard. However, the pet park has given them a foundation of trust. After all, there are so many pets in the pet park, so the selection of food must be very strict. Therefore, many pet owners have threatened to buy cat and dog food, as well as some pet snacks from their pet park. Chapter 734 Chong Zishan's Purpose. I'll give Lishan a call, Pang Tao said, then took out his mobile phone and made a call. Several of them had gone to pick up and drop off poor elderly people together, and their friendship was very good, so he was not polite. The call is connected. Brother Tao, what's the matter? Pang Tao listened to Li Shun's voice on the phone and briefly told what happened at the pet park. This matter is quite simple. The first point is the price. The boring short video here is the licensing fee plus profit sharing. You can decide how much the licensing fee is. I don't know the specific situation. As for the split, we can talk about 4, 6, 5, or 5 points. The specific amount will be discussed based on the actual situation. The second point is quality control, which is very important. Nowadays, customers believe in the quality of our pet park's cat and dog food, so they choose our pet park. So the quality of the products must be strictly controlled, and the selection of merchants must also focus on quality. As long as the products are sold without any quality problems in the future, I believe there will be more and more customers in the future. Basically, that's it. Li Shin briefly explained some things that needed attention. These contents are all summed up by the experience of boring short video, especially quality control. Nowadays, the foundation of boring short video is quality control. Nowadays, enough products of boring short video are sold. The fundamental reason is that users of boring short video trust their products very much. The same is true for pet parks today. Okay, thanks. I'll treat you to a drink another day. Pang Tao hung up the phone and looked at Su Jingming. Then the matter is settled. I will make an appointment with all these merchants in the past 2 days to discuss it together. No problem. Su Jingming not that? Pang Tao just turned on the speakerphone, so he heard everything Li Shin said. He also agreed with Li Shun's statement. South and coffee. Corner. Chen Mo held the coffee, looked at the somewhat deserted coffee shop, and smiled lightly. Is this the atmosphere a coffee shop should have? Quiet and deserted. When he came back from the pet park, he happened to see Nana Coffee on the side of the road, so he asked Yang Dahai to park the car on the side of the road. Now Nana Coffee in Jiangcheng has been returning to a loss-making state for some time. Just wanted to see what the current situation of Nana Coffee is. Tasting the most expensive coffee in the coffee shop, looking at the customers in the shop in 2s and 3s. The discomfort caused by the pet park just now gradually dissipated at this moment. Is this kind of industry the industry he needs? Pet parks, Songshua games, and boring short videos are all rebels. Can I sit here? In a daze. A tall woman walked over and pointed to the table and chairs opposite the coffee table. Chinemo looked at the woman and then at the other empty coffee tables in the coffee shop. There are a lot of free coffee tables in the store. I want to talk to you about something, Mr. Chan of Tomorrow Group. Chong Zishan looked at Chinemo, and the corners of her mouth curved. She had been sending people to pay attention to Chun Mo's movements in the past few days. So when Mr. Chen entered the coffee shop, she received the news immediately and rushed over. What's up? When Chun Mo heard this, he put the coffee in his hand on the table and his expression became slightly more serious. Mr. Chen should know about Rui Shan Group. Chong Zishan sat down. No, Chen Montak nodded. He secretly thought, more than just knowing, this is his good ally. Nowadays, Nana Coffee can have such a deserted scene, but it all depends on Rueishan Group. Oh, to be precise, Nari Coffee was founded by Chang Rue, the son of the president of Rueishan Group. So what does Mr. Chen think of Rueishan Group? Chang Zishan asked. Not bad, Chen Mo said with a smile. Can it be bad? An industry that was originally profitable has once again suffered losses. Can it be bad? Chang Zishan felt relaxed after hearing this. She originally thought that Chen Mo also had a grudge against Rueishan Group because of his younger brother Non-Rue Coffee's targeting. But looking at it now, it seems that she is overthinking. Chen Mo doesn't seem to have any objections to Rueishan Group. In this way, her purpose of coming here today is still very successful. Introduce yourself. Chang Zishan, Rueishan Group. Chang Zai is my father. The main purpose of coming here today is to discuss cooperation. What cooperation? Chen Mo was a little interested, even though he had always said that Rueishan Group and Nari Coffee were his allies. But he knew that Rueishan Group and Nana Coffee were hostile to Tomorrow Group. He didn't understand why his daughter, who was always here, came to him to cooperate. Marriage. Chang Zishan looked directly at Chen Mo opposite her. Viewed at such a close distance, Chen Mo's appearance was much higher than the photos in her information. Whether it's strength or appearance, she was satisfied with everything. As a woman from the Chang family, if Chang Rue is confirmed to take over the group, she will most likely get married. So instead of having her family look for her, she might as well take action on her own and find a satisfactory one for herself. Marriage, what do you mean? Chen Mo looked confused, not understanding what the relationship between marriage and cooperation was. Chang Zishan smiled faintly upon hearing this. Then I'll explain in detail. If we two marry, Tomorrow Group and Rueishan Group will become a community of interests. Our Rueishan Group has existed for decades and has a deep foundation, while Tomorrow Group has just been established for more than a year, and many aspects are definitely immature. But as long as the two of us marry, Rueishan Group will definitely help Tomorrow Group develop and make Tomorrow Group's strength even better. As far as I know, Tomorrow Group still has many industries that lose money. If Rueishan Group takes action, as long as it operates, those industries that lose money can definitely turn losses into profits. Chang Zishan looked at Chen Mo with a hint of confidence in her eyes. She believed that the other party would agree to these conditions. Today, Tomorrow Group is involved in more than 10 industries. If all of them are profitable, it will be a considerable profit. No one can get away from money, not to mention that they can get her. Marriage. All the unprofitable businesses will be turned into profits for him. Chen Mo's expression was strange at first, then became serious. He wanted to make all his unprofitable businesses profitable. This person has bad intentions. He is really vicious. He finally made all those unprofitable businesses profitable for him. They are all Chang family members. How could such an outlier appear? I wonder what Mr. Chen thinks of this proposal. Chang Zishan looked at Chen Mo quietly with a smile on her face. Chapter 735, Bicycle Project Progress. Sorry, I don't have any idea of marriage. Chen Mo shook his head, then stood up and left. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of making money, he didn't like the marriage very much. You don't agree? Why? From the perspective of interests, it won't do you any harm. Chang Zishan was stunned when she heard Chen Mo's words. She didn't expect to get such an answer. Chen Mo paused and turned to look at Chang Zishan. Have you never thought about feelings? After saying that, he turned around and left the coffee shop. He was not familiar with the other party and had nothing to say. Feelings. Chang Zishan looked at Chen Mo, who was leaving, and smiled self-deprecatingly. Born in the Chang family, did she have the opportunity to choose? The final marriage must be based on interests. And it's not just because of the group, but also because of herself. Like the plot on TV, she would not do such a thing to find a poor boy. At the beginning of March, Tomorrow Group, Chen Mo sat back in his boss chair, looking at the rapidly growing system funds on the system panel. At the beginning of every month, he would face this, and now he is used to it. Last month, he still had 100 million system funds remaining. After the fermentation of the New Year holiday, the income of Tsangshui Games and Wuling Short Video increased again. especially Wooling's short video. In addition to agricultural and subject live broadcasts, other video live teaching has also begun live broadcasting with goods. Now the overall profit of Tomorrow Group has reached 1.1 billion. In addition to the 100 million he had left last month, he still needs to spend 1.2 billion this month to ensure the successful settlement of his special task. 1.2 billion. It seems that he needs to find new places to spend money. Chinemo picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. There is still a month left, so he is not in a hurry. Now that Tomorrow Group is so big, it is still possible to find some places to spend money. What's more, he still has an investment gap of 5.4 billion, which is not a worry at all. He picked up the data report on the table and read it briefly. These are some reports that need to be approved within the group, but Shinro has already handled most of them. However, today is the beginning of the month, and all the companies under the group have submitted their monthly reports, which are related to revenue. So he still has to take a look, otherwise he will give them all to Shinro to handle, and he won't know which company suddenly made a profit. He flipped through the documents one by one, and the overall development of all companies was still within his expectations. Hey! Soon he noticed the report of Blue Film. At present, the filming of the film and television in Kyoto has entered the final stage, and it will end on March 8th, with a day of rest on the 1st and the wrapping on the 1st. Want to invite him to go there. Go to wrap up. Chinemo thought for a while, then shook his head. Now that the movie has been shot, it won't affect anything even if he goes there. And he has been to Kyoto twice, and he has been to some places to play, so there is no point in going again. After thinking about it, he wrote a no on the report and put the information aside. Later, Shinro will come to take the information here. When she sees his notes on the report, she will reply directly, and he doesn't need to deal with it. After a while, all the information was checked and put aside. March 9th, Kyoto. In a brand new workshop, Mr. Chun, Mr. Du, this is our workshop. All the machines have been prepared and built, and the recruitment and training of personnel are almost done. Basically, we can start production next week. A middle-aged man took Chin Song and Du Zeding to visit the workshop. Chin Song looked at the brand new workshop and the newly purchased equipment and nodded with satisfaction. Since Mr. Chun gave them the project before the new year, they have been preparing. According to the needs of this project, a large number of bicycles are definitely needed. The initial idea was to find a bicycle factory to order bicycles directly, but later on, it was better to build a bicycle factory by myself. After all, there will definitely be a lot of broken bicycles after the bicycles are put out. If those bicycles are thrown away directly, it will be a waste. If they take it to other bicycle factories for repair, it will also be a very large expense, and other bicycle factories cannot accept orders from only one person. If there is a conflict in orders at that time, they will need to wait for time to arrange the orders. So after several people discussed, they finally decided to set up a bicycle factory by themselves so that they can produce bicycles according to their own needs. The bicycles that are recycled in the future can also be repaired quickly. Has the manufacturing plan for the bicycle been finalized? Du Zeding asked as he walked aside. Mr. Du, it has been finalized. When everything here is prepared, it will be put into production immediately. The middle-aged man spoke quickly. Chin Song and Du Zeding nodded slightly after hearing this, and then walked around the workshop. After confirming that there was no problem, they left the workshop directly. In the car, bicycle production, plus a series of publicity, plus subsequent launch, the whole process will take about 5 months. Du Zeding estimated the time. Well, launch is just the beginning. Whether this bicycle project can be accepted by the public is still an unknown. How could the project provided by Mr. Chun be bad? Chun Sung didn't care when he heard it. Mr. Chun created such a large industry as Tomorrow Group by himself. If he didn't have a sharp vision, how could he do it? But there is one thing we need to pay attention to. That is, when the bicycle project is launched and it shows results, there will definitely be many imitators. By that time, there will definitely be multi-party competition. What I need to do is to come up with enough funds to survive smoothly under the multi-party competition. Chin Sung said seriously, but he was not very worried about the funding. After all, he had discussed it with the old man and his family before the new year, and the other party said that if there was really a problem with funds, he would help. Funds? That's no problem. My family has handed Hu to live to me now. The income from Hoda Live is enough to support me. Du Zeding smiled and nodded. Chun Sung smiled after hearing this. Both of them have the support of the group. If they really insist, there will be no problem at all. By the way, the Blue Film crew will finish filming tomorrow. Let's go over and congratulate them. Okay, let's go and prepare. Since it's congratulations, we must show our sincerity. And I just want to discuss the movie. We will promote it through Hoda Live. I heard that the promotion effect of The Legend of the Demons last time was pretty good. Duziteng Nuded. Chapter 736 filming completed. I'm also going to talk about the theater scheduling. With the success of The Legend of the Demons, I believe that this time, Tianda Cinema can schedule more screenings. In the car, Chun Sung and Du Zeding looked at each other and then smiled knowingly. March 10th, Kyoto. Film and Television City. At this time, the wrap-up ceremony was being held. All members of the crew, actors, photographers, lighting, all stood excitedly. After half a year of filming, the movie was finally wrapped. After several important figures spoke in turn, the wrap-up officially began. The sound of firecrackers rang out instantly, and a huge cake was pushed to the center. After the celebration, all crew members took photos to commemorate the occasion. I declare that the Wandering Blue Star is officially wrapped. Luo Xiao stood on the high platform, holding the microphone, and shouted excitedly. There was intense applause from the audience. Luo Xiao waited until the applause died down and spoke again. We have arranged a wrap-up party for everyone tonight. The time and location have been sent to the crew group. Everyone can pay attention to it. You can eat and drink as much as you want tonight. Don't worry about tomorrow's filming. Another round of applause. After a while, the crew members in the audience gradually dispersed. Luo Xiao also walked down the platform. Brother Xiao, the film is finally finished. I don't know if this movie can be as popular as The Legend of the Demons. Wang Bin walked to Luo Xiao's side and said with some worry. Although he is very confident about this movie, the movie has not been released yet, and he is not sure what the specific situation is. He is not sure what the audience likes nowadays. Are you worried again? Luo Xiao turned his head and looked at Wang Bin. Since the filming of the movie was completed the day before yesterday, Wang Bin has always had this worried expression. How can I not worry? Mr. Chen has invested a total of 800 million in this movie. If the box office is really bleak in the end, how should we end it? Listening to Wang Bin's words, Luo Xiao also fell silent. Yes, 800 million. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But he quickly adjusted his mentality, shook his head, and smiled. He was almost taken in by Wang Bin and reached out and patted Wang Bin's shoulder gently. There is no use worrying. The filming is over now, but the editing has not been completed yet, so what we can do now is to edit the movie more exciting. As for the result of the movie, let the market verify it. During the filming process, the special effects of the movie have already begun to be made simultaneously. Now that the filming of the movie is completed, the special effects will definitely be completed in a few days. Now the only thing left is editing. Brother Xiao, I understand all these principles, but I still worry about it. Wang Bin smilet bitterly. During the filming process, he never thought about this matter, but only thought about making the movie well. Well, according to the current progress, it can be put on the shelves in the cinema on April 1st, and you still have 20 days to worry. Luo Xiao joked. Let's go, President Du and President Chen are waiting for us over there. Yes, congratulations to President Luo on the completion of the film. Chun Sung and Du Zeding stepped forward to congratulate. Thank you, both of you. I'm sorry for being a little slow just now. Luo Xiao looked at the two people coming over and felt a little apologetic. When the filming was finished, the two came over and brought a lot of gifts. But they were busy with the filming, so they just entertained them briefly and continued to film. President Luo, what you said is a little bit awkward. We came here to celebrate, not to affect your filming. What's the matter with being a little slow? Chun Sung said with some dissatisfaction. I'm too awkward. I'll find a position tonight and treat you two to a drink. How about that? Luo Xiao also realized that these two people were not outsiders. There are also many collaborations with Tomorrow Group. The last time The Legend of the Demon King was a big hit, it was closely related to Hoda Live. Besides, they have also met several times in private, so they are considered friends. That's more or less, but you have the wrap-up party tonight? Are you sure you have time? Chun Song said with satisfaction. If you two don't mind staying in the same hotel as the wrap-up party, there will be no problem. Luo Xiao said with a smile. As a director, he must show up at the wrap-up party, but he only needs to show up. After all, when the leader is not around, the employees will be more relaxed. In that case, you're welcome. Chun Song and Du Ziding smiled and nodded. I, Luo Xiao, would like to offer a toast to everyone. Thank you for your hard work over the past 6 months. Luo Xiao held a glass of red wine, looked at the crew members in the hotel lobby, and drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. Seeing this, the crew members in the lobby also picked up the red wine on the table and drank a glass. Everyone is free to do their own things. There is enough wine today, Luo Xiao said, looking at the red wine glass in his hand, and smacked his lips. After drinking red wine so many times, I still feel a little uncomfortable with it. It is not as refreshing as beer, nor as strong as white wine. Turning back to the private room, I looked at Chun Song and Du Ziding in the room. Long wait. Wait soon. The food has just been served. Just come over and have a drink. Chun Song pointed to the 3 boxes of beer on the ground. Luo Xiao looked at the beer on the ground and pursed his lips. I thought to myself that drinking beer at this time should not be considered damaging to the company culture. After hypnotizing myself for a while, I sat down on the seat, picked up a bottle of beer, opened it, and poured myself a glass. When Chun Song and others saw this, they quickly took out a bottle of beer, opened it, and poured themselves a glass. Dry. A few people had a drink. Mr. Luo, the movie is over. When is it expected to be released on shelves? Du Ziding put down his wine glass and looked up at Luo Xiao. If there are no accidents, it will be on the shelves on April 1st. Luo Xiao spoke. Well, I will arrange for Hoda's live broadcast when I get back to promote the movie. Just like last time, Demons Conquering. It should have some effect. Du Ziding smiled and spoke. Thank you very much. Luo Xiao did not refuse when he heard this. There was no way for Lampy Film and Television to actively promote it, and he would definitely like to see Du Ziding take the initiative to help promote it. Take the last Monster Conquering as an example. Without the promotion of Hoda Live, even if it would become a hit, it would probably be delayed for a while. In that case, the box office revenue will definitely be much less. I have also communicated with my family here. As long as your movie is on the shelves, RT Onda Cinema will definitely arrange the best screening time and the most screenings. Chun Song sat aside and spoke while filling himself up with a glass of wine. Luo Xiao looked at the two of them with emotion on his face. One of them is doing promotions, and the other is arranging films. If this movie is still losing money, it's basically because there's something wrong with his filming. Chapter 737 Team Members. You've only talked about our movie. What's the current situation of your club? If you need help, just ask. Luo Xiao picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then looked at Chun Song and Du Ziding. We, Tange Club, have been developing very well since we won the Extreme Survival Championship. There are also business endorsements around the club that have never stopped. The biggest move at the moment is probably to hold the Extreme Survival competition. Chun Song spoke slowly. Their Tange Club has the right to host the Extreme Survival event. It has been some time since the Tomorrow Group officially held the event, and it is time for them to make up for this time gap. They have already released the event announcement. Due to the popularity of the game, there are now hundreds of teams that have signed up to participate in the Extreme Survival competition, and even foreign teams have signed up to participate. In this regard, they also changed the rules of the competition, which is divided into 4 stages: selection, knockout, promotion, semifinals, and finals. After each stage of the competition, there will be a period of rest, and the overall competition duration is 1 month. It can be seen that Extreme Survival is already very popular at this time. It is said to be the most popular shooting game at present. No one can refute it. Hold a competition. Last time the Tomorrow Group held an official event, I watched your winning video on my phone. I believe that your results will not be bad this time. Luo Xiao heard this and smiled. He also plays the game, Extreme Survival, but he has been shooting for the past few months and has basically not played much. but during the game, he would also watch the game video at night. I'm afraid it won't work this time. We also plan not to let our team participate in the competition this time. However, if your BL game team from the Tomorrow group will participate in the competition, I still wish the BL team to win the championship. Chun Sung smiled. Ha 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 ha. Let me borrow Mr. Chin's auspicious words. Luo Xiao laughed. Come and drink. All done. You want to raise fish? BL Game Club. Bell, there is a team on the reverse slope on the side. There are only 2 people. Please pay attention to the other side throwing mines. Ahai. Hold your gun and stay away. We are in the circle now. There is a high chance that someone will bump into our position when we clear the circle later. Zhou, don't miss the shot. Watch the Bell's flanks. Awei clicked on the game map and followed the current circle to analyze the current game situation. Okay, Viagra. Just leave it to me. Ahai controls the characters in the game and pays careful attention to the movements in the distance. Receive Viagra. Receive. Beast and Ling Dang also responded. Awei is now the commander of their team, and all decisions will be subject to Awei's command. From the time the team was successfully formed to now, they have been getting along very well. Bell, Beast Assaulter, Ahai's farpoint gun, and Awei's commander-in-chief and Freeman. The game will be over soon. This time they finished 4th in the training ground, and the final circle pushed them out of the safety zone. Several people quickly gathered together and began to replay the game just now, finding out where they had made mistakes or where they had not done enough. Outside the training room, Yao Bagua looked at the few people training seriously in the training room and smiled happily. These players were more serious than those in the clubs he used to stay in. They cherish the playtime they have every day, but this probably has something to do with class, because it takes 3 to 4 hours every day, plus the prescribed sleep and rest time. These professional players spend such a fixed amount of time playing games, which is undoubtedly very unfriendly to a group of young, internet-addicted teenagers. Thinking back then, when he is addicted to games, except for sleeping time, he basically plays games. He may even skip sleeping or sleep very little. Looking at the 4 people training seriously in the training room, Yao Bagua really couldn't bear to disturb them. But there is no way. The time for class is coming. After thinking about it, he knocked on the door and walked in. Are you all training? Yao Bagua looked at the 4 people in the training room with a smile. Hello, Mr. Yao. Awei and others turned around to look at the people who came in and stood up to say hello. Don't be nervous. The coach is going to deal with the game today. Let me come over to see how your training went today. Mr. Yao, we have worked well together. I believe we can achieve good results for the club this time. It's good that you have this confidence, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. We must win or lose together. Yao Bagua reached out and patted several people on the shoulders. When the BL team won the championship in the Fire Dragon Island competition, Mr. Chen said this to the players at the time. He borrowed it for today. Having managed 4 clubs, he naturally knows that players can perform better when they are relaxed. Club players are often under a lot of pressure. After all, if a gaming club wants to make money, it definitely needs players to achieve good results in professional competitions. Therefore, in order to achieve good results, club leaders often put a lot of pressure on the club's professional players. Many players perform very well in normal training matches, but in critical matches, they perform abnormally. Therefore, he must learn from Mr. Chun and let these professional players relax. At least the pressure of professional players is not imposed on them by the club. Well, class is about to start. You guys should prepare to go to the classroom together. Yao Bagua glanced at the time and found that it wasn't long before class started. Awei and several other players immediately lowered their heads after hearing this. Mr. Yao, you said that we are about to participate in the competition. Can we have more time to train? We will wait until the competition is over to see if it is successful. Ahai requested. Yes, Mr. Yao. Our time to play the game is too short. Several others also spoke in agreement. Everything is good in this club. The only bad thing is the classes. I don't have enough time to play games every day, but I still have to go to class. I'm afraid this won't work, but if you can achieve good results in the competition, I can consider giving you a few days off. Yao Bagua watched as several people spoke seriously. Mr. Chen had personally explained the matter of class. and he could not change it at will. Okay, I won't delay your class. Study hard. It will be good for you. Yao Bagua smiled lightly, turned around, left the training room, and returned to his office. Before long, there was a knock on the office door, and AtoZ walked in from the outside. Have the uniforms been decided yet? Yao Bagua looked at AtoZ coming in and said, Chapter 738, Clothing Factory completed. It's been decided. Don't tell me. The clothes designed by professional designers are beautiful. AtoZ sat on the chair in front of Yao Bagua's desk, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip without ceremony. That's good. No matter whether our professional players can achieve results or not, as long as the players wear Changfeng clothing clothes, it can be regarded as a small promotion for Changfeng clothing. Of course, if we can win the championship, the publicity effect will definitely be greater, and with the popularity of Extreme Survival, we may be able to earn a lot of money from selling Team Unifo RMS. Yao Bagua also reached out and poured himself a cup of tea. It's natural. Last time we held an event, Tanj Club won the championship and sold more than 1 million team uniforms. And this time, Extreme Survival has become more popular again. I heard Chen Song from Tanj said that this time there are hundreds of gaming teams participating. If we can really win the championship in this competition, then the sales of team uniforms will definitely exceed the 1 million sets of Tanj Club. And in terms of fame, it will also be an improvement for our club. At that time, the sale of some peripherals of the club will also be a big income. AtoZ smiled and spoke. That's true, but now, Extreme Survival has been on the shelves for more than a year, and the last official event we held gave a large championship bonus. At this time, the strength of Extreme Survival professional teams cannot be underestimated, and Extreme Survival is a game that sometimes requires some luck, so it is still not easy to win the championship. Yao Bagua sighed. He was not sure whether he could win the championship or get a good ranking. It is true that it is much more difficult to win the championship this time. AtoZ nodded. But I'm quite confident about Ling Dang, Ah Wei, and the others. Ha ha ha. I also hope to achieve a good result. Ever since our team won the official championship of Fire Dragon Island, we have never won another championship. If we can really achieve good results this time, it will be an explanation to Mr. Chun. Yao Bagua smiled. There are 7 game teams in the club, and among these 7 games, Extreme Survival and Tianlong have not participated in the competition. Other teams have already participated in official competitions. Except for Fire Dragon Island, who won the championship, the rest of the competitions did not achieve any good results. The elderly team may be a miracle on Fire Dragon Island. The other teams are as they expected. Although the retired champion team has rich experience, there is still no way to compare with those young professional teams. Also, since the end of the Fire Dragon Island game, our club has never had any good results. AtoZ nodded. Let's not talk about this anymore. Although we want to achieve good results, we don't want to put pressure on those few players. Yao Bagua reminded. I understand, Brother Yao. AtoZ smiled. Changfeng clothing. The entrance to the conference room. Jiangqing looked at the scene inside, through the door and window. At this time, there were 2 trainee lawyers from Baishu law firm inside, promoting the law to the employees of the garment factory. Looking at this scene, Jiangqing couldn't help feeling a little emotional, thinking that he had also heard the propaganda about the law in the past. At that time, Lawyer Tang was still the one doing legal education. But now, both he and Lawyer Tang have become managers of a company. Yao Bagua couldn't help but smile as he listened to the nervous trainee lawyer's legal education propaganda in the conference room. Trainee lawyers are just trainee lawyers, and they are still in a much different state than when Lawyer Tang gave them legal education propaganda. After listening for a while, he went downstairs to the lobby on the first floor. In an instant, a Labrador and a Husky rushed out. Kwai kwai, money money. Looking at the 2 dogs rushing out, Jiangqing barked. Because Mr. Chin personally gave him the name, and during his time in the garment factory, Mr. Chin often took these 2 dogs for a walk in the garment factory. Later, Mr. Chin left the garment factory, and these 2 dogs became the factory dogs of the entire garment factory. After all, when Mr. Chun was at the clothing factory, he often took these 2 dogs for walks. Who knows what Mr. Chin's attitude towards these 2 dogs was? So in the clothing factory, no one dares to treat these two dogs badly. Although the name might easily conjure up a bad word, he knew it was the truth. The current state of the garment factory is that it is losing money. When Mr. Chen left, he did not leave with the two dogs, but stayed at the clothing factory. It should be a warning to them that the garment factory is currently losing money, so they should not slack off. So later he directly arranged the two dogs in the lobby on the first floor of the office building, so that everyone who entered the office building would see these two dogs, which could be regarded as a warning. Why? Jiang Cheng sighed, bent down, and touched Kue Ke and Qian Qian, then walked out of the office building. I walked around the entire garment factory. Just yesterday, the entire garment factory had been renovated and constructed. In more than a year and a half, Changfeng Garment has transformed from a clothing processing workshop with more than 10 people to a processing factory with 10,000 people. Now the automation equipment of the garment factory has been ordered and will be shipped tomorrow and then installed in each newly built workshop. By that time, the entire garment factory is up and running, and all that's left is recruiting employees. Based on the current capacity of the new workshop, approximately 10,000 workshop workers need to be recruited. With the large number of workers, other employees also need to increase. Designers, chefs, cleaners, etc. will all be increased accordingly. A rough estimate is that if all employees are recruited, the number of people in the entire garment factory will be more than 12,000. More than 10,000 people. Jiang Cheng had a sad look on his face. To outsiders, this garment factory with more than 10,000 people might seem very good, but only he and some leaders knew it. If more than 10,000 workers are added, the problem that garment factories will face is the income of a garment factory will not increase due to the increase in employees. On the contrary, because of the increase in employees, the salary alone will increase the salary expenses of more than 10,000 people. With more than 10,000 employees entering, production capacity will be 10 times that of before. This means that the materials used to make clothes will also increase wear and tear, which is also a large expense. There is also the food, clothing, housing, and transportation for more than 10,000 employees. The clothing factory's subsequent losses will increase exponentially. Jiang Cheng rubbed his brows helplessly, returned to the office, quickly compiled a current report on the garment factory, and submitted it to the group headquarters. Chapter 739 Branch Factory. On the second day, Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Mr. Chun, the front desk sent a message from a woman named Chang Zishan who wants to see you. She said that she has discussed cooperation. Do you want her to come up? Shinro came to Mr. Chun and spoke in a low voice. Chang Zishan. When Chun Mo heard this, he quickly thought that she was the daughter of Ruishan Group who was always here. She wanted to discuss marriage with him in the cafe last time. He had already made it clear that day that he was not considering marriage. So why did he come again? Chun Mo just wanted to wave his hand and refuse. But then he thought that this Chang Zishan had previously promised to help his industry turn losses into profits, so he needed to pay attention to this. Well, let her come up. He wants to see this time. What does that woman want to do? Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded, then turned and returned to her office. After a while, there was a knock on the office door, and Chang Zishan opened the door and walked in. Mr. Chen's office is really luxurious. Chang Zishan looked at the decoration of the office and sighed. What do you want to talk about? Chunemo looked at Chang Zishan, who came in and spoke calmly. Hearing this, Chang Zishan looked back at the office and looked at the chair in front of the desk. Won't you invite me to take a seat? Sit. It's really cold. Chang Zishan smiled and didn't care at all about Chun Mo's attitude. I came here today because I have nothing else to do but the marriage. I think you should seriously consider it. Your clothing factory, cannery, law firm, and coffee shop are all losing money, so you don't wonder are they turning a profit? If it's just this matter, then there's nothing to talk about. As for making a profit, I will figure it out myself, so I won't bother you. Chunemo picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Is this really the case? I, Chang Zishan, think that I am good enough and have a good family. You will not suffer a loss if you choose me. We are both adults. How long can a relationship last? Can two people be together for a long time? In the end, it's profit. Chang Zishan looked at Shin Momo, who who was opposite and really spoke. Another point is that non-Rue coffee founded by my brother is competing with your Nana coffee. Now it is a lose-lose situation. I think you are not willing to see it. If we can get married, I can guarantee that non-Rue coffee will no longer compete with Nana coffee. What do you think? If you are worried, I can ask my brother to suspend the development of non-Rue coffee in the Magic City. Suspend the competition between Nari coffee and Nanha coffee. When Chen Mo heard Chang Zishan's words, he immediately lost his composure. Nowadays, Nari coffee is his best ally. How can he just suspend it? Are you threatening? Chen Mo sat back on his seat and looked at Chang Zishan seriously. If you think so, you can understand it. After all, if we were not together, it would be inevitable for non-Rue coffee to target Nana coffee. I can't stop it. Chang Zishan nodded. So, I think you should seriously consider it. If you don't get married, with the current attitude of Rueishan Group towards Tomorrow Group, I'm afraid you will be targeted more. More targeting. This is really great. Chen Mo held back a smile and looked at Chang Zishan, who was sitting opposite, and spoke seriously. I will not compromise. If you and Rueishan Group want to take action on the marriage, just come over and I will take over the group tomorrow. If there is nothing else, please leave. Chen Mo pointed at the door of the office. Chang Zishan looked at Chen Mo seriously and understood the other party's determination. Without saying anything, she stood up and walked outside. She, Chang Zishan, could take the initiative to propose marriage once or twice, but not a third time. She also has her own self-esteem and will not let herself be hot-faced and cold but all the time. Chen Mo watched Chang Zishan leave and sat back on the seat with a relaxed expression. Thought, it would be great if Rueishan Group could target all its industries. Chen Mo smiled slightly, no longer paying attention to Chang Zishan's matter, turned around and turned on the computer nearby to play some games to relax. After a while, Shinro came over with a piece of information. Mr. Chun, please take a look at the information report of the garment factory. Shinro carefully placed the information on the table. A report from a garment factory. Chen Mo picked up the report and read it in confusion, and soon a hint of joy appeared on his face. It turns out that the clothing factory has been completely constructed. Construction is complete. After construction is completed, employees can be recruited, and the number of people to be recruited has been recorded on the report. It is necessary to recruit 10,000 workshop workers, 200 cleaners, chefs, designers, and office clerical workers. One is 10,200 people, plus the 1,300 people from the original garment factory. Once all employees in the garment factory are recruited, the capital consumption of the garment factory will increase tenfold. Chen sat back on his seat and smiled. The report showed that the garment factory was planning to celebrate the completion of the garment factory and wanted to invite him there. Good. The completion of such a large garment factory must be something to celebrate. Reply to the garment factory, I will go to the completion celebration tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded. After Shinro left, Chinemo tapped the table with his fingers. The garment factory has been expanded, and the increase in capital consumption is a good thing, but he still has 1.2 billion system funds to be consumed this month. Otherwise, the special task settlement at the end of this month will fail. Now that the garment factory has been expanded, it has given him a good way to spend money. Now that the garment factory has been expanded, he can open a branch factory somewhere else. Which of the popular brands on the market does not have a branch factory? Then what is wrong with his Changfeng clothing? Other clothing brands have their own branches, and Changfeng clothing should also have one. Chinemo thought in his heart and began to test the attitude of the system. After a while, Chinemo showed a smile on his face. The system did not reject his idea, but there were restrictions on funds. The highest budget fund for the branch factory was 800 million. 800 million. It's enough. After deducting 800 million, he still needs to spend 400 million, and this special mission will be completed. It just so happens that the cannery has been built for almost half, and the initial investment has been almost consumed, so new funds must be invested. The remaining 400 million investment gap will definitely not last long, so just invest 400 million in the cannery. Thinking of this, Chinemo sat back in his chair with a relaxed look, and the 1.2 billion funds have found a way to consume them. However, we still have to keep an eye on the movements of various companies to avoid any accidents. Chapter 740 Branch Manager. Chinemo sat up, took out a piece of tissue paper, and started combing on it. Pet Park, Sanshua Games, and boring short videos, I just paid attention to them 2 days ago, and they haven't changed much. Then there is Sanshua Games. The BL team will participate in the Tenga Cup of Extreme Survival, organized by Tenga. The championship reward is 10 million, which is not as much as what he gave out at the time, but it is still a lot. However, the Tange Cup is held every 1 month. So no matter what the BL team's final results are, it will not affect his special settlement this time. Then, law firm, security companies still under construction, Manhwa Coffee, agricultural base targeted by Nari Coffee. Basically, there is no hope of profit yet, so no accidents will happen. There is also Blue Film and Television. The movie has just been filmed, and the news from Luo Xiao is that it is scheduled to be released on April 1st. It will not affect the settlement of his special mission. Chinemo put down his pen and nodded with satisfaction. There was basically no problem with the settlement of this special mission. Moreover, he still has an investment gap of 500 million yuan for real estate and 4.5 billion yuan for the competition base. There is a total funding gap of 5 billion renminbi. Even if there is a sudden inflow of funds, he is not in a hurry and will completely invest the extra funds into these two funding gaps, unless there is suddenly an extra 5 billion in funds. However, this is basically impossible. With the current strength of Tomorrow Group, it is not enough to achieve it. Chinemo sat comfortably on the boss's chair. He didn't know what kind of reward he would get after settling this special task. On the second day, Changfeng Clothing. Mr. Jiang. All preparations for the celebration have been completed, and the celebration can begin at any time. Jiang Cheng listens. I understand. Let them prepare and wait for my order before launching a celebration. Jiang Cheng said, and continued to wait at the entrance of the industrial park. Mr. Chen will come over today. He must wait for Mr. Chen to come over before starting today's celebration. Mr. Chen is already here. Do you want to drive in? Yang Dehai looked at the layout at the entrance of the clothing factory and spoke hesitantly. At this time, a long red carpet was spread in front of the door of the clothing factory, and the plaque above the door was covered with a thick red cloth. Well, let's drive in. Chinemo glanced at the door. He had already seen Jiang Cheng running towards the door and waving. After hearing this, Yang Dehai slowly started the vehicle and rushed towards the garment factory. When I walked to the door, several employees rushed out in an instant, twisting open the fireworks in their hands, and the glittering sequins filled the sky and slowly fell on the vehicle. At the same time, the roaring salutes sounded one after another. The car was parked in the parking lot at the door. Jiang Cheng quickly ran over and opened the door. Hello, Mr. Chen. Well, how was the celebration? Chen Mo glanced at Jiang Cheng and slowly stepped out of the vehicle. Mr. Chen, the celebration hasn't started yet. I'm waiting for you to come over and unveil the red cloth. Jiang Cheng spoke respectfully. Then let's get started. Chen Mo glanced around and saw that many employees from the clothing factory had gathered at the door. Mr. Chen, please come this way. Jiang Cheng led the way to the side of the garment factory gate and pointed at the hanging red rope. Mr. Chen, you can pull the red cloth here. Chen Mo nodded, then raised his hand to pull down the red rope, and a piece of red cloth slowly fell down. The brand new Changfeng clothing plaque was revealed. The salutes sounded again, and the employees of the garment factory gave warm applause, marking the official start of the celebration. After a while, Mr. Chen, the employees in the garment factory are all looking forward to you coming on stage to say a few words. Jiang Cheng walked to Mr. Chen and spoke in a low voice. Can? Chen Mo nodded, walked to the high platform in front, looked at the more than 1,000 garment factory employees who had gathered, and cleared his throat. Good morning, everyone. This simple sentence instantly caused a round of warm applause. This garment factory is where Mr. Chen first started his business. The current top management of the garment factory are all the same people from the original garment factory. They watched the garment factory grow little by little and had meals and drinks with Mr. Chen. So when it comes to the sense of belonging, the garment factory has the strongest sense of belonging to the Tomorrow Group. When the applause ended, Chinemo continued to speak. I just want to say a few words so that I won't delay everyone's celebration and dinner time. First of all, the development of the garment factory to its current scale is the result of our joint efforts. But I have always emphasized people-oriented, and I hope everyone will not forget the original intention. We work to make money to please ourselves, not to work for me or the boss. If you work, I will give you the salary you deserve. So you don't have to feel uneasy just because the benefits are good. You just have to be yourself. That's all I said today, and I hope everyone will remember it. Since it's a celebration, feel free to eat and drink tonight. The garment factory will have a 3-day holiday. After Chinemo finished speaking, he walked off the podium, and there was a burst of warm applause behind him. He also paid attention to the status of those employees during this period. Basically, few of them fished during working hours. Through side information, I found out that these employees are worried that with such good treatment, they will be replaced by others if they don't work well. So the words he just said were telling them from the side, feel free to be yourself and fish if you want. He has already told the managers of each company that as long as employees' behavior is not excessive, they are not allowed to be fired at will and replaced by other employees. He will not participate in the next celebration. He has another important task here today, which is to open a branch of the clothing factory. Mr. Chun drank tea. In the office, Jiang Chung poured a cup of tea and placed it on the table in front of Mr. Chun. Chinemo picked up the tea and took a sip, then looked up at Jiang Chung. I have another thing to do here today, and that is the Chongfeng Garment Branch Factory. Branch Factory? Jiang Chung had some doubts in his heart. The garment factory has just been built, and we don't know the follow-up results yet, so we will directly set up a branch factory. Yes, the clothing factory here has been expanded now, but our clothing factory is still far behind those popular brand clothing factories. So we need to open a branch of the clothing factory. Chen Montak noted. As for, you can discuss the specific location among yourselves. Also, several employees will definitely be needed to handle this matter. It's up to you to decide on the candidates. Those who have gone before will be treated as business trips. After the branch factory is built, they can stay there as leaders, or they can apply for a callback. The branch factory manager can also be selected from the past batch of people. Chapter 741. Actions in Corner Park. Okay, Mr. Chun. Jiang Chung tried hard to digest the news and felt even more worried. Now that all the garment factories have been built, the losses of the garment factories will increase by about 10 times. If we want to open a branch factory at this time, the risk will be too great. But this is Mr. Chin's order, and he always has to listen to it. He can only try his best to find ways to make the garment factory profitable as soon as possible, or reduce the loss. Okay, that's it. Regarding employee recruitment, we must recruit all employees as soon as possible. In addition, the more than 10,000 new employees must be managed in batches. Every 10 people will be assigned a team leader, and the team leader will be selected from the previous ones. Just promote among 1,000 employees. After Chun Mo confirmed what he had explained, he stood up and left the office. The expenditure of 800 million yuan has been allocated. The cannery can make a phone call at that time and notify the finance department to transfer 400 million yuan of funds. Seeing this, Jiang Chung quickly got up and followed. After a while, Jiang Chung returned to the office again and quickly notified the management of the garment factory to come to the conference room for a meeting. Mr. Chun just gave the employees of the garment factory 3 days off, so the employee recruitment and the establishment of a branch factory must be implemented today. After sitting in the office for a while, he got up and walked towards the conference room. Arriving at the conference room, all the leaders of the garment factory were already present. Mr. Chun has arranged a new task. Let me announce it. Jiang Chung sat on the seat at the front of the conference room and slowly spoke while looking at everyone in the conference room. The first thing is employee recruitment. Now that the garment factory has been completely built, after statistics, 10,000 workshop employees need to be recruited. In addition, about 200 people are needed for design, chefs, cleaning, and other personnel. Since Mr. Chun will give the garment factory 3 days of leave tomorrow, regarding recruitment, the HR department will release the recruitment information before getting off work today. After returning from the holiday, interviews and recruitment will begin. As for how many people each department needs to recruit, the person in charge of each department will sort it out as soon as possible and send the information to the Human Resources Department. Okay, Mr. Jiang. The heads of various departments spoke quickly. There is also the issue of workshops. Now that all the garment factory workshops have been completed, our garment factory will also start production in separate workshops. Each workshop is responsible for different garment production, and each workshop is assigned a workshop manager. After the other 10,000 new workshop employees are recruited, they also need to be managed in groups. We still follow the previous model, with 10 people assigned to a team leader, and the personnel can be selected from the current 1,000 workshop employees. Jiang Cheng's eyes fell on the director of the production department. Okay, Mr. Jiang. The production director nodded. Jiang Cheng nodded and continued to speak. Finally, the most important thing about today's meeting is that with the construction of the entire garment factory completed, we need to open a branch of the garment factory. Mr. Chen gave us the location of the branch factory. It's in the south. You can express your opinions and see where it is appropriate to announce the branch factory. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the conference room showed shocked expressions. Open a branch factory. The garment factory has just been built. Have all the employees been recruited? We are about to open a branch factory. Jiang Cheng looked at the reactions of everyone in the conference room. There was no surprise. He had the same expression when he heard the news of opening a branch factory. If it's the South, I think we can drive to Magic City. The cost of setting up a factory in Shanghai is too high and not cost-effective. That's true. Garment factories are just places where clothes are processed, and they don't have big demands on the city. In this case, which first-tier cities will not be able to do it? Everyone in the conference room began to discuss after being shocked. After a while, finally, the results of the discussion came out. The location will be Suzhou and Hangzhou. Jiang Cheng nodded. The location has been decided. All that's left is to arrange for people to develop it. Things that need to be done include selecting the factory site, construction recruitment, etc. I will tentatively decide on the candidate, and one person from each department will go there. Mr. Chen has already explained that anyone who has worked in development in the past can work as a manager at the branch factory. But if you don't want to stay there forever, you can apply to be transferred back after the branch factory is built and on track. This message can be distributed to employees in various departments. Employees who want to go can sign up voluntarily. The results will be submitted at work 3 days later. This is the content of the meeting. If you have any questions, if there are no questions, the meeting will be adjourned. Jiang Cheng waited quietly for a while, and without anyone speaking, he immediately announced the adjournment of the meeting. Corner Pet Park. In the reception room, a few of you are having tea. Pang Tao looked at the 20 or so people in the reception room and said politely, "These people are all pet-related businesses. Since the Golden Retriever incident, many businesses have contacted him, wanting to sell their products in the live broadcast room of the Corner Pet Park. After several days of communication and screening, he has selected the more than 20 merchants in the reception room in front of him. Of course, this is only the first step of screening, and the next step of screening will be carried out. Only merchants who can meet the conditions of their Corner Pet Park can sell in their live broadcast room. Thank you, Mr. Pang. Mr. Pang, this tea is good. Mr. Pang is polite." Several merchants complimented him. Pang Tao smiled and looked at the people in the conference room. "Let's stop talking and get down to business. Let me first talk about the conditions of our Corner Pet Park. If you think it is acceptable, we will continue to talk. Our pet park has very high quality requirements for goods. Before signing the contract, we will send people to your processing plant to check the situation of the processing plant. At the same time, we will also conduct quality inspections on your goods. If the quality of the goods is not up to standard, we will not cooperate. Also, this quality inspection is not just one time. We will inspect the quality of the goods from time to time. The time of the inspection will not be told to you. We will randomly check. This is a necessary condition. If you can't accept it, there is no need to talk about it." Many merchants in the conference room heard the words and looked at each other. Some people changed their faces. "Boss Pang, we are all making money. There is no need to do this." "Yes, Boss Pang. Even if the quality is a little worse, there is no problem for those pets to eat it." Pang Tao looked at the merchants who spoke, his eyes serious. I think I have made it very clear the conditions I just mentioned will not be changed. If you feel you can't accept it, you can leave. Chapter 742, The Tinga Cup begins. The meeting room was quiet, and then several merchants stood up and left the reception room with unhappy faces. Pang Tao watched several people leave quietly, and then turned to look at the merchants who had not left the meeting room. After a simple count, there were still 16 merchants. Since you have stayed, I think you have accepted the conditions just now. Pang, you were joking. Isn't it the most basic issue to ensure the quality of the goods? How can you not accept this? Don't worry, Pang, just check it. I won't say how good the materials we use are, but the cat food and dog food we produce are definitely qualified. The remaining merchants spoke up one after another. Pang Tao smiled and nodded when he heard it. In that case, let's continue the discussion. I am very grateful that you are interested in our Corner Pet Parks live broadcast, but I have to say sorry. The 16 people present here will definitely not be able to enter our Corner Pet Parks live broadcast. Our Corner Pet Park has decided that we will divide different pet products into 3 categories for sale, namely high, medium, and low, provided that they meet the quality requirements. Only 3 cat and dog food merchants can be selected, and there will only be 3 pet snacks, and there will also be 3 pet toys. So I'm afraid only 9 merchants will be selected today. As for how to select, it will be based on the quotation, and the highest bidder will win. I don't know, what is Mr. Pang's price? A merchant asked. A dozen other merchants also looked at Pang Tao. The annual licensing fee is 20 million yuan, and the profit share is 40%. You can raise the price based on this price. I will select according to the conditions you give. Pang Tao looked at the few people quietly. If only the basic pricing is followed for 9 merchants, the licensing fee will be 100 million yuan. I just don't know how much these merchants will get after the competition. I can give 21 million yuan in licensing fees. Soon, a merchant spoke out his offer. I can give 22 million yuan in licensing fees. One merchant after another began to quote, and of course some merchants gave up the offer during the quotation process. After a while, 9 merchants have been selected. Pang Tao made a simple statistics, and the total licensing fees of these 9 merchants have reached 400 million yuan. Several of the merchants changed the profit sharing and gave 50% of the profit sharing. 400 million yuan. This is probably the largest income of the Corner Pet Park since its opening. And the pet park will have an additional income in the future. With the current trust of the people in the live broadcast room in the pet park, he believes that the sales volume will definitely not be low after the pet-related products are put on the shelves. Thank you for your trust in our pet park, but before signing the contract, we still have to go to your processing to inspect and conduct quality inspections on your products. Pang Tao stood up and said with a smile. After some polite exchanges, the negotiation ended. Pang Tao sent several merchants to the parking lot, then returned to the office and sat on the office chair with a relaxed look. The only profitable companies in Tomorrow Group are Sangshua Games, Boring Short Videos, and Pet Park. But compared with Sangshua Games and Boring Short Videos, the revenue of Pet Park is too small. Sangshua Games and Boring Short Videos are in the billions every month, while the pet park he manages is only in the tens of millions every month. This time he can finally have an income of billions. He can also hold his head up in front of Mr. Chen. However, these 9 merchants have not been inspected yet. After the inspection is over and the contract is signed, the money can be transferred to the account. BL Game Club. Hello, Mr. Yao. Hello, Mr. Tao. Ling Dang away. Several people looked at the 2 managers and spoke. Well, how is it? Are you confident in this competition? Yao Bagua looked at Ling Dang and others with a smile on his face. Tomorrow is the Tinga Cup qualifiers, and this time the Tinga Cup will be held in Kyoto. So today they will set off for Kyoto. This is the first time that the BL team has participated in the Tomorrow Group's own game competition, and they still take it very seriously. Mr. Yao, we are still very confident in our own strength. Awei said with a smile. The other 3 also showed a confident smile. Okay, I believe you, don't have too much pressure. Yao Bagua patted the shoulders of several people, and then walked with AtoZ to the car on the side. I have communicated with Chun Sung. They will pick us up at the airport. In the car, AtoZ spoke slowly. Well, it's really interesting. Last time we held the event, we hosted Tinga. This time the Tinga Club hosted the event, and they hosted me. Just go there to communicate with their players. After all, I am the champion of the first official event, and I will definitely have unique experience. Yao Bagwa smiled. That's right. AtoZ nodded. In the afternoon, Kyoto Airport. Welcome Mr. Tao and Mr. Yao to Kyoto. Chun Song looked at Yao Bagwa and AtoZ who were walking out of the airport and greeted them with a smile on their faces. In the next month, I will be troublesome for Mr. Chun. Yao Bagwa stepped forward and spoke. What's the trouble? President Yao hosted us last time at the BL Club. The car is over there. Let's go there. Chun Song took the lead and walked away. Yao Bagwa followed with the club members. Soon all the club members got into the vehicle prepared by Chun Song and headed to Tanj Club. An hour later, the vehicle stopped at the entrance of Tanj Club. Mr. Yao, Mr. Tao, this is the dormitory of our Tanj Club, but it's not as good as your BL game club. I'll have to make do with it for the next period of time. Chun Song took Yao Bagwa and others on a tour inside the club and finally stopped in front of several dormitories. Mr. Chun, you're so polite. This environment is already very good. Yao Bagwa took a look at the environment of the dormitory. Although it was not as good as their BL game club, the overall environment was still very good. And looking at the layout of the dormitory, there are obvious signs of rearrangement. As long as you were satisfied, Chun Song breathed a sigh of relief. He had been to the BL club's dormitory before, but it was much better than their dormitory. It's been good. I wonder where our training room is. Yao Bagwa asked. They came here to compete, and the accommodation environment only needed to be acceptable. What he cared about most was the training room. After all, this competition cycle lasts for 1 month, and they definitely need to train during this month. Everything is ready. Over here. Chun Song took the lead to the other side and soon came to an empty training room. This is your training room, Mr. Yao, and on the other side is our extreme survival training room. During this month, both parties can exchange experiences with each other. Chapter 743, Fighting Style. Yao Bagwa took a look at the door. After confirming that the training room was sufficient, he called the club members behind him to choose a room. Mr. Chun, are you looking for us? The door to the training room on the side was opened, and Zhang Jiao came out with a few people. Well, people from the BL club are already here. The training room is right next to you. During this time, you can share more about your game experience, especially what you should pay attention to during the game. Chun Song looked at Zhang Jiao and the others who came out and spoke slowly, and at the same time motioned to Yao Bagwa and AtoZ who were standing aside. When Zhang Jiao heard this, his eyes fell to the side, and then he said with a look of surprise, Mr. Yao, Mr. Tao, don't worry. We will definitely share the experience we have summarized to ensure that the BL team can achieve good results on the field. Then I'll leave it to you. Yao Bagwa smiled and spoke. He remembered Zhang Jiao. During the Extreme Survival official competition, it was Zhang Jiao who led the team to win the championship. Sharing experiences with them will definitely be helpful to their team. No problem. Your players should come over for training later. I'll go over to have a chat and play training matches together. Zhang Jiao promised. Thank you. I'll go talk to our team members later. Yao Bagwa nodded, and then left with Chun Song and Du Zeding and headed to the dormitory prepared for them. Chun Song did not arrange them with the team members who came over, but arranged them elsewhere. 2 hours later, training room. Zhang Jiao looked at the 4 members of the BL team, and after getting to know each other, he slowly spoke. Let's play a few training games first, and then analyze and discuss based on the replays of the game. No problem, let's start now. Wei nodded. He understands this, and the problem can only be discovered during the game. Soon, the 2 sides began to play a training match. After a while, several people sat together again. Zhang Jiao looked at the 4 members of the BL team and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a member of the BL club, his personal strength is really strong. 2 training matches. Both sides met when they were about to reach the finals. During the initial battle, their teams actually fell into a disadvantage, especially Ling Ding in the opponent's team, who is really strong. In the first training match, one person killed 2 members of their team in seconds. If they hadn't used their experience to switch points in time, they might have wiped out the team. At this time, the opponent's team had almost no problems except for a lack of competition experience. Zhang Jiu took a deep breath, walked to a whiteboard, and looked at the 4 members of the BL club. There is no doubt that your personal strength is very strong, but you must know that this game is a team game. No matter how strong a person is, he cannot achieve any good results. Of course, it's not that your current cooperation is not good, it's just that the handling of some details is not perfect enough. The first is to change points. It takes a long time for you to land and search for things. The pace of the game is very fast. If you change points slowly, you in the circle may not be able to grab it. At that time, you may face the choice of collision point or push in from the edge of the circle little by little, but this requires fighting. And fighting means facing the risk of attrition. So you need to speed up your pace and enter the lap at least 30 seconds earlier. The second point is the jumping point. I took a look and found that you chose different jumping points in the 2 training matches. I took a look and found that you chose the best jumping point based on the flight route. I don't recommend using this style of play in the game. If you jump randomly every time, there will be a high probability of encountering other teams, and many unnecessary collisions will also occur. My suggestion is to only choose 2 jump points, 1 main jump point and 1 secondary jump point. From the knockout round on, you will only jump to these 2 jump points, no matter what situation you encounter, even if someone keeps hitting you. You only jump to this point. Let them know that this jumping point belongs to you. With your current personal strength, I can be sure that there will be no problem with your knockout and promotion rounds. So don't worry that such a jump will affect your results. As long as you can ensure your advancement in the knockout and promotion rounds, the semifinals are the time to really exert your strength. When you keep jumping on those 2 points in the knockout and semifinals, and you are very persistent, basically those teams will give up and grab points. In this case, in the semifinals, your jumping point will basically be that no one will hit you, ensuring that there will be no attrition in the early stage of the battle. Zhang Jiu recorded her opinions on the whiteboard with a marker. Aoi listened to Zhang Jiu's words and thought about the situation during the game and the replays of the game he watched. Indeed, as Zhang Jiu said, the pace of the game was indeed faster than their usual training matches. He seems to have ignored this point at ordinary times. Sure enough, he is still too young and his attention to things is not detailed enough. This aspect really needs to be strengthened. There is also the issue of jumping points, which he had considered before. Now that he heard Zhang Jiu's story, he was more certain that what he had considered before was not a problem. It seems that he can try it in tomorrow's game. Away thought secretly in his heart. In the training room, the discussion lasted for a long time before it ended. Rest early and do your best in tomorrow's game. 1 inch. Zhang Jiu looked at the 4 members of the BL team and encouraged them. Thank you, Brother Jiu. We will work hard. Away smiled, and several people left the training room together. The next day, 6 p.m., in a gymnasium in Kyoto. Don't be nervous. Just play normally. Remember, we will bear the win or loss together. Yao Bagua looked at the 4 players in front of him and patted their shoulders. Boss Yao, don't worry, we will work hard. Away and others said, and then turned and entered the stadium. Today our main jump point is set at the school. This jump point is in the middle of the map. As long as it is not too far away from the circle, we can go there. Remember, no matter who bumps into us, we must try our best to kill them and let them know that we are the masters of this jump point. On the way, Away looked at the 3 team members around him and said that this jump point was discussed by them this morning. Don't worry, Brother Wei. You are still not sure about my strength. I have never been afraid of bumping into a point. Ling Ling said confidently on the side. Chapter 744, Jiang Chung Dialogue. Ling Ding, we're not bad at it either. Don't think about being in the limelight alone. Ahai and Beast said dissatisfiedly. Then let's have a head-to-head contest, and the loser will be called Daddy. Bell spoke. Okay, everyone, please be serious. Our goal in this competition is to win the championship, not the heads. Away spoke seriously. He was very worried that after the bet, these 3 guys were just looking for heads during the game, regardless of teamwork. Don't worry, Viagra. We were just joking, Belle said. Soon the four of them arrived at their seats and waited for the game to start. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Yao Bagwa looked at the Nana coffee advertisement playing on the field and said thank you. Tanj Club's approach is completely promoting their Nana coffee, which is owned by Tomorrow Group. No matter what you want to think, it's all a matter of convenience. Chun Song waved his hand indifferently. Mr. Yao, the game is about to start. Are you nervous? A little bit, but with the strength of the BL team, there will be no problem in the knockout rounds. Yao Bagwa smiled slightly. This is not because he is arrogant, but there are currently many teams in the knockout rounds, with varying strengths. The purpose of the knockout round is to eliminate those teams that are too weak. With the current strength of the BL team, unless they are very unlucky, they will basically not be eliminated. It seems that Mr. Yao is still very confident in his team. If you don't have confidence in your team, then don't start a club. 2. The game will start soon. Several people chatted wordlessly and watched the game ahead until the game was over. Looking at the results of the game, Yao Bagwa looked surprised. He did not expect that on the first day of the competition, the BL team would directly take first place in the group stage. Even though he was very confident about the BL team, he was surprised to be ranked first in the group stage. In today's 6 games, in every game, teams and BL teams jumped to a location. But the result is that in 6 games, the BL team had 3 times with 0 casualties and solved the team that hit the point. It is enough to show the strength of the BL team. The original nervousness in Yao Bagwa's heart has completely disappeared. With the BL team's performance, there will definitely be no problem in the knockout round. He was relieved for the next 2 days of competition. Night. Chongfeng Clothing Staff Dormitory. Jiangqing looked at the book while recording the contents. He had not gone to school for several years. If he had not met Mr. Chun, he would probably have worked in a simple workshop all his life. But now he is the manager of a clothing factory. He understands that with his knowledge and ability, he is definitely not qualified for this position. So with the encouragement of his wife, he reads some books about management every day, as well as some books that can improve himself. Try your best to make yourself worthy of the position of Chongfeng garment manager. After a while, Jiangqing slowly put down the pen, moved his arms, and was about to close the book when he heard the bathroom door open. Turning around, he saw his wife walking out wearing a set of cool clothes. Seeing this, Jiangqing paused in closing the book, then turned his head and continued to read the contents of the book. You haven't finished reading yet? Wang Wan looked at Jiangqing, who was still reading, and asked doubtfully. At this time, she should have finished reading the task, she said. Oh, I still have some work matters to deal with. You go to bed first. I will go to bed later. Jiangqing said casually. Having a problem at work? Wang Wan said worriedly. It's not a big problem, but the garment factory has been built and all 10,000 workshop employees have been recruited. Then the garment factory will fall into greater losses, but I don't have a solution. Jiangqing rubbed his eyebrows. This problem had always existed, and it was also something he had been thinking about during this period. I remember you said before that after the construction of the clothing factory is completed, the clothing factory will involve more clothing fields. Yes, it has already started. By then, each clothing field will have a dedicated workshop. What about custom-made suits? Have you considered this? Wang Wan sat over and asked. Private customization, this is too high-end. Nowadays, the clothing factory has not fully established its reputation, so it is not good to directly engage in private customization. Jiangqing hesitated. This is different. Since ordinary clothes cannot make you famous now, you might as well try high-end formal wear. Mr. Chen has been photographed in formal wear magazines, and a few years ago, Mr. Chen gave all the managers of your company 2 sets of suits. It's obvious that Mr. Chen is very fond of formal wear. So, it's not a bad thing if you expand this field earlier, and there are special competitions for formal wear. We can take the suits we designed to participate in the competition. If the products designed by our clothing factory get a ranking, it will be a very big publicity for our Chongfeng garments, right? Wang Wan said, taking out a magazine from the drawer on the side and placing it on Jiangqing's desk. Jiangqing looked at the magazine on the table and saw that it was clearly the magazine that Mr. Chun had photographed. Informal wear doesn't require a workshop. It's basically designed and made by the designers themselves. So it's not difficult to set up a formal wear department at present. Just recruit a few designers and let them focus on the design of the garment factory. When you design a good formal wear, you can take it to the competition to see. Jiang Cheng listened to his wife's advice and nodded slightly. Okay, it's getting late. Let's take a rest. For the formal wear customization, we can discuss it in detail with the design department manager Su Yining tomorrow. Wang Wan got up and walked to Jiang Cheng's side. I'm not sleepy today. I plan to read a book for a while. You can go to bed first and don't have to wait for me. Jiang Cheng looked at his wife, who was wearing cool clothes beside him, and turned his head away. You keep pretending. How long have you not turned the pages of your book? You haven't handed in your homework for several days. Hurry up and hand it in. Wang Wan snorted coldly and went back to bed. How about I take another day off? Jiang Cheng said tentatively. I've given you a few days off. Come here. Jiang Cheng heard this and reluctantly got up and walked to the bed. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Cheng rubbed his aching lower back and came to his office. After a while, there was a knock on the office door, and Su Yining opened the door and walked in. Mr. Jiang, do you have any plans? Su Yining looked at Jiang Cheng sitting at the desk and asked, There are some things I need you to do. Jiang Cheng looked at Su Yining, who came in and sat up slightly. Chapter 745, 10,000 people interview. Mr. Jiang, please speak. Su Yining also showed a serious expression. It's like this. Now the clothing factory has been completely built. Because of the increase in workshops, I have also expanded the field of clothing. However, it is still a clothing field, and we have not implemented it yet. That's high-end formal customization. I want you to set it up, Jiang Cheng said, pushing the prepared magazine to Su Yining. This is a formal magazine that Mr. Chen shot before. Mr. Chen probably had high-end customization involving formal wear a long time ago. Now that the construction of the clothing factory is completed, I can definitely implement Mr. Chen's idea. Hearing this, Su Yining picked up the magazine handed over by Jiang Cheng. She recognized the magazine just by looking at the cover because she also had a copy in her office and would occasionally take a look at it. In this magazine, she can find a lot of inspiration for clothing design. Okay, Mr. Jiang, but there is one problem. This high-end formal wear customization requires a lot of experience as a fashion designer. But recruiting designers with rich design experience would go against the current employee recruitment policy of the Tomorrow Group. Su Yining said worriedly. What if we recruit intern designers for training? Jiang Cheng tapped his fingers on the table and asked tentatively. If you recruit designers with no experience as interns, it may take a long time to train them, and there is a high chance that they will not be trained. For high-end formal wear customization, experience is part of it, and it also requires a certain degree of design talent. In fact, the best way is to recruit a designer with experience in high-end formal wear design. In this case, with such a designer, our high-end formal wear field will develop much more smoothly. Su Yining expressed her thoughts. High-end formal wear is not so easy to design. Even she has no confidence in herself. The recruitment rules of Tomorrow Group cannot be changed. This is an order issued by Mr. Chen. Let's do this. When recruiting designers, you should pay more attention to see if there are any more talented designers and recruit them as much as possible. To reduce the development time of high-end formal wear, Jiang Cheng directly rejected the idea of changing the recruitment rules. As for the rules set by Mr. Chen, according to Wei Yin, every decision made by Mr. Chen would have some meaning. Therefore, he will not change the recruitment rules easily so as not to affect Mr. Chen's purpose. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Su Yining nodded, stood up, and left the office without saying anything more. It is inevitable to get involved in the field of high-end formal wear, and she will not give up just because of this difficulty. High-end formal wear. This was also an area she wanted to touch before. Come outside the office. A series of chaotic voices came from outside the office building. What's going on? Su Yining was confused. She didn't understand what was happening outside the office building and why it was so noisy. Minister Su, an employee of the office building, walked by. What happened outside? Why is it so noisy? Su Yining asked. There are a lot of people coming here to recruit. They are all queuing up outside now. Someone probably checked and found that there are more than 30,000 people coming for interviews this time. A passing employee opened his mouth to explain. More than 30,000 people? Isn't the number of people recruited in the workshop this time 10,000 people? How come more than 30,000 people came for interviews? Su Yining looked confused. He had already made it clear during the meeting that this time, only 10,000 people would be recruited for the workshop. It is true that we only recruit 10,000 people here, but the recruitment information was released and 10,000 people were notified to come for interviews. However, in this way, the treatment in our garment factory is so good. Some people came over on their own initiative after seeing no reply to their resumes. The employees passing by had a hint of pride in their eyes, the pride of being an employee of Changfeng Garment Factory. Oh, thank you. Su Yining nodded and went downstairs to the interview location of the design department. I found that the entrance to the interview location of the design department was also full of people at this time. After a simple check, I found that there were many more people than they had notified for the interview. Walk past and directly enter the room where the interview is held. Minister Su. The interviewers in the room saw Su Yining and quickly stood up to say hello. You go about your business. I'll watch from here. Su Yining signaled the interviewer to continue, while she pulled out a seat and sat aside. Since she wants to establish a high-end formal wear customization company, there is no way to recruit people with high-end customization experience. She must select people with design talents. At the same time, other departments in the garment factory are also recruiting. Sorry, you currently do not meet our recruitment criteria. An interviewer looked at the interviewer who came over and said apologetically, "Why? I have a lot of work experience and I haven't made any mistakes during my career." Lubo looked puzzled. When he came here, he was very confident. His experience in the industry would make him very popular no matter which company he went to. But here, the interviewer just took one look and said directly that he did not meet the interview conditions. You may not have seen the announcement at the door. We don't recruit experienced employees here, so the richer your work experience, the lower the chance of passing the interview. The interviewer looked at the puzzled interviewer and explained. He didn't know how many times he had explained it. Although some of the admission conditions were posted at the door, some people still didn't notice it. Lu Bo was stunned when he heard it. He never thought that his work experience, which he was always proud of, would become the main reason for his failed interview here. Is there no way for him to join Changfeng Clothing? But he really wanted to join Changfeng Clothing well. It doesn't have to be Changfeng Clothing, as long as it is a company under the Tomorrow Group. He watched the live broadcast of the Tomorrow Group sports meeting and envied the benefits given to employees for a long time. But soon, he had an idea and looked at the interviewer in front of him. Which job I don't interview for I have work experience. How about I interview for a job I am not familiar with? The interviewer was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the interviewer in front of him seriously. If that's the case, there's really no problem. Are you sure you're interviewing for a job that doesn't require work experience? Yes, Lobo nodded. He had learned about it in detail. Working in a company under the Tomorrow Group, even the most ordinary position, is better than most jobs outside. Okay, but we're interviewing clerks here. If you want to change to other industries, you can try other interview areas. Thank you. Lubo stood up and walked outside. This is Changfeng Clothing, right? Lena opened the door and got out of the car. She looked at the brand new Changfeng Clothing plaque above the gate to make sure she had found the right place. Chapter 746, Linda's Choice. Looking at the people coming in and out of the door, listening to the other party's words, she also knew that these people were here for the interview just like her. Linda walked to the door, checked in with the doorman, and walked in. Since the last time she chatted with Shinro, she has been paying attention to the Tomorrow Group, including the Tomorrow Group sports meeting. This can't help but make her like the Tomorrow Group very much. What she likes is not the treatment of the Tomorrow Group, but the atmosphere of the Tomorrow Group. Of course, she came here just to see if Changfeng Clothing has expanded the field of high-end customization. If so, she wanted to come over and give it a try. After all, communicating with those rigid old men about design and Yuxing is really boring. It might be more interesting to change to a new environment. Asked about it. Arrive at the location. Looking at the dozens of people queuing in front, Linda consciously lined up at the back. As time goes by, The number of interviewers in front of us decreases little by little. Next person. Linda listened to the sounds inside, opened the door and walked in. Your profile. Listening to the interviewer's words, Linda handed over the information in her hand. Sorry, Ms. Linda, you are a tailor-made suit. Your work experience is too rich, so we can't accept you here. The interviewer looked at Linda's information and said apologetically, I couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It was such a pity that I couldn't be hired with such good personal information. I remember that women who are of marriageable age and don't have children also have priority in hiring. Linda looked at the interviewers and spoke slowly. Is that so? Then there's no problem. Then you meet the recruiting conditions. However, the employees we recruit here are all paid according to their new salary. We don't talk about job hopping here, so there is no way I'll give you your original salary. The interviewer explained the salary package. The other party is a professional tailor-made suit, and it is Yuxing's suit, which is a very famous brand. The high-end designers there must have an annual income of at least 1 million yuan. And although the treatment for new employees in the clothing factory is not bad, the salary will definitely not reach the annual income of more than 1 million yuan. The salary is good. I would like to ask if your company has developed the field of suit customization. If not, I don't plan to join. Linda looked at the other person and spoke slowly. This? The interviewer was stunned. She didn't know much about the field of customized suits. We really want to develop customized suits here. We can change the place to chat alone. Su Yining looked at Linda sitting opposite and spoke slowly. When she heard the interviewer say that the other person's major was suit customization, she started to pay attention and picked up the other person's profile to look at it. After seeing the other party's qualifications, I felt happy. Their garment factory is developing the field of customized suits, and Linda is definitely the best candidate. Have extensive work experience and meet the recruitment requirements. It's simply too hard to come across. Who are you? Linda looked at Su Yining with confusion. My name is Su Yining, currently the director of Changfeng Fashion Design Department. The decision to develop customized suits was just made today, and we are looking for suitable candidates. Su Yining opened his mouth to explain. Is that so? Then please ask Minister Su to find a place. Linda smiled. Looking at Su Yining's appearance, he should be in his 20s. At this age, he is actually the director of the design department. Interesting. This situation is basically impossible to happen in other companies. She was looking forward to joining Changfeng Clothing more and more. Finally, she was no longer dealing with those rigid old guys. Please follow me. Su Yining stood up and walked outside, while instructing the interviewer to continue the interview. Linda saw this and followed behind. Tea or coffee? Enter the office. Su Yining looked at Linda and asked, Coffee bar. Linda looked at the environment of the office and said casually. After hearing this, Su Yining went to the coffee machine, made 2 cups of coffee, and came back. Thanks. Linda reached for the coffee. Su Yining also sat opposite Linda with a cup of coffee. Yuxing is a very big brand. If you work as a designer there, the salary should be very good. Why would you want to come to Changfeng Clothing? This was a question that puzzled her very much. Can you imagine that the people you discuss design issues with all the time are a bunch of stuffy old people? Linda asked rhetorically. If they were just simple old people, she wouldn't have any ideas. The key is that those old people are too rigid and stick to the same design concept before. Without any innovation, it is too boring. If so, it is indeed not a pleasant thing. Su Yining smiled slightly and then continued to speak. In that case, let me first explain the current situation of our Changfeng garments. We, Changfeng Clothing, have just been established for more than a year, and the brand has not yet been launched. The current sales of Changfeng Clothing are not very optimistic. So, after setting up the suit customization department, the business situation may not be very good. Also, due to the recruitment rules of our garment factory, there may not be any other strong designers in the suit customization department except you, and we may even need your guidance. Finally, it's the issue of salary. You just heard it is true, but I can give you a guarantee here. If you join Changfeng Garments, you will be in charge of this suit customization department. As long as you don't do anything that harms the interests of the garment factory, I won't interfere, and the salary and benefits will be increased accordingly. What do you think? After Su Yining finished speaking, He looked at Linda with some expectation. She valued the other party's ability very much. If the other party joined Changfeng Garments and entered the suit customization department, the speed of the suit customization department would definitely be much faster. Hearing this, Linda took a sip of coffee and didn't care about the problems Su Yining said at all. I knew all you said before I came here. Business issues are no problem for me. I've been doing private customization for so many years, so I still have some connections. Some of these people only know me. If I come to Changfeng Clothing, they will definitely come. As for the salary, I know the salary of Tomorrow Group. It is not high at present, but it does not mean it will be high in the future. But I still have to deal with Yuxing's affairs, so I have to postpone my joining for a while. It doesn't matter. We can still wait for this period of time. Then welcome you to join Changfeng Clothing in advance. Hearing this, Su Yining stood up and stretched out a hand. I'm looking forward to coming to Changfeng Clothing. Linda also stood up and shook hands with Su Yining with a smile. Chapter 747 Branch Factory Selection. Can I go to your design room to see the finished design? After chatting in the office for a while, Linda suggested that in the past few days, she had learned about the clothes designed by Changfeng Clothing. Most of the styles of the clothes were relatively new and were her own original designs. She couldn't help but become curious about the design of Changfeng's clothing. This is no problem. Su Yining nodded. Nowadays, the clothes designed by Changfeng Apparel will apply for copyright as soon as possible. So Linda doesn't have to worry at all if she lets Linda see the finished design. Moreover, Linda is a more professional designer than them, and she believes that the other party cannot plagiarize anything. The two got up and left the office, entered the elevator, and went straight to the design room floor of the garment factory. This entire floor is the design office of our design department. However, the clothing factory has just been built and designers have not been recruited yet, so most of the design rooms are empty. Su Yining took Linda around the design floor and then stopped in front of an empty design room. This design room is prepared for the suit customization department. Hearing this, Linda looked at the layout of the design room through the glass window with a surprised expression on her face. This design room is much better than her own design room in terms of size and machine configuration. Let's go. Over there is the studio we are currently operating in. Soon, the two of them entered the studio. Minister! Minister! Some designers saw Su Yining coming in and hurriedly said hello. Su Yining nodded and turned to look at Linda. Come this way. Linda followed Su Yining, looking at the studio environment. Here, she found that the employees in the studio were basically very young faces. At this time, some of these people lowered their heads and focused on the design drafts in their hands. Some are also discussing with each other, drawing with each other on straw paper to express their thoughts. She scanned the design drafts of several people with her peripheral vision. Although these design drafts were not completed yet, she could basically confirm the quality of each design draft. If you look at the design elements purely, these design drafts are a lot different. But she can feel that these people are innovating and creating something of their own. Innovation. This is what a good designer should have, and it is much more interesting than those rigid old-school designers. When you come into contact with those old-school designers, there is nothing else but those old design concepts. When he came into contact with those old-school designers, he couldn't feel any improvement at all. But in the design room in front of her, she felt different. Among the people in the design room, she was sure that no one's design could match hers. But she saw something in these people's design drafts that she had never seen before, and this was what she needed. Being conservative is not what she wants. What she wants is innovation, continuous innovation. This is it. At present, none of the design products here have been produced. Enter a room. Su Yining pointed at the clothes hanging in the room and spoke slowly. Linda carefully looked at the finished designs in the room. Her eyes were surprised, and she turned to look at Su Yining. Which outside designers designed these? That's right, but it's not complete. For the manuscripts they designed, someone on our side will point out some bad designs, and then they will make changes on their own, and finally the finished product will come out. Su Yining opened his mouth to explain. Many of the designers outside the door were recruited from the last recruitment, and many of them still have a lot of insufficient experience in design. Linda nodded slightly when she heard this, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had just had a hint of inspiration in the design of these finished products. I feel more and more certain that coming to Changfeng Clothing is a very correct decision. Is this also designed by designers outside? Linda reached out and pointed to the dress that inspired her. This one, Su Yining looked at the clothes Linda pointed out, was stunned for a moment, and then spoke. I designed this dress. Although she is now the head of the design department, she will also make some design manuscripts in her spare time and submit them to. I think the design on the shoulders is really good. This position was added on a whim, and I felt pretty good after adding it. Su Yining said. This. The two discussed the design of this dress for a while. After a while, Linda looked at Su Yining in surprise. Through the exchange just now, she found that the other party had many novel design concepts in his mind. She was still wondering before that the other person had become the head of the design department at this age. Now that she saw it, she underestimated the other person too much. With the design concept Su Yining just showed, there is no problem at all in being the head of the design department. In the process of communicating with Su Yining, she also received many design directions that she had not thought of before. Sure enough, young people's imaginative designs are what she needs. Linda thought to herself. After walking around the design room, he left the design room. Minister Su, I'll go back first. I'll come over after I've dealt with Yuxing's affairs. At the entrance of the office building, Linda said goodbye. Okay, then I'll wait for good news from Sister Linda at the garment factory. Su Yining said with a smile. Let's go. If there's anything about design, we can communicate by phone. Linda raised her mobile phone and ran towards the gate of the garment factory. Su Yining waved her hand. After the brief design exchange just now, both of them felt that they had met too late. Linda left now. Su Yining smiled and turned back to the interview room. Now that the suit customization department has Linda as the manager, it still needs to recruit a few talented designers to go in. And with Linda's qualifications, it is more than enough to bring a few designers. At the same time, manager's office. The affairs of the branch factory are handed over to you. Whether it can be done depends on your ability. Jiang Cheng looked at his former colleague and said with emotion. Many people signed up to open a branch this time, and there was no choice, so they adopted the model of employee voting. Don't worry, Brother Jiang. I will definitely open the branch well. Lu Jinghua patted his chest and promised. He was the first batch of people to join the garment factory except for the original old people in the garment factory, and now his position is already a big team leader. However, despite being a big team leader, he has always been dedicated in his work and has never started to boss around because he is a manager. Therefore, he is still very popular in the workshop and unexpectedly stood out in this election vote. I understand this, but managing a branch company is not just relying on hard work. I have a few books here. You can take a look. It will be helpful to you. Jiang Cheng put a few prepared books in Lu Jinhua's hands. He has read all these books, and they are indeed helpful for managing a company. Chapter 748 Film Production Completed. Okay, Brother Jiang, I will definitely take a good look at it. Lu Jinghua looked at the book handed over by Jiang Cheng and quickly took it. He knew that if the opening of the Changfeng garment branch there went smoothly, he would be the manager of the branch there. And he is a rough guy. He stopped going to school after junior high school, so he must read and study. He knew before that Jiang Cheng read books every day when he first became the manager of the clothing factory. During that time, he asked the other party not to drink alcohol, saying that he had to study in the evening. Is it his turn now? Well, there's nothing else to do. I'll let you know when the names of the other names come out. The departure time is in 3 days. Jiang Cheng nodded. What a nice cannery. Meng Xiaohong walked around the construction site of the new factory and confirmed the construction progress of the factory. In another 2 months, the cannery will be almost completed. By that time, the cannery will be more than 10 times its current size. But the only problem now is that the reputation of really good cans has never been resolved. It has been several months since the Jinhao cannery had problems, and the sales of cans have not improved. If we wait until the new factory is completed and put into production, if the sales problem is not solved, it is estimated that 90% of the cans produced by canneries will be backlogged. How to solve it? Meng Xiaohong frowned slightly, unable to think of any good ideas. Thinking room. Having arrived at the production workshop, I opened the door and walked in, heading straight in one direction. Hello, Mr. Meng. Hello, Mr. Meng. Several cannery employees saw Meng Xiaohong coming in and hurriedly said hello. Well, how's the research on the new can going? Meng Xiaohong looked at several employees and asked. Since Mr. Chun came over last time to ask for more can varieties, she has set up a research and development team to study the formula of new canned food. After all, canning can't be made just by taking random fruits. The taste must be guaranteed. Mr. Ming, now canned food has been developed, including canned mango, canned pear, canned strawberry, canned pineapple, canned meat, including canned chicken and canned beef. The head of the R/U00260 team hurriedly spoke. I'll have a taste. Mr. Ming, the cans are over here. The person in charge of R/U00260 led the way, followed by Meng Xiaohong. Soon we came to a storage warehouse. The person in charge brought out a few cans and put them on a long table. Open them all. Meng Xiaohong looked at the cans on the table and spoke slowly. Okay, Mr. Meng. The person in charge of R/U00260 got the tools and quickly opened the cans on the table. Meng Xiaohong took a spoon, first took the canned strawberry and took a bite of the strawberry. After tasting it carefully, I nodded slightly. It tasted very good. Then he picked up the prepared mineral water and took a sip, then took a sip from a canned mango. I tasted all the cans in this way, and the overall taste is good. The taste is okay. We will continue to strengthen scientific research to improve the taste of canned food. Meng Xiaohong looked at the person in charge of the R/U00260 department and spoke slowly. At present, the problem of the reputation of really good cans has not been resolved. Even if they mass-produce these cans now, there will be no sales. They might as well continue to develop the taste of cans and improve the taste of cans to be better. When the cannery's reputation problem is resolved, their new cans will be quickly accepted by the public. Okay, Mr. Ming. The person in charge of the R/U00260 department nodded in response. Blue film and television. In the editing room. Has the finished film been released yet? Luo Xiao looked at Wang Bin and asked. Since returning to Jiangcheng, Wang Bin has been staying in the editing room, paying attention to the editing progress and the quality of the editing every day. The editing has been completed. The finished film is here. Brother Xiao, come and take a look. Wang Bin looked excited and quickly clicked on a video on the computer in front of him. Does it look like the finished movie is pretty good? Luo Xiao looked at Wang Bin, who had always been nervous, with a happy expression, and guessed that the effect of the edited movie must be very good. Brother Xiao, you'll know just by looking at it. Wang Bin did not answer, but directly clicked on the video play. Luo Xiao didn't say anything when he saw this, and his eyes fell on the movie playing. After watching for a while, he pulled out a seat and sat in front of the computer. Seeing this, Wang Bin also pulled up a seat and sat aside. For a long time, the movie has finished playing. Luo Xiao sat on the seat and stared blankly at the computer screen in front of him. After a while, he came back to his senses and turned to look at Wang Bin sitting beside him. Is this a movie we shot? Yes, this is the movie we shot. Isn't it surprising? Wang Bin said with excitement. Yeah, it's quite unexpected. Luo Xiao recalled the shocking scenes in the movie in his mind. He really couldn't imagine that this was a movie they shot in the studio. Of course, special effects play a big role in this. As a director, he also watched a lot of science fiction movies during the filming of The Wandering Blue Star to see if he could learn some experience. But after so many years, there have been no good science fiction movies in China. The latest science fiction movie was released during the Mid-Autumn Festival the year before last, but it failed at the box office. These science fiction movies all have a common problem. That is, the plot is scattered and the special effects are garbage. Basically, after watching it for a while, you don't want to watch it anymore. But when he watched The Wandering Blue Star, he didn't feel that way at all. The plot was very attractive, and the special effects were very shocking. Even without the movie being released, he has already confirmed that The Wandering Blue Star has surpassed all domestic science fiction movies. No wonder Wang Bin looked excited. This science fiction movie is obviously much better than the previous science fiction movies. Brother Xiao, I have a hunch that once this movie is released, it will definitely be a hit. This is the first time I have seen such a good-looking science fiction movie. Wang Bin had a look of expectation on his face, as if he was imagining the scene of a popular movie. Don't be excited. Hurry up and arrange for someone to submit the edited film. I've already asked someone to say hello. As long as the film we produce does not contain any illegal content, it will be approved within a week. At the same time, it's also easy to contact those theaters. I have a record of demonstration this time, so I should be able to get a better film schedule this time. Luo Xiao watched Wang Bin arrange the rest of the movie. Now that the movie has been edited, all that's left is to put it on the shelves. However, after returning from the filming, he had already started to contact people. The next step was just a process, and there would be no obstacles. Chapter 749. Income from the Pet Park. Okay, Brother Xiao. I will deal with it as soon as possible. By the way, I have been in contact with Chun Song from Tinga in the past 2 days, and we have cooperated with our Boring Short Video. As long as you purchase any product on Boring Short Video, you only need to exceed for 100 yuan. You'll get a 10% off coupon for Wandering Blue Star. What do you think? Wang Bin remembered something and asked, "What do the Boring Short Videos say about this matter?" Luo Xiao asked. Boring Short Videos were currently doing live teaching. He didn't know if it would be appropriate to incorporate Wandering Blue Star into it. Oh, Mr. Lee said that unscrupulous publicity is definitely not acceptable. It not only destroys the current trend of boring short videos, but also violates Mr. Chin's philosophy of not publicizing. But Mr. Lee said that this coupon can be automatically given when purchasing books over 100 yuan. Customers who purchase will know the function of this coupon. At the same time, the anchor of the live broadcast will occasionally mention a few words during the live broadcast, but it won't be promoted all the time. With the current traffic of boring short videos, this should have a certain publicity effect. Wang Bin opened his mouth to explain. If there is no problem with boring short video, then just go and arrange it. And since it is a live broadcast, there are also live broadcasts at the pet park and the clothing factory. You can also do it like boring short video. It would be nice if it can have a little publicity effect. Luo Xiao expressed his thoughts. Brother Xiao, that's exactly what I meant. Wang Bin laughed and quickly left the editing room. Luo Xiao also smiled, then stood up and left. March 26th, Corner Pet Hospital. Pang Tao and Su Jingming were sitting at the coffee table in the reception area, drinking tea and discussing. Currently, the production workshops of all merchants have been inspected. The environment of the workshops and the quality of the products are all in compliance. Su Jingming slowly placed the teacup on the table with a smile on his lips. Well, this way we can sign the contract, and the licensing income of 400 million is considered a very considerable income for our corner pet hospital. Pang Tao also smiled. Thanks to the cooperation with these businesses, the revenue of the corner pet park has increased again. Have you contacted those merchants? We have all been contacted. After confirming that there are no problems with the workshop and the products, we contacted those merchants and decided to sign the contract tomorrow. Well, if we sign the contract tomorrow, we can put those pet peripheral products on the shelves for sale the day after tomorrow. Yes, I have kept the test reports of the pet food. When it is sold, I can display the test reports to show that there are no problems with the products we sell. That's okay. When the time comes, we will keep the test reports for each random inspection of pet food and replace them with new test reports. This will also tell customers that we have been tracking the quality of pet food. Yes, as long as we ensure the quality of the food, I believe that more customers will come to buy pet food. By then, we will be able to earn a large amount of income by relying on profit sharing. Foreign. Chinatown. That's it for today's filming. Thank you for your hard work. Yu Zheng looked at the last shot and nodded with satisfaction. The movie background of Chinese detective is in Chinatown abroad. In order to make the movie more realistic, they went directly to Chinatown abroad to shoot. We have been shooting for about 20 days now, and everything is going smoothly. According to this progress, there will be no problem for the movie to be released in time for the Mid-Autumn Festival. When the filming of Jiu 22 starts, it can also be successfully released in time for the Spring Festival. Glancing around, he saw Wang Chong not far ahead and walked over immediately. Director Yu. Wang Chong looked at Yu Zheng walking over and said hello. Why are you being polite to me? If you are so polite next time, I will be angry. Yu Zheng patted Wang Chong on the shoulder and said dissatisfiedly. Okay, brother Yu. Wang Chong scratched his head and smiled innocently. Is this right? Yu Zheng smiled. Come on, let's have dinner together. I'll just talk to you about Geo 2 as remuneration. Geo 2 was released on New Year's Eve. In the end, due to the popularity of the box office, the release time was extended until the end of February before being removed, which lasted for a full month. The overall box office revenue totaled 100 million. Excluding the theater share and other shares, his income is about 2.1 billion. Arriving at an exhibition hall, the two sat down at a table. Yu Zheng looked up at Wang Chang. The box office share of Geo2 has been released. The total box office revenue is 100 million. After excluding the share, we are left with 2.1 billion. We once promised to give you 100% of the box office revenue, which is 31.5 million. I understand, brother, you just transfer it to our company account. Wang Chang nodded slowly. He is an actor who belongs to Lampion Film and Television. His salary must be transferred to Lampion Film and Television's account first, and then Lampion Film and Television will pay him. He secretly calculated in his mind that his current share with Lampion Film and Television is 30 to 70. He could probably get a share of more than 9 million. Counting the initial 4 million salary, he received 1.2 million in salary, which adds up to more than 10 million. More than 10 million! A year ago, he was just an extra in the film and television city, and in a year, he became the leading actor of a movie, and his salary has reached 10 million. And all this was brought by Blue Film Film. If there was no Blue Film Film, he would not be where he is today. Okay, the funds will be transferred to the account of Blue Film Film in the next 2 days. Yu Zheng nodded. He had chatted with Wang Chang, knew some of Wang Chang's experience, and also knew Wang Chang's loyalty to Tomorrow Group. So although he was optimistic about Wang Chang, he did not ask Wang Chang to come and work with him. And he did not want to poach Wang Chang because he had a good cooperation with Tomorrow Group. End of March. Tomorrow Group. President's office. Chunimo sat in the office, looking at the screen in the game, and drank a sip of coffee comfortably. It is now the end of August, and tomorrow is the settlement time for special tasks. However, no accidents have happened so far. As long as he keeps going, this special mission is basically a success. However, after the experience of the previous failures, he also knows that the more critical the moment is, the more he should not take it lightly. Otherwise, without knowing it, a batch of system funds suddenly enters, causing his special mission to fail. That would be bad. Chunimo was alert in his heart. Although he had been playing games, he would always pay attention to the system funds in his mind. Looking at the game screen on the computer, a group of game characters surrounded his character at this time. These players did not do anything else, just because a boss would be refreshed here, and he would help them refresh the boss. Soon a boss refreshed, and Chunimo directly controlled his game character to meet it. Seeing this, other players hurriedly followed. With the help of the big guys to resist the damage, they didn't have to worry about the problem of hatred at all. More than 10 minutes later, the boss slowly fell to the ground. Chunimo looked at the words in the team and smiled slightly. Leaning back on the chair, his consciousness was cast on the system panel in his mind. Chapter 750 sold out. Chunimo was stunned for a moment and counted the system funds on the system panel carefully. 1, 10, 100. Billion. What's going on? How come there are more than 400 million system funds after more than 10 minutes of boss fighting? Where did it come from? Mr. Chen, this is the information of the Corner Pet Park and a report of Blue Film Film. Please take a look. While he was stunned, Shinro came over at some point and put a piece of information on the table. Information report of the Corner Pet Park and Blue Film Film. Chunimo looked at the information and was no longer in the mood to read it. There was more than 400 million system funds for no reason, and it was in the early stage of settlement, which made him very alert. The special task will be settled at 12 o'clock tomorrow. If the source of funds is not found, and another sum of funds is entered during the settlement, it will be troublesome. He looked up at Shinro, who was still standing there, and asked softly, I saw that a large amount of money seemed to have entered the group account today. Where did it come from? Mr. Chen, what are you talking about? One of the sources of funds is Blue Film and Television, and the other is Corner Pet Park. These two data reports report this. Shinro smiled, and pointed to the reports of the two companies on the table. After seeing the contents of the report, she immediately printed out the contents of the report and sent it to Mr. Chun. Corner Pet Park and Blue Film and Television. What are these two companies doing to him again? Chun Montak was passiert. Blue Film and Television's new movie has not yet been released, so how could there be any income? There is also Corner Pet Park. He went to see it some time ago. Except for the establishment of the pet hospital, everything else was within his expectations. And the pet hospital makes money by treating pets. It is impossible for a lot of sick pets to appear at once and collect medical fees to obtain a large amount of funds. This is simply impossible. So how do these two companies get such a large amount of funds? Puzzled, he picked up the information on the table. The top one was the information of Corner Pet Park. He opened it and read it carefully. After a while, the data report of the entire Corner Pet Park was reviewed, and it was finally figured out how the funds were obtained. It turned out that this matter was actually related to the incident with the golden retriever he had gone to last time. Through the live broadcast, many people knew about the golden retriever incident and began to worry about their own cat food and dog food. And the pet park became the most trusted place for these people. After all, the pet park has so many pets. If there is a problem with the cat food and dog food, then the pets in the entire pet park will have problems. No matter how you think about it, the pet park will feed pet food that meets the quality standards. Therefore, these people all want to buy pet food and related products sold by the pet park in the live broadcast room of the pet park. And this incident also made many merchants see that the pet park is a very large and highly trusted platform. And those merchants began to contact the Corner Pet Park to discuss cooperation. And a large part of the funds that have just been increased come from the authorization fee after cooperating with these merchants, which is exactly 400 million. This 400 million alone is only a one-time payment, at most once a year. With the current monthly profit of 1.1 billion yuan, he can still accept that the Corner Pet Park will have an extra 400 million yuan every year. But what he can't accept the most is that after cooperating with these merchants and selling those goods, the Corner Pet Park has a profit share. The share is basically 40% and 50%. This is a continuous income, just like Songshua games and boring short videos. There will be income every day. But it is not known yet how much this income is. Chinemo thought in his heart, took out his mobile phone, and entered the official website mall of the Corner Pet Park. After a rough look, the official website mall of the Corner Pet Park has added a lot of goods at this time. There are pet clothing, pet food, pet snacks, pet toys, and so on. Enter the pet food option, and then 3 cat food and 3 dog food appear. Looking at the prices above, it is probably affordable, medium price, and high price. There is also an introduction at the top. The food at each price level is up to standard and has been quality tested. The high price is just that the nutritional content is higher. I randomly clicked into a cat food interface to see how the sales were. As soon as I clicked in, I saw the 3 big words sold out. Sold out. What's going on? Chinemo was stunned for a moment, then clicked on the customer service consultation. The message had just been sent, and the customer service sent a reply. Sorry, since the pet food has just been on the shelves for a short time, I don't know the sales situation, and the products are currently sold out. But we are communicating with the merchants, and we will probably be able to increase the supply tomorrow. Looking at the customer service message, Chinemo already knew that this Corner Pet Park has been completely abandoned, and this trend is obviously moving towards the direction of Songshua games and boring short videos. Exit the customer service interface, enter the product review, and prepare to see the product evaluation without giving up. I bought the product on the 28th when it was put on the shelves, and I received it today. The packaging is very good. I opened it and smelled the smell, and there is no peculiar smell. I try to feed the cat, and the cat likes it very much. Trust Corner Pet Park, buy with confidence. I bought 10 bags directly. Upstairs, you bought too much. The items I purchased today are all sold out, and I didn't even get a single copy. Oh, ha ha ha. I bought 20 bags at once. Cat food photos. You guys are old guys. I learned about it. This time, merchants put 500,000 bags of each type of food on the shelves. Is this looking down on our spending power? Oh. That is, do you look down on our spending power? I have 8 cats, and I always stock up on about 100 pounds of cat food. A portion of cat food here is 2 pounds, and I can buy 50 bags at once. Oh, it seems that next time it is released, I will buy more and store it. Looking at the comments in the evaluation, Chinemo felt irritable. Especially the words, "You bunch of idiots," confirm his current thoughts. They are all the sixth child. These customers are Lao Lu. These cooperative merchants are also Lao Lu. And the corner pet park is also Lao Lu. Chinemo took a helpless sip of coffee and made some calculations in his mind. Nowadays, cat food in shopping malls comes in 2-pound bags. Affordable cat food is 15 yuan per catty, 30 yuan per bag. Mid-price cat food is 28 yuan per piece, 56 yuan per bag. And high-end cat food is 46 yuan per catty, 92 yuan per bag. There are 500,000 bags of cat food on each stall. He just checked and all of them have been sold out. So the current total sales of affordable cat food is... Chinemo took a computer and quickly calculated it. Chapter 751 Actors Income Sharing. The final result was 15 million. Total sales of mid-price cat food were 28 million. Total sales of high-end cat food are 46 million. The total sales of cat food are 89 million. Looking at the final sales price, Chinemo couldn't help but rub his chest. 89 million. This does not include the sales prices of items such as dog food, and pet toys. There is no need to calculate carefully. If the sales of all products are added up, the minimum is more than 200 million. And this is still when the supply of goods is insufficient. If the supply of goods is sufficient, he doesn't know what the final sales volume will be. Of course, this is only the sales amount at present, and the actual funds entering the Tomorrow Group must be calculated as profit sharing. He doesn't know how much profit these products make, so there is no way to calculate the specific income of Tomorrow Group. However, through sales of more than 200 million, the share of Tomorrow Group's share, no matter how small, is still more than 10 million. It has only been on the shelves for 2 or 3 days. Chinemo rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. He had already seen the future of the corner pet park. There is no cure. He sighed and put the information about the corner pet park aside. He had no way to change things like the corner pet park. Projects and decisions that have taken place and brought real benefits to the company. There was no way he could withdraw. Looking at the information report of Blue Film and Television on the desktop, Chinemo felt complicated. The total increase in system funds is more than 430 million. Now that 400 million has been confirmed to be from the corner pet park, the remaining 30 million or so is from Blue Film and Television. What exactly did Blue Picture Film and Television rely on to earn more than 30 million yuan? Chinemo picked up the information report of Lampy Film and Television and opened it to read. After a while, I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. The income of more than 30 million yuan from Blue Film and Television was just Wang Chang's box office share of the movie Jiu 2. The only thing that surprised him was that Wang Chang not only received a salary, but also received a share of the box office. Nowadays, actors who join Blue Film and Television, in the beginning, their income share with Blue Film and Television was 30 to 70. In this case, more than 30 million currently entering the company's account will be distributed to Wang Chang of more than 9 million, and tomorrow the group will keep more than 20 million. This, Chinemo revealed his thoughts. Blue Film and Television has just been established for more than a year, and the popular actors have not yet appeared, and there has been no box office revenue of tens of millions. Wang Chang is the first case. This could not help but give him a wake-up call. If Blue Film and Television had a few more actors with a box office worth tens of millions, wouldn't the Tomorrow Group's income increase a lot? A 30/70th share of income is simply inappropriate. It would be best for the company to take less share. Chinemo thought to himself, and began to try to increase the actor's box office share, and finally came to a result. The highest score allowed by the system is 50 to 50. If it is any higher, it will not be within the allowable range. And there is another restriction, that is, the requirement for sharing is that the salary income must reach Wang Chang's level. This restriction is acceptable. If the salary is low and the company's share is higher, it won't make much money. After confirming the division, Chinemo directly called Shinro over. Let me inform Blue Film and Television. After the actor's income of Blue Film and Television reaches tens of millions, the share will be directly increased to 55%. Just like Wang Chong now, he directly received more than 30 million in income at one time. The implementation time starts today, so Wang Chong's box office share is now 55%. Please inform the finance department there to make sure there is no mistake. Also, for actors who perform well in blue films and TV shows, the revenue share can be increased to 40 to 60%. By the way, the blue film and television movie is scheduled to be released in early April. It's already the end of March. The film should have been edited long ago. Inform Luo Xiao of blue film and television to bring the edited film to me. Let's take a look first. Okay, Mr. Chun, I'll do it right away. Shinro nodded, turned around, and quickly returned to her office. After watching Shinro leave, Chunimo leaned back on his boss's chair. Now that the movie was about to be released, he was going to take a look at the quality of the movie in advance to see if it was a bad movie as he thought. He has read the script of the movie, and if he shoots according to that script, the chance of it being a bad movie is at least 90%. As for the current increase of more than 100 million in system funds, he is not too panicked. Although the settlement is tomorrow, he still has spare additional investment. And he originally had more than 70 million in system funds, and he planned to invest more than 70 million as additional investment before the settlement tomorrow. But now, the system funds have increased by 100 million, and his current system funds are more than 500 million. There happens to be a gap of 500 million for additional investment in the real estate, so these 500 million can be additionally invested in the real estate. Thinking of this, Chunimo immediately called the finance department and asked the people there to transfer funds to the account of unmanned real estate between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock tomorrow. As a result, his system funds were left in the hundreds of thousands, and the special task settlement standard was considered successful if it was less than 50% of the initial system funds. The initial system funds for this cycle are 60 million, so if he spends the system funds below 30 million, he will complete this special task. Chunimo smiled slightly. The additional investment he made was really useful. However, this time, he invested 500 million in the Tomorrow community. Now he only has 4.5 billion additional investment in the event base. However, the event base has been under construction, and the initial investment has been almost consumed. It will be necessary to continue to invest in it next month. He originally thought that the event base would stop construction for a while and keep the additional investment of 4.5 billion until the end of September when the system is settled. However, the system clearly stated that this behavior was a violation of regulations. If there is capital investment, it is a violation not to invest. There is no way he must make additional investments. After calculation, from now until the settlement, at least 1.5 billion funds must be added. In other words, by the time of settlement, he can only use 3 billion additional investments. We still need to find new investment channels. However, before finding new investment channels, Blue Films can continue to invest funds. This time, 2 crews will be formed, one for TV series and one for movies. As for what to invest in, we will discuss it after the special task is settled. At this time, Chunimo already had a rough plan in his mind. Chapter 752 Similar Movies. Blue Film. Office. Brother Xiao. The theater is ready, just waiting for the movie to be screened on April 1st. Reception area. Wangbin said excitedly. After half a year, the second movie he starred in was finally released. This time he was not so nervous. He had already seen the edited movie, at least compared with the current sci-fi movies on the market. Their Wandering Blue Star is definitely several levels lower than them. If the box office is still not good, then it can only be said that the current domestic market is not suitable for sci-fi movies. Yes, April 1st, there are only 2 days left. I wonder how much the box office will be this time. Luo Zhao's eyes were full of expectations. The Legend of the Demons has a box office of more than 3 billion yuan. I wonder if The Legend of the Demons can surpass The Legend of the Demons this time. Buzz. The pager on the desk suddenly rang. Luo Xiao immediately got up and walked over when he heard the sound. There are only 2 possibilities for this pager to ring. The first is that Mr. Chun is calling, and the second is that Assistant Shinro is calling. Mr. Chun rarely called them, and basically most of the orders were conveyed by Shinro. Walked to the pager and answered it immediately. After a while, Luo Xiao turned off the pager, took out a USB flash drive from a drawer in the desk, and walked to the reception area with a happy face. Does Mr. Chen have any new arrangements? Wang Bin looked at Luo Xiao and asked, Well, isn't the movie about to be released? Mr. Chen wants to see the edited movie and asked me to send it over. Luo Xiao raised the USB flash drive in his hand. Is that so? Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen will definitely be very pleased to see the movie we made this time. Wang Bin laughed. I guess he should be surprised. After all, there hasn't been such a high-quality science fiction movie in China for a long time. Luo Xiao smiled. Although the movie is not on the shelves now, they have basically had a bottom line in their hearts about the quality of the movie. I'll go over first. I can't keep Mr. Chen waiting for a long time, Luo Xiao said as he walked to the door of the office. Open the door and walked out. Enter the elevator and go to the top floor. He knocked on the door of the office lightly, then pushed it open and walked in. Mr. Chen, this is the USB drive that stores the movie. Luo Xiao walked to the desk, took out the USB drive, and put it on the desktop. Sit down. Chen Mo looked at Luo Xiao, who came in, pointed to the chair in front of the desk, and took the USB drive and plugged it into the computer. He asked casually while operating, How do you feel about the movie shot this time? It feels good. Compared with the science fiction movies on the market now, the quality of our movie is still good, Luo Xiao said confidently. Hearing Luo Xiao's confident words, Chen Mo's hand paused slightly. This was not the answer he wanted. At this time, he began to have an ominous premonition in his heart. He continued to move his hands, opened the USB drive, and there was only one video file in it. It should be the movie this time. He directly clicked it and chose to play it. As the movie played, one scene after another, Chen Mo's brows frowned slightly. He was inexplicably familiar with these plots. This movie, but for a moment I didn't know where it was familiar. But as the plot progressed, and the escape plan of the Blue Planet, Chen Mo confirmed the familiarity in an instant. This setting and the plot development, isn't this a perfect The Wandering Earth? The details of the plot are still a little different, but the overall framework is basically the same, and the similarity must reach at least 70%. This, Chen Mo's body trembled slightly. He was sure that, judging from the current domestic science fiction film market, as long as this movie is released, it will definitely be a big hit. You know, The Wandering Earth has an unusual status in parallel world science fiction movies. He has already thought that when The Wandering Blue Planet is released, it will probably get such a title. After all, there has not been a decent science fiction movie in China for several years, and the influence it brings can be imagined. At the desk, Luo Xiao looked at Mr. Chen's trembling body and showed an understanding expression. He knew that Mr. Chen would be very excited. Halfway through the movie, Chen Mo paused the movie and took a deep breath. He had just tested the system. The film had been shot, and it could not be delayed or postponed indefinitely. The idea of not being able to release the film was directly rejected by the system. He could only watch such a film being put on the shelves. Fortunately, there was no publicity for the film, which should be able to reduce some of the box office revenue. Publicity. Chen Mo suddenly thought of something and then quickly searched for Huta Live on the webpage of the computer and then clicked into watch. On the homepage, he saw a familiar live broadcast room. Tingagon Jyoti. Last time, when he held the official event of Extreme Survival, it was this Ganjoti who led the team to win the championship, and he also learned about it. Click into the live broadcast room to check. Brothers, there are 10 minutes left before the prize draw. The winner can get a ticket to the movie Wandering Blue Star. The director of this movie is the director of The Legend of the Demons, and most of the actors are from The Legend of the Demons. It is a science fiction movie with good acting skills. It will be released on April 1st. You can go and watch it if you have time. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, Chen Mo heard Gon Judy's words. Sure enough. Looking at this scene, Chen Mo knew that he guessed right. This Huta Live was helping him promote the movie again. This Lao Lu. Chen Mo felt powerless. He really didn't have a good response to this non-staff Lao Lu. He looked at the barrage again to see what these people thought of Wandering Blue Star. The director of The Legend of the Demons and the actors of The Legend of the Demons. I like Su Tang very much. I can go to the cinema to watch it. A science fiction movie? Is it reliable? There hasn't been a good science fiction movie in China for a long time. The science fiction movies on the market are really too low to watch. Oh, I checked, and there is not even a promotional advertisement. This movie should not be very good. Oh, yes, if they are not willing to do promotion, how can the quality of the movie be good? It will not be another bad movie. Oh, if it is other themes, I can try it, but science fiction movies. Forget it. There has not been a decent science fiction movie in so many years, which is enough to prove that science fiction is not good. Oh. Chinemo scrolled through the barrage, looking at those questioning voices, and felt a little comforted. But looking at Ganjoti, who was still live streaming, Chinemo was a little unhappy and clicked the option in the upper right corner. There was a report button in it. Chapter 753, They Are All Liars. A report option popped up quickly, asking him to explain the reason for the report. Chinemo thought about it, then wrote a false propaganda and clicked confirm. After doing all this, he looked up at Luo Xiao, who was still sitting across from his desk. I looked at the plot of the movie, and it seems to be different from the script I saw, especially the mid-plot part. This was something he was very puzzled about. He had been emphasizing that the mid-plot part was very good at the time, so why did he delete the mid-plot part? What happened? Mr. Chun, what you said. Didn't you keep emphasizing the middle part of the plot? I kept guessing your intention, and later discussed it with Li Shun, Wei Yin, and others. In the end, we all agreed that Mr. Chun was worried that it would be difficult to hit us if you directly mentioned the middle part of the plot, so you deliberately kept emphasizing the middle part of the plot, just to let me understand it myself. So, we changed the middle part of the plot. Sure enough, after changing the script, the whole science fiction script seemed to be sublimated, and the movie produced was really very good. So it's thanks to you, Mr. Chun, for reminding me. Otherwise, I might have filmed it according to the original script. Luo Xiao looked at Mr. Chun with some admiration and briefly explained the reason for changing the script. Of course, he did not take all the credit on himself, but also mentioned the role played by Li Shun and Wei Yin in it. But Mr. Chun deserves more credit. After all, Mr. Chun only read the script once and found the huge flaws in the script. Chun Mo was stunned when he heard Luo Xiao's words. So the most fundamental reason for changing the plot in the middle of the script was because of his constant reminders, so the appearance of Wandering Blue Star this time was also related to him. No, it was definitely not his fault, but the reason for these old sixes to overinterpret it. He emphasized so many times that the plot in the middle of the script was very good. Who would have thought that he was speaking in a sarcastic way? Yes, it was because of these old sixes. Li Shun, Wei Yin, Luo Xiao, and Wang Bin were all old sixes. Especially Li Shun, who participated in the construction of the pet park, created a pet fashion show, and increased the attractiveness of the pet park. Then he turned the boring short video from loss to profit, and all the subject live broadcasts, agricultural live broadcasts, talent teaching live broadcasts, etc., are now all profitable. Today, the boring short video is already the most profitable company in the Tomorrow Group. However, this is not enough. Li Shun even participated in the script of the Blue Film and Television, which is really unforgivable. And Wei Yin, although there is no big move, but this small move is constant. Sure enough, a traitor is a traitor, and it is still too difficult to make him turn evil back to the right path. Chun Mo sighed helplessly, then looked up at Luo Xiao, who was sitting opposite him. This man was the culprit who filmed The Wandering Blue Star. There is also Wang Bin, the leading actor of the movie. Just watching the movie, Wang Bin's acting skills don't show that he is an extra. These two people were at the class reunion. One shot 2 bad movies in a row, and the other worked as an extra in the film and television city for a year without any construction. However, after entering the Tomorrow Group, the first movie he made was the popular Demon Conqueror. The first movie can be said to be a coincidence, but the second one was directly filmed as a copy of The Wandering Earth. Liar. What bad movie director? What extra? All liars. How come all these talents disappeared as soon as he joined the Tomorrow Group? I saw the movie, it's not bad. Just put it on the shelves according to the normal process. Chun Mo said helplessly. He couldn't stop the movie from being put on the shelves, so he could only let it go. In addition, after the movie is released, Blue Film and Television will start preparing for the next movie, and this time a film and television crew will be set up. This time, there will be 2 crews, one for TV series and one for movie. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will prepare as soon as possible. However, Blue Film and Television currently has only me as a director, and we need to recruit another director. I have never directed a TV series, so I will continue to be a film director and then find a TV director. Luo Xiao explained his point of view. He has been shooting movies since graduation, and he doesn't know much about shooting TV series, so he is still prepared to continue shooting what he is good at. No, Chinamo shook his head when he heard Luo Xiao's words. He no longer planned to let Luo Xiao be a director. How could he dare to shoot two hit movies in a row? And the punishment for Luo Xiao and Wang Bin after shooting The Legend of the Demon last time has not been implemented. Now that The Wandering Blue Star has been shot, it is time to start the punishment, and the punishment should be doubled. This time, we not only need to pick up the poor elderly, but also follow Yang Xinghua's team to investigate the poor elderly. You and Wang Bin have other tasks. Now the Foundation is still investigating the poor people after the new year. After the movie is released, you will also organize a team to catch up with Yang Xinghua's team and follow the investigation. The time limit is half a month. After the investigation, we will start to pick up the poor elderly and children in Jiangcheng. But Mr. Chun, if this is the case, what should the filming crew do? Luo Xiao looked worried that something might go wrong if he was not in charge of the crew. Don't worry about the crew for now. I will personally go to your department to make arrangements after the movie is released. What we need to do now is to organize a team with Wang Bin to go to the poor mountainous areas for inspection. Chinamo looked at Luo Xiao and said seriously, "Tomorrow is the settlement time. He has no time to deal with it now. He will think about other things after the settlement is successful. His biggest goal now is to complete this special task and prevent any accidents from happening again." I understand, Mr. Chun. Luo Xiao nodded. He was excited and worried. What he was worried about was whether there would be any changes if he was not in charge of the crew. What he was excited about was that he was also qualified to pick up the poor elderly. Last year, 2 managers of Nana Coffee and 4 managers of Boring Short Video and Corner Pet Park all went to pick up the poor elderly. Later, these managers sorted it out. In the end, it was found that those who were able to pick up the poor elderly were those whose companies had undergone a leapfrog change at that time. Nanha Coffee turned losses into profits, and so did Wooling Short Video and Corner Pet Park. Therefore, all the managers in the group agreed that being assigned by Mr. Chun to pick up and drop off poor elderly people was Mr. Chin's affirmation and recognition of you. This is an honor. Chapter 750 for the orphanage is full. Luo Xiao left the president's office. After returning to his office, Wang Bin was still sitting in the reception area. When he saw him coming in, he immediately stood up and asked, "How's it going? What did Mr. Chin say?" Mr. Chin didn't say anything. He just said that it was good. Let us go through the normal screening process. But I observed Mr. Chin's expression, and I could be sure that Mr. Chun must be excited inside. Luo Xiao recalled Mr. Chin's excited expression when watching the movie. That's good. From Mr. Chin's perspective, if he says there's no problem with the movie, then there really isn't any problem. Wang Bin nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. The movie is easy to say. I'm very confident. Luo Xiao said, walked to the sofa in the reception area and sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and continued talking. But now there's good news and there's bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Hear the bad news first. Wang Bin thought for a moment and said, well, the bad news is that Mr. Chun is planning to set up a TV series crew and a movie crew this time. But the two of us may not be able to participate. Why? Listening to Luo Xiao's words, Wang Bin opened his mouth in surprise. This is not only bad news. If he can't participate, doesn't it mean that he can't film? For him, this means the sky is falling. And the reason why is the good news, I have to say. Luo Xiao smiled and looked at Wang Bin's doubtful eyes and stopped pretending. Mr. Chen arranged for us to pick up and drop off poor elderly people. And this time, not only the pick up and drop off, but also half a month of inspection time. There is still half a month of inspection left to pick up and drop off poor elderly people. Wang Bin repeated something in his mouth, and his eyes gradually showed an excited expression. Picking up and dropping off poor elderly people already represents Mr. Chin's affirmation of them. This time, there is an extra half month of inspection, which obviously shows that Mr. Chun attaches great importance to him. How about it? Is it good news? Luo Xiao looked at Wang Bin's expression and said, "Good news, of course it is good news." Wang Bin nodded without hesitation. "Mr. Chun, did you say when we will set off?" "That's not true. Mr. Chun asked us to form a team first." "Then why are we hesitating? Hurry up and set it up. Don't let Mr. Chun arrange for us to set off before we have completed the formation. Li Shun and the others have experience in forming a team. You can consult them during lunch." "Can?" President's office. Chunimo sat back on the seat and looked at Shinro, who came over. "How is the progress of the Foundation's field inspection?" "Mr. Chun, the inspection in the northern region has basically ended. There are now a total of 6 inspection teams outside, and they are all conducting inspections in the south." Shinro spoke, looking at Mr. Chun sitting on the seat, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Is Mr. Chun planning to form a team again to pick up poor elderly people?" "Yes, it has been some time since the last time we picked up poor elderly people. It is time to pick up another group of poor elderly people. Moreover, apartments for the elderly have been built. It is also time to pick up and drop off those elderly people who have no ability to work." Chen Montak nodded. "No matter what the reason is, it is necessary to form a team to pick up poor elderly people. Mr. Chen, it's okay to pick up poor elderly people, but there's a problem now. The Red Star Orphanage is almost full now, and I'm afraid it won't be able to accept too many children." Shinro spoke carefully. "Every time the team picks up poor elderly people, they also pick up some poor children. Some of those children's parents died for some reason, leaving only the elderly to take care of them. The elderly have limited mobility and little ability to earn money. As a result, the old and the young lived a very difficult life. Looking at their condition, no one would be shocked if they said they would starve to death one day. There are also children who have been abandoned by their parents. They have no home at all and are eating hundreds of meals every day. When you meet kind people, you can eat more. When you meet bad people, it's good to drink water. For these children, the team that picks up poor elderly people will also pick them up. The Red Star Orphanage is not very big to begin with. After accepting those poor children, there is basically not much space left. There isn't much room left in the orphanage." Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, but he didn't consider this matter. "I know about the orphanage and I will solve it." "Thank you, Mr. Chun." Shinro said thank you. "No need to thank you. Now the orphanage has accepted many children from poor mountainous areas. This orphanage is no longer your own business. I will definitely not ignore it. In this way, the day after tomorrow in the afternoon, you can arrange a time and I will go to the orphanage to take a look." Chen Mo waved his hand and then made arrangements. He hasn't been to the orphanage for a long time, so he just happened to go and have a look this time. "Okay, Mr. Chun, I'll make arrangements." Shinro smiled and turned back to her office. Watch Shunro leave. Chinemo took out a small notebook from the drawer, then opened a few pages one after another, and drew a cross on all the pages of Luo Xiao, Wang Bin, Li Shun, and Wei Yin. At noon, tomorrow's canteen. You said to form a team to pick up and drop off the poor elderly. This is easy. Just talk to the managers of each company and arrange a few people without affecting the normal operation of the company. Li Shun heard Luo Xiao's question and answered it. Is that so? Then I know what to do. Luo Xiao nodded. Congratulations to Mr. Luo and Mr. Wang. Being sent by Mr. Chun to pick up and drop off the poor elderly shows that Mr. Chun is very optimistic about you. Wei Yin looked at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin and congratulated them. He felt a little emotional. As a veteran of the company, he had never been out to pick up and drop off the poor elderly. He still needed to work hard. According to the current progress, Freedom War will be available in August. If it can be the same as Extreme Survival, he can almost get the honor of picking up and dropping off the poor elderly. Although Li Shun and others said that it would be very tiring, it was an honor. It was a manifestation of Mr. Chen's respect for them. Luo Xiao smiled when he heard Wei Yan's words, and then shook his head. There are still some regrets. This time we went out to pick up the poor elderly, and we missed the latest filming or TV series. This is a problem, but there are gains and losses. There will be plenty of time to shoot movies in the future, but it is not easy to get Mr. Chen's respect. Li Shun comforted him after hearing this, and Wei Yin on the side slowly spoke. If you want to shoot, it's not impossible. Chapter 755, Special Mission Settlement. Mr. Wei, what do you say? Luo Xiao looked up at Wei Yin, wondering how to take pictures when he went out to pick up poor elderly people. When I talk about shooting, I don't mean shooting a movie or a TV series, but another kind of content. Wei Yin looked at Luo Xiao with a mysterious smile and softly uttered a few words under the expectant gazes of Luo Xiao and Wang Bin. Make a documentary. Documentaries are all realistic, and shooting those poor elderly people can perfectly show that there are such poor groups in remote areas of China. Let more people pay attention to this group and hope that more people can lend a helping hand. And it can also perfectly record the contribution our Tomorrow group has made to the people in these impoverished mountainous areas. Luo Zhao's eyes lit up slightly as he listened to Wei Yan's words. Turning around and looking at each other, both of them saw the meaning behind the documentary. Mr. Wei, we understand. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin looked at Wei Yin at the same time. Just understand, I think you can only go out for a month and a half at most. A month and a half is still too short to shoot a documentary like this. My suggestion is that you go out this time and hand over some shooting skills to those from the Foundation and ask them to record all the contents of the inspection during the inspection. After 1 or 2 years of inspection, we will edit all the filming materials and finally make a documentary. I think it will definitely cause a big sensation if it is broadcast at that time. Wei Yin expressed his thoughts. The documentary must be continuous, spanning time periods or regions. The impact of the content and documentary produced in just over a month is still too small. Okay, let's do our best and record every poverty-stricken area the inspection team goes to. Luo Xiao nodded. He agreed with Wei Yan's statement. As a director, he has also watched documentaries. He knows what some good documentaries look like. On the second day, early morning, Tomorrow Group, Chunamo came to the office early and sat next to the computer. Even though he had nothing to do now, he did not turn on the computer to play games. Because there is another important thing today, and that is the settlement of special tasks. It was already past 9 o'clock at this time, and there were less than 3 hours until settlement at 12 o'clock. He was not going to do anything during these 3 hours. He just keeps paying attention to the system funds in his mind. Once something changes, he will immediately notify the finance department to invest the sudden increase in funds into the project of the competition base. Shinro came to the office twice and saw Mr. Chun sitting there, doing nothing, and couldn't help but make some guesses. Is Mr. Chun trouble? However, he didn't ask any more questions. He just stored some information in the information cabinet nearby, then turned around and returned to his office. Time passes. Soon it was 11:20. Chun Mo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no big change in the system funds, and then called the finance office to directly invest an additional 500 million system funds in the construction of tomorrow's community. Soon, the system funds of more than 500 million were suddenly reduced, leaving only a few million. When Chun Mo saw this, he knew that the financial system had transferred 500 million to the account of unmanned real estate. Watching the time passing by, the countdown to settlement time soon came. The countdown is over. The time came to 12 o'clock sharp. Chun Mo sat back in his seat and relaxed completely. Until 12 o'clock, the system funds did not increase on a large scale. But it is detected that the remaining funds of the host are less than 50% of the initial system funds, which meets the special task settlement conditions. The special mission was settled successfully. The settlement reward has been distributed. Please check the host. Listening to the sound of the system, Chun Mo smiled. The special task settlement was successful, and I quickly immersed myself in the system panel to check the special task settlement reward this time. Permissions are open. 1. The opening of Welfare Fund Authority will be increased from the previous 50% of the initial fund to 100%. 2. The permission to open Nana coffee stores has been unlocked. From the previous 5 stores opened at a time, it has been changed to open an unlimited number of stores in a city until the stores are saturated in that city. Looking at the open permissions, Chun Mo understood instantly that the increase in welfare funds to 100% meant that all future initial system funds could be transferred to the Foundation's charity fund account. The initial system fund for this cycle is 60 million, and 30 million has already been transferred to the charity fund account. So this time the permission is unlocked, he can also transfer 30 million to the charity fund account. In addition, Manhwa Coffee's permissions are open. The previous restriction was that when Manhwa Coffee was not profitable or the profit funds were not enough to open a store, he can invest additional money to establish up to 5 coffee shops at a time. This time, there are certain restrictions on the number of coffee shops that can be established. He can open Manhwa Coffee in a city without limit until it is saturated. Take the current Shanghai as an example. After Manhwa Coffee's investigation in Shanghai, the number of Manhwa Coffee stores that have reached saturation in Shanghai is 113. Then he can directly invest the money to open 113 Manhwa Coffee stores this time, so that the people of Manhwa Coffee can quickly open stores in Shanghai. The only limitation is that only one city can be selected at a time. Before the Manhwa Coffee stores in this city are saturated, there is no way to open Manhwa Coffee stores in other cities. Thinking of this, Chun Mo smiled slightly. The settlement of this section of Manhwa Coffee's authority gave him another place to spend money. The budget for opening a Manhwa Coffee in Shanghai is 4.3 million. If he opens more than 100 stores, it means that he can invest more than 400 million in it. With the operating costs, he must invest at least 600 million. Not bad. He just lost an additional investment project of 500 million, and now he has an additional investment project of 600 million. However, there is a limitation, that is, Manhwa Coffee cannot stop opening stores. At least 5 stores must be opened each time, and the construction time of a store is 1 month. So if you want to maintain the maximum additional investment before settlement, just open 5 stores each month in the months before settlement. Manhwa Coffee entered Shanghai in March, and now has opened 5 stores. Then there are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 6 months. That is to say, before the system settlement in September, he must set up at least 35 Manhwa Coffees, and there are still 78 stores away from store saturation. The budget for opening 78 stores is about 330 million yuan. If you add the operating costs, there is no problem with a budget of 400 million yuan. In this way, if there is any change at the end of September, he can directly invest 400 million yuan in Manhwa Coffee. Chapter 756 Decision-Making of a Boring Short Video. Chun Mo made a little calculation and determined that he could have an additional investment project of 400 million before the system settled. After understanding the content of the permission unlocking, his eyes continued to look at the bottom of the permission unlocking. In addition to the permission unlocking, he also had a chance to draw a lottery. Lottery. The previous few draws were all works from parallel worlds. I don't know what he can draw this time. Chun Mo took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. He directly clicked on the lottery. The lottery was successful. Please check the rewards. Chun Mo's eyes fell on the rewards he received. Congratulations to the host for winning a set of real estate in Mingri community. This set of real estate belongs to the host's personal assets. Looking at the content of the award, Chun Mo was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted. A set of real estate in Mingri community. Although there was no reward money this time, a set of real estate was not bad. The area of each set of that real estate is about 200 square meters. He now has an extra 200 square meters of house. 200 square meters. Chun Mo suddenly had an idea. The system only said 1 set, but did not say how big the area of 1 set was. Thinking of this, Chun Mo smiled slightly. Now the area of a set in Mingri community is more than 200 square meters. But as a boss, it is no problem for him to change the apartment type. Just connect 2 200 square meter houses. Isn't it 400 square meters? What if the upper and lower floors are connected and a duplex is built? Isn't it 800 square meters? How many more floors can be connected? Chun Mo thought in his heart, but the system reminder sounded, and he instantly understood that 800 square meters was the maximum area allowed by the system for him to exploit loopholes. If it is more, it will not be within the system's allowed range. Well, 800 square meters is already very good. According to his selling price of 50,000 per square meter, that is 40 million. In this way, he has more than 40 million personal assets. This time the system is still conscientious. Chun Mo smiled with some relief. He had already made up his mind to go to Mingri community in 2 days, talk to Mei Yin about the apartment type, and then choose a good location. No matter what, this property will also be where he lives in the future. What made him even more relieved was that he set up a fine decoration for this property. So after choosing the apartment type, he directly asked Wang Yang to do a decoration design, and he didn't have to worry about the decoration in the future. When the property is built, you can move in directly. Chun Mo smiled with relief. At this moment, he finally had some assets. If he can successfully settle the full amount by the end of September, he will convert 60 million personal assets in full. In addition to the property worth 40 million that he just acquired, his personal assets will also be 100 million. So the next step is the system settlement at the end of September. Chun Mo sat up and took a piece of straw paper to record it. The first development strategy is to maintain the development direction of all companies now, keep the development direction of loss-making companies unchanged, and try to avoid making more money for profitable companies. The second is to add more projects for additional investment. Currently, the projects that can be invested in are the event base and Nana Coffee. The event base currently has 4.5 billion additional investment, but in order to maintain the construction, it cannot be stopped. There are still 30 additional investments left before the system settlement at the end of September. Nana Coffee will open 5 stores every month. By the end of September, there will be 78 stores left for investment and 400 million additional investment. So by the end of September, he can have 3.4 billion additional investment. 3.4 billion. It's still not very safe, and he still needs to find more projects that need to spend money. The latest project that can spend money is Blue Film and Television. He can set up a film crew and a film crew. Of course, he once thought about getting 10 or 20 crews to shoot movies at the same time. This can consume more system funds, but this is obviously not within the system's allowable range. At present, the most he is allowed to set up is to set up a film crew and a TV crew at the same time. However, the film crew needs to be well prepared. This time, he was directly given a copy of The Wandering Earth, which is really unbearable. Although I don't know how much box office this time, it is definitely not bad compared with the previous life's The Wandering Earth. So this time, the selection of scripts must be cautious. The rest is to find a new industry that loses money. Mr. Chun lunch is here. At some point, Shinro came in with lunch brought from the cafeteria in her hand. Well, put it on the table over there. Chunemo took a look, then looked down at his current plan. After confirming that there was nothing missing, he got up and went into the bathroom to wash his hands, and then walked to the table by the window. At this time, Shinro was taking out the food in the lunchbox one by one. Sit down and eat together. Chunemo looked at Shinro and said, "By the way, come with me this afternoon and I'll buy some gifts for the children in the orphanage." "Okay, Mr. Chun." Shinro smiled and nodded. After lunch, Shinro put away the lunchbox and cleaned up the table. The two of them left the office building together and went to the mall to buy gifts for the children. Boring short video. In the conference room, Li Shin looked at the people in the conference room and spoke slowly. "Let me talk about our achievements last year. Our boring short video has been a money-losing industry since its establishment. In the early stages of development, only academic live broadcasts were profitable, and other live broadcast projects have always been loss-making projects. Later, we developed agricultural live broadcasts, and then with the help of Professor Yuan, coupled with our strict control of the products, our live broadcast products sold very well. According to the data, after the Chinese New Year, our boring short video has made a monthly profit of 700 million yuan. Our boring short video is the most profitable industry in Tomorrow Group." Pa pa pa! The conference room instantly rang with warm applause. Li Shun smiled faintly and waited until the applause died down before continuing to speak. "I'm not saying this to say how great our boring short video is, but to tell you that the current performance is last year's, and it's all in the past. And this year we have to work hard for new goals. At present, agricultural live broadcasts and subject live broadcasts have brought enough traffic to our boring short video platform. At present, this traffic has also driven other teaching live broadcasts, dance, painting, music, sports and fitness, design, language, law, and have a certain audience. Some of these projects have already been monetized, but most of the live broadcast projects have not yet been monetized. But now many merchants have begun to contact our boring short video. wanted to sell their products. So, the next goal is to put all other teaching live broadcasts of boring short video into the monetization stage. Chapter 757, Aquaculture. After Li Shun finished speaking, he took a sip of the mineral water on the side and looked up at everyone in the conference room. If we want to bring all current live broadcast projects into the monetization stage, we must stick to two directions. The first is the quality of the live broadcast. We need to maintain the accuracy of the teaching live content. The second thing is the quality of the goods sold. This must be guaranteed. No matter what the reason is, it is not a reason to give up the quality of the goods. Okay, that's all for today's meeting. As for cooperation with merchants, the business department will be responsible for it. If you have any questions, you can raise objections. Li Shun waited quietly for a while, and when no one raised any objection, he immediately announced the adjournment of the meeting. Get up and leave the conference room and return to the office. But not long after, the office door was opened again, and Wu Yu opened the door and walked in. Brother Shin, now that this meeting is over, we are waiting for the teaching live broadcasts of boring short video to be monetized. I just don't know how profitable our boring short video will be if all the teaching live broadcasts of boring short video are monetized. Wu Yu sat at his desk with some expectation on his face. This is still uncertain, but what is certain is that we can receive a large amount of money from those merchants' authorization fees. Li Shun opened his mouth and smiled. And there's another thing you said wrong. At present, all the live teaching of boring short videos can be fully monetized, which is not our current goal. What other goals do we have? Wu Yu spoke in confusion, wondering what the future direction of boring short videos would be. Aquaculture, Li Shun spoke slowly. Today, our boring short videos have not yet developed teaching on breeding, so the next step we need to develop is animal husbandry. However, regarding breeding, more professional breeding knowledge is needed. Otherwise, if you are not careful, a large number of deaths will occur. So I plan to ask Professor Yuan for advice. As a professor at an agricultural university, he must be familiar with the breeding industry. When the time comes, we will communicate with the professors of the breeding industry over there and recreate the agricultural live broadcast route. By then, the breeding industry will also be a major source of income for our boring short videos. The live broadcast of the breeding industry can also allow those engaged in the breeding industry to gain some knowledge of the breeding industry during our live broadcast. This will in turn avoid some losses caused by breeding errors. This is the next step in boring short videos. Wu Yu's eyes lit up when he heard Li Shun's words. I understand, Brother Shin. We are in agriculture, and animal husbandry is blooming. That's right, two blooms. You used the word well. Ah, when will we go see Professor Yuan? It hasn't been decided yet. Professor Yuan is currently engaged in a scientific research project, so it will take some time. Kyoto, in the study room of a resident in a community. Watching the live broadcast, He Yunliang heard his wife's question and said, well, it's a boring short video live broadcast. What do you want to learn? When the wife heard that her husband was watching boring short videos, she sat down curiously. Nowadays, boring short videos have become somewhat famous. Everyone who watches this app wants to learn something from boring short videos. No, boring short video is doing an event these days. If you purchase a product worth over 100 yuan, you'll get a 10% discount on Wandering Blue Star movie tickets. He Yunliang explained, Wandering Blue Star will be released tomorrow. He has increased his fan base by tens of thousands because of Conquering Demons. So as the second film of Blue Film and Television, he has always paid attention to it. This time Wandering Blue Star was released, he planned to go there and watch it as soon as possible. Whether it's the second movie of Blue Film or the name of a science fiction movie, he has to watch the movie as soon as possible and write a review. But he is also a relatively frugal person. If he purchases over 100 yuan on boring short video, he can get a 10% discount on movie tickets, and this movie happens to be what he wants to see. So why doesn't he buy something he needs? By the way, I'll give you a discount on the movie tickets. Hello everyone, we have a small event here these 2 days. If you purchase something over 100 yuan, you can get a 10% discount on the movie tickets of Wandering Blue Star. If you want to watch Wandering Blue Star, you can consider it. Oh, at this time, An anchor in the live broadcast room introduced it but didn't say much. He just mentioned it and continued to teach. After hearing He Yunliang's words, his wife thought for a moment and spoke slowly. My son's review questions seem to be almost finished. Let's buy some review questions. Buy some of them. It's no problem to scrape together 100 yuan. My son can also use them. Well, that's okay, but I want to take you and my son to watch it together. We need to buy 3 movie tickets, so we only need to buy something worth 300 yuan. Then just buy review questions for 300 yuan. My sister's children are also in school. They are twins. They just got one for each. I will go to my sister's house and send the review questions over. Okay, then I'll buy all the review questions. By the way, what grades are your sister's children in? The next day, Red Star Orphanage. A black G slowly stopped at the door of the orphanage. As soon as he got off the car, several people surrounded him. Hello, Mr. Chun. Chen Mo looked at the people who surrounded him, and only one person he knew. Young Chen, the daughter of the head of Yang Xinghua Foundation, currently a teacher at the orphanage. As for the others, although he didn't know them, based on their clothes, he could confirm that they were all teachers at the orphanage. Grandma Wu. Chen Mo turned his head to look at Grandma Wu on the other side and greeted her. He still admired this old man who had always been sticking to the orphanage. In today's society, there are still very few people who can do this. Hey, thank you, Mr. Chun, for coming here and bringing so many gifts. Grandma Wu thanked him. Looking at the workers on the side, boxes of items unloaded from a box truck were moved into the orphanage. No need to thank me. I just came to see the children. After all, I brought many children from remote areas, and I'm sorry for your trouble. No need to worry. Our orphanage is the place to accept those children. If we don't accept them, will anyone else accept them? Grandma Wu sighed and waved. Come in quickly. Lunch is ready. Okay. Chen Montak nodded. Followed Grandma Wu and several teachers from the orphanage and walked in together. It was lunchtime, and a group of children from the orphanage were eating lunch in the cafeteria. Chen Mo looked through the window and saw that the number of children in the orphanage was much higher than the last time he came. Chapter 758 School. This is where we eat. Shinro pointed at a room in front of her. After entering the room, the meals are all ready. Chen Mo sat at the dining table, took a simple bite, and then proposed to visit the orphanage. Mr. Chen, the rooms here are where children usually go to class. Upstairs is the dormitory. Shinro took the lead and walked around the orphanage. After reading it, Chinemo also knew that with the current space of the orphanage, it could no longer accept many children. Sister Shen, you are here. We miss you so much. As soon as he walked into the aisle, a group of children surrounded him. These children were shouting happily around Shinro, which showed that these children liked Shinro very much. After interacting with the children for a while, the two came to the office of the orphanage. As the number of children in the orphanage increases, there are more things that need to be dealt with, and as Grandma Wu is older, she will definitely be too busy to deal with things. So now things at the orphanage are basically handled by Yang Ju. Grandma Wu is here to handle some chores and care about the children sleeping and eating. Mr. Chun, you are here. Please sit here. Yang Ju looked at Mr. Chun, who came in and stood up quickly, pointing to the seat next to him. Well, let's talk about the orphanage. Chinemo nodded and immediately sat down on the seat next to him. Okay, Mr. Chun. Yang Ju brought 2 cups of tea and placed them on the table of Chun Mo and Shinro. Then he sat across from the two of them. The biggest problem currently facing the orphanage is that there are several children in the orphanage who are old enough to go to school. It's time to put the issue of schooling on the agenda. But the people Grandma Wu knew at school have been transferred away. Now there are many complicated conditions required to go to school. It will be very troublesome for us to deal with it. I wonder if Mr. Chun can find a way to apply for admission as soon as possible. Yang Ju explained the problems currently facing the orphanage. Is this so? Chun Mo nodded slightly when he heard the words. Should he deal with school matters? With his current ability and level of contact, he can still handle this matter. Leave the matter of going to school to me. I'll arrange for someone to handle it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chun. Yang Ju heard this and thanked her. It doesn't matter, and since you are from the Lei Feng Foundation, you can also be considered an employee of the Tomorrow Group. Chun Mo waved his hand indifferently. And when it came to going to school, he suddenly thought of a question. If you're going to school, no matter how you deal with it, it is not as convenient as going to your own school. After staying in the orphanage for a while, Chun Mo left directly. On the way back, he kept thinking about the school. He had just tested that he could set up a school. If that's the case, he'll have another place to spend money. Of course, when he established this school, he still had to impose some restrictions. The main source of income for private schools is tuition, book fees, etc. Want to reduce the school's income? He now has two ideas in mind. The first point is to increase the school's teaching staff, spend high prices to recruit strong teachers, and increase the consumption of funds. The second point is that we do not accept spending money to enter the school. You can only get in through the test scores, and then the score line will be raised. Nowadays, in many private schools, even if your grades are not good enough, you only need to spend a small amount of money to enter. This is impossible. It is simply impossible to spend money with him. Another point is about the orphanage. After the school is completed, the children in the orphanage can go to the built school. In addition, for employees of the group, if there are children of employees in the group who want to go to school, they can also enter the school established by them. Moreover, these two groups of people do not need to pay tuition fees to attend the school he established. As a result, the school basically doesn't have much income. To build a school, we need to build a larger one, including 4 stages: kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, and high school. The maximum investment fund allowed by the system is 1.5 billion. Oh, good. This project can be retained, which is an investment gap of 1.5 billion. When should it be arranged? Chun Mo rubbed his eyebrows. If he wanted to retain the largest investment gap, he could wait until a few days before the settlement in September before taking out this project. In that case, he would have the entire 1.5 billion investment. Advantages: it has more additional investment and has a higher chance of fully converting system funds. Disadvantages: the construction of this school will be delayed for at least half a year. But if we invest in the project now, the construction will consume at least 500 million yuan by the end of September. Then by the time of final settlement, he would only have 1 billion in additional investment left. Advantages: the school can be built in advance, and all children of orphanages or group employees can enter the school faster. Disadvantages: the additional investment is 500 million less, and the chance of fully converting system funds is reduced. Chun Mo thought for a moment and finally made a decision. It is better to settle the school as soon as possible. He still has half a year to operate it, and he may find more places to spend money. But if the school is built late, the children in the orphanage will have to go to other places to go to school, which is very inconvenient. At that time, he will directly build the orphanage next to the school, and it will be much more convenient for the children in the orphanage to go to school. Well, it is settled. Before the end of September, the school will have an additional investment of 1 billion yuan. With the addition of the event base and Nana Coffee, there will be an additional investment of 4 billion yuan in that month. If there is no accident, this additional investment of 4.4 billion yuan is already safe. He can't think of any industry that can make a profit of 4.4 billion yuan in a short time. After going to the orphanage, he thought of a new investment project, which is not bad. By the way, today is the time for the movie to be released. I don't know what the box office is like today. Thinking of the movie, Chun Mo's face is ugly. Although the final box office revenue of the movie is unknown, looking at the current development of Chinese science fiction movies, the appearance of Wandering Blue Star is definitely a cross-era PR audit. It is very likely to become a hit. If so, the box office revenue must be at least several billion. Thinking of this, Chun Mo is more and more determined to let Luo Xiao and Wang Bin go out to pick up the poor elderly. And Luo Xiao can no longer be allowed to shoot movies in the future. Since he is the manager of Blue Film, he should be a good manager. As a director, he always runs to the crew, and there is no one to manage the company. How can this work? There is also the arrangement of the new crew, which still needs to be arranged well. There must never be a situation similar to Luo Xiao and Wang Bin again, who can bear to shoot 2 hit movies in succession. At the same time, in the manager group, Wei Yin, is everything organized? Chapter 759, Yang Dahai and his family. Li Shun. It has been arranged. I will take the employees of Boring Short Video to a cinema in the North City later. Jiangcheng. There are more than 10,000 people here, including new employees. We plan to go there in batches over 3 days to watch the movie. Songxia. The staff of Nana Coffee have also been organized. There will also be people in Kyoto to organize and watch the movie there. Tangxiu. I have also organized it here. I bought a ticket for 6 o'clock and went there directly after get off work. Wei Yin. Okay, then I'll trouble everyone. Tell the company's employees that if you think the movie is good, you can recommend it to your friends. Songxia. Got it. Jiangcheng. Got it. Bangtao. Got it. Sangxue game. Wei Yin looked at the replies in the group and felt relieved. As an employee of Tomorrow Group, it is just a matter of convenience to support the movies shot by the group's companies. But he did not force it. He had already explained to the managers in the group that going to the movies was all voluntary. Those who want to watch can just sign up. Those who don't want to watch, or want to watch with their relatives and friends, they will not force them. It's just that this message was sent to more than 90%. And some of the employees want to go with their family or friends. Some of them really have things to do. Only 2% of people chose not to watch the movie. He didn't plan to say anything about this 2% of people because people's personalities are different. Some people just don't like watching movies. There is no need to force them. As long as they do their work well every day, there will be no problem. In the car, Shinro hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, are you going to watch the movie we put on the shelves tonight? Watch a movie. Hearing Shinro's question, Chinemo thought for a while. He had already watched part of Wandering Blue Star in the office, and the latter part was basically the same as Wandering Earth. He went to watch it, and it seemed that he didn't have any expectations, and it was possible to see the audience in the theater like the movie. Feedback, isn't this a nuisance to himself? Thinking of this, Chinemo shook his head directly. I've already watched the movie in the office, so I won't go to watch it. Oh. Shinro nodded after hearing this. The car was quiet again. Not long after, Yang Dahai drove back to the gate of the community. Shinro opened the door and got out of the car, greeted Mr. Chen, and walked directly into the community. Yang Dahai started the car again and rushed straight to the underground garage. Their parking location was near the elevator entrance of their building. They could get off the car and enter the elevator to go home. Entered the elevator with Yang Dahai, and when they arrived at their floor, the elevator door opened. Chinemo came to the door of his room, and just as he was about to open the door, he saw Yang Duo open the door and run out. Brother Chun, you are back. Yeah. Chinemo nodded at Yang Duo, who jumped out. Brother Chun, are you going to watch a movie today? It's a movie produced by your company. I've already seen the movie, so I won't go. Oh, I still want to watch a movie with Brother Chun, but there's no other way. I can only watch it with my father, mother, and sister. Yang Duo's tone was a little low, as if she was a little disappointed. Are you going to watch a movie tonight? Chinemo turned to look at Yang Dahai after hearing this. Yes, Mr. Chin, after all, it's a movie produced by our Tomorrow Group. Go and support it, and the family hasn't gone out to play for a long time. Yang Dahai nodded in response. Chinemo nodded after hearing this, and said nothing more, and walked out directly. Although he didn't want his employees to support his own movie, he couldn't give such an order directly. He could only constantly comfort himself. The number of employees in Tomorrow Group was only more than 14,000. And this was under the situation of the expansion of the garment factory. The movie ticket was 48 each. Even if all the people in the group went to watch it, it would only be more than 600,000. Isn't it just over 600,000? Compared with the current group's monthly profit of 1 billion, it is almost negligible. Chinemo kept comforting himself in his heart and finally relaxed a little. Over 600,000. He can spend it by arranging some things now. Back to the room. After sitting for a while, there was a knock on the door. Chinemo opened the door and found that it was Yang Duo holding a vegetable basket standing at the door. Aren't you going to the movies? Oh. The movie is shown at 7:30. It's still early now, and my mother is afraid that Brother Chen will not have dinner later, so she made dinner first. Yang Duo held the vegetable basket with both hands and handed it to Chinemo. Thank your mother for me. Chinemo reached out to take the vegetable basket from Yang Duo and smiled. You're welcome, Brother Chen. My parents have said that if Brother Chen wasn't here, our family would still be living in the same shabby residential building. It was Brother Chen who changed our lives. Yang Duo tilted her head, looking serious. However, I will not eat with Brother Chen today. We will eat outside tonight. Well, I wish you a good time. After Chun Mo finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the room. He was very satisfied with Yang Dahai's family. No matter what time, he never missed cooking for him. In fact, according to normal work, Yang Dahai is only responsible for driving, and Dong Hong is only responsible for the canteen. Cooking for him every day is actually not within the scope of work. But Yang Dahai's family still does this every day and never complains. Even today, they prepared a dinner for him before going to the movies. He saw the efforts of this family. He took out the food in the basket and placed it on the dining table, and then sat down at the table to eat. Jiangcheng. At night, Tian to cinema. He Yunliang walked out of the screening room with his wife and son. Wife, I may have to go back home immediately, and I may not be able to go shopping today. He Yunliang's eyes lit up as if he had found some treasure. As a film critic, discovering a treasure movie is really no different from discovering a treasure. When he came to watch the movie, he just had some expectations for the Wandering Blue Planet. He was looking forward to what kind of science fiction movies the film and television company that made The Legend of the Demons could make, especially in this era of declining science fiction movies. However, after watching The Wandering Blue Planet, he found that he thought too simply. This science fiction movie gave him new expectations for domestic science fiction movies. Chapter 765 stars. This Wandering Blue Star directly broke his perception of science fiction movies. For the first time, he discovered that science fiction movies can be shot in this way. This science fiction movie is fundamentally different from other science fiction movies on the market. It can be said that they are not on the same level at all. Nowadays, the science fiction movies on the market are almost all some flashy special effects, plus some common plots. There is no nutrition. But this Wandering Blue Star is different. From the production of the movie, the shocking special effects have completely beaten all domestic science fiction movies, even all movies with special effects. He can see that the producer of this movie has put a lot of effort in production and special effects. There is also the plot. There is not so much love, just telling the various responses made by humans when facing crises when the blue planet encounters a disaster. And the pattern is also very grand, no longer limited to a few people, but the continuation of a nation. He can completely describe it in 3 words. Cross-era. That's right. This is a cross-era science fiction movie. So for such a science fiction movie, he didn't want to delay anymore. He wanted to go home as soon as possible and write a review of this movie. This time, Wandering Blue Star is not like the previous Demon Conqueror. He believes that many film critics are paying attention to this movie. He dared not hesitate at all. Yeah, the wife heard He Yunliang's words and nodded without asking any more questions. Although she is not a film critic, she has been in contact with He Yunliang for so long and still knows something about movies. She was very absorbed in watching this science fiction movie today. She was immersed in the world of the movie, and her emotions kept fluctuating with the plot of the movie. Needless to say, this must be a good movie. The two looked at each other and walked towards the elevator in the distance together. Mom, can the Blue Star really be equipped with an engine and then move? During the journey, the son looked up and asked with a puzzled look. This is still impossible at present, but it may be possible with the advancement of science and technology in the future. Then how can we make science and technology progress? I bought you some review questions, which should arrive tomorrow. If you finish them all, you may be a little closer to scientific and technological progress. Back home, He Yunliang immediately went into his study, first turned on the computer, searched for the film review of Wandering Blue Star, and found that no one had written it yet. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then he opened the document and wrote it quickly. This is a cross-era science fiction movie. It tells the story that the sun is about to be destroyed and the earth will be destroyed at the same time. Humans proposed the plan of Wandering Blue Star, installing tens of thousands of engines on the surface of the Blue Star, but the Blue Star pushed to leave the solar system. The shocking special effects can be said to be the best in today's movies. The vast starry sky and rigorous special effects make people feel as if they are in a real science fiction world. The plot is rigorous, without those scenes of love and romance and the end of the world, but only for the continuation and inheritance of the nation. Human beings unite and cooperate. In the movie, I felt a strong sense of patriotism. This is a real science fiction movie. Oh, I am sure that this movie will lead our Chinese science fiction movies into a new chapter. Perhaps from this moment on, our Chinese science fiction movies will enter a new era. It represents a new starting point for Chinese science fiction movies. Oh, plot, 5 stars. Special effects, 5 stars. Recommendation index, 5 stars. Yun Liang kept typing on the keyboard. Just on the way back, he had almost thought about the content of the film review, so there was nothing to think about. After a while, Yun Liang typed the last letter, and the entire film review was completed. After checking the content of the film review and confirming that there were no problems, he directly clicked to send. After sending it, the whole person sat back in the chair and breathed a sigh of relief. After a short rest, he got up and searched for the film review of Wandering Blue Star again. After finding that he was the only one so far, he smiled happily. Click on the movie review you just sent and go in to check it out. Discovery. Brother Liang is so dedicated. He wrote a review right away. I didn't go to the movies today because I wanted to see what the reviews were like before deciding whether to go. Brother Liang really didn't let me down. Me too. I really don't dare to watch movies casually now. I'll find that there are dozens of them sold out, and then I find that they are rubbish movies. Yes, especially science fiction movies. Who doesn't know the environment of domestic science fiction movies? Brothers who have seen it. What do you think of Brother Liang's review? Is it credible? Don't you know Brother Liang's character? He never falsely advertises movies. Since Brother Liang said so, then this movie must be like this. I just came back from the cinema. Brother Liang was right. The scenes, plot, and special effects of the movie are really amazing. This is the most conscientious and best-looking science fiction movie I have ever seen. I just finished watching it too. It's great. I'm going to take my friend to watch it again tomorrow. After watching it, it feels like I'm in a science fiction world. Since everyone says so, I'll go watch it tomorrow. Me too. It's not that I don't like watching movies, but there are really too few good movies now. Since everyone says this movie is good, I'll go watch it. Yun Liang looks at the film reviews. As a film critic for so many years, his predictions about movies are still very accurate. He can foresee that this Wandering Blue Star will be a big hit. And from these reviews, those who have already watched the movie, Wandering Blue Star, can also see that these people's evaluation of the movie is also very good. He even wanted to find some bad reviews in these reviews, but he couldn't find any. It can be seen that the quality of this movie is completely without any problems. And as the first person to send a review, if the movie becomes a big hit, it will also greatly enhance his reputation. I believe that after Wandering Blue Star becomes a big hit, his number of fans will increase a lot. Yun Liang thought to himself, and then wrote in his own film review, "Thank you for your love. This movie Wandering Blue Star is really good. I will draw 100 lucky viewers in the comment area later and give them movie tickets for Wandering Blue Star." As a film review blogger, it is necessary to send some benefits to your fans appropriately. Chapter 761, First Day Box Office. Jiangcheng. Tianda Cinema. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin watched the movie coming to an end and turned to look at each other. After the movie editing ended, he watched it again. Although at that time, they were shocked by the movie they made. But when they actually came to the cinema to watch it, they found that this was another feeling. After putting on 3D glasses, they suddenly felt like they were on the scene, truly in the movie. Experienced the shock brought by technology and the sense of urgency brought by the end of the world. The movie is over. In the screening room, people from Blue Movies stood up and walked outside one after another, but everyone still had shock on their faces, as if they had not yet been separated from the science fiction world. Someone has already posted a review of Wandering Blue Star. Wang Bin sat on his seat and did not get up to leave. Instead, he opened Dubon and checked it. Sure enough, I found the movie review of The Wandering Blue Star. What's the review like? Luo Xiao let out a light sigh and then asked curiously, "It's very good. The review is already full marks. Moreover, this film review blogger has also written a film review of Demons before. I will remember it." Wangbin looked at the film review and spoke slowly, then looked through the blogger's previous film reviews, and sure enough, he found a review of Demons. Hearing this, Luo Xiao also took out his mobile phone and searched, and sure enough, he found a blogger named Liang Liang who wrote a review of The Wandering Blue Star. The content is as Wangbin said, and all the reviews are 5 stars, which is already a perfect score. Then he clicked on the movie review. These comments basically explains the audience's views on Wandering Blue Star. After a while, the only worry in Luo Xiao's heart disappeared. According to those comments, it was basically certain that there would be no problems with the movie they produced this time. Among those comments, those viewers who have watched Wandering Blue Star basically have positive reviews. I have a hunch that Wandering Blue Star is going to be a big hit. Luo Xiao took a deep breath, his eyes full of excitement. I also had a hunch. I just searched again, and 2 more movie reviews for Wandering Blue Star appeared. The reviews were the same as the first review, all positive. Woman looked excited. The two looked at each other and smiled. Ha 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 ha. It's time for us to form a team to pick up and drop off poor elderly people when we go back. We also have to do photography. We learn about the environment of picking up and dropping off poor old people with Li Shun. Some places require mountain climbing. All shooting equipment cannot be used too much. If you don't have a bulky camera, you need to bring some portable camera equipment. Well, according to Mr. Chen's wishes, we should set off soon. By the way, we can bring a drone there to take pictures of the overall situation in those mountainous areas. When the time comes to make a documentary, it can be more realistic. You can have this. I just don't know how much the box office will be today. I don't know. At least it will be more than the box office of Demons Conquering on the first day, but it shouldn't be much more. Our promotion is still too little. It's true that for those big-budget movies, almost everyone on the internet knows about them once they are promoted. The two of them were chatting, and when they saw that the people in the screening room had almost left, they slowly got up and walked outside. On the second day, Blue Film and Television. Office. The box office is out. Wangbin came to Luo Xiao's office, looked at the report in Luo Xiao's hand and asked, Luo Xiao looked at the report in his hand and nodded slowly. How many? Wangbin was curious. See for yourself. Luo Xiao handed the report in his hand to Wangbin. Wangbin took the report handed over by Luo Xiao and looked at it carefully. When he saw yesterday's box office, he was stunned for a moment. 47 million. The box office on the first day of release was actually 47 million, which he did not expect. You must know that for a movie that has been fully promoted, the box office on the first day is about 60 to 70 million. Of course, blockbuster movies like those released during the Spring Festival, coupled with good publicity, can also exceed 100 million on the first day. For example, this year's Ju 2. But regardless of whether it is a blockbuster or not, if the box office of a movie can exceed tens of millions on the first day, it is basically because of the promotion. But for them, Blue Film and Television, the biggest promotion is probably How to Live. In terms of promotion intensity, there is definitely no way to compare with other movies. But he didn't expect that their movie's box office on the first day would reach 47 million. I remember that the box office of Demons on the first day didn't even reach 1 million. Still really different. What a surprise! Luo Xiao looked at Wangbin's shocked expression and asked with a smile. Indeed, 47 million is far beyond my expectations. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have so much box office. Wangbin sighed and put the box office report in his hand on the table beside him. Logically speaking, this is indeed the case, but we have all overlooked one thing, and that is the time it is put on the shelves. Actually, I didn't think of this before. I found out the reason after seeing yesterday's box office revenue and doing some research. Luo Xiao smiled, picked up the coffee on the side, and took a sip. What's the reason? Brother Xiao, please stop showing off at this time. Wangbin's face was full of curiosity. It's the release time. Our release time is after the Spring Festival and Lantern Festival stalls. You have to know that those ambitious, big-budget movies are basically set to be released during the Spring Festival because the traffic is the largest at that time, and some of them are almost release said during the Lantern Festival. However, this leads to one thing. That is, good movies have been released during the Spring Festival and Lantern Festival, so the movies released later are either small productions with insufficient funds or directors with little reputation. In short, the quality of the movies is not very high. But in a situation where the quality of the movies is not very high, our Wandering Blue Star appeared. You must know that our Blue Film and Television is not a small production, plus there was a Demons before. Those theaters will definitely put our Blue Film and Television first, so I looked at the box office schedule of domestic theaters. Basically, the best time periods gave us Wandering Blue Star. Even the midnight show was scheduled for 1 or 2 shows. And like Tion Cinema and the theaters we had a good cooperation with last time, we didn't do much publicity. We actually edited some movie posters and put them at the entrance of the theater. And while waiting for the movie, some movie clips were shown on the screen. It's also a clip from our Wandering Blue Star movie. At the same time, there are also clips of our Wandering Blue Star movie on the online ticketing app for promotion. This has led to some people who go to the movies and want to watch a movie but don't know what to watch. People who see our movie clips also choose our movies. Chapter 762. Fun surge at the beginning of the month. I have summarized a few points as to why Wandering Blue Star had such a high box office on its first day this time. Luo Xiao paused for a moment, then continued to speak. The first point is to choose a release time that is not popular. Although the traffic is not as large as those popular release times, there is less competition. The second point is that there is a big gap in the quality of movies. Those movies that choose to be released at a time when they are not popular are basically producers who are not very confident in the movies they produce. So with the quality of our Wandering Blue Star movie, it is absolutely it's possible to stand out. The third point is that the trust level is high. With Demons conquering, paving the way, most theaters still trust our Wandering Blue Star. So that's the reason. Wang Bin understood Luo Zhao's explanation instantly, and then showed an expression of admiration on his face. I think Mr. Chen has already thought of these things. The group's non-publicity policy means that even if our movies are released during popular release periods, they will definitely not be able to compete with those movies that have been fully promoted in terms of traffic. So Mr. Chen chose to release the movie at a less popular release time. There will be less competition, but with the quality of our movies, we will definitely stand out. That's true. Luo Xiao nodded in agreement. He immediately thought that he had previously wanted to schedule the movie to be released during the Lantern Festival, but Mr. Chen refused without hesitation. Although Mr. Chen refused at the time because he could not change the reasons for employees' holidays. But now that I think about it, in addition to employee holidays, the movie release time is also within the scope of Mr. Chen's consideration. Mr. Chen is Mr. Chen. He didn't even think about these things, he just thought that releasing it during the Lantern Festival would get more traffic. I woke up today and read the movie reviews again. There are already many movie review bloggers writing reviews for The Wandering Blue Star. I took a serious look at those movie reviews. Now that there is a box office of 4,700 on the first day, those who have watched the movie will definitely spread the word to people around them. I think tomorrow's box office revenue will be even higher. Wang Bin said with excitement. That's true. I have already reported today's box office to Mr. Chen. I believe Mr. Chen will be very pleased to see such news. We did not disappoint Mr. Chen. Luo Xiao sighed with emotion. Even though he made 2 bad movies, Mr. Chen still chose to trust him and put all the blue movies in his hands. Now it can be considered as a reward to Mr. Chen. Tomorrow Group. President's Office. Chen Mo looked at Shinro, who came in with the information, and asked. During this period, when I went to work in the morning, I found that there were a lot less people taking the elevator. What's the reason? When he first moved to this building, he would see a group of people squeezing up the elevator every day when he went to work. In order to avoid being crowded in the elevator, he usually delayed going up for half an hour. But this phenomenon has rarely been seen since returning from the new year. Even if they squeeze into the elevator, they are all people from companies under their own group. This made him a little confused as to what the reason was. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? Hearing this, Shinro smiled helplessly. Now, many companies in this building have moved out after the new year. There are still some companies, and I learned about them, and they will move out one after another in the next time. Actually, companies leaving has been around for a long time. However, because the rent is basically due after the year, many companies have moved out recently. What did they move away for? Chunemo asked doubtfully. Speaking of this, it still has something to do with our Tomorrow group. The treatment of our Tomorrow group is no longer a secret in this building. Employees of other companies often compare our company's treatment during their work. This has caused employees in many companies to lose interest in their work. The bosses of those companies had no choice but to leave. Shinro opened her mouth to explain, but there was nothing she could do about it. You can't lower the treatment of employees at Tomorrow Group just because of those companies. How is this possible? I understand. Go and do your work. Chunemo nodded when he heard this, and at the same time reached out and picked up the information report that Shinro put on the table. Looking at the four big characters, blue film, and television on the report, he had basically guessed the content of the report. He opened it and took a look, and it was exactly as he guessed. Wandering Blue Star, first day box office revenue report. 47 million. After seeing this number, he was not very surprised, because when he woke up this morning, he had already noticed an increase in system funds. He basically knew that this was the box office revenue of the movie. 47 million. Chunemo rubbed his head with a headache. Yesterday was the beginning of the month, and the game already had a huge increase in revenue. Coupled with the movie's box office revenue, the system, which had just spent about the same amount of money at this time, has earned more than 200 million in revenue. And the movie has just been released, and as the report said, the box office revenue will definitely be getting higher and higher. I just don't know what the final box office revenue will be. Chunemo sighed helplessly and threw the data report of Blue Film aside. Fortunately, he still has some places to invest. Blue Film can invest in a TV series and a movie. There is also the construction of a school decided yesterday, which provides convenience for the children of the employees of the group. It can also be regarded as a kind of welfare, and the system's money can be spent. The system has given the final amount of funds for building the school, which is 1.5 billion. It should be about the same, and it can balance the income and expenditure this month. And just now, he thought of another place to spend money. Aren't those companies in this building going to move out? He can buy this building. This can also consume a lot of funds. Thinking of this, Chunemo was slightly relieved and then took out a piece of straw paper and began to plan on it. What needs to be done now? The first point is to follow the affairs of the TV crew and the film crew of Blue Film. At the same time, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin will be arranged to pick up and drop off the poor elderly. The second point is the school affairs. When the funds are sufficient, the school affairs will be implemented immediately. The third point is about the Tomorrow community. Now the funds for the building have been invested, and it is just a matter of construction. However, when he settled the special task this time, he received a special task reward, which was a Tomorrow property. In response to this reward, he also made a response. Connect this floor and the downstairs to form a house, so that a house of more than 200 square meters can be turned into more than 800 square meters. Chapter 763 Duplex. Looking at his own plans on the rough paper, Chunemo has made a decision, and his finger first tapped on the third plan. Now that the house is his, he must find Mei Yun as soon as possible to settle the house. Then there is the matter of Blue Films. This time, he must find a way to choose a movie that loses money. As for the school, a total of 1.5 billion yuan is needed. The construction will be settled by the end of September, and at least 500 million yuan of funds will be needed. His current system funds are only more than 200 million yuan. After a few days, when the funds are sufficient, the school will also be implemented. The next morning, Tomorrow community. Mr. Chun, the main body of the house has been built. Now 4 buildings have been capped, and the remaining buildings will be capped in about a week. Mei Yun took Chunemo to walk around the community with a respectful expression. Mr. Chun rarely comes to Tomorrow community, so he dare not be careless. Chunemo looked around the Tomorrow community at this time. He had not been here for a long time. Now 9 buildings have risen from the ground, one of which is a residential community. The ground was also simply cleaned, without the mess from the last time. Well, it's not bad. I plan to keep a house, but I need to change the layout. Do you have a building model? Take me over to see it. Chun Mo turned to look at Mei Yun and directly explained his purpose. Okay, Mr. Chun, the building model is here. Mei Yun heard this without any surprise. Mr. Chun is the developer of this building. It is understandable to keep a house in this building. Moreover, even if Mr. Chun did not say this, he secretly left the best location and floor of the house to Mr. Chun. As he said, the two came to the entrance of the community. At this time, the entrance of the community was already a house. Through the overall layout, residents can enter the community from here in the future. Mr. Chun, this is the main entrance of the community in the future. There is another house inside, which is the model room and sales office. Mei Yun said, and walked to the door entrance on the side. Entering inside, I found that some simple decorations had been done here, and a huge building model was placed in the middle. Mr. Chun, this is the building model. The layout of this building model is roughly what it will look like after it is built. The model room is on the second floor. Yes, Chun Mo nodded, ignored the model room on the second floor, and walked directly to the building model in front. The house he needed must be unique in this tomorrow community. Such a model room would definitely be of no use to him. He only needed to tell Mei Yun about his requirements. Then he would find Wang Yang to decorate it, and his house would be ready. He looked at the building model in front of him carefully, looked at the layout of the community, and chose a location he liked. Soon his eyes were fixed on a building in front of an artificial lake. I want the 24th and 25th floors of this building. He prefers high places, and the top floor is relatively quieter. More importantly, he can also use the roof. Mr. Chin has a good eye. This building has the best location in our Mingri community. There is an artificial lake in front and a garden park in the back. Mei Yin saw the location Mr. Chin chose and hurriedly complimented him. According to normal sayings, the location Mr. Chin chose is the best building in the community. It was also the location he left for Mr. Chen. I haven't finished my request yet. Chun Mo ignored Mei Yun's compliment and continued to speak. There are 4 houses on the 24th and 25th floors I mentioned. I need to connect all 4 houses and turn them into a duplex. I understand, Mr. Chun. If that's the case, I can only leave one elevator on the 24th and 25th floors. I can seal the elevator exit on the top floor and leave the fire escape. The elevator will not stop on the 25th floor. In this way, Mr. Chin's entrance door will be on the 24th floor, and the 25th floor can be used as a re-examination. Moreover, there will be no elevator entrance on the 25th floor, which can increase the room area on the 25th floor. As a real estate manager, he immediately understood what Mr. Chin meant and made his own suggestions. Chun Mo nodded in agreement when he heard Mei Yun's words. There is no point in leaving 2 floors for entrance at the same time. He can't choose to enter the house on the 24th floor today and choose to enter the house on the 25th floor tomorrow. And if the entrance on the 25th floor is sealed, there will be more area on the 25th floor. Okay, then do as you say. As for the details of the decoration, you can contact Wang Yang and ask him to arrange the design, and then send the design drawings to me for me to check. As for the overall decoration style, just follow the modern-style decoration design. Also, let Wang Yang decorate the roof and make it into a semi-sun room and some activity areas. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will contact Wang Yang. Mei Yun nodded. Is the roof of this building sealed? Can I go over and take a look? Mr. Chun, you can go over and take a look. Well, then go over and take a look. The two walked back into the community. After a while, they came to a place half a meter deep, similar to a pool. Mr. Chun, this large area is going to be built into an artificial lake. Chunamo looked at the artificial lake that was only half a meter deep. If it was built, wouldn't it be a big pool? How could this be called a lake? It was completely different from what he imagined. This lake is too small. Mr. Chun, the area of this lake is 4,500 square meters, which is not small. Mei Yun explained. I'm not talking about the area, I'm talking about the depth. With such a half-meter deep water, it's hard to even raise a fish. I need the lake water to be at least 2 or 3 meters deep, and then put some fish fry in it every year, and the fish species should be more complete. Chun Mo thought to himself. When the fish fry grow up, he can come to the lake to fish. Fishing. It's still fun. Mr. Chun, if the lake is built to 2 to 3 meters deep, there may be some safety hazards. After all, there will be children in the community after there are residents. If those children are disobedient and accidentally fall into the water while playing by the lake, it will not be good. Mei said with some concern that many residential communities now build lakes very shallow. In addition to saving some money, it can also avoid some safety hazards. This is a problem, but we can't avoid building a lake just to avoid this safety hazard. Driving is also risky, but we can't not drive, right? So this lake still needs to be built, but what you said is indeed a problem, but there is a solution. I mentioned setting up a property company. Then these safety hazards will be the responsibility of the property, and we can find a group of people who are good at swimming to patrol around the lake every day. At the same time, get a few boats and arrange a few people to patrol on the lake. Once a child approaches, stop them in time. Well, the speed of the boat may be a bit slow, so buy a few speedboats. Chapter 764, Artificial Lake. Mr. Chun, if this is the case, the demand for property management personnel may be much greater in the future. Mei said, a lake of more than 4,000 square meters. 1 or 2 people will definitely not be able to see it, but 4 to 6 people must be arranged. And there is still a need to change shifts. If we work in 2 shifts, we will need more than 10 people. 3 shifts require more people. Our property fees are not low. Is there any problem with more staff arrangements? Since we charge such high property fees, we must consider serving the owners. Chinamo said nonchalantly that with more people, he would naturally consume more funds. With a property fee of 5 yuan per square meter, it is understandable to recruit more property personnel. Furthermore, this lake was built with family harmony in mind. Did you know that many fishermen go out all night just to fish? This greatly affects the harmony between husband and wife. But we built a lake where fishing can be done in the community, so that those fishermen don't have to go far to fish and can fish in the artificial lake we built. It's close to home, so my family won't worry. You can even take your family fishing with you. You can fish just downstairs, which is very convenient. Listening to Mr. Chen's words, Meiyin didn't know what to say for a moment. But looking at Mr. Chen's eyes, he became even more impressed. He didn't expect that Mr. Chun could think of things so thoughtfully. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will make rectifications on the artificial lake here as soon as possible. Well, that's the building in front. When Chinemo saw Meiyin nodding, he said nothing and pointed to a building directly in front of the artificial lake. Yes, Mr. Chun, it's the building in front. Let's go there. The two of them walked over together. Enter the building. The layout inside was just plain water, but the elevator had been installed, and the two of them took the elevator directly to the 8th floor. Chinemo walked around the 8th and 9th floors and looked outside again. After finding no problems, he left the Tomorrow community directly. The journey back. Chinemo couldn't help but sigh. He would finally have his own house. Jiangcheng. In an old studio, there are several brand new tables and chairs, each with a computer on them. Several young people looked at the layout of the studio, all showing excited expressions. Brother Yuan, is this our studio? Chung, who looked at the studio in front of him. Although it was small and old, it was their own studio. Yes, it's our own studio. Duan Mingyuan also sighed with emotion. The 4 of them worked on Tianlong's game for a year and a half and accumulated a total of 300,000 yuan. The studio in front of them was established, and next they would complete their dreams in this studio. To create a mobile game with a high degree of freedom. They have played many games, but the current ones give them a very restrictive feeling. Follow the mission instructions to complete the mission. The map is limited, and after playing for a long time, it becomes uninteresting. Every day is the daily tasks, either going to the arena to PK or building certain equipment according to certain requirements. This feeling makes them feel that they have no sense of freedom and are completely required to complete a certain task within the rules of the game. For example, if you're level 30, you have to do this task and build this equipment. There is no freedom whatsoever. In their eyes, games should be macroscopic with different worlds and various hidden secrets. He shouldn't be trying to contain the players because of the mission. In that case, it will always feel like a puppet on a string, and it will become boring after a long time. A real game world should not restrict the freedom of players. But after players enter this game world, they develop a lot of desire to explore. They want to know what is in this world and gradually become familiar with it. In the process of exploration, I learned more and more about the world, and at the same time, I discovered more and a wider world. Players no longer have to run around on missions and can choose the gameplay they want. They can explore various scenery in the game world and unlock various puzzles in the game world. Of course, some passionate players can also choose to continuously improve their combat effectiveness and challenge some monsters in the game world. This is what they all agreed a game should look like. This is also their original intention of establishing this game studio. Next, we will live in this studio from now on. Let's work together for our common game goals. I know that it is very difficult to complete this game, but I believe that with our ability, it can be completed. As long as we can complete it, I believe our game will definitely break the current mobile game market. Duan Mingyuan looked at the three people in the studio and said expectantly, "Don't worry, brother Yuan. We have been preparing for this studio for a year and a half, and we will definitely go all out." Chung Hu agreed. The other two people also showed excited expressions. While talking, there was a noise at the door, and two women walked in, carrying two large bags in their hands. "We're all here. The studio is ready. We have to celebrate anyway. I packed some food from the restaurant to see if it tastes good." Zhou Yu looked at the people in the room and said with a smile, "Xiu Yu, you're here." Chung Hu saw that the person coming was his girlfriend, so he hurriedly greeted him and took the bags from their hands. "Brother and sister, this is a waste of money. How can we let you spend money even if we are celebrating?" Duan Mingyuan stepped forward and said. The other two people also looked embarrassed. "Why are you so polite? You are all Chung Hu's brothers. The food I buy is equivalent to what Chung Hu bought." Zhou Yu smiled generously and pointed at the woman beside him. "She is also the one I want to thank. She helped carry the food just now. My college roommate and now colleague Wang Zixuan. You guys played games together before." When Duan Mingyuan and others heard this, they turned to look at Wang Zixuan and suddenly became a little cautious, but they still thanked him one after another. "Don't be polite. Come and eat together." Chung Hu placed the meals brought by Zhou Yu on the table one by one, turned around and greeted everyone. After everyone heard this, they all walked over. "Brothers and sisters can do it. They even brought us wine." Duan Mingyuan looked at the beer placed on the table and said with surprise, "Don't drink too much, no more than 2 bottles per person. You have established a studio, so you must be self-disciplined." Zhou Yu pointed to the beer on the table and spoke lightly. She didn't hate drinking, but she soon didn't like the drunken look. Chapter 765, Boring Short Video Stuff. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, we all know our limits. Since we have started a business and established a studio, we won't drink and mess things up." Duan Mingyuan saw what Zhou Yu meant and explained. And the four of them had saved money for a year and a half, a total of 300,000 yuan, and it was not to be wasted. Zhou Yu didn't say anything more after hearing this. She knew a little about Chung Hu and his roommates. They were all pretty reliable. Playing games every day was just moving bricks, saving money to set up a studio, and at the same time not neglecting their studies. After a few words, everyone sat at the dining table and started eating. In addition to talking about work, the most talked about was Wang Zixuan. In the whole room, except for her and Chung Hu, who were a couple, everyone else was single. She brought Wang Zixuan here today to let these people get to know each other. As for whether they can chat and become friends, that is their own business. The next day, early in the morning, Chunimo sat in the office, looking at the box office report of Wandering Blue Star last night. 89 million. Seeing this box office, Chunimo knew that Wandering Blue Star was going to be a big hit, and he couldn't stop it. According to this trend, tomorrow's box office revenue is estimated to be over 100 million. Helplessly, he took a sip of the coffee beside him. After watching the edited movie of Wandering Blue Star, he was mentally prepared. So he was not very shocked by the current box office of Wandering Blue Star. The most important thing now is to find more places to spend money. The box office of Wandering Blue Star will definitely not be low. And the projects he can invest in now include school projects with a total investment of 1.5 billion. But in order to retain the largest investment funds before settlement, he can only invest 500 million now. Then there is the event-based project with a total of 4.5 billion additional investment projects and also retain the largest additional investment before settlement. Now you can invest 1.5 billion. Then there is Nana Coffee. To open Nana Coffee to saturation in Shanghai, you need 600 million funds and retain the largest additional investment before settlement. Now you can invest 200 million. So the maximum amount he can invest in these projects now is 2.2 billion. Today, the Tomorrow Group has a monthly profit of 1.1 billion. That leaves 1.1 billion for investment. Now, with the situation of Wandering Blue Star, the profit is far more than 1.1 billion. You should know that Demon Conqueror also has more than 1 billion in box office revenue after deducting the box office share. And with the current box office trend of Wandering Blue Star and the reviews on the internet, it will definitely exceed Demon Conqueror. So the funds required for the current investment plan, without consuming the additional investment he left for the settlement at the end of September. If you want to completely consume the box office revenue of Wandering Blue Star, you will definitely need more projects to consume funds. Chun Mo tapped the desktop with his fingers, and finally his eyes fell on Blue Film and Television. Blue Film and Television can also invest in a TV series and a movie, which can also consume a sum of system funds. However, he has not yet decided on the type of script, so he does not know the maximum investment allowed by the system. But he knew that in order to increase the investment amount, both TV series and movies need special effects. Only special effects can consume more funds. Movies. It seems that it is time to implement this matter. Thinking of this, Chun Mo showed his thoughts. Movies and TV series must be filmed. But Luo Xiao and Wang Bin have made 2 hit movies for him in succession. They must not be used and sent out to pick up poor elderly people. Then a movie director and a TV director, a movie script and a TV script are needed next. But these are the top priorities and the root of his loss of money. So we must choose carefully. There must be no more movies like The Legend of the Demons and The Wandering Blue Star. Chun Mo thought in his heart and picked up a pen to write and draw on the paper. After a while, he picked up the phone and called Luo Xiao to inform him that he would go to the meeting tomorrow to decide on the movie and TV series. Boring short video. Manager's office. Li Shun and Wu Yu sat in the reception area, drinking tea with a smile on their faces. The business department has sent a message. Regarding the product authorization, 90% of the merchants have basically already decided. The total authorization fee is now 1 billion yuan. Some merchants are still in negotiation. After all the negotiations, the licensing fee will be about 200 million yuan. Li Shun took the tea and tasted it carefully. The authorization fee is 1 point. After taking the product authorization, we will also get a share of the profit from selling it in our live broadcast room, and the income of our boring short video will also increase a lot. Wu Yu echoed with a smile on his face. Of course, the profit of our boring short video is far ahead of other companies under the Tomorrow Group at present. Li Shun put the teacup on the coffee table and continued. As for the aquaculture industry, I have also contacted Professor Yuan. He will meet with us next week and recommend a professor of aquaculture to us. Have you heard back from Professor Yuan? That's great. If we monetize animal husbandry like the current agricultural live broadcast, then the income from our boring short videos will reach a very scary level. Wu Yu had a look of surprise on his face when he heard this. Nowadays, 50% of the revenue of boring short videos comes from agricultural live broadcasts. If livestock live broadcasts can be monetized like agricultural live broadcasts, then he can't imagine what the revenue of boring short videos will reach. This is natural, but the current situation of our boring short videos is that the increase in revenue is one thing, but the more important thing is management and quality control. As the products of our boring short video gradually increase, our boring short video's quality control of the products must be strengthened. This is very critical. If there is a problem with any product, it will have a huge impact on the reputation of our boring short videos. Li Shun said seriously. Although profits have increased at this time, risks will also increase. If there is a quality problem with the product at this time, it will definitely have a great impact on the reputation of the boring short video. Brother Shin, I know, during this period I will strictly supervise the quality control department and strictly control the products listed in our boring short videos. Wu nodded slightly. Boring short videos can achieve their current fame not only because of their teaching, but also because of the quality of their products. In order to ensure the fame of boring short videos, the quality of the products must be strictly controlled. Chapter 766, New Shooting Options. The next day. Tomorrow group. Blue Films. In the conference room. Brother Xiao. Everyone is here, just waiting for Mr. Chen to come. Wang Bin counted the people in the conference room, confirmed that there was no problem, and sat next to Luo Xiao and whispered, with a smile on his face, Mr. Chun came to the meeting at this time. It must be because of the popularity of Wandering Blue Star. This morning, the box office revenue of Wandering Blue Star yesterday has been released, a total of 130 million. The movie broke 100 million in 3 days after it was released, and Wandering Blue Star has appeared on various platforms without their promotion. On major platforms, many netizens are discussing the release of Wandering Blue Star. At this time, Wandering Blue Star has already received a very high evaluation. There, Wandering Blue Star has opened a new beginning for Chinese science fiction movies. Wandering Blue Star may make China's sluggish science fiction movies rise at this moment. These evaluations are enough to show the affirmation of those netizens for Wandering Blue Star. Yeah, Luo Xiao heard Wang Bin's words and picked up his mobile phone to check the time. There are still 3 minutes before the meeting starts. Let's get ready. Okay. Wang Bin nodded, turned his head, and looked at the people who were talking quietly in the meeting room, indicating that Mr. Chen would be here soon, and everyone should keep quiet. 3 minutes later, the door of the meeting room was pushed open, and Mr. Chen walked in from outside. Hello, Mr. Chen. Everyone in the meeting room saw Mr. Chen walk in, and all stood up and greeted him. Sit down. Chinemo looked at the people who stood up, raised his hand casually, and sat down in the front seat of the meeting room. Looking at everyone in the meeting room, now that Wandering Blue Star has been released, the response is very good, but this cannot stop us from continuing to shoot better works. So I came here today to arrange the next plans and projects of Blue Film and Television. The first point is that our Blue Film and Television will set up a TV crew and a film crew this time. Because your managers Luo Xiao and Wang Bin will have new tasks in the future, the directors of these 2 crews will need to fall on your heads. I know that many of you are not directors, but for a large Blue Film and Television like us, it is definitely not enough to have only Luo Xiao as a director at present. We need to train more directors, otherwise after Blue Film continued to expand, if you want to shoot more movies but you don't have your own director, it will definitely not work. And you are all the backbone of Blue Film, and you are all candidates for future directors, so this time the directors of the TV series and the film crew are selected from you. It's okay if you haven't been a director before. You can learn while shooting. But don't worry, since I chose you to learn to be a director, I have naturally prepared for the possibility of failure, so you can shoot boldly, don't worry about the film movie not looking good. Chinemo said, while looking at the people in the conference room, with a kind smile on his face. Selecting these people who have never been directors to shoot movies and TV is his first choice on the road to losing money. Well, how is it a choice on the road to losing money? He is training new director talents. Chinemo said secretly in his heart, and then his eyes wandered around the people in the conference room, pointed to a young man wearing glasses. You will be the director of the TV series. Youth means not having much experience, which can increase the probability of losing money. Hu Bian was stunned when he heard Chinmo's words. He didn't expect that he was just a small screenwriter of Lampion Film and Television, and his previous job was to write novels. In the company, the biggest job seemed to be to write a background world for Sangxue Games, Freedom War. Now he was directly appointed as the director of the TV series crew. Mr. Chun, I have never been in the industry of director. Why don't we change someone? Hu Bian stood up and said carefully. What's your name? Chinemo looked at Hu Bian, who stood up and did not answer the other party's words directly. My name is Hu Bian. What position do you hold in the company now? I am now a screenwriter of the company. Hu Bien answered truthfully. Yes, screenwriter. Chun Mo's eyes became a little alert. The second part of the money-losing movie is the script. If the other party is a very good screenwriter, then wouldn't it be a risk of making money again? Since you were a screenwriter, do you have any famous works before? Mr. Chun, I was just an online writer before, and I didn't have any famous works. Hu Bien lowered his head and said nervously. So that's it. Hearing Hu Bien's answer, Chun Mo nodded with relief. It turned out that he was just a novice screenwriter. Then he was relieved. Seeing the other party's nervous look, he spoke to comfort him. No matter whether you have directing experience or not, no matter what you did before, whether you have famous works or not, since you have joined our Blue Film and Television, you are a part of Blue Film and Television. Then you can be fully qualified for the position of TV series director. You have to remember that the most important thing for this shooting is to cultivate your ability and experience as a director. As for the quality of the TV series shooting, that is a matter for the future. So just go and shoot with peace of mind. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will work hard. Hu Bien found that Mr. Chun was resolute, so he agreed without saying anything more. After all, Mr. Chun, the president of a group, appointed him as the director of the crew. He repeatedly refused, which would be too disrespectful to Mr. Chun. Chun Mo saw the other party nodding, then looked around the conference room, and finally pointed at a young woman. I wish you could be the director of the film crew. Huang Ying looked at Mr. Chen's finger and couldn't believe that she was the second director of the crew. That's right, it's you. Chen Montak nodded. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Huang Ying quickly thanked her. What is your position at Lampy Film and Television? Chun Mo looked at Huang Ying and asked, Mr. Chun, I am the person in charge of the Blue Film and Television props team. Have you ever been a director before? No. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't. You heard what I just said. This time the filming of the crew is mainly about training. Chun Mo felt completely relieved. One is a screenwriter and the other is from the props team. Neither of them has ever been a director. It has greatly reduced the possibility of success in filming. He reached out and twisted away the mineral water on the side, took a sip, and continued to speak. The director has been chosen, so now it's time to choose the script. This time I don't plan to buy the script again. Instead, we will write the script and shoot it ourselves. Chapter 767. Fairy Tale Fantasy. Mr. Chun, in this case, the risk is a bit high. Luo Xiao said worriedly after hearing Mr. Chen's words. The risk is a bit higher, but as a film and television company, we can't always buy scripts when making movies. We also need to cultivate screenwriters. We will strive to ensure that the movies and TV series we shoot in the future will all be scripts written by our own screenwriters. Finally, Blue Film and Television will be cultivated into the largest film and television incubation base in China. Chun Mo looked at everyone in the conference room and said solemnly. When Luo Xiao heard Mr. Chen's words, he lowered his head in shame and realized that his own structure was still too small. He was still thinking about the risks of shooting movies, while Mr. Chen was thinking about how to expand Blue Film and Television. Chun Mo ignored Luo Xiao's expression and looked at Hu Bien again. Just like Hu Bien, he was just an author of online novels before, but now he is also a screenwriter. In this case, you can also write the scripts for your TV series. You can write the scripts yourself and act as the director for the filming. How's it going? Any questions? Okay, Mr. Chun, but what type of shooting are we going to do? Hu Bien thought for a moment and asked. Fantasy romance film. Chun Mo heard Hu Bien ask and spoke without hesitation. He had already decided on the type of shooting when he came here. Even if he didn't ask nonsense, he would have to say it later. If you want to increase the investment of the crew, the film you shoot must involve special effects. There are only a few types of movies that can involve special effects. Science fiction has just become a hit, and he doesn't want to get involved in it anymore. So the final genre he filmed was fairy tale fantasy. As for romance movies, this is one of the reasons why he tries to increase the failure of movies or TV series. In many movies nowadays, the biggest failure is love. There are many examples of a good post-apocalyptic survival story that ended up deviating from the theme and causing a lot of emotional drama. So he added the label of a romance film behind the fantasy fairy tale, just to prevent them from focusing on the key points when writing the script. And in the end, the film was shot in a different way. I understand, Mr. Chun. Hu Bian nodded and finally sat back in his seat. Chun Mo turned his eyes and fell on Huang Ying. The movie is also a fantasy fairy tale type. As for the script, you can try to write it yourself, or you can discuss it with other employees of Blue Picture Film and Television. Okay, Mr. Chun. Huang Ying nodded in agreement, but felt extremely uneasy in her heart. She is just the head of the props team. Now she is not only a film director, but also handles the film script. There was excitement in my heart, but even more nervous. After all, she didn't know what to do next. Okay, the director and script have been decided, and now comes the investment. The investment I have given here is $1 billion for the TV series crew and $600 million for the movie. Okay, that's the content of today's meeting. If anyone has any questions, you can speak. Chinemo looked at everyone in the conference room and spoke slowly. There was silence in the conference room. This is the president of the group. Who dares to raise objections? Since no one has any objections, the contents of today's meeting will be implemented as soon as possible, and the meeting will be adjourned. Chinemo said, got up and left the conference room. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin saw this and hurriedly followed. Outside the conference room, Chinemo looked at the two people who followed him. How is the team for picking up and transporting poor elderly people organized? Mr. Chen, 2/3 of the company has been formed. There are about 3 days left, and it will basically be completed. Luo Xiao opened his mouth to answer. Well, remember to report it after it's established. Chen Mo left a word and walked directly to the elevator in front. He didn't have anything to say about these two people now. The box office has exceeded 100 million in 3 days. According to the current box office trend, the final box office revenue may have a chance to exceed 5 billion. The biggest box office movie today is Geo 2 during the Spring Festival, with a box office revenue of 4.7 billion. And now the box office growth trend of Wandering Blue Star is even stronger than that of Geo 2. Enough to see. There is a high chance that the box office revenue of Wandering Blue Star will exceed that of Geo 2. Mr. Chen doesn't look very happy. Looking at the elevator door closing slowly, Wang Bin spoke with some confusion. I don't understand what Mr. Chen is unhappy about. That's not unhappy. That's because Mr. Chen was afraid that we would show Wandering Blue Star being too complacent. So he deliberately showed a serious expression. Don't think too much about it. Luo Xiao looked like he understood. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Wang Bin suddenly understood and no longer struggled with Mr. Chen's expression. Inform Hu Bian and Huang Ying to come to the office for a meeting to discuss the next filming of movies and TV series. Luo Xiao walked quickly towards his office. Now that the directors of the two crews were not directors, he would definitely have to discuss this matter with the two of them. Although Mr. Chen said that this time the focus is on cultivating directors, but while cultivating directors, we can also shoot TV series and movies. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? And there is a total investment of 1.6 billion, which is not a small amount. Okay. Wang Bin nodded and walked to the other side. After a while, office. Mr. Luo, Mr. Wang. Hu Bian and Huang Ying entered the office and said hello. Sit down, you're welcome. Luo Xiao looked at the two people who came in and pointed to the reception area aside. I think you all know the purpose of calling you here. Luo Xiao brought a cup of coffee and placed it on the coffee table in front of the two of them and sat across from them. Wang Bin zut azida. It's probably the director's business. Hu Bian looked at the coffee on the table and spoke slowly. Mr. Chun had just appointed them as the directors of the upcoming TV series and movies, and Mr. Luo asked them to have a meeting. It was obviously because of the director's affairs. Huang Ying didn't speak, but nodded in agreement. Yes, it's the director's business. I wonder what your plans are now. Luo Xiao nodded and looked at the two people. Mr. Luo, to be honest, neither of us knows much about the director, so even if you don't come to us, we plan to come to you for consultation on what to do. Hu Bian smiled bitterly. If you have this idea, it will be easy to handle. Luo Xiao nodded relieved when he heard this. This is my plan. When I was a director, I had 2 assistants. They were very familiar with the director's process. I will assign these 2 assistants to you. With them following you, at least you will not encounter too many problems during the shooting process. What do you think? Chapter 768, Immortal Sword. After Luo Xiao finished speaking, he looked up at Hu Bian and Huang Ying. If that's the case, that's great. Hu Bian and Huang Ying looked at each other, and their faces showed joy. Their biggest problem at the moment is that they don't know what to do as a director. If someone comes to help them, they are naturally willing. Well, that's the next question. Luo Xiao and the others nodded and continued. The biggest problem now is that after a plot segment is filmed, can you tell whether the plot segment is filmed reasonably and whether the acting skills of the actors are in place? Hu Bian nodded slowly after hearing this. He really didn't know much about this aspect. Mr. Luo, how should this be done? Huang Ying asked with some concern. There is no good solution to this. I can propose a few solutions. The first is to improve your own ability. Watch more movies and TV series, and see which parts make you look uncomfortable and awkward. That is basically a reflection of the actor's substandard acting skills. Also, I have a few books about what directors need to read. You can take a look. Luo Xiao said, got up and walked to the bookshelf beside the office, took down a few books. Walked back to the reception area. Put the books on the coffee table. I only have one set of books. You can go to the bookstore and buy another set according to the title. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Luo. Hu Bian looked at the books on the coffee table and pushed them to Huang Ying beside him. It doesn't matter. It's all for the purpose of shooting better movies and TV shows. Luo Xiao waved his hand indifferently and continued to speak. The second point is that my two assistants have certain experience and strength in acting, and they will also give you certain suggestions. The third point is the actors themselves. Our Blue Film's own actors are very strict with their acting skills. After filming, they will also observe whether their own filming meets the standards. The above 3 points are the key to ensuring the quality of film and television. After Luo Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Hu Bian and Huang Ying seriously. It's better to say 2 points than 3 points. The first point is for Hu Bian and Huang Ying to learn. He doesn't know whether there will be results in the later stage, but at least in the early stage of filming, he will definitely not be able to help in filming. We understand, Mr. Luo. I will listen to the opinions of assistants and actors with an open mind. Hu Bian listened to Luo Xiao's words and instantly understood what he said. I will also listen to opinions. Huang Ying nodded. They are all employees of Blue Films, and the 2 movies they have shot now are both hits. But if they shoot a bad movie in their hands, even if Mr. Chen doesn't say anything about them, they can't raise their heads in the company. It's good that you understand. Luo Xiao was completely relieved when he saw the 2 people express their opinions. What he feared most was that after these 2 people obtained the rights of directors, they would do their own thing and ignore the suggestions of others. That would be troublesome. The filming is settled. Next, let's discuss the script. Especially Hu Bian, Mr. Chen has appointed you to write a script yourself. Do you have any ideas at present? Luo Xiao turned his head and looked at Hu Bian. He still recognized Hu Bian's screenwriting ability. After all, the script of Wandering Blue Star was adapted by Hu Bian. Mr. Luo, I have some ideas about the script. When Hu Bian heard Luo Xiao asking about the script, his originally tense expression finally smiled. During the filming of Wandering Blue Star, I modified a fairy tale script according to Tianlong's game. Now that I have just finished writing it, I don't know if it meets the requirements. While speaking, Hu Bian handed the script he brought to Luo Xiao. Just now in the conference room, he heard that Mr. Chen was going to shoot a fantasy TV series, and he instantly thought of the script he wrote. He didn't expect such a coincidence. Because he had nothing to do, he wrote a script for a fairy tale, which actually met Mr. Chen's requirements directly. Let me see. Luo Xiao looked surprised, took the script handed over by Hu Bian, and opened it to read. After a while, he handed the script he had read to Wang Bin, who was curious, and looked up at Hu Bian. Is this the script you wrote? Yes. Hu Bian nodded. Okay, use this script. Luo Xiao nodded without hesitation. He only took a rough look at the plot of the script, and he was attracted by the plot of the script. The mysterious jade pendant binds the male and female protagonists together, and the 2 are like happy enemies. Shushan, Sword Fairy, Demon Girl, past life and present life. The plot is linked together. If he is not discussing things now, he would like to watch the movie in detail. What is the name of this script? I named this script Fairy Sword. Hu Bian answered. Okay, let's call it Fairy Sword. What a good name. Luo Xiao couldn't help but admire it. The plot throughout the script is basically related to swords, plus the theme of fairy tales. It's really appropriate to call it Fairy Sword. Mr. Luo, then the script is decided. Hu Bian asked carefully. It's decided, and we'll use your script. Luo Xiao smiled happily, then turned to look at Huang Ying. Now that the script for the TV series has been finalized, all that's left is the script for the movie. Mr. Luo, I don't know anything about the script. Huang Ying lowered her head a little depressed. She originally thought that she and Hu Bian were the same person, but now it seems that they are not the same at all. After all, Hu Bian is still a screenwriter, and he also wrote a script at the same time, so he doesn't have to worry about the script at all. And she not only has to worry about the filming of the movie, but also the script. I know this, so don't be discouraged. Mr. Chen also said that if you can't write it yourself, you can discuss it with other employees in the company. So, let's discuss this movie script together and finally finalize the script. Luo Xiao saw Huang Ying's depression and comforted her. How about we make another movie version of Sword and Fairy? At this time, Wang Bin closed the script, raised his head, and suggested. He had just read a rough outline of this script, and the content really attracted him. It was completely the fairy world in his fantasy. Flying with a sword, accompanied by a beauty, slaying demons. No, this is too repetitive. It would be better to change to another theme. Mr. Chen requested that it be a romance film. I think I can write a story about not being able to love and regretting it. Sometimes missing it can last a lifetime. Luo Xiao spoke slowly, with a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. Chapter 769, Journey to the West. This is indeed true. Regrettable stories are often more memorable. Hu Bian nodded and spoke. There are many regrettable love stories in the film market now, and some of them are relatively famous. But how should we create this script to make this movie more attractive? And don't forget that we have to add elements of fairy tales and fantasy. Wang Bin spoke slowly. In today's movie market, there are really too many movies about love. If you can't come up with a brilliant script, it's really difficult to get the audience's approval. What if there was a prop that could travel through time and space? It would allow people to travel through time and space to make up for their past regrets. Huang Ying interjected quietly from the side. Item that travels through time and space. Luo Xiao was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought that if he had a prop that could travel through time and space, then he should travel back a few years ago to prevent his feelings from that time from leaving regrets. If he is really given this opportunity, he will definitely cherish it. But if you can travel through time and space, you can definitely make up for the past regrets. How can there be a story of regret? Wang Bin spoke in confusion. You have to choose between love and responsibility. If you can set up a situation where the heroine is in danger and the protagonist wants to save the heroine, he needs to give up his relationship with the heroine. If you want to save the heroine, you have to give up this relationship. If you don't want to give up this relationship, you can't save the heroine. If you are faced with such a choice in the end, how should you make a choice? Hu Bian expressed his thoughts. Listening to Hu Bian's words, everyone in the reception area was stunned. They took it into consideration and found that when this problem was put in front of them, it was really difficult to make a choice. After all, no matter what they choose, the final result is not what they want. When faced with this choice, it is already destined that there is no way to be with the person you love. If we focus on describing the relationship between the two people at the beginning of the plot, let the audience expect that the two people will be together, and then there will be an ending like this. That will definitely become a regret in the hearts of the audience. Hu Bian really has you. You can think of such a plot. Wang Bin looked at Hu Bian and said with admiration, if he were asked to think about such a plot, he would probably not be able to come up with it even if he was given a year. Luo Xiao also nodded and then asked his own question. If this plot is the ending, it is indeed a very good plot, but how should the previous plot be designed, and what kind of worldview should be used? I haven't considered this yet. Hu Bian shook his head. The plot just now was just a flash of inspiration. As for other plots, he didn't have any ideas at the moment. Next, several people in the reception area began to discuss one by one, studying how to design the plot to be more reasonable as well as the choice of worldview. How about we write about the world of Journey to the West? Huang Ying suddenly said, how can there be an emotional line in Journey to the West? Wang bin Spulke in Confusion. As we all know, Journey to the West is a classic novel, but it only tells the story of four masters and apprentices seeking Buddhist scriptures. How could there be any emotional drama in it? We don't have to follow the plot of Journey to the West. There are several movies that have modified Journey to the West. We can also modify it. For example, Sun Wukong and Tang Sung had a conflict and gave up learning from each other. When I returned to Huaguo Mountain, I met a woman. Huang Ying briefly explained her thoughts. This idea is indeed possible, but it feels too simple. And how should the props that travel through time and space be arranged? Luo Xiao nodded first, then shook his head. If it's a single story, it can be written that Sun Wukong made a big mistake after leaving Tang Monk and was finally thrown into reincarnation and reincarnated as a mortal. Then I met the heroine in the mortal stage and met the heroine by chance. The two experienced some things and developed feelings. Sun Wukong also knew that he was the reincarnation of Sun Wukong because of some things. This can be linked to the plot just at the end. The heroine is in danger. The mortal version of Sun Wukong cannot save the heroine at all, but as long as the mortal version of Monkey King puts on the tightening spell, he will gain mana and save the heroine. But as long as you wear the tightening curse, you can't be with the heroine. You need to go to Tang Monk to get scriptures. Of course, this is just my general plot line, and a lot of specific details need to be added. Hu Bian thought for a moment and talked about his plot ideas. This is good. Luo Zhao's eyes lit up when he heard Hu Bian's plot. I think it's good too. So let's continue to follow this plot idea bit by bit and add some twists in the middle to make the plot fuller. Wang bin Spulke slowly. Although he can't write scripts, he can listen to stories, and he can still tell whether a story is attractive or not. What if during the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, he first met another woman, and the two had some emotional entanglements, and then met the heroine? Huang Ying suggested. That's a good idea. Hu Bian's eyes lit up when he heard this, as if his thoughts suddenly opened up. Tomorrow, group. President's office. Chen Mo sat comfortably on the boss's chair. He had already arranged the director and script for the meeting just now. He summed it up. The previous two movies were shot so well, all because Luo Xiao and the others misunderstood his evaluation of the script. Then make changes. So this time, he simply let them write the script by themselves without making any suggestions on the script and just let them play it by themselves. He didn't believe that they could still produce hit movies or TV series. Thinking, Chen Mo picked up the coffee on the side and took a sip. This time, a total of 1.6 billion was invested in a movie and a TV series. In addition, Nana Coffee, schools, and competition bases, the total funds that can be invested are 2.2 billion. So he now has an investment amount of 3.8 billion. 3.8 billion. Even if The Wandering Blue Star was a hit movie, it was enough to consume the box office it earned. Chen Mo thought to himself and opened the computer next to him with a relaxed expression. In recent days, because of the Wandering Blue Star incident, he has not played games for several days. But now that he has found a way to consume funds, it's time for him to relax. Extreme Survival, another skin, came out a few days ago, and he wants to go online to show it off. Enter the game. Just as he was getting ready, he saw Shinro walking in with a data report in her hand. Mr. Chun, this is the report on the release of the boring short video. Please take a look. As Shinro said this, she pushed the information in her hand onto the table in front of Chen Mo. Chapter 770, Purchase of a Building. Boring short video. Chen Mo looked at the report on the desktop and didn't know what else to report on the boring short video. Confused, he picked up the report on the table and opened it to read. After a while, Chen Mo slowly put down the information report and reached out to touch his chest. Li Xin, Wu Yu Labia. Can't these two guys calm down for a while? Aren't you satisfied with so much income from boring short videos? This data report shows that other live broadcast teachings of boring short video have also begun to be monetized, and now 90% of merchants have signed contracts with boring short video. The licensing fee is as high as 1 billion. After all the remaining merchants sign the contract, there will be another 200 million in revenue. Calculated in this way, The total income is 12. He has just found a way to consume the funds, and now he has gained another 1.2 billion in income. Can't you spend all this money? Chinemo sighed helplessly, opened the drawer, and took out a booklet. Find the names of Li Shun and Wu Yu. Draw a big cross on it. During this period of time, Li Shun has really gone too far. Looking at Li Shun's name on the booklet, the cross on it was about to fill the page. Chinemo took a deep breath. There was nothing he could do about Li Shun. Nowadays, most of the live broadcasts of boring short video have entered the monetization stage. So next month, the revenue of boring short video will increase significantly. Coupled with the pet food at the corner pet park and the listing of pet peripherals, the revenue at the corner pet park will also increase a lot. The good mood that the special mission had just been settled successfully was finally wiped out by the bombardment of these news. Moreover, he has to find new ways to consume the current 1.2 billion licensing fee for boring short videos. Now there is only half a year left, and it is time for fund settlement. So he must spend the system funds as soon as possible in this half year. Otherwise, in the end, it will definitely affect the final settlement. 1.2 billion. Where should I spend it? Chinemo fell into thinking. What new way to consume funds was he looking for? Jiangcheng. In a conference room. Zhao Qiuqing. What's going on with your building? Why are so many bosses canceling the lease after the new year? A middle-aged man with thinning hair turned to look at Zhao Qiuqing and said seriously. In his impression, in the past, the upper 10 floors of that building could not be rented out, but now the 10 floors are rented out. He has built so many office buildings, and it was really weird to encounter this situation for the first time. Boss, there's nothing I can do about it. The top 10 floors of that building are now rented by the Tomorrow Group. You also know that the treatment of the Tomorrow Group, none of the current companies can match it. This has led to the employees working downstairs of the Tomorrow Group to envy the work of the Tomorrow Group, so much so that they have no regard for their own family members. The company breeds dissatisfaction. Better employees will scold their company behind its back. Some extreme employees will not work well at first, which will seriously affect the company's work progress. So when the rent expired at the end of the year, those owners all quit the rent and moved to other places. Zhao Qiuqing explained that he had nothing to do about this kind of thing. The boss fell into deep thought after hearing Zhao Qiuqing's words. He raised his head after a while and spoke slowly. Go meet Mr. Chen of that group in the next few days and see if he has any ideas about buying that building. Now this building is useless to him, and it is a pity to abandon it. Now that Tomorrow Group has rented the upper 10 floors of the building, it will cause the building to. But unless it is rented to the Tomorrow Group, the upper 10 floors of the building cannot be rented out. There is no use for keeping such a building. It is better to sell it and build a new one. Boss, what is our selling price? Zhao Qiuqing asked. The construction cost of our building is about 200 million, so we can negotiate at 200 million. Of course, if we negotiate the price, we can also lower it appropriately. The floating price will be 20 million. If the other party wants to buy it, I hope you can sell it as soon as possible. The boss thought for a moment and then spoke. This building has been under construction for several years. I have made a lot of money from rent collection in the past few years. If I sell it at the cost of 200 million, I won't suffer a loss. Moreover, the south of the city is being developed. He hopes to sell this building and then invest the funds to build a new office building in the south of the city. When the south of the city is developed, the new office buildings will definitely be very popular. I know, boss. I will handle this matter as soon as possible. Zhao Qiuqing nodded. He also wants to get rid of the building he is currently managing as soon as possible. After all, his income is linked to the rent of that building. Now, except for the Tomorrow Group, most companies have canceled the lease, so his income has also been relatively reduced. So selling this building and working in other buildings is what he wants to see. A few days passed. Chinemo looked at the latest box office revenue, and the whole person was a little numb. Wandering Blue Star has been fermented for a few days and has been known to the whole network. The box office revenue is increasing rapidly every day. Yesterday's box office revenue directly exceeded 200 million. 200 million. And the box office revenue is still growing. It has only been a few days, and there are still more than 20 days before the movie is taken off the shelves. When the movie is taken off the shelves, he dare not imagine how much the final box office revenue will be. Chun Mo felt weak. He has been working hard to spend money. Why can't he get a little reward for working so hard? Mr. Chun, Manager Zhao, the person in charge of this building, wants to see you. Shinro walked over quickly and reported. Do you know what it is? Chun Mo sorted out his expression a little and looked up at Shinro. It seems that he wants to talk about the building. Mr. Chun, you also know that now. I know, you asked someone to bring him up. Chen Montak nodded. After a while, the office door was opened. Mr. Chun, long time no see. Zhao Qiuqun looked around the office environment. Then his eyes fell on Chun Mo, and he said enthusiastically. He was very surprised. At that time, the 10 floors of this building were very strange. Basically, the companies on these 10 floors did not last more than half a year. Some went bankrupt, some lost money. He thought that the Tomorrow Group would end up like those companies. Chapter 771 set out to pick up poor elderly people. But he was totally wrong. This Tomorrow Group has been established here for more than a year. Not only has nothing happened, but it has also grown stronger and stronger. Sit here. Chun Mo stood up and led him to the reception area. As for the manager of this building, he had met him once when he first came to see the situation of this building, and he never met him again. Manager Zhao, are you here today to discuss the affairs of this building? When Chun Mo saw the other party sitting down, he poured a cup of tea and pushed it over. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Zhao Qiuqun hurriedly took the tea. That's right. Mr. Chun, you must have understood the current situation of this building. I understand, but I can't do anything about this matter. Chun Mo shook his head helplessly. I know this. We don't mean to blame Mr. Chun. I came here today just to ask if Mr. Chun plans to buy this building. Mr. Chin's group is so big, but the headquarters only has 10 floors. The area is too small, and it doesn't match the current strength of Tomorrow Group. Zhao Qiuqun directly explained his purpose and complimented him. Buy this building. Chun Mo was stunned for a moment. He had thought about it before, but the building was troublesome at that time, so he gave up after thinking about it. But now the companies downstairs have moved out of the 9th floor, so it is much more convenient to buy it. And now he is in urgent need of money. Buying this building can also consume part of the system funds. Thinking of this, Chun Mo made a decision in his heart and looked up at Zhao Qiuqun. I wonder how much the price is for this building. Mr. Chun, the building cost is 200 million. The building cost can be found in the data. If you don't believe it, you can search it yourself. Our selling price this time is 200 million. Zhao Qiuqun spoke slowly. He didn't use any bargaining methods, but just kept a difference of 20 million in the selling price. 200 million? No problem. Chun Mo didn't think much about it and nodded directly. This. Zhao Qiuqun was stunned for a moment. The words he prepared before coming here were all useless under the other party's simple words. Mr. Chun, are you going to buy this building? Yes, go and prepare the transfer contract. I will send someone to deal with this matter with you. The 200 million funds will be transferred to your capital account after signing the contract. Chun Mo called Shinro over while speaking. I bought this building. I will do some handover work in the next few days. You can follow up. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded. This is my assistant. You can finalize the contract with him. Chun Mo turned to Zhao Qiuqun and introduced him. Hello, Assistant Shun. Zhao Qiuqun hurriedly greeted him. The assistant of the group president is not an ordinary person. Hello, Manager Zhao. Just contact me for the handover. Shinro smiled faintly. After a conversation, the time for signing the contract was confirmed. Zhao Qiuqun stood up and said goodbye. Chun Mo returned to his seat, thinking about Zhao Qiuqun's words. How can an office building with only 10 floors match the strength of Tomorrow Group? Yes, this sentence is well said. With the strength of Tomorrow Group, how can this old office building match it? It must be a new office building. At this moment, he thought of another way to spend money to build the office building of Tomorrow Group. The school construction has not been implemented yet. Now there is another project to build an office building. When the time comes, we can find Mei Yun and implement these two projects together. But before that, we should send Luo Xiao and Wang Bin away first. Yesterday, we got the news that these two people have organized a team to pick up and drop off the poor elderly. The next day, early in the morning, Tomorrow Group, Blue Film and Television. In the office, Luo Xiao looked at Hu Bian and Huang Ying in the office and said with some worry, "The script of the TV series Xianjian has been decided directly. There is nothing to say, but the script of the movie is not perfect at present. Hu Bian, you should pay more attention to it and try to improve the script." "Don't worry, Mr. Luo. I will polish the script seriously." Hu Bian nodded. He is still very concerned about the script, and the basic framework of the current movie script has been decided. He only needs to fill in some details of the plot to make the overall look of the movie more full. He is very good at this. Yeah, Luo Xiao nodded. He still trusts Hu Bian's ability. The script has been finalized. The rest is the casting. Now Blue Film has a lot of actors. Most of them are students of the Magic City Drama Academy, but I talked to them on the phone. They will come over in the next few days to select a role based on the script of the TV series. If there are actors who are undecided, you could take a video and send it to us, and we can also provide some advice. If you don't have enough actors, you can go to the Magic City Drama Academy to recruit. I'm already familiar with the teachers there. Contact me when you go, and I will recommend teachers to you. Someone will help you then. Luo Xiao arranged all the details. "We understand, Mr. Luo." Hu Bian and Huang Ying nodded. In the past few days, they have begun to adapt to their new identity as directors. Although there are some challenges, it is not an opportunity for them. "Brother Xiao." Wang Bin opened the office door and walked in. "Good." Luo Xiao nodded and turned to look at Hu Bian and Huang Ying. "If you don't understand anything, just call and ask." Sing. Then he turned around and walked outside the office. Upon seeing this, Hu Bian and Huang Ying hurriedly followed. They knew that Mr. Luo and Mr. Wang were picking up poor elderly people. This is already the third batch. He admires Tomorrow Group's charity work very much. What I admire is not only the charity work, but also the charity work, and ordered the company's employees not to publicize this matter. He has seen a lot of things done for charity. After doing it, he wanted to publicize it and let the whole world know that they had done something for charity. But Tomorrow Group has never done any of these things and has done them all silently. Chapter 772. Going to the movies? Downstairs. As soon as Luo Xiao and Wang Bin walked out, they saw Mr. Chen standing not far away and hurried over. "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Oh." Chen Mo looked at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin, who were walking over. "Everything is ready. How is the itinerary determined?" "Mr. Chen, we are going to meet up with Yang Xinghua first and follow their lead to inspect those poor elderly people. After the inspection of poor elderly people, we will make a road map to pick up those poor elderly people who are willing to come to Jiangxing." Luo Xiao hurriedly reported. "Well, let's go." Chen Mo nodded and wanted to watch these two people leave. "Okay, Mr. Chen." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao quickly turned around to look at the team waiting outside the building and shouted hello. "Everyone get on the train and head to the station." The words fell. Everyone in the team entered their own vehicles. "Mr. Chen, let's leave first." Luo Xiao turned to look at Chen Mo. "Let's go." Chen Mo spoke calmly and watched Luo Xiao and Wang Bin get into the car and leave. Then he turned to look at Hu Bian and Huang Ying, who were standing not far away. "How are you preparing for the movie?" "Mr. Chen, preparations are still underway." Hu Bian spoke quickly. "Well, don't worry too much. Just go and shoot with peace of mind." Chen Mo patted Hu Bian's shoulder lightly, then turned and walked into the building. He looked around at the building in front of him. In a few days, this building would belong to the Tomorrow Group. When the time comes, it will be a big expense to renovate everything and equip it with computers and office equipment. Corner Pet Park. At the foot of the mountain, Corner Square. Mr. Peng, the main frame of this square has been built. What needs to be done now is to install explosion-proof glass on the main frame. If it's all completed, it will probably take another 3 months. Bangtao distance. The entire frame is made of thick steel pipes. The next thing is to install explosion-proof glass on these steel frames. Once all the explosion-proof glass is installed, the entire square will be covered with explosion-proof glass. If you describe it, it is a very large sunroom. But in this closed square, the explosion-proof glass windows around the square can be opened by remote control. It will become an open-air square. Pang Tao walked around the corner square, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong, he turned around and got in the car. On the way back, Pang Tao looked at the scenery outside through the car window and thought to himself that as long as the pet park continues to expand, these areas on the roadside will become corner PT parks in the future. As the vehicle drove slowly, Pang Tao suddenly had a new idea. Instead of building a shuttle, install a circulating tram around the corner pet park. This tram route runs through every unique attraction in the corner pet park. In this way, tourists who come here can take this tram wherever they want to go. This is much more convenient than that bus. You can study it carefully with Lao Su when you go back. Pang Tao thought in his mind, and soon the vehicle arrived in front of the office building of the corner pet park. I chose a parking space and parked in it. Get off. Go straight to Su Jingming's office in the office building. Lao Pang, you're here. Come and try the canned food. Su Jingming looked at Pang Tao, who came in, smiled, and stood up to greet him. At the same time, he took a can from the cabinet on the side. Pang Tao sat on the sofa in the reception area and looked at the cans handed over by Su Jingming. What a can! When did you start to like canned food? It's mango flavored. I remember that the really good canned food doesn't seem to have mango canned food. Pang Tao asked in confusion. Jinhao canned food is an industry under the Tomorrow Group, and he has also learned about it. Due to reputation issues, the current sales of Jinhao cans have not been very good. And there are only two types of canned food, canned peach and canned hawthorn. When the really good canned mango appeared, how come he didn't know about it? Hey, you didn't know this, right? This is a new product from Real Good Can, but it is still under development and has not been put on the market. Su Jingming opened his mouth to explain. How do you know so clearly about the new products developed? Pang Tao looked puzzled, but he quickly thought that the manager of Jinhao Can was Meng Xiaohong. I also thought that Su Jingming stayed away all night yesterday, and today there was an extra can of new flavors. A new guest suddenly came to mind. Tell me, where were you last night? Where can I go? Let's go out to watch a movie. What movie are you watching? Wandering Blue Star? No, didn't we go see it together a few days ago? Isn't this Mr. Chin's movie? I'll support it one more time. Do you think I'm a fool? Is this related to Manager Meng? Pang Tao glanced at Su Jingming speechlessly. The two had been friends for many years, and he knew each other too well. I still let you see it? Su Jingming chuckled. So what did you go for? Pang Tao asked curiously. Nothing has been done. Manager Meng just wants to move. I will help him move. Then what? What then? It was after we moved. You didn't come back the whole night yesterday. It was very late after we moved. I was too lazy to drive, so I stayed in a nearby hotel for one night. Didn't Manager Meng keep you? Yes, he asked if I wanted to stay one night before leaving. But how could I keep you? I'm a grown man. If I stay at a girl's house, other people will gossip about me. Su Jingming sat up straight and said seriously. Pang Tao listened to Su Jingming's words with a strange look on his face. He found that he hadn't fully understood the other person in all these years. Usually he talked a lot of dirty talk, but he never thought that he would do what he did last night. Worse than an animal. Did you chat with Manager Meng this morning? Yes, I sent him a good morning message this morning, but he hasn't replied to me yet. It wasn't like this before, Su Jingming said with a distressed look. It would be strange if he replied to you. A girl invited you to stay overnight in the middle of the night, and you refused. You are really hopeless. Do you know the reason? Looking at Pang Tao's expression, Su Jingming asked. What reason could there be? Pang Tao explained. So that's the case. What should I do then? Su Jingming suddenly realized what Pang Tao said. What else can I do? Manager Meng invited you to stay overnight, which means he still has a good impression of you. You just need to take the initiative these days. Pang Tao said. I know. Thanks, brother. Su Jingming smiled relaxedly and then took out a document from the side. By the way, the revenue of our corner pet park from selling those products on the official website has been calculated. Take a look. Chapter 773 Arrangement. Pang Tao also put away his joking thoughts, took the information report handed over by Su Jingming, and opened it to read. After the pet food and pet-related items were put on the shelves of the corner mall, a buying boom was ushered in, but as the buying boom subsided, The sales of each product have declined to varying degrees. After this period of time, it has stabilized. The daily sales of 3 types of cat food are about 8 million. The daily sales of 3 types of dog food are about 10 million. Cut strips, cut guns, and other cat-related items have sales of 4 million. The total sales amount is 22 million, and the monthly sales are 660 million. And the commission they get from their pet park is about 280 million. Adding the income from the corner park ticket, the monthly income of the corner pet park is now more than 300 million. Pang Tao looked at the last amount and smiled unconsciously. Although their corner pet park was profitable before, the monthly profit was only tens of millions. Compared with the hundreds of millions of yuan in revenue from Sangshui games and Wuling short videos every month, this is still too little. However, this time, with pet food and pet-related items on the shelves, the revenue of their corner pet park has finally caught up with the pace of Sangshui games and Wuling short videos. How is it? Su Jingming looked at Pang Tao's expression with a smile on his face. The monthly income of our corner pet park has finally exceeded 100 million yuan. Pang Tao sighed. Yes, the monthly income has finally exceeded 100 million yuan, but the reputation of our corner pet park is not very big at present. When the reputation of our corner park is further expanded, our income will be further increased. Su Zhengming also sighed. That's right, but when the corner pet park is further expanded, and then with the fermentation of time, the reputation will definitely become bigger and bigger. Pang Tao nodded in agreement, and then continued to speak. Just when I came back, I had a new idea. Let me see how it goes. I think it's okay. Now the corner park is not very big. It's okay for tourists to walk around by themselves. But when the corner pet park grows to a certain extent, some means of transportation must be put in. Otherwise, those tourists will be tired before they have finished playing in the corner pet park. Then the two began to discuss in the office. Tomorrow Group, President's office. Chinamo really looked at the design drawings and 3D renderings made by Wang Yang. What do you think, Mr. Chen? If you think there is something wrong, I can change it. Wang Yang asked carefully. This is Mr. Chen's own house. He must design it well. Well, the overall color style is good, but the windows on the living room side should be bigger, and the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows should be installed. There will be no problem with the rest. Also, the bookcase and these storage grids should all be installed with transparent glass doors on the outside. Chen Mo turned the computer and pointed out the parts that needed to be modified, especially the bookcases. If these places are not covered with glass doors, it will be very difficult to clean up the dust in the future. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will modify it as soon as possible. Wang Yang nodded and quickly recorded the places that Mr. Chen pointed out. Well, that's all about the house decoration. I called you here today, and there are other things. Chinamo looked up at Wang Yang. Now this building is owned by the Tomorrow Group, so the office buildings from the 1st to the 16th floors have not been decorated, so you need to come and decorate them. The decoration requirements are also known, so I won't say much. Okay, Mr. Chen, then I will call someone to come and measure it later. Wang Yang was stunned for a moment when he heard Mr. Chen's words, but soon smiled secretly. What's so surprising about a group buying a building? With Mr. Chen's financial resources, it is no problem to buy two. Well, the elevators from the 1st to the 16th floor are free to enter and exit. If you want to measure, just go up and measure. However, there are still a few companies that have not moved out. When you go to measure, find their person in charge to explain the situation. I have already talked to the heads of those companies. Chen Mo explained that now this building belongs to the Tomorrow Group, but several companies have not found a new office space for a while, so they have not moved out. In this regard, he did not drive them away immediately. As long as they did not affect his spending, they could move out in the next period of time. Okay, Mr. Chun, then it's okay. I will call someone to come and measure the ruler here. Wang Yang nodded. He thought that after the renovation of the Tomorrow community was completed, there should be no place that needed him to renovate. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chin directly bought the building. Well, send me the budget as soon as possible after the design is completed. Chen Montak nodded. By the way, take the tea over there. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Wang Yang looked at the tea on the table and did not refuse this time. Mr. Chun gave him tea, which showed that he respected him. It would be bad if he always refused. He stood up, picked up the tea leaves beside him, and walked out of the office. He watched Wang Yang leave. Chinemo looked at his schedule. At present, only the school and the new office building projects have not been implemented. But he called Mei Yun to come today, and these two projects will be implemented soon. He picked up his mobile phone and looked at the time. There was still about half an hour before Mei Yun came. Half an hour later, Mei Yun carefully pushed open the office door and walked in. "Hello, Mr. Chun. Sit down." Chen Mo gestured to the chair in front of the desk. "I don't know, what arrangements does Mr. Chen have this time?" Mei Yun sat down and then asked. "There are two projects that you need to do," Chen Mo said, handing a written project plan to Mei Yun. Mei Yun took the information curiously and took a look. After a while, he looked at Mr. Chun with a look of surprise. "Mr. Chun, you are going to build a school." "Yes, this school includes kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, and high school. I will invest 1.5 billion yuan. I will give you 500 million yuan as the initial capital, and the other 1 billion yuan will be invested later. In addition, the office building will invest 400 million yuan, and all of it will be invested this month." Chen Mo nodded and told the investment amount. "Mr. Chen, what about the construction address? You can choose it yourself." "I know, Mr. Chun." Mei Yun nodded. He already had a rough idea of the location in mind. He heard Wei Yin talk about it last time in the Tomorrow Canteen. Now that most of the Tomorrow Group's industries are in the east of the city, the school and office building projects must be in the east of the city. Chapter 774, Select Floor. "By the way, Mr. Chun, are there any other requirements for these two projects?" Mei Yin asked. "There are no special requirements. The only requirement is the quality of the project. Another point is to build a separate dormitory building near the kindergarten for the children in the orphanage. As for how to build it, what are the needs of the orphanage? Just communicate with Yangju at the orphanage." Chinemo thought about the orphanage. Now that the orphanage is nearly full, a new place must be needed to take in those children. Then just build a separate children's dormitory near the kindergarten, and all the children in the orphanage can live in that dormitory. And it's close to the kindergarten, so you can go to the kindergarten every day. "I understand, Mr. Chun." Mei Yin nodded with admiration in his eyes. Mr. Chun is aware of the fact that he helps the orphanage. Every time he picks up poor old people, he will also bring some poor children, and these children are also sent to that orphanage. Now that Mr. Chun wants to build a school, it is probably largely because of the children in the orphanage. Otherwise, why would he build a separate dormitory next to a school for the children in the orphanage? "Then, Mr. Chun, I'll deal with this matter first." "Well, go ahead." Chun Mo nodded and waited until Mei Yun left the office, then took a sip of the coffee beside him. Now that the school construction has been arranged, there is one most important thing, which is the qualification to open a private school. A school is not as simple as opening a small company. It requires qualification certification. It also has requirements for your teaching staff and the asset strength of your investors. He is not worried about the strength. With the current strength of the Tomorrow Group, there will be no problems for two schools, let alone one school. What needs to be solved now is the teaching staff. As long as this matter is solved, the school can basically be opened. Of course, there must be other procedures to go through, but he doesn't know much about it, so he can only leave it to people who understand. Chinemo thought of Tang Xiu at this time. Ever since he was sent to found Baishu Law Firm, he basically didn't pay much attention to him. But he still had trouble with him a year ago, suing some merchants who copied Changfeng clothing and claiming tens of millions in compensation. However, the compensation of tens of millions is not on the same level as the current boring short videos and the income brought by Wandering Blue Star. So now when he thinks about what Tang Xiu did years ago, he no longer feels anything. Just tens of millions? He seems to be able to spend it just by finding any excuse. He took out his mobile phone and called Tang Xiu, asking him to come to the group in the afternoon. Noon. Tomorrow's canteen. On a row of seats in the corner. "Mr. May, how is the construction of the community tomorrow? When can we move in?" Wei Yin looked at Mei Yun sitting opposite and joked. "This should be a few months away. Based on the current construction schedule, the building will be handed over in September." Mei Yin thought for a moment and spoke slowly. So fast. Wei Yin was a little surprised. In his impression, Some buildings may not be completed even after 2 or 3 years of construction. As for the Tomorrow community, it took more than a year from preparation to completion. There are enough funds and enough workers. There has been basically no stoppage of work since the beginning of construction. Moreover, it is still an unfinished building, and there is nothing to stop it from the government. As long as all the indicators are qualified, it will be a green light all the way. If this isn't quick enough, then I don't deserve to be the manager of this construction company. Mei Yun spoke confidently. When he invested in an office building before, he was responsible for the construction, and he was clear about every process. In this case, wouldn't we be able to move into Tomorrow community in September? Wei Yin smiled and spoke with some expectation in his eyes. He still knows very well about some of the layout of Tomorrow's community. If the construction is completed, the environment there will be inferior to all the current buildings in Jiangxing. More importantly, this year's New Year's project bonus alone is a full 10 million. This money can just buy a house in Tomorrow's community. Now it is lying in his bank account, and he is ready to wait for the building to be completed and pay to move in. Ha ha ha, we will all be neighbors by then. Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen on the side also had smiles on their faces. Of course it is, but I would like to thank Mr. Wei for your pointers. Mei Yun's eyes fell on Wei Yin with gratitude on his face. What's up? Wei Yin was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Mei Yun was thinking. Didn't you say before that Mr. Chun might move to Tomorrow community? So you asked me to reserve the best locations in each building. It's true. Mr. Chen actually chose a suite over there the day before yesterday. Well, it's 4 suites, but the 4 suites are currently connected together. Mei Yun opened his mouth to explain. At that time, many people in the company who were in charge or above approached him and wanted to reserve a location in the building. It was Wei Yin who reminded him to reserve some good locations in the building for Mr. Chen, so he did so. That's all. What's there to thank for? We, as Mr. Chen, got 2 houses. As for whether Mr. Chen lives there or not, that's Mr. Chen's business. Although I said that we don't advocate social connections in our company, we, as Mr. Chen's subordinates, still have to consider it. We always have to think about who we are because of, Wei Yin said indifferently. After so many years of business, some social connections have basically been imprinted in his bones, and he did it subconsciously. I still have to thank you. Mei Yun insisted. Let's not talk about this. Mr. Chun chose those houses and gave the upstairs or downstairs to Lao Yang. Lao Yang and his family have been following Mr. Chen. If Mr. Chen moves there, they will definitely move there too. Wei Yin reminded again. Well, I know this. Lao Yang told me about this. After Mr. Chen chose the house, I notified Lao Yang that they decided to buy the floor downstairs from Mr. Chen. Mei Yin said, That's good. Wei Yin nodded slightly, then asked, Mr. Chun should have 2 apartments downstairs, so how about I move to the other one? He had reserved 1 apartment before, but it has not been renovated yet, so it is not a problem to change it. Who doesn't want to live near Mr. Chen? You are too late. Mei Yun smiled and shook his head. The other one has been reserved. Chapter 775 Predetermined Candidates. Someone has made a reservation so quickly. It can't be you. When Wei Yin heard this, he looked at Mei Yun suspiciously. How is that possible? It's Assistant Shun. Not long after Mr. Chun selected the floor, Assistant Shun called me and booked a suite downstairs. Mei Yin opened his mouth to explain. That's it. Wei Yin was not surprised when he heard this. Assistant Shun had been following Mr. Chun since he was in the clothing factory. Nowadays, it is more convenient to live downstairs and handle some official business temporarily. Then there will be no one in those 2 sets on the next floor. Oh, Manager Song Xia from Nana Coffee and Lawyer Tang from Baishu Law Firm. Ma Yun smiled lightly. Wei Yin was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then smiled and said nothing more. Mr. Chun is handsome and rich. It would be strange if no one likes him. Then you are saying that there is no one on that floor of that building. There won't be anything further down the line. Oh, it's not like there aren't any. I've reserved a set. Then I'll order another set on your floor. Wei Yin spoke. We order. Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen spoke one after another. Mei Yin nodded when he heard this and wrote down the matter. Mr. Chun, I asked you to come here today. Do you have any new arrangements? Wei Yin took a mouthful of rice and asked casually. 2 new projects have been arranged. Mr. Chun is planning to build a school with 4 stages from kindergarten to high school. In addition, he is also planning to build a new office building. The investment funds have been set, and the next thing that needs to be done is to select a site. Mei Yun said, "This project is not a secret project. There is no need to hide it. As for the address, it's definitely best to be in the east of the city. Most of Mr. Chin's properties are now in the east of the city, and there are a lot of land tenders there, so it's easy to get the land." Wei Yin expressed his thoughts. "I think so too, but the specific location needs to be considered." Mei Yin nodded in agreement. The location of the school is a good choice. You can choose it near the Tomorrow community. When the school is built by Mr. Chun, the teaching staff will definitely be good. We can send our children to school by then. And there is a school near the building, but it is a school district house. When the construction of the community is completed tomorrow, it will be much easier to sell. And where the office building is, I have a place. Wei Yin had a flash of inspiration and suddenly thought of a place in the east of the city. Where? Mei Yin looked curious. There was nothing controversial about the school's location. He also thought of this when he came to the cafeteria. The most important thing is the location of the office building. He still can't make up his mind. Here. As Wei Yin spoke, he took out his mobile phone and entered the map of Jiangxing City, then searched on it, and finally reached out and clicked on a location. Mei Yin looked at where Wei Yin was pointing. Fang Chong and Zhao Bowen also looked over. This location is about 500 meters east of Qingyun River, and our current office building is downstream of this location, about 500 meters west of Qingyun River. From the location, if another office building of Tomorrow Group is built at this location, the 2 office buildings will be far away from each other. One is upstream and the other is downstream. One is east of the river and the other is west of the river. Mei Yun and others looked at the geographical location pointed out by Wei Yin, and it was indeed what Wei Yin said. This location is good. Although I don't believe in feng shui, I feel that building an office building here is quite comfortable and symmetrical. Zhao Bowen looked at the position pointed out by Wei Yin, touched his chin, and spoke slowly. I also feel like this location is good. Fang Chong agreed. Well, I think it's good too. At least the scenery along the river is very good. I'll go over here and see if there's any land bidding. Mei Yin looked at it carefully and felt that this location was very good. It is only 3 to 4 kilometers away from the river and the Tomorrow community, which is not very far. After deciding on the approximate location, a few people changed other topics and started chatting. Afternoon, Tang Xiu parked the car slowly in the parking lot, got out of the car, and walked quickly towards the Tomorrow building. Now that this building has been bought by the Tomorrow Group, it can be called the Tomorrow Building. Walking into the Tomorrow building, I looked at the deserted scene inside the building. Tang Xiu couldn't help but sigh. She hadn't been to Tomorrow building for a long time. She didn't know what tasks Mr. Chun would arrange this time when he called her over. Take the elevator to the top floor, knock on the door, and enter the office. See, when Chun Mo saw Tang Xiu come in, he took him to the reception area to sit down and made him a cup of coffee. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Tang Xiu quickly took the coffee handed over by Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, are there any tasks that need to be arranged? There is a task that needs you to handle. I am planning to set up a private school from kindergarten to high school. I have arranged for Mei Yun to handle the construction. As for other processes, I need you to handle them. Chun Mo also brought a cup of coffee and sat across from Tang Xiu. Do you want to hold a school? I know a little bit about this. The first step is to submit relevant materials for application. The information needs to include a lot of information, such as the financial strength of the investor, the charter of the school, and the school site, and a series of other information. After the application, the site of the school will be surveyed, and the teaching equipment and other related items will be reviewed. Finally, the school's fire safety inspection, and so on. After all these are qualified, it will enter the next stage. Registered capital. Only after there is no problem at this step will you get a license to run a school. Another point is that the requirements for school building are different from those for commercial building. Tang Xiu explained the process of running a school in detail. Chun Mo listened to Tang Xiu's description and confirmed in his heart that it was right to let Tang Xiu handle this matter. Well, this matter will be left to you to handle. As for the requirements for building a house, you go and discuss it with Mei Yun, and I will let him cooperate with you. Okay, Mr. Chun. Tang Xiu smiled and nodded. She thought she would be busy after she established a law firm, but she found that she was wrong. After the initial busy period of establishing a law firm, the next thing was to train those trainee lawyers, which was not difficult for her at all. Especially now, those trainee lawyers have been assigned to various companies to promote the law, and she has nothing to do. However, the promotion of the law has been going on for a while, and it is time to take the next step. Let those trainee lawyers go to various communities and provide free legal advice to the people in the community. Chapter 776, Entering the Finals. Has there been any progress at the law firm recently? How are the trainee lawyers? After discussing school matters, Chinemo picked up his coffee and asked casually, "Oh, the trainee lawyers are still quite capable now. I will now let them go to our tomorrow group to do some legal publicity training. It will still take a few months before they can be regularized and appear in court." Tang Xiu reported. "I have begun to look forward to it. A total of 66 trainee lawyers have been regularized. Although the cases they take on at the beginning are unlikely to be too complicated, the law firm should have a certain income by that time." Legal publicity? Chun Mo nodded secretly when he heard this. Isn't this what he had arranged Tang Xiu to do before? I didn't expect that Tang Xiu had also learned it, and it was not bad. However, in a few months, those trainee lawyers can be regularized and serve in court. This matter needs to be paid attention to. If no one invites them, it's okay. If someone invites them to be lawyers, then they have to find their own good allies. At the business gathering in Kyoto a few years ago, he clearly remembered that his good ally not only targeted his Nana Coffee, but also his law firm. If the law firm really wanted to make a profit at that time, it would have to ask its own good ally. Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart. However, the law firm is still very stable at present, and he doesn't need to worry too much. After a brief chat, Tang Xiu said goodbye and left. Chun Mo returned to his desk and sat down, looking at the system funds on the system panel, and sighed helplessly. The box office of Wandering Blue Star is growing too fast. With the current projects that cost money, he always feels that it is not enough. He looked at the game icon on the computer and didn't want to play it at all. There is still a need for more ways to spend money. Mr. Chun, this is the information submitted by the Corner Pet Park. Shinro came over at some point and put a piece of information on the table. Corner Pet Park. He just got him 400 million in licensing fees a while ago, and now there is a report. Chunemo picked up the report and took a look at it in confusion. But soon, his hand holding the report began to tremble slightly. The report became a little wrinkled without him noticing. The monthly profit of Corner Pet Park can reach 300 million. This. Looking at the content of the report, Chen Mo felt powerless. He suddenly realized that since returning from the Chinese New Year, several industries under the Tomorrow Group have undergone great changes. The largest one is Corner Pet Park, which originally had a monthly profit of only tens of millions. Now it has directly increased by a leap from tens of millions to 300 million. And the information clearly stated that the reputation of Corner Pet Park is still increasing, and its future income will also increase. With the current income of Corner Pet Park, it can already catch up with Sangxue Game. Now, Sangxue Game has increased its players as the fermentation of the Chinese New Year, and now its monthly profit is only 400 million. In addition to Corner Pet Park, there is also Boring Short Video, which has undergone a huge change again after returning from the Chinese New Year. In Boring Short Video, 90% of the teaching live broadcasts have entered the monetization stage. The licensing fee alone has reached 1.2 billion, and this has not yet been calculated the profit share of the sales of goods from the teaching live broadcasts that have been monetized and the profit of the Boring Short Video. He is not sure about other things, but with the current traffic of the Boring Short Video, the profit of the newly added goods sold will definitely exceed that of the Corner Pet Park. There is also Wandering Blue Star. According to the current box office trend, the movie will be off the shelves by the end of the month, and there will be no problem in breaking through 5 billion in box office. Chinemo rubbed his head with a headache. Every time he found a project that could consume himself, there would be a wave of industries that would bring him a wave of big profits. It gave him a feeling that the more money he spent, the more money he spent. April 20th, at 10 o'clock in the evening. Kyoto. Extreme Survival Competition Stadium. The points ranking has come out. Let's take a look at the points ranking to see which team has entered the finals. The first place is undoubtedly Yinji, the second place is TBB, the third place is PO, and the fourth place is BL. Let's congratulate the top 30 teams for entering the finals. Next, the finals will divide the 30 teams into 3 groups, ABC, with 10 people in each group. The AB group, BC group, and AC group will be held for 3 days. Next, the teams that enter the finals will draw lots to determine the group their teams will be in. The commentator looked at the scoreboard on the big screen and kept talking. This event feels more intense than the last official event. You said that. Do you mean that the official event was not successful? I didn't say that. I think the biggest reason why this event can be so exciting is the last official event. After that event, many extreme survival teams appeared, which made this event exciting. That's true. Which team do you think is more promising among the teams that advanced to the finals this time? Oh. As for me, I think BL team has great potential. Why? Is it the official team? That's not the case. I just think their style of play is more stable and they don't make mistakes easily. And the title of School Overlord that they won all the way from the knockout rounds is not for nothing. Indeed, and through this game, BL team directly made other teams respond and began to choose their own jump points. Backstage of the game, Yao Bagua and AtoZ stood up excitedly. BL team entered the finals. Although it was only 4th place, it was completely within their expectations. Congratulations, BL team entered the finals. Chun Sung stood up and looked at Yao Bagua and the others, congratulating them. The finals will be in 3 days. How about we go out and celebrate? Okay, but this time you can't treat us, Mr. Chun. AtoZ and I can do it. By the way, call Jiang Jiao and the others. Without their help during this period, the BL team may not have achieved such good results. Yao Bagua nodded in response. Jiang Jiao and the others played training matches with the BL team every day, and after the training matches, they would summarize the shortcomings of the training matches. The BL team was originally just a new team and had no experience in competitions. But after the elimination rounds, promotion rounds, and semifinals, 3 stages of competitions, with the guidance of Jiang Jiao and the others, the BL team has become a very mature professional team. Well, we will set off after they draw the groups. Chun Sung listened to Yao Bagua's words and did not refuse. By the way, the BL team has entered the finals. Why don't you invite Mr. Chun to come and have a look? Chapter 777, Haha Bicycle. I will write a report when I get back, but I don't know whether President Chun will come over. Yao Bagua nodded. He definitely hopes that Mr. Chun will come to watch the game, but he also knows that as the president of a group, there will definitely be many things that need to be dealt with. You may not have time to come. Well, I have a hunch that your BL team will most likely win the championship this time. When Chun Sung heard this, he did not delve into this topic. Thank you very much, Mr. Chun Jian. Yao Bagua laughed. We are not saying this as a compliment. From the overall level of the team, the BL team is not far behind the top-ranked Yinji team. This time in the semifinals, the BL team's luck is a little worse. The refresh of some circle shapes can be said to be a punishment circle for the BL team. However, under such a circle shape, the BL team can still get the 4th place, which is enough to show that the BL team's performance is very stable. If the circle is refreshed better in the finals, then the BL team has a very high possibility of winning the championship. Du Zedong opened his mouth to explain. What they said was completely based on the strength of the BL team. If you say that, then I'm looking forward to the finals. Yao Bagua smiled and spoke. He also agreed with Du Zedong's words. The format of the semifinals this time was too unfriendly to the BL team. It seems they have come back in groups. Let's prepare too. AtoZ looked at the big screen and saw that all 30 advancing teams had drawn their groups and were heading to the backstage lounge. Not long after the words fell, there was a burst of noisy footsteps outside the lounge, which was the sound of the advancing teams returning and passing by. Soon the door handle of the lounge here moved and away, Ling Dang and others opened the door and walked in with smiles on their faces. Yao Beigua and Tao Zhe quickly greeted him. After some excitement, "Let's go, we did a good job in the finals, let's go out and celebrate." Yao Beigua patted several people on the shoulders and spoke with a smile. "Mr. Yao, the circle shape this time was too bad. If it weren't for the circle shape, we would definitely be able to get the first one back this time," Ling Dang said confidently. "Confidence is a good thing, but don't be arrogant." Yao Beigua looked serious. He was afraid that these people would be complacent about their results and underestimate their opponents in the finals. "Don't worry, Mr. Yao, we know what's going on. We're just complaining about the shape of the circle. We will definitely not underestimate our opponents in the finals. No matter what the lap shape is, we will take the competition seriously." Alway assured. "I believe you. Let's not talk about this anymore. We have played all night, and you are all hungry. Let's go eat," Yao Beigua said, and took the lead to leave the lounge. "There is no game tomorrow. I will take you to see our new industry." Chun Song and Du Zedong caught up with Yao Beigua, who was walking in front. "What new industry have you created?" Yao Beigua looked at Chun Song curiously. "You don't know this, right? It has been under preparation before, and I didn't tell you. But now the key production workshop has been prepared, and I can take you to see it. This project is called Shared Bikes." Chun Song smiled and spoke. "Bicycle sharing? What kind of project is this?" Yao Beigua and Tao Zhe looked at each other with doubts on their faces. None of them had heard the term before. Bicycle sharing means that we produce a batch of bicycles and put them on the street. Passersby who want to ride can just scan the code to unlock the bicycle, and then they can ride. After the bicycle is locked, a certain fee will be deducted based on the riding time. That's probably what it means. Chun Song briefly talked about the bicycle project. "So that's it? This project feels pretty good. How did you come up with it?" Yao Beigua's eyes lit up when he heard this. He felt that if these bicycles were put on the streets, they would be very practical. After all, the distance of 3 to 4 kilometers would take a long time if walked. But if you were taking a taxi, it is a bit inappropriate. But if there is a bicycle next to him, in his opinion, he will definitely choose to ride there. No need to be tired or waste too much time. Very convenient and practical. The person who came up with this project is really a genius. This project was not thought up by us, but by you, Mr. Chun. Chun Song smiled mysteriously. Our boss Chun came up with it. Yao Beigua was stunned for a moment, but he quickly accepted the answer and felt that it was natural. With Mr. Chin's talent, isn't it normal to be able to come up with this project? But the only thing he couldn't figure out was why Mr. Chun gave this project to Chun Song instead of doing it himself. With the current strength of Tomorrow Group, there will be no problems in undertaking this project. Yes, it was given to us years ago. Now the bicycle production factory has been prepared and is currently in the production stage of bicycles. I'll take you there for a walk tomorrow. Chun Song spoke. Okay. Yao Beigua nodded. If it was a normal bicycle processing factory, he would not be interested, but this project was proposed by Mr. Chun, so he naturally wanted to go over and take a look. Several people were chatting while walking towards the parking lot outside the stadium. Soon everyone arrived at the parking place, got in the car, and headed straight to the selected hotel. On the second day, it's approaching noon. In a room, Chun Song slowly opened his eyes, but the dazzling light from the window made him close them again. During the adaptation stage, I felt a sense of restraint coming from my waist and thighs. He reluctantly opened his eyes and looked around his waist, only to see Tao Zhe sleeping deeply holding his waist. And on his lap, he was held tightly by Yao Beigua. Of course, in addition to these, he felt that his head was a little nervous. He turned his head and glanced, and saw a pair of big feet of someone who was pillowed under his head. Just as he was about to raise his head, he felt his leg being pushed. He looked down and saw Yao Beigua looking up as well. Their eyes met, looking at each other speechlessly. He stood up silently. After a while, the four of them sat awkwardly in the living room. Several people secretly vowed not to drink so much next time. If this is seen by outsiders, there must be no misunderstanding. Their orientations are all normal. Let's go, it's already noon, let's go out to have a meal, and then go to the bicycle factory for a walk. Chun Song came to his senses, stood up, and said. The other three stood up and followed. Haha Bicycle. This is the Haha Bicycle factory we established. Chun Sung pointed to the Haha Bicycle brand on the factory door. Yao Bagua and AtoZ looked up and found that the brand was very new. Obviously, it had just been established not long ago. Let's go in and take a look. Chun Sung opened his mouth and took the lead to walk inside. As soon as I walked into the workshop, I was filled with the sound of machines running. Chapter 778, Inviting Zhonglan. Mr. Chun, Mr. Tao. As soon as he entered the workshop, a man in formal clothes came up to him quickly. This is the manager of Haha Bicycle. He is currently in charge of everything about Haha Bicycle. Chun Sung pointed to the man in formal attire, who came over and introduced him, and then introduced Yao Bagua and AtoZ to the manager of Haha Bicycle. After getting to know each other, they started walking around in the workshop. Mr. Chun, after this bicycle is produced, where will it be released first? Yao Bagua looked at the layout of the workshop and asked casually. There are two latest launch locations. One is Kyoto and the other is Jiangxing. Chun Sung said, Kyoto is definitely going to be launched, and this project was proposed by Chun Mo, and Tomorrow Group is currently in Jiangxing, so it will naturally be used as a launching point. That's okay. I don't know when I can ride a Haha Bicycle in Jiangxing. Yao Bagua laughed. According to the current production progress, it will probably take a few months, but I have thought about one thing. If this bicycle project becomes popular, then the bicycle itself will also be a way to promote it. For example, if you do some advertising placement on the bicycle app, if your blue film movies are released on the shelves, you will have another promotional route. But there is one thing I don't understand. With the strength of your Tomorrow Group, if you want to do publicity, you currently have enough money and strength. Why not do it? Chun Sung walked aside with a puzzled expression. At the beginning, he and Du Zeding agreed that the reason why Tomorrow Group did not promote it was because the group was short of funds when it was just established. But now that Tomorrow Group has developed to this level, if it wants to promote it, there is no problem with funds and strength, so why not promote it? I don't know much about this, but I heard that Mr. Wei and others discussed this matter once in the group. It probably means that Tomorrow Group has just been established, and its foundation is not yet solid. If everything is publicized, it may attract the attention of some hostile forces. If it is targeted at this time, it will have a great impact on the development of Tomorrow Group. Just like Nana Coffee now, due to the emergence of Nari Coffee, it has gone from a profitable state to a comprehensive loss. If all the industries of the group face such targeting tomorrow, I am afraid that future development will be difficult. Yao Bagua thought about it. Last time he was in the manager group, he saw Wei Yin and Li Shun discussing in the group. At the beginning, he had always been skeptical about this, but after the incident with Nana Coffee, he gradually understood this decision. Why was Nana Coffee not targeted at the beginning? It was clearly because Nana Coffee had no publicity and had been developing in a low-key manner. But in Kyoto, where Manhwa Coffee finally developed and became fully profitable, there was no way to keep a low profile. This brings us to Nari Coffee. There is also Sangshui Games. After the popularity of Extreme Survival, some game manufacturers also developed new games that imitated the gameplay of Extreme Survival. However, Extreme Survival only charges 3 cards for the day, week, and month, so both the gameplay and the acquisition of skins are very fair. Coupled with the continuous optimization and upgrading of the game for more than a year, both the game graphics and the smoothness of the game operation are much higher than those of newly released sim-iler games. Therefore, the new imitation games currently on the market have not had much impact on Extreme Survival. But it has been proven that Chun Mo's decision to develop in a low-key manner was very correct. Chun Sung nodded secretly as he listened to Yao Bagua's words. Tomorrow Group was different from him. No matter how he started his business, he had the support of Tianda Group behind him. If someone wants to mess with them, they must also look at the Investec Group behind them. But Tomorrow Group is different. There is no backing behind it. He has also noticed non-Rue Coffee for a long time. Now in Kyoto, there is a non-Rue Coffee near every Nana Coffee. He also did an investigation about Nari Coffee and finally found out that it was established by Chang Rue. Chang Rue is the son of Chang Zai, the current president of Rueishan Group. Since his father's Tianda Group and Rueishan Group both belong to the Shaolin Chamber of Commerce, He has met him several times before, but they didn't play together. As for Chang Rui's targeting of Nana Coffee, he knew something about it. Ruishan Group has always been a leading company in Jiangxing, but under the nose, a Tomorrow Group suddenly appeared. And with the development speed of Tomorrow Group, it has begun to threaten Ruishan Group's position in Jiangxing. This must have made Ruishan Group vigilant. He is aware of this kind of business competition. As for Ruishan Group, the fundamental reason for targeting Tomorrow Group is not that Tomorrow Group has just been established and its foundation is unstable. If the Tomorrow Group is replaced by the Investec Group, then Ruishan Group will definitely have to think about whether the final result will be worthwhile if it wants to target it. Does Nana Coffee have any good solutions at the moment? Chun Song asked worriedly. He wanted to help Nana Coffee, but he couldn't think of any good way to deal with it. The only thing he can do now is to ask some of his friends to go to Nana Coffee instead of Nanrui Coffee when buying coffee in the future. I'm not the manager of Nana Coffee, so I don't know the specific response policy, but according to the current situation in Nana Coffee, there shouldn't be any major moves. But the progress of development has not stopped. Nana Coffee has already started to develop in Shanghai. Yao Bei shook his head and told some of the things he knew. It seems that Mr. Chun is ready to fight against Nanrui Coffee. Chun Song nodded after hearing this, and probably knew how Mr. Chun would respond. But this response method depends on who has more money in the end. If it's about money, he can go to his father for help since they met at the last business reception. My father still has a good impression of Chen Mo, and he always praises Chen Mo for his business acumen. If Tomorrow Group has problems with funds, he can talk to his father and give some financial support, which is still no problem. The few of them chatted while visiting the workshop. By the way, I have prepared a few programs for the finals, but I want to invite Zhang Lan from your Blue Film Studio to sing Reverse War. Can you help me contact her? The performance fee will definitely be high. I can ask, but I can't guarantee whether she can come. Just ask. Chapter 779 Advance to the Semifinals. Jiangcheng. Tomorrow Group. CEO's Office. Mr. Chun, this is the event information sent by the BL Club and the approval of Blue Films. Shinro made a cup of coffee and placed it on Mr. Chen's desk, and at the same time put a document aside. BL Club event information. Chunemo thought about it, and it was indeed some time ago that the extreme survival team of the BL Club went to Kyoto to participate in the Tinga Cup held by the Tinga Club. During this period, I have been dealing with settlement matters. After the settlement was successful, I found a few ways to spend money. I didn't pay much attention to the BL team's participation in the competition. Is there a result now? Chunemo picked up the information on the table, took a deep breath, and slowly opened it. After a while, first he breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned again. What made him relieved was that this report was only the result of the semifinals. But what made him frown was that the BL team advanced as the fourth place, which was a bit dangerous. Although there is only the first place in esports, no one will care about the team after the second place. But this fourth place is enough to prove that the BL team has the strength to win the championship. How is this possible? He has tried his best to limit the training time of those professional players. How can there be such a result? Chun Mo rubbed his eyebrows, a little confused. The finals will be the day after tomorrow, and he wants to invite him to watch. Thinking of the last time he wanted to relax and watch the official game of Fire Dragon Island, the BL team won the championship. He didn't want to experience it again, so he couldn't watch it. He looked at the content of the report again. Although he was worried that the BL team would win the championship in this game, he had no way to stop it, so he could only pray that the BL team would circle the heavenly punishment in the finals. Chun Mo prayed in his heart, then put the information aside and picked up the approval of the blue film. He opened it and took a look and directly wrote a big no on the approval. The content of the approval is nothing. It's nothing more than Wandering Blue Star. It is now popular all over the internet, and all theaters have requested to extend the release time of Wandering Blue Star. Now the box office revenue is more than 300 million a day, and they still want to extend it for him. How much money do they want him to make? Impossible. Impossible at all. After thinking about it, he left another message on it. In the future, all the movies released by Blue Film will be released for the most basic month. No matter how popular the movie is, it will be removed from the shelves in 1 month. After checking the two documents, he called Shinro over and asked her to take the documents and reply according to his comments. Magic City. China voice backstage. Don't be nervous. Play normally. There will be absolutely no problem. Li Ying looked at Zhang Lan and said, I know, teacher Li Ying. Zhang Lan took a microphone and took a deep breath. She has been training in the China voice program group for a while, and she has a deep understanding of her own strength. As long as she plays normally, there will be no problem in advancing. But despite this, she still couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This is the top 8 advancing to the top 4. As long as you enter the top 4, you will not be far from entering the finals. With the current traffic of China Voice, even if she doesn't win the championship, as long as she enters the semifinals, she can still gain a large number of fans. Teacher Li Ying has returned to the mentor's seat on the stage, and the host is explaining the rules of today's competition. She is in the 3rd group. The first group is Zhao Lei, who is her mentor. Come on! Li Yi looked at Zhao Lei and encouraged him. Come on! Zhang Lan also congratulated him, but she was not very optimistic about Zhao Lei's hope of advancing this time. It's not that Zhao Lei's strength is poor, but Zhao Lei is a creative singer, and the style of his creations is folk songs. The opponent's strength is not bad. He is a pop singer with a strong explosion, and the stage effect of the previous performances is also very good. The song selected this time is also an explosive song. In terms of songs, Zhao Lei has a natural disadvantage. And in terms of comprehensive strength, the strength of the opponent singer is also stronger than Zhao Lei, and Zhao Lei's greater advantage is his creative ability. Of course, as Zhao Lei has already joined Blue Film, she still hopes that Zhao Lei can advance. Soon the competition began. Zhao Lei slowly walked onto the stage holding his guitar. Soon the two began to sing to each other, and the song ended. After voting, Zhao Lei finally stopped in the top 8. Time passed by little. Soon it was the 3rd game. Come on, Sister Lan! Li Yi and Zhao Lei cheered one after another. Zhang Lan smiled and nodded, got up and walked outside. She had to be ready to enter at any time. The song she chose this time was a classic old song, which she had often heard before, so she was still very familiar with the song. Soon, the host on the stage began to announce the start of the 3rd group of competition. Zhang Lan walked onto the stage quickly, and at the same time, her opponent also stepped onto the stage from another entrance. With some questions from the host, the competition officially began. Zhang Lan picked up the microphone and quickly got into the mood. The song started slowly and instantly attracted the attention of all the audience. Li Ying looked at the singer listening to Zhang Lan with a smile on her lips. From the first sentence Zhang Lan spoke, she knew that Zhang Lan's performance this time was as stable as ever. Turning to look at Su Kuan. How about it? Zhang Lan's performance is indeed stable, and there is nothing to fault about the pitch and pitch. Su Kuan nodded in admiration. The other singer on the stage today is his student, but as a musician, he will not bring personal emotions. Zhang Lan is stronger in terms of overall strength. After a few minutes, the song ends. The host took to the stage again. How's it going? Do you feel like you can advance? The host spoke slowly. I don't have any confidence. As soon as Sister Lan opened her mouth, she suppressed me. Zhang Lan listened to his opponent's words, smiled lightly, and said nothing. After a brief conversation, the final voting began. Looking at the final voting results, Zhang Lan breathed a sigh of relief and then hurriedly bent down to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you for mentors. After some compliments, Zhang Lan walked off the stage. There was another game next, but there were no students from their group in this game. Call me backstage. I saw a girl running over quickly. Sister Lan, your news. This girl's name is Lu Shui. She is the agent she found for herself. Her business ability is not as good as those of the old agents, but she is very serious about her work and rarely makes mistakes. Zhang Lan took the mobile phone handed over by Lu Shui, took a look at it, and found that it was a message from Yao Beigua, the manager of the BL Club. Chapter 780 Suit Customization Department established. Did the other party say anything? Zhang Lan held her phone and looked at her agent Lu Shui. The other party said that the Tinga Cup will hold the extreme survival competition, and the final will be the day after tomorrow. They want to ask you to sing Reverse War at the opening. Lu Shui spoke quickly. I know, you go and get busy. Zhanglan nodded after hearing this. Since she sang a song at the official Extreme Survival event held by Mr. Chen last time, she also downloaded the game, Extreme Survival. After playing for a while, I felt it was quite interesting, so I would play a few games when I was free. And she knew about the recent Tinga Cup event. I came to an empty lounge and called Yao Bagua of the BL Club directly. After all, they are colleagues, so it is not appropriate to let the agent communicate. The call was connected. Boss Yao, I know the general situation. Tinga Club and our Tomorrow group have always been in a cooperative relationship. It just so happens that there is nothing to do the day after tomorrow, so it's no problem to go over and sing a song. But what are the specific details, time, place? I need to know. Zhang spoke slowly. As for the details, I made a document and sent it to you directly. All the contents are written on it, and there is also the appearance fee. Yao Bagua replied quickly. Okay. Zhang nodded, communicated briefly for a few more sentences, and then hung up the phone. Soon, Yao Bagua sent a document to her mobile phone. Zhang opened it and confirmed it, then left the room and found her assistant. Book 2 tickets to Kyoto the day after tomorrow. We will go to Kyoto the day after tomorrow. Okay, Sister Lan. Lu Shui nodded, quickly took out her mobile phone, and began to check the tickets. Sister Lan, you are here. Congratulations on advancing to the semifinals. Let's go out to celebrate tonight. Li Yi and Zhao Lei walked over from a distance. Okay, I'll find a place later. I'll call Teacher Liang after the program recording is over. Zhang Lan nodded. Well, Teacher Liang said that after the recording of China's Good Voice is over, she will hold a concert and will invite us to go together. Li Yi said expectantly. As a singer, the biggest expectation is to hold a concert of her own. Well, we'll go together then. Zhang Lan smiled. Teacher Liang had told her about the concert several times. The next day, early morning, Changfeng Clothing. Welcome to Changfeng Clothing. Su Yining watched Linda sign the contract, stood up, and stretched out her hand. Take care of me in the future. Linda stretched out her hand and shook Su Yining gently. I don't deserve it. With Sister Linda's strength, even if she is the director of my design department, it is more than enough. Su Yining said with a smile. I don't care about that. Let's go to my office. Come here. By the way, I need to screen the designers you selected for me. I don't look at their current strength, but their sensitivity to design. No problem. I'll call them all over later. I'll cooperate with whatever Sister Linda wants to screen. While chatting, the two walked towards the studio. Sister Linda, this is the future studio of your suit customization department. The equipment has been fully equipped according to your requirements. Your office is here. Su Yining took the lead and came to an office. Linda looked at the environment of the office with surprise in her eyes. This office has an area of 40 square meters. Bookcases, desks, and chairs, tea-bar machines, coffee machines. Basically all equipped. The configuration of this office is much better than her office in Xingyu. Then she walked around the studio again and checked the equipped machines. No problem. These equipment are enough. That's good. Su Yining nodded and continued to speak. I have already notified those designers. They will be here soon. We just need to sit here for a while. Linda nodded. Soon. About 10 designers came in. Linda stood up and looked at the designers who came. There was no complicated selection process. Just let them design a piece of clothing for the elephant. Su Yining showed curiosity. It was the first time she saw such a selection method. Sister Linda, is there any explanation for this? There is no explanation, but just to see how their imagination is. Imagination is indispensable if you want to design good works. And basically no one designs clothes for elephants, so there is no reference. So what kind of clothes they can design for elephants depends entirely on their imagination. And those who have no imagination and fixed thinking basically find it difficult to create any good works. Linda explained. Su Yining nodded slightly when she heard it, and someone understood what Linda said. Then give it a try. Su Yining said, took the tools, sat with the designers, and started designing. Time passed little by little. Linda walked behind more than 10 designers one by one, observing their design progress. When she walked behind Su Yining, she was surprised and nodded secretly. When they met last time, she found that Su Yining had a strong design talent, and now she saw that it was indeed true. Among these designers, the clothes designed by Su Yining were the most thoughtful and innovative. Some of the other designers were rigid, and some were imaginative. Generally speaking, some of them were talented, but the most talented one was still Su Yining. After confirming some candidates, Linda clapped her hands. Okay, no one needs to design. And you, the three of you stay, and the others can leave. The designers did not stand up but turned to look at Su Yining. Go back. Do what you need to do. Su Yining nodded, and those people stood up and left the studio. Then his eyes fell on the remaining three people, and he introduced them. This is Linda. She will be the head of the suit customization department in the future. You will learn from her in the future. Suit customization occupies a very important position in the garment factory, and Linda is a very capable suit customization designer. You can learn a lot of design knowledge from her. Teacher Linda. After hearing Su Yining's introduction, the three designers hurriedly greeted her. Just call me Sister Linda in the future. I'm not used to being called teacher. Linda smiled and said, Okay, Sister Linda. The three designers changed their words. Okay, you go back and prepare today. Starting tomorrow, you will come to this studio to work. Su Yining looked at the three designers and spoke slowly. As the three designers left, he looked at Linda curiously. Sister Linda, how is my design talent? Chapter 781 Audition. You are the most talented. If you were not the director of the design department, I would have wanted to bring you to this department. Linda looked at Su Yining with admiration. Su Yining has just graduated from college for a year. She is so young and has such a talent for design. She has great potential. Sister Linda, you are not kidding. Su Yining was a little bit unbelievable. She knew that she had some design talent, but she had no practical concept of talent. I never joke about this. Linda looked serious. Su Yining was delighted when she heard it. Being told that she is talented is generally a pleasure. Thank you for the compliment, Sister Linda. Although I am the director of the design department, I am not doing no design. I will come here when I have time and learn more from Sister Linda. It's not learning, but communicating with each other. Tomorrow group. Blue film. In a lounge. Hu Bian looked at several actors in the lounge and began to select actors who fit the role of his script. His eyes swept through one by one and soon fell on a young man. That look, that appearance, now just wearing a simple coat, gives people a very chic feeling. That's the feeling. Is this the protagonist in his script? If he changes into a set of ancient clothes, it will be more appropriate. Ligne. Before coming, he learned about the existing actor information in blue film and television. When he looked at the photos at that time, he had some ideas. Seeing him in person at this time, he was more certain of the other party's intention to be the male lead. I want you to be the male lead in the script. This is a plot in the script. Take a look and try to act it later. When Brother Lin heard Hu Bian's words, he was stunned. Let him play the male lead. He didn't hear it wrong. In Wandering Blue Star, he played just a not very important supporting role. This time he was directly asked to play the male lead. Lin Ji's throat surged, and he opened his mouth to confirm. Director Hu, are you saying that I want to play the male lead? Hu Bian smiled at Brother Lin's shocked look. Yes, but I still need you to act. I want to see what the effect will be. Okay. Lin Ge quickly took the script handed over by Hu Bian and began to read it. Playing the leading role was something he had dreamed of, but he didn't expect that he would soon realize it. He looked at the script in his hand very seriously. He didn't want to perform poorly and miss this opportunity. Hu Bian then continued to check the actors in the room, and then his eyes fell on Su Tang and Jiang Shui. He was very familiar with these two actors. They starred in the two movies The Legend of the Demons and The Wandering Blue Star in succession. Now with the popularity of The Wandering Blue Star, these two people have also become famous. Of course, there is another popular actor, that is Wang Bin, but at this time he went out with Mr. Luo to pick up poor elderly people. Looking at the two women in front of him, he already had a role arrangement. Su Tang is a little weak, which is in line with the character of the protagonist's sister in the previous life. Jiang Shui's personality is more lively, which is suitable for the role of the female lead. Sister Su Tang, this is your script. The role is equivalent to the second female lead. You can take a look. Thank you. Su Tang took the script. Sister Jiang Shui, this is your script. It's the female lead. Thank you, director, Hu. Jiang Shui smiled, took the script handed over by Hu Bian, and opened it to read. This time it is a TV series, and she is still looking forward to it. Hu Bian's eyes wandered among several actors in the second room, and then he selected a few more people, but these people played supporting roles with decent roles. All the actors have been selected. Hu Bian looked at his own cast list. There are still 3 leading actors who have not been selected. It seems that he can only go to the Magic City Drama Academy to select. Director who don't choose anymore. The actors have all been selected by you. Huang Ying followed beside him, a little anxious. I have finished my selection, but there are still some actors who need to be selected at the Magic City Drama Academy. Hu Bian put away the script and turned to look at Huang Ying. Huang Ying nodded and looked around at the remaining actors, and soon her eyes fell on a man. This man played a supporting role in Wandering Blue Star, but when she watched the movie, the other party's way of speaking was very interesting. She compared her own script, and it was somewhat in line with the image of the protagonist. Zhou Xingxing, right? This is the protagonist's script. Take a look. You need to perform it later. Huang Ying handed the script over. Zhou Xingxing was shocked, but he quickly reacted. Thank you, Director Huang. He hurriedly took the script and opened it to read it carefully. Just now he was envious of Lin Ji's opportunity to be the leading actor, but he didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to be the leading actor so soon. However, the other party said that he would watch his performance in a while, and he must seize it well. Huang Ying compared her own script and arranged the roles of the remaining actors. After the actors were selected, in addition to some roles with few roles, she was still missing a female lead. I've chosen what role is still missing. Hu Bian came over. The first female lead, and a few other roles that don't have many roles. Well, we will go to the Magic City in a few days to arrange the remaining characters. Well, but does my script still need to be changed? The script is already very complete, but I'm looking at the details these days to see if there's anything that needs to be changed. Then I'll trouble director Hu. Huang Ying said thank you. What's the trouble? Currently, Blue Film and Television has only released 2 movies, both of which are hits. I don't want this to end here. Hu Bian smiled bitterly and shook his head. The pressure was still a bit high, but looking behind them, the 2 assistants assigned by Mr. Luo felt a little relieved. Soon, all the actors read the script and began to act out one by one. The first one is Lin Ge. Hu Bian had already set up a camera nearby. Although he was optimistic about Lin Ge, he still wanted to send it to Mr. Luo and the others for a look. After all, we are choosing the protagonist, so we can't be careless. Soon Lin Ge finished his performance, and Hu Bian nodded. Based on his own fantasy, Lin Ji's performance just now was very consistent with his vision of the protagonist in the script. Next is Su Tang and Jiang Shui. The 2 starred in 2 popular movies, and their acting skills are absolutely flawless. There is absolutely no fault with this performance. Soon, the audition for the script actor of Sword and Fairy has been completed, followed by the audition for the script actor of Huang Ying. The first person to come up was Zhou Xingxing, who played the leading role in the script. Zhou Xingxing took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly became sincere. There was once a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. I only regretted it when I lost it. Chapter 782, Modifying the Script. Hu Bian and Huang Ying, as well as the 2 assistants behind them, all had their eyes brightened when they saw this scene. They didn't know much about this actor named Zhou Xingxing. They only knew that he was a student at Magic City University and played a role with not many scenes in Wandering Blue Star. But now it seems that there is absolutely no problem with his acting skills. The previous paragraph basically showed all the things expected in the script. That look, that emotion, is what they want. As expected of the actors selected by Mr. Luo, through this round of auditions, they found that all the actors who entered Blue Film and Television all have certain acting talents and skills. Director Huang, Director Hu, is it okay? Zhou Xingxing looked at the people in front of him and asked nervously. If it was just a role with not many scenes, he might not be so nervous, but it's different now. This time, the audition is for the leading role of the movie. This opportunity is still too rare for a student like him who has not graduated yet. No problem. Huang Ying looked at Hu Bian and the two assistants beside him and nodded with a smile. She couldn't tell whether the other person's acting was good or bad, but she could still feel the other person's emotional abundance and naturalness in his performance just now. "Thank you." Zhou Xingxing hurriedly thanked him. "Your performance is very suitable for the role in the script. No need to thank me. You got this role with your acting skills." Hu Bian looked at Zhou Xingxing and said with a smile. As a novelist, he has seen many TV series adapted from novels, but basically few of them act out the descriptions in the novels. The reason for removing some special effects. The biggest reason is that some actors in the TV series have poor acting skills. He was embarrassed to watch what they performed. This is the biggest problem in the Chinese film and television industry in recent years. He has rarely watched new movies or TV series, especially those TV series with many traffic stars. He tried to watch them several times, but every time he couldn't finish watching an episode. However, he saw something different here at Lampion Film and Television. Here, your traffic and status are not considered. All role selection depends on your acting skills and image, and whether they match the role in the script. If they don't match, they will not be hired. But if you meet the requirements, even if you are an unknown extra, you can still play the leading role. So the two movies released by Blue Film and Television are both blockbusters. Hu Bian thought to himself that Zhou Xingxing had returned to his position, and several other actors also began to audition one after another. After a while, all the actors finished auditioning. Except for two actors who changed their roles, there were no problems with the others. Go back. The script will be sent to you in the form of a file later. There is still some time before the crew sets out for filming. During this time, you should read the script more and memorize the lines to familiarize yourself. Everyone has worked hard today. Hu Bian stood up and looked at all the actors in the room and spoke softly. There are several actors who have more experience than him, such as Su Tang and Jiang Shui, who are the first actors to join Blue Film and Television. Even if he is now the director of the other party, it is better to speak softly. The actors left the room one after another. Hu Bian turned his head and looked at Huang Ying. During the audition just now, I also had some ideas about the script. I will revise it tonight, and basically there will be no problems. The next thing is the rest of the actors. After the script is revised, we will find time to go to the Magic City Drama Academy to select the remaining actors. After all the actors are selected, we can almost set off for filming. Well, then I'll trouble director Hu. The audition clips just now have been filmed. I'll go back and edit them and send them to Mr. Luo and Mr. Wang to see what they think. Huang Ying nodded. Hu Bian helped her revise the script, and she would be responsible for editing the audition clips just now. The two of them had their own division of labor. At night, Tomorrow Group, Blue Films, the screenwriter's office. Hu Bian stretched his body, looked at the revised script on the table, and nodded with satisfaction. After watching Zhou Xingxing's performance today, he got inspiration. He had always had a misunderstanding before, thinking that Sun Wukong's previous life and this life were the same person. But the two people are not the same person. The previous life is the previous life, and the present life is the present life. He had always felt that this script was lacking something, but after having this idea, he suddenly became clear. Now, this script is what he wants. Hu Bian smiled and picked up his phone to check the time. He didn't expect that it was already 12 o'clock. He got up with his coffee and walked to the window to look at the scenery outside. In this big city, even if it was 12 o'clock at night, the lights outside were still bright. Hu Bian began to show a hint of expectation on his face. Now the TV series script and the movie script are ready. After the casting is over, they can start filming. I don't know if the TV series and movies that are filmed can become a hit like The Legend of the Demons and The Wandering Blue Star. Hu Bian took a sip of coffee, still feeling a little nervous. The next day, Shancheng, Boss Luo, the place we are going to today is a village called Masan Village. They live on the mountain. Our car can only be driven halfway up the mountain. We need to walk for the rest of the journey. Yang Xingwo looked at Luo Xiao, who was following him, and introduced them. Before going to the village, they would send a few team members to go to the village to conduct an investigation first. After the investigation is completed, they will set off as a whole team. It's okay. We all knew about it when we came here, so we were mentally prepared. and we usually exercise, so don't worry about us," Luo Xiao said with a smile. When he came here, he had already asked Li Shun about some problems that might be encountered in picking up and dropping off poor elderly people. So he was already prepared for this. That's good. The mountain area is a bit high today. We will also bring some supplies to help some poor families there. We have contacted the village chief there. They will wait for us halfway up the mountain to help us transport the supplies to the village. But there are too many supplies, so we may need to contribute as well. Yang Xinghua nodded. No problem. Luo Xiao nodded and then asked, "How many poor families are there in this village now?" Poverty is a difficult boundary. If compared with those in big cities, the people in this entire village are poor families. While the two were talking, one of them was holding a small camera and recording their conversation. Chapter 783 Rural Investigation. After a while, the vehicle stopped halfway up the mountain. There was a rugged mountain road further up, and there was no way for the vehicle to go up. At the edge of the mountain road, there were a dozen or so older villagers waiting there. There were also a few donkeys tied to the tree trunks beside them, as well as several small wooden carts and several small carts. The vehicle just stopped. An old man came quickly to greet him. As soon as he approached, he bent down and saluted. Upon seeing this, Yang Xinghua helped him up skillfully. He had long been accustomed to this kind of thing, and had even encountered people kneeling down for him. "Village Chief Li, it doesn't have to be like this. We are just doing our best to help you. And we have brought a filming team here today, and we may film you. We may also broadcast it on TV in the future. We want to win your consent. Do you want to be on TV? That's a great relationship. We have lived so many years, and we haven't been on TV yet." Village Chief Li said nonchalantly upon hearing this. Yang Xinghua wanted to explain the specific shooting and future plans. But after thinking about it, I forgot about it. With the things these old people are exposed to, even if he explains it, he may not be able to understand it. Since he thinks it's time to go on TV, he should go on TV. Village Chief Li, the supplies are in the 2 cars at the back. They are all rice, flour, grain, and oil. According to the data given to me, each household has 2 copies. If this car is not going, let the villagers come and transport it to the mountain," Yang Xinghua said, taking the lead towards a small truck behind him. The truck fell down, and all the supplies inside were exposed. There are rice, white noodles, soybean oil, and dried noodles. These are the most practical supplies. Rice and flour are all 50 kilograms. Village Chief Li looked at the supplies in the truck. His lips trembled a little, and he turned to look at Yang Xinghua. Are these for us? That's right. Let the villagers come over and carry it quickly. I just took a look, and it seems that these villagers may not be able to transport it all in one trip. It will take several more trips. Yang Xinghua looked at the dozen or so villagers waiting in the distance and the old transportation tools. When Village Chief Li heard Yang Xinghua's words, he bent down to thank him again. It was obvious from his posture that he wanted to kneel down. Upon seeing this, Yang Xinghua hurriedly stopped the other party before he knelt down. "Mr. Yang, these supplies are really life-saving. These 2 bags of rice and white flour are enough to feed our family here for more than a year," Village Chief Li said emotionally. Yang Xinghua sighed helplessly when he heard Village Chief Li's words. Villages like this are basically filled with elderly people over 50 years old and children under 10 years old. Those young people basically went out to work. Those who have a better life and are filial will send some money to their families regularly every month to ensure that the elderly at home have living expenses and will not go hungry. Some have no conscience. That is, they leave the village without any news, and they don't know whether they are dead or alive outside. Those old people are old and don't have much energy. Those who want to make money don't know how to make money. For such an old man or child, a bag of rice is enough for them to eat for a long time. And there is no such thing as 3 meals a day here. Eating 2 meals a day is very luxurious. Therefore, there is no exaggeration in saying that these supplies that Village Chief Li said can last for more than a year here. Village Chief Li, I won't say any more words of thanks. Let's transport all these supplies up first. Okay. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Li hurriedly called the villagers in the distance to come over. "You all are here to carry supplies. Please be careful. If a bag of rice is broken, your family will not need the supplies. And that little boy, you run back to the village and ask more people to come over and move supplies. Village Chief Lee's reputation is very high. Under his order, no one said anything, and everyone quickly stepped forward to move the supplies. Luo Xiao has been observing from the side. Looking at the poorly dressed villagers, it feels like I have traveled to an era decades ago. Here, he could see no traces of modernization, and even the means of transportation were still donkeys and small wooden carts. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such villages still existed in China. They had been abandoned by the times. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It's surprising. I didn't expect there to be such a backward village. Yang Xingwu walked over and looked at the villagers who were actively carrying supplies. Even though they were very tired, everyone could see a smile on their face. Just a few bags of rice noodles can make them smile happily. How easy it is to be satisfied. Luo Xiao looked at the villagers in the distance, and an indescribable emotion was blocked in his throat, which could not be cleared no matter what. Yes, just a few bags of rice and noodles can make them do this. And the money to buy these rice and noodles is not even enough for them to go out for a drink. But just this money can prevent a family in this village from going hungry for a year. I think I understand a little bit why Mr. Chen asked us to come out to pick up poor elderly people. Luo Xiao spoke slowly. He thought that he was not a good person, but he saw such a village. It still caused a huge impact in his original world. Yeah, I suddenly felt how happy I was when I was an extra in the film and television city for a year. Wang Bin nodded. After graduating from college, he went to Kyoto's film and television city to work as an extra, hoping to take this opportunity to become an actor. But contrary to expectations, he worked as an extra in the film and television city for a year and did not play any important role at all. Either a dead body or little Luo who was sent to death. Sometimes even extras can't get jobs. It's a very good situation to be able to earn dozens of dollars a day. At least he can save a little, which is enough for him to eat for 2 days. He once thought that his time as an extra in the film and television city was the most difficult time in his life. But now that he saw the villagers in front of him, he suddenly didn't think so anymore. Seeing this, the difficulties we encountered before are nothing. Yang Xingguo Sigit. After spending so long outside inspecting poor people, he realized more and more that his previous life was quite happy. At least the whole family is healthy and not hungry. How many villages like this are there? Luo Zhao's throat squirmed. A lot of Yang Xingguo spoke it calmly, but not all poor villages are like this village. The village in front of us is very backward and poor. Basically, if you go to more than 20 villages, you will encounter someone like this. Chapter 784, Shift in Shooting Focus. Luo Xiao sighed helplessly after hearing this, turned his head and glanced at the photographer in the distance, and found that the other party was taking pictures of the villagers carrying supplies. I think the focus of the shooting needs to shift. How to transfer? Wang Bin heard Luo Xiao's words and asked. Before we set off, we decided to focus on the activities we funded, supplemented by the villagers in these impoverished mountainous areas. At that time, when all the impoverished mountainous areas are filmed, the documentary is edited and broadcast. It will also be a great publicity for our Tomorrow group and gain a good reputation. But now I have changed my mind. I want to focus on photographing these villagers. I can record more of their lives. I can also negotiate with these villagers and do some interviews. And our funding should be placed later. At the end of each episode of the documentary, some clips of our funding for these villagers can be played to let the audience know that these villagers have received funding. Luo Xiao spoke slowly. He suddenly understood the reason why Mr. Chun did not promote public welfare when he saw the state of these villagers. When he thought about subsidizing these villagers and ended up using it to promote his own company, he felt that this charity was not so pure. Even though these villagers received some help, they were indeed taken advantage of. He felt a little uncomfortable with this feeling. No problem, I agree. Wang Bin nodded. I also think this is better. Since it is a documentary, it is better to record more of these villagers. Yang Xingwen nodded in agreement. Soon, All the villagers in the distance put the supplies on the wooden cart they brought over. But in the end, only 1/3 of the supplies were loaded. Because the villagers packed the supplies too full, it was very difficult for a donkey to pull the cart. So several villagers helped push it behind. "Come on, let's go help too," Yangxing was said and walked over. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin followed and came to the back of a car to help push it. "Benefactors, this is impossible. How can I let you do this kind of work?" Upon seeing this, Village Chief Li hurried up to stop him. "Village Chief Li is fine. Otherwise, we have to go to the village, so it's just a matter of convenience." Yangxing was smiled and spoke. After a conversation, Village Chief Li saw that Yang Xinghua and others insisted on helping push the cart, but there was nothing he could do. He just secretly sent a few more villagers to help. When Yang Xinghua saw this, he didn't say much. After about 20 minutes, everyone finally arrived in the village. Luo Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to look at Yang Xinghua. "Brother Yang, what should we do next?" "Let's rest for a while. After the villagers have finished distributing the supplies, we will go to Village Chief Li and ask him to take us to each village's home to understand their current situation. Depending on their situation, we respond accordingly." Yang Xinghua found a stone and sat down. "Why don't we just count the villagers in difficulty and take them to Jiangchen?" Luo Xiao spoke in confusion. "It's different. Poverty is also divided. Some poor elderly people are supported by their children at home. We don't need to bring them to Jiangchen. The people we take back to Jiangchen are basically the elderly or children who have little ability to survive. And there is a difficulty here. That is, even if some old people have no ability to survive because they have survived in the village for a long time, no matter how well we describe Jiangchen, there are many old people who are not willing to go there. This requires some mental activity on our part." Yang Xinghua opened his mouth to explain. At the beginning, he was just like Luo Xiao thought, finding those poor old people who needed help, and then told them that they could live a better life in Jiangchen, and those old people would agree. But after actually coming into contact with those old people, he found that the truth was not what he imagined. Some old people are very stubborn or traditional and like to return to their roots after falling leaves. Even if they die, they will die in this village. They were very distressed about this. These old people had no relatives and their own lives were full of problems, but they just didn't agree to go to Jiangchen. For such people, they often have to do a long time of ideological work. Moreover, some elderly people still refuse to persist even after doing ideological work. They have no choice but to leave some funds for the elderly to live on their own. The few of them chatted for a while and almost rested. The villagers are still busy delivering supplies. "Let's take a walk around the village," Luo Xiao suggested. Yang Xinghua and Wang Bin nodded. At the same time, there was a cameraman behind them and another person controlled a drone to take a panoramic view of the village. The village is not very big, with only about 50 households. Occasionally, you can see some 4- or 5-year-old children running in the village on the road. At the entrance of some courtyards, there are old people sitting in their 70s. There was also a child who looked to be only about 3 years old standing next to him. These are left-behind children, and their parents should be working outside. Yang Xinghua looked at the old man and child at the door and said, "The child is so young. How dare the child's parents leave the child here? Aren't they afraid that the old man will not take good care of him?" Luo Xiao was a little confused. It was already very difficult for an old man in his 70s to take care of himself, let alone a child. There is no other way. The parents are working outside and have no time to take care of the child, so they can only leave it to the elderly. But this is actually good. Leaving the child here proves that the child's parents will regularly send money to the elderly. At least their lives are not a problem. It's just that the child lacks fatherly and motherly love. Yang Xinghua explained. Elderly people plus left-behind children are the most common combination in such poor mountainous areas, but it is also the best situation. Such a combination often means that the child's parents are likely to take care of this place. If you can't even take care of the child, why do you still have a child? Woman looked puzzled. He couldn't understand why he had a child when he obviously couldn't take care of it after giving birth. Even if you want a child, at least you should give the child a good living environment. Some simple companionship from parents is still necessary. This Yang Xinghua hesitated for a moment, then explained. This is a cultural issue. These mountainous areas are not only economically backward, but also culturally backward. The elderly in these villages are very traditional. Most of these elderly people still retain the idea of passing on the family line, so they basically don't think too much about things. As for whether the child will live a good life after birth, whether he will lack the love of his father and mother, all of these are secondary. Chapter 785 Tinga Cup Final. When Wang Bin heard Yang Xinghua's explanation, he nodded slightly and understood. Don't say anything else. Even his parents seemed to be the same way. Every time they chatted, they would never escape the topic of urging marriage. Then there is the matter of having children after getting married, as if this is their mission. But he has no intention of not getting married. He also wants to fall in love and find someone who likes each other and thinks about each other. But this kind of other half is not something you can just meet once you meet. He doesn't want to marry anyone just for the sake of getting married. Buzz! Luo Xiao felt a vibration from the phone in his pocket. There is news coming in. Luo Xiao took out his phone and looked at it, and found that it was a message from Huang Ying. Since it is Huang Ying, it should be about the new movie. Luo Xiao didn't hesitate, just clicked on the message and looked at it, and found that it was some videos of auditions. Finally, a text from Huang Ying was attached. Mr. Luo, the actors from Blue Film and Television have all finished auditioning. This is their audition video. Mr. Luo, please take a look. Oh! Luo Xiao looked at it, raised his head, and greeted Wang Bin. Huang Ying sent a video of the audition. Come and take a look. If Brother Yang is curious, you can also take a look. Then several people watched the audition video together. After a while, finished watching the last trial video. How does it feel? Luo Xiao looked at Wang Bin and asked. I feel very good. There must be no problem with the acting skills of the actors in our Blue Film and Television. What matters is their compatibility with the script. I took a look and they all fit well. Wang Bin opened his mouth to answer. I think so too, so I'll reply to the message. Luo Xiao said, edited a message and sent it. There is no problem in choosing the role. Is this a new movie from Blue Pictures? Yang Xinghua watched Luo Xiao, put away his phone, and asked curiously. It's a trial for a new movie and a new TV series. This time our Blue Film and Television will not only make a movie, but also a TV series at the same time. I'm quite interested in actors. I wonder when Mr. Luo will arrange a small role for me, as long as it doesn't affect the quality of the movie. Brother Yang, aren't you doing the TV filming? This documentary is well shot. It won't be difficult for Brother Yang to show up in the documentary. Wouldn't it affect the documentary if I do this? Forcible insertion is definitely not possible, but Brother Yang can definitely make an interview video and talk to those poor elderly people. Wouldn't it be natural to enter the country? After we leave, Brother Yang will be the person in charge of the documentary. That is, the director. Brother Yang must be involved in these interviews. How should I interview? It's just a simple consultation about the old man's life, or 3 days later. Kyoto. Extreme Survival Event Stadium. Sister Lan, I'll leave you alone for today's stage. Don't worry, if you bring those singers, my performance fee will not be less. Chen Song looked at Zhang Lan and thanked him. The day before yesterday, I communicated with Yao Beigua and wanted to invite Zhang Lan to come over to kick off the finals. The next day, news came that Zhang Lan had agreed. However, Zhang Lan wants to bring a few singers with her. These singers will not charge performance fees and will also ensure the stage effect. At the same time, he also got to know the singers brought by Zhang Lan, and then discovered that the contestants brought by Zhang Lan were all contestants of The Voice of China. This is not important. What is important is that these singers have joined Blue Film and Television. Now that he has joined Blue Film and Television, he definitely can't afford to miss out on performance fees. Mr. Chen, I brought them here just to experience the experience of singing in front of tens of thousands of people. Forget about the performance fees. Zhang Lan smiled and spoke. The singers she brought all joined Blue Film and Television, and this time the performance was in a stadium with tens of thousands of people. Bringing them here also allows them to experience the feeling of singing in a stadium with thousands of people. Sister Lan, I can't do it without paying singing fees. Seeing Chen Song's insistence, Zhang Lan did not refuse. Then I'll thank you on their behalf. Changbai Jingyuan. After Chinemo finished the dinner brought by Yang Duo, he sat in the living room and turned on the TV casually. I searched for movies for a while, but couldn't find anything good to watch. Suddenly, I thought that today seemed to be the final of the Tange Cup. I looked at the time and found that there were still 10 minutes until the start of the game. Chun Mo hesitated for a while, but finally found the live broadcast of the Tange Cup and put it on TV. No matter what, he will still have to face the club's final results in the end, so it is better to know in advance and be mentally prepared. Before the game starts, let's enjoy the pre-game performance. As the voice of the commentary fell, the TV screen turned and came directly to a big stage. Looking at the scene on this stage, Chinemo couldn't help but feel something familiar. He remembered this scene when he held the Extreme Survival official event. Soon, he noticed a familiar figure walking onto the stage. Zhang Lan. Looking at Zhang Lan's outfit and the stage layout, Chinemo sat directly on the sofa. Without thinking, he knew what Zhang Lan was going to sing. Soon Zhang Lan's singing confirmed his guess. In this turbulent battlefield, the stormy teenagers appeared. Reverse War. Listening to the song he gave to Zhang Lan, Chinemo felt a pang of heartache. Whenever he heard these songs, he would think of the small treasury that flew away from his eyes. The money from this song is not a small amount. If all of it can be transferred to his personal account, his personal assets will be almost hundreds of millions. Alas, Chinemo sighed helplessly, wishing he could take the booklet and draw a few more crosses on Zhang Lan's page. After a song was finished, the singing did not end, and several more singers walked onto the stage behind Zhang Lan. Several people began to sing a song together. The stage effect was very good. Chinemo watched for a while. If he put aside his personal prejudice against Zhang Lan, this performance was still very good. This Tinga Club is still okay. In addition to inviting Zhang Lan, it also invited so many singers with good singing skills. Chinemo thought secretly in his heart. His eyes fell on the bullet screen in the live broadcast room. Hey, Lan Lan sings well. Come on, Lan Lan, we will always support you. Oh my God, aren't these people coming up later? Zhao Lei Li. Are they all here? What's going on? Did the Tinga Cup invite all the contestants from Li Ying's group of China's Good Voice? They have a good relationship with Lan Lan. Is there any problem with coming together? Didn't you read Lan Lan's Weibo? Cao Li Yi have a good relationship with Zhang Lan. China's Good Voice. Chinemo looked at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room and always felt that something was wrong. Chapter 786 Zhang Lan's Fans. Good voice from China. Zhang Lan's good friend. Chinemo looked at these comments in the comment area and felt confused. He took out his phone and searched quickly. I quickly saw relevant information. I finally figured out what the comment section was talking about. It turned out that Zhang Lan was participating in a music program, The Voice of China, and the people who sang on stage with Zhang Lan at this time were all contestants of The Voice of China. But when I saw the Voice of China competition rules and the selection method, I was stunned. Isn't this program The Voice of China in parallel time? There are some differences in the detailed rules, but the core rules have not changed. Of course, if it only reached this level, he would just feel a little surprised and not have any thoughts. What made him wary was that Zhang Lan had successfully advanced to the semi-finals of this show. The finals will begin next week, with the last 4 contestants competing for the final championship. I just paid attention to the popularity of The Voice of China, and it is not inferior to The Voice of China in the parallel world at all. If Zhang Lan wins the championship, Zhang Lan's reputation will once again rise to a higher level. Originally, Zhang Lan already had a certain reputation because of the songs he gave her. When she wins The Voice this time, Zhang Lan's reputation will probably be directly promoted to a second-tier singer. With a little more management, it will only be a matter of time before he is promoted to a first-tier singer. The benefits that an A-list singer can bring to the company. And with the current popularity of The Voice of China, even if it reaches the semi-finals, it has already gained a number of fans. It can be seen from the comments in the live broadcast room of the event that Zhang Lan is currently very popular. Open the WeChat account and find Zhang Lan's personal WeChat account. Go in and check it was discovered that Zhonglan currently has more than 3 million fans. This number of fans has reached the standard of a second-tier star. Chun Mo rubbed his brows. He has been paying attention to the box office of Blue Film and Television, Wandering Blue Star during this period. Completely ignored that there is a music department in Blue Film and Television. With the number of fans Zhonglan has, she will definitely be a moneymaker in the future. He sighed helplessly. Soon the show was over and the competition began. Chun Mo took a look at the team list for today's event. It was a competition between two groups A-B, while the BL team was in Group C, so there was no match for the BL team today. The BL team's game is tomorrow and the next 2 days. When Chun Mo saw this, he did not exit the game live broadcast room, but continued to watch. Kyoto. In a restaurant. Sister Lan, thank you so much. I never thought that singing in a stadium with thousands of people would be such an experience. Li said with a grateful face. Her biggest stage before was The Voice of China, but this time singing in a stadium with thousands of people gave her a new feeling. It feels like I'm having a concert. Thank you, Sister Lan. Zhao Lei and several other singers also expressed their thanks. Thank you. After all, you are all singers of Lampion Film and Television. This time singing can only be regarded as a small resource. You will gain more fans by singing, and in the end, Blue Film and Television will also make a profit. Zhang Lan waved her hands indifferently. The singers in front of her had already signed contracts with her to join Blue Film and Television. This time I brought them over to perform, allowing them to experience singing in a stadium with thousands of people and also to increase their number of fans. After all, at this time, Extreme Survival is very popular. And the final result is that these singers make a profit, and Blue Film and Television will also make a profit. This is a win-win situation. Anyway, I still have to thank Sister Lan. Without Sister Lan, we don't know when we would have such an experience. Li Yi insisted on thanking him. Several other singers nodded along. By the way, Sister Lan, when will you take us to Lampion Film and Television? Since joining Lampion Film and Television, we haven't visited the company yet. Zhao Lei suggested. Well, let's wait until after the competition is over. We will go to Jiangxing together. We will just arrange your workstations at Lampion Film and Television in the future. You will also have a place to rest when you go to the company. Zhang Lan thought for a moment and spoke slowly. These singers have all joined Blue Film and Television, and sooner or later, they will go to the company. Although as a singer, you will definitely have a lot of outings, and you don't need to arrive at the company every day, but you still need to have the necessary workstations. Moreover, I have finished composing my new song, and it's time to go back to the company to start publishing it. By the time the song is released, it's almost time for the finals of The Voice. And after I compose a new song, I can also come up with another song given by Mr. Chen. It just so happens that during the finals, taking out the new song given by Mr. Chen should have a miraculous effect. Zhang Lan thought secretly in his heart. Now that we have reached the stage of the top 4 in the country, the final goal must be to win the championship. The song given by Mr. Chen can increase her chances of winning, so she must use it. Time passes. The third day of the Extreme Survival official event soon arrived. Kyoto. Backstage at the event. Don't be stressed, just play normally. The hotel has been booked. No matter what the result is, we will celebrate after the game. Yao Beiguo looked at the 4 professional players who were about to appear and patted each other on the shoulder. Okay, Mr. Yao, we will work hard. Away promised. Then the 4 players left the lounge and went straight to the front of the stadium. At present, the highest score is Yinji team, which has completed 12 games, and the current total score is 148 points. And BL team is now ranked 11th with 77 points, but has only participated in 6 games so far, and there are 6 more games today. As long as BL team maintains yesterday's performance and today's total score exceeds 71 points, then BL team will have a great chance to win the championship today. Chin Sung looked at the team members who had left and talked about the current score of the event. Yesterday, he had been paying attention to the game of BL team, and it seems that BL team is in very good shape at present. Yao Beiguo nodded upon hearing this. According to the state of the BL team yesterday, The chances of the BL team winning the championship today are still very high. However, he did not want to put the pressure of winning the championship on those players, so he did not say too many words of expectation to those players just now. Jiangcheng. Chen Mo sat on the sofa, turned on the computer, and directly entered the live broadcast room of the Extreme Survival event. He has been following the situation of the event for the past 2 days. At present, the point situation is very unfavorable to him. Yesterday, the BL team won the first place in the group stage with 77 points. And if the BL team continues to maintain this state, there is a great chance of winning the championship. He has no way to deal with this. He only hopes that the BL team will perform poorly in the game today, or they will all be in the punishment circle. Chapter 787. The game begins. Chinemo sat quietly in front of the sofa, watching the game in the live broadcast room. At this time, the live broadcast footage flashed across the seats of every professional team one by one, and was then directly broadcast to the commentary seats. Welcome to watch the Extreme Survival Tenga Cup. Today is the last day of the finals. I don't know which team will win the final championship. Let's take a look at the current standings. The first place is the Yinji team, but there are still 20 teams and 6 games left today. Whether the Yinji team can maintain the first place depends on the performance of these 20 teams today. Which teams do you think will win the championship this time? The first team that may win the championship must be the currently number 1 Yinji team. There are 2 other teams that I think have a great chance of winning the championship. That is the BL team and the MP team. Both of these teams have only participated in 6 games. The points are currently the first and second place among the teams that have only played 6 games. One of these 2 teams has a score of 77 and the other has a score of 72. If they perform well, they have a chance to win the championship. As for other teams that have only played 6 games currently, some of them have hope of winning the championship, but it will be more difficult. Okay, the director has sent a message saying that the game has started. Let's switch the screen to the game. As the voice of the commentator fell, the scene in the live broadcast room quickly came to the game. A plane slowly flew out from the edge of the map, marking the route of the flight. The voice of commentary came again. The route this time is quite satisfactory. It is a mid-center route. All teams can reach their landing points. Chun Mo quietly watched the game comparison in the live broadcast room. The game has just started and nothing can be seen yet. However, as the circle shape continues to be refreshed, Chun Mo discovered that something was wrong. The circle had reached the 4th circle, and the jumping school of the BL team was still in the center of the circle. Not so good. The BL team turned out to be Destiny Circle. At this time, the 5th circle was refreshed, and the voice of the commentator came out. The 5th circle has been refreshed, and the center of the circle is still in the school. This circle shape, the BL team, is a Destiny Circle, and it has basically not moved since it landed. It is said that since the BL team entered the semifinals, the circle shape has not been very good. Today's first game turned out to be the Destiny Circle. I don't know if the BL team can seize this opportunity. I see that the members of the BL team have already begun to collect information from the surrounding areas, and there are already teams competing for points in the surrounding area. The BL team can stand at a high point and target the teams competing for points. That's right, it's a target draw. Every time you kill someone, it's a point. I wonder if BL can seize this opportunity and get a high elimination first place. Chinemo didn't look good as he listened to the explanation. He did not expect that the BL team would encounter a Destiny Circle in the first game today. There's still a chance. Maybe a team will come over soon and destroy the BL team. Chinemo secretly thought to himself that in this game, just getting the Circle of Destiny doesn't mean you will definitely get the first place. The game progresses little by little. Chinemo found that only half of what he expected to happen happened. There was indeed a clash between teams, but in the end it was the BL team that won. The collision was unsuccessful, but 4 heads were given to the BL team. The game continues. The circle has been further narrowed. The school where the BL team is located is still in the Destiny Circle, and most of the teams have been removed from the safe zone after the new circle was refreshed. The entire game's safe zone has become a chaotic battlefield, and the BL team in the center of the circle became the final winner. The BL team used the bunkers in the defense zone to constantly target the teams outside the circle, and from time to time they would take ahead. Until the finals, the defense area where the BL team is located has only been half cleared by the circle, and there are still 12 members alive in the game. Excluding the 4 members of the BL team, there are still 8 people alive outside, and these 8 people belong to 4 teams, 1 3-man team, 2 2-man teams, and 1 lone wolf. The explanation at this time has also reached the most critical moment. The final circle shape has been refreshed, and half of the BL team's defense zone has been cleared out. However, with the current half of the room area, it is enough for the BL team to have a great advantage. However, if the BL team wants to be more aggressive and want to get more head points, I think they should take action at this time. After all, they have collected so much information in the center of the circle, and it can basically be confirmed that the remaining 8 people alive are not in full formation. At this time, they will leave 1 person at a high point in the room area for protection and observation, and pull the other 3 people out from the defense area. If everything goes well, they can get at least 3 kill points. But there is a certain risk in doing so. If there are attrition during the process, the team's chances of winning first place will be greatly reduced. Look, the BL team has already started to take action, starting to pull up the hillside in front. It seems that the BL team has chosen this risky play. But the greater the risk, the greater the reward. I don't know how the BL team will perform next. The first game ended soon. The commentator's excited voice came out. Let us congratulate the BL team for winning first place in the first game with 13 eliminations, plus 10 ranking points. The BL team scored 23 points in the first game today. Then the BL team can surpass the current number 1 Yinji team if they score more than 48 points in the next 5 games. However, the HP team is not bad either. This time it finished 3rd and gained 16 points. If it wants to win the championship, it still has a great chance. Listening to the explanation, Chunemo sat weakly on the sofa. However, it is only the first game now. If you want to win the championship, you still need to get 9 to 10 points on average in each game. If there are 2 free rounds, there is basically a high chance that you will not win the championship. Chunemo thought to himself, picked up the water glass on the side, and took a sip to calm down his mood. Soon, the second game begins. Chunemo watched quietly. Nothing unexpected happened this time, and the circle did not favor the BL team like the first time. In the 3rd circle, they were directly kicked out of the circle. In the end, the BL team got the 6th result and 3 ranking points. Plus 5 eliminations, it was 5 elimination points for a total of 8 points. Fine. Chunemo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he kept this result, he would be sure not to win the championship. Chapter 788. BL team is in a disadvantageous situation. Soon, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th games also ended one after another. Overall, the BL team scored 126 points, 22 points away from the Yinji team's 148 points. Chunemo saw this score difference and felt more relaxed. At present, if the BL team wants to win the championship, it must get a similar result to the first game in this game. However, the first game was a good time, place, and people for the BL team, and it is difficult to repeat it again. As long as the BL team fails in this game, it will have nothing to do with the championship. Live broadcast room. Commentary station. The 5th game is over, and there is one more game before the Tenga Cup is completely over. Let's take a look at the current points ranking. The first place is still the Yinji team with 148 points. The second place is the TW team with 135 points. The third place is the BL team with 126 points. And the fourth place is the HP team with 122 points. In the current points ranking, the TW team has completed all the games and has confirmed that it will not win the championship. The remaining BL team and HP team both have one last game left, and they are 22 points and 26 points away from winning the championship respectively. As long as these two teams can get a high elimination kill, they still have a great chance to win the championship. However, elimination still has a great risk. After all, the more heads you get, the more battles you experience. As long as there are more battles, the team will face the risk of attrition. Oh, okay. The game has started. Which team will win the championship in the end? Let's see the last game of today. Oh, as the commentary fell, the live broadcast screen came to the game screen. Okay, the route has been released. I didn't expect that this time the route is actually the airport route in the south. Now the team jumping to the north is a bit uncomfortable. Oh, yes, both the BL team and the MP team are jumping to the north. These two teams are still more than 20 points away from the championship score. This route is not friendly to these two teams. Oh, let's see what these two teams will choose. Change the jump point, or shorten the time to search for supplies and enter the airport island in advance. Well, we see that the MP team has already parachuted. They changed the jump point and chose the wild area near the bridge. One advantage here is that it will be very convenient to cross the bridge later. The disadvantage is that the resources in the wild area may be a bit tight. Oh, look, the BL team has also parachuted. Looking at their direction and opening the parachute early, it seems that they are preparing to parachute to the school. But in this case, the time to enter the circle will be much slower, and the subsequent circles may be difficult to fight. Oh! In the room, Chunemo looked at the refresh circle and knew that it would be difficult for the BL team to get a high elimination kill this time. With the current circle and the jump point, it is very difficult to enter the circle, let alone kill. Soon the first circle refreshed. Commentary. Look at the new circle. Most of the land area has been eliminated. It can be basically confirmed that the final circle is on the airport island. Entering the circle now is the best choice. Oh, well, we can see that the MP team has started to move. The landing point was originally near the bridge. Now that it is confirmed that the final circle is on the airport island, they drove directly across the bridge to find the point. This timing is very safe for the MP team. Oh, I saw that other teams have also started to move. Well, the BL team has not moved yet. It seems that several players are still searching for supplies and have no intention of moving. Oh, what exactly is BL planning? The jump point is originally in the north. If they leave later, there may be no place to enter the circle later. There are even teams blocking the other side of the bridge. It is very dangerous to cross the bridge. Oh! Chunemo leaned back on the sofa and watched the movements of the BL team. He was not so nervous in his heart. The commentator was right. It is indeed difficult for the BL team to enter the circle with the current approach. The professional battlefield is not an ordinary passerby game. If a team blocks the bridge, the risk of crossing the bridge is very high. Kyoto, backstage of the stadium. Coach, is this decision of away and the others a well-planned tactic? Yao Bagua watched the BL team continue to search for supplies in the game and had no intention of moving into the circle. He turned to look at the team coach beside him. As the manager of the game club, he would play games when he had free time, and Extreme Survival was the current popular game, which he played the most. So he was a little worried about the current choice of the BL team. After all, everyone wanted their team to win the championship. Yes, Mr. Yao, this is a way of playing for the Southern Circle, and it has been tested many times, and the effect is pretty good. The team coach explained how to practice this method. When the circle sweeps away the land, it will be difficult for the BL team to enter the circle. Yao Bagua was still a little confused. We will not enter the circle that is refreshed. We will still be poisoned outside the circle. We will wait until the next circle is about to refresh before entering the circle. At this time, the teams in the circle have basically already fought or are in the process of fighting. No one would have thought of us entering the circle at this time. And even if they had thought of it, it would be difficult for them to pay full attention to us when the battle occurred. And we can also persuade the two teams to fight and reap the benefits. This play is designed for the circle of the Southern Airport Island. I thought it would not be used in this game, but I didn't expect that the last game would be designed for the circle of the airport island. The coach smiled and said, "It would be a pity if the play that has been prepared for a long time is not used in the game." The game continues. The circle is further reduced. Commentary. The circle is further reduced, and the land area has been completely excluded. Several teams still on the land have also begun to cross the bridge to enter the circle. Yes, if you don't enter the circle, the poison circle will expand, and the team on the land side may be poisoned. No, look at the BL team's movements. They stopped at the housing area at the bridgehead and had no intention of crossing the bridge. But if they don't enter the circle at this time, they will be poisoned when the poison circle hits them. Oh, but entering the circle doesn't seem to be very safe. The last WA team to enter the circle stopped at the other side of the bridge, probably to see if there are any teams entering the circle behind them. If there are, they may block the bridge. Oh, the situation is not favorable for the BL team now. Changbai Jinyuan. Chinemo looked at the BL team parked in the housing area outside the bridgehead, and there was another team blocking the bridge on the other side of the bridge, and knew that the BL team was in a Dill MMA at this time. It would be difficult for the BL team to win the championship. Chapter 789, Poison Tactics. The game continues. The poison circle shrinks little by little, and soon the land is completely covered by poison gas. The poison circle has shrunk, and the next circle has been refreshed, which is on the hill to the right of the airport. Many teams are lined up outside the circle at once, and I am afraid that there will be a big melee next. But looking at the map, the BL team is still in the poison. What exactly do they want to do? Aren't they afraid of being poisoned to death? No, look, every member of the BL team has a lot of first aid kits. They have planned to eat poison a long time ago. Is this the BL team's tactic? The poison-eating tactic is the first time I have seen it on the field. Look, the WA team on the other side of the bridge has given up blocking the bridge. They started to advance along the hillside, but there is another team on the hillside in front. They are about to meet, and this battle should be inevitable. The BL team also started to move. They started to cross the bridge. This timing is too good. Now the WA team has met the team on the hillside and fought. Oh! At this time, the BL team entered the circle. They could walk to the hillside and hit the WA team from behind according to the gunshots. The WA team was in danger. Oh! Could the WA team be alert behind them? They didn't. After all, the poison circle had been refreshed for so long. Who would have thought that there was another team in the poison circle? Oh! It seems that the WA team is finished. Moreover, the team on the hillside has just lost members. If the BL team crosses, they will come to clean up the mess. Oh! Sure enough, after the BL team crossed the bridge, they gave up driving and started walking up the mountain in the direction of the WA team. In walking, it is even more difficult for the WA team to find someone behind them. Oh! In the room, Chinemo looked at the game screen in the live broadcast room and slowly sat up. The current situation is not good. He watched the 4 members of the BL team come to the back of the WA team little by little, while the WA team was still fighting with the team on the hillside. At this time, the team on the hillside had lost 2 members, and the WA team had lost 1 member, and another team member was lying on the ground. After discovering the WA team in front, the BL team immediately deployed their formation and collected information about every member of the WA team. When a member of the WA team went to help the fallen member, gunshots rang out instantly. 2 members of the WA team were instantly killed, and another member was also killed quickly. The WA team was instantly wiped out. The BL team did not stop, but quickly advanced up the mountain. Ling Dang, there is one behind the stone on the hillside. Aha, you're on the side. There is another person on the right, and the specific position is not yet determined. I will go over to arrange the points. Alway said, and he had already taken out the prop grenade and began to arrange the points on the right where the opponent might hide. Commentary. The BL team launched an attack. In the case of back-to-back, they did not give the WA team any chance at all and directly wiped out the WA team. Oh! However, the BL team did not stop attacking and has been advancing uphill. There are only 2 people left in the uphill team. The BL team should have collected this information, otherwise it would not be so aggressive. Oh! Looking at the positioning of Ling Dang and Ahai, they have already locked a member of the team on the hillside, and the captain away is also using grenades to arrange the points. Wow! I didn't expect Away's grenade to be so accurate. It was thrown directly at the feet of a member of the team on the hillside, and he was directly killed. And the last member also successfully killed the opponent under the coordination of Ling Dang and Ahai. Oh, incredible. From the crisis of entering the circle to the current 5 heads, plus a pretty good safe zone point, this BL team's poison-eating play really worked wonders. But the hillside of the BL team is now on the edge of the safe zone, and it is very likely to be swept away in the next circle refresh. No, the BL team did not rest on the hillside, but continued to advance towards the hillside in front. There were 2 teams fighting there. Are they going to persuade them to stop fighting? Oh, it should be. If the BL team wants to win the championship, it must get a high elimination score. Now this behavior is obviously trying to get some kills by persuading them to stop fighting. Oh, but this will also be very risky. If it is not done well, there will be a loss of personnel. Oh, the game is still going on. At this time, the last game has reached a critical moment. Several teams have been eliminated and ended the game. And the BL team seemed to have found the feel and began to advance from the edge of the circle to the inside. Now it has already got 10 elimination points. Chinamo looked at this scene, and the mood that he had let go before was suspended again. In this situation, as long as the BL team gets another 3 elimination points and successfully wins the first place in this game, it can become the champion of the Tenga Cup. As the circle continues to shrink, the competition becomes more and more intense. In the lounge behind the stadium, Yao Bagua was watching the game on the screen and had already started holding his breath, because at this time, the BL team was facing the biggest crisis in the last game. That is, the BL team was too aggressive in advancing, directly facing the attack of the 2 teams in front and right. If BL team falls in this attack, then BL team will lose this chance to win the championship. Commentary: BL team advanced too fast so that they could not collect better information about the surrounding teams, and the team on the left is still the popular team, HP team, competing for the championship. I think MP team will attack without hesitation when they know that the team in front is BL team. After all, as long as they destroy BL team, the only competitor for the championship will be Yinji team, and destroying BL team can also get elimination points. Sure enough, after MP team knew that the team in front was BL team, they directly pulled the team out. It seems that they are ready to destroy BL team directly. This situation is not good for BL team. This is a team fighting 2 teams at the same time. One team is full of 4 people, and the other is a 3-person team, a total of 7 people. If they don't handle it well, they may be directly destroyed. Oh, the MP team has already taken action, and their shooting skills are very accurate. They hit the BL team sideways, and the beast was instantly killed and fell to the ground. Oh, however, the other members of the BL team were also very alert. After discovering someone on the flank, they all found a good cover. Oh, in the room, Chinamo looked at the scene in the game at this time, clenched his fists, and expected the MP team to give a little help and directly destroy the BL team. But he soon found that things were completely different from what he expected. Chapter 790 ending. After the beasts of the BL team were knocked down, Lingdang found a bunker and instantly killed a member of the MP team. However, Awei and Ahai each knocked down 2 members of the other team. Commentary seat. The situation has changed a bit. The BL team's touch is really good. After killing 1 person from the MP team in seconds, they also lost 2 people from the other team in seconds. Oh! The current situation is 3 versus 4. It depends on what choice the BL team will make. Awei and Ahai have already begun to advance towards the other team, while Lingdang is staying far away, preparing to fight against the 3 members of the MP team. However, 1 member of the MP team has already gone to help the knockdown one. Teammate. Oh. If that teammate is helped up, it means that Lingdang has to face the pressure of 4 people alone. But I think this decision to support people gives the BL team a chance. Now the other team only has 3 people. 2 of them have been knocked down, and only the last member is left. Oh! If Awei and Ahai can quickly kill the remaining team member, they can go back to help Lingdang, and then the MP team will rescue their teammates. The advantage of the 4-on-3 situation is not very great. Not long after the voice of the commentary fell, a kill appeared in the upper right corner of the game interface. Ahai of the BL team killed the last member of the 3-man team and wiped them out. Ahai and Awe quickly called back the bell, and at this time, the MP team had just rescued their own members and was forming their formation. The two sides immediately confronted each other. During the confrontation, the beasts of the BL team were directly eliminated because there was no one to help them. Commentary seat. Now the two teams, NP and BL, are facing each other, and no one wants to be the first to charge. In this situation, we can only use grenades to open up the situation. Oh. Away from the BL team has already started to take action. Away actually has 9 grenades in his hand, which he should have just obtained from the box where the team was eliminated. Can these 9 grenades have any good effect? Oh, wow. Away's grenade was very accurate. It directly knocked down one member of the MP team, and the second member's grenade was directly repaired. Oh, what? Another one was blown up. Was this possessed by the god of thunder? 9 grenades directly killed 2 members of the MP team, and the situation was reversed. Oh, from 4 versus 3, it directly changed to 2 versus 3, and the BL team has already obtained 15 elimination points at this time. Even if the BL team does not take first place now, it can still win the championship if it takes second place. But now the MP team only has 7 elimination points, and with only 2 members alive, the hope of winning the championship is somewhat slim. Oh! The backstage lounge for watching the game. Yao Bagua and others couldn't help but cheered when they saw Awe taking away 2 members of the MP team with 9 mines. Now the BL team has got 15 elimination points. If the last 2 members of the MP team are killed, then the BL team can win the championship even if it gets 4th place. Now in the competition, there are a total of 7 teams including NP teams, and BL's hope of winning the championship has increased a lot. Suddenly, there was a burst of cheers. Everyone in the lounge saw that Bell fired and killed another member of the MP team instantly. Currently, only 1 member of the MP team is left alive. After the Bell knocked down another member of the MP team, the BL team immediately took action, preparing to quickly eliminate the last member of the MP team. Before long, the BL team directly killed the last player of the MP team and wiped out the MP team. At this time, the game has come to an end. When the BL team and the MP team were fighting, there was also a fight on the other side. At this time, there are only 4 surviving teams in the game. This means, even if the BL team does nothing now, the points gained can surpass the ENG team, and the most threatening MP team has also been solved in the battle. It has been confirmed that the BL team is the champion of this Tenga Cup. Commentary seats. I have just calculated that with the current elimination points of the BL team, even if they're directly eliminated by the team now, they will still win the Tenga Cup championship. Let us first congratulate the BL team for winning the championship. Event backstage lounge. Cheered again. Old Tao, we won the championship. Yao Bagua looked at AtoZ and said excitedly, "Yes, champion." AtoZ also looked excited. They had been calculating points. So after the BL team destroyed the MP team and then entered the semifinals, they knew that the BL team had won the championship. Of course, the game isn't over yet. What surprised them even more was that the BL team did not stop attacking after destroying the MP team, but continued to move forward. But at this time, the BL team has locked up the championship, and they no longer worry about what accidents will happen if the team does this. At this time, you can fight however you want. The championship is already locked anyway. But to everyone's surprise, BL team seemed to be killing like crazy in this game. In the end, BL team got 4 eliminations and won the first place in the game. 21 eliminations, won the first place. This last game got 31 points. Directly got 157 points, 9 points higher than the second place ENG team to win the championship of this Tenga Cup. Commentary seat. The points have been announced. The first place is undoubtedly BL team. It has been pushed all the way from the Tion condemnation circle with 21 eliminations and won the first place in the game. This championship is well-deserved. The second place in points is ENG team, and the third place is HP team. The Tenga Cup event has come to an end. Teams that did not get ideal results should not be discouraged and go back to train well and wait for the start of the next stage. This moment belongs to the champion team, BL team. I have seen that the members of BL team have successfully come to the center of the stage. They will soon hold the championship trophy in the center of the stage and the championship bonus of 10 million. Oh, Jiangcheng. In the room, Chun Mo looked at the final winning team and leaned back on the sofa with some weakness. He never thought that this circle-type BL team could kill and get the first place in the end. Helplessly, he supported his forehead, and in his heart, he had already anticipated what kind of profit the BL club would have after the BL team won the championship. This wandering blue star has not been removed from the shelves, and the BL game club has come out again. Chun Mo made a calculation in his mind and found that since returning from the new year, his industries seemed to have exploded, and profits appeared one after another. Wandering Blue Star, boring short videos, Corner Pet Park. Now there is a BL game club again. What happened? Chapter 791, The Future of the Music Department. Kyoto, the event site. Yao Bagua rushed to the stage with the championship trophy together with other members of the club and raised the championship trophy with the team members. All the spotlights were focused on the BL club members on the stage. After another interview, all 4 players returned to the lounge. Well done. The restaurant has been booked. Let's go out to celebrate. Yao Bagua patted the shoulders of the 4 players and said excitedly, Mr. Yao, the game is over. I should take a few days off. Bell asked. It's natural. Even if you don't win the championship, you still have to take this vacation, let alone if you win the championship. It's a month's vacation for each of you. During this month, you can go home or stay in the club. You don't need to spend every day went to attend class. The only requirement is that I play Extreme Survival for at least 2 hours every day to keep my hands on it. Yao Bagua nodded without hesitation. After this event is over, the next event will be their official event, but it will still be a few months before the official event is held. So there is no problem in giving these team members a month's leave. Mr. Yao, what are 2 hours? As long as there are no classes, we can play for 20 hours. Ahai said excitedly when he saw Yao Bagua nodding. Usually in the club, there are only a few hours of playing games every day. Now that there are no classes in the room, they naturally want to have enough fun. When Yao Bagua heard Ahai's words, he instantly realized that his worries were unnecessary. For these internet-addicted teenagers, they will probably be playing games every day during this month's holiday. Come outside the stadium. Yao Bagua and AtoZ got into a car. I will contact the clothing factory tomorrow morning to finalize the team uniforms. At the same time, we will open a pre-sale of team uniforms on the official website to see how many pieces can be pre-sold. There are also official benefits. If the BL team wins the championship, we still have to give out some gifts to those fans. Prepare some peripherals and draw them in a meager lottery when the time comes. Yao Bagua turned to look at AtoZ and arranged some matters for the team to win the championship. Well, the welfare matters have been prepared and will be implemented tomorrow. The pre-sale of team uniforms will also officially start tomorrow. AtoZ nodded. If the BL team wins the championship, then it will be the busiest time for their BL team, and it will also be the most profitable time for the BL team. Since the last time Fire Dragon Island won the championship and the BL club had a wave of income, the BL club has no income anymore. And this time the BL team won the championship in Extreme Survival. With the current popularity of Extreme Survival, they can definitely make a fortune. Not to mention anything else. Just from the sales of team uniforms, you can make a fortune. However, the team's biggest profit from winning the championship was endorsements, but Mr. Chin banned it. On the second day, Jiangcheng, Tomorrow Group, Blue Film and Television. Zhang Lan entered the music department with several singers. This will be your studio in the future. These working positions are all empty. You can choose by yourself. When you come to the company in the future, you can go to your own workstation to rest. Zhang Lan reached out and spoke to the studios on the side of the music department. These studios were prepared by him for the singers who joined Blue Film and Television. Unlike those large studios, each studio has its own small cubicle, which is not very large but has a certain degree of stability. After all, as long as a singer has a certain degree of fame, he still needs to pay attention to his privacy. Li Yi curiously walked into a studio with desks and chairs, a coffee machine, a wardrobe, and a seating area. The area is about 10 square meters, which is enough for them, and the equipment is also very complete. At least it is enough for them to come to the company and rest here. After The Voice of China ends, you can come to work here. The company will organize a team to arrange resources for you. Also, this building is not only home to Lampion Film and Television, but also Tsanshua Games and Boring Short Video. The group president, Mr. Chun, is also on the top floor of this building. I will take you to visit within the group. Zhang Lan watched several singers speak slowly, then took the lead to leave the music department and introduce the layout of the building. Finally, we came to the entertainment and fitness floor in the building. This is the fitness floor of the group. There are a lot of fitness equipment and entertainment facilities. Employees of the group can come here for fitness and entertainment. Zhang Lan took a few people around the fitness floor. Li Yi and Zhao Lei looked surprised when they saw that the first floor was a fitness area. This fitness area was already larger than most gyms on the market. They knew about the Tomorrow Group before they came here, and they also knew that the treatment of the Tomorrow Group was better than that of other companies. However, after actually walking around the Tomorrow Group, they realized that the treatment of the Tomorrow Group was even better than they expected. It is really a luxury to build such an entertainment and fitness floor for employees to use. You know, this level of office building, I don't know how many small companies can be accommodated. Okay, this is the layout of Tomorrow Group at present, but I heard the latest news that the whole building has been purchased by Mr. Chun and the floors downstairs are also being renovated. It's almost noon now. I'll take you to Tomorrow Canteen to have a look, Zhang Lan said, and took a group of people into the elevator. Soon, the group arrived at Tomorrow Canteen. There are sterilized plates over there. You can get whatever you want to eat, as long as you don't waste it. Zhang Lan had already taken the lead to walk to the sterilized dining cabinet, took out a plate, and looked at the dishes on display. Pork feet, fried chicken legs, braised prawns. She chose a few of her favorites and sat down at the table on the side. Li took out the plate and looked at the various meals. For a moment, she didn't know what to eat. It seemed that all of them looked delicious. If she didn't say that this was the company's canteen, she would have thought it was a restaurant just by looking at these meals. Everyone finished their meals and started eating. Sister Lan, this dish is so delicious. It feels no different from those star restaurants. Zhao Lei took a bite of the dish and said in surprise. Of course, the chefs in our cafeteria are all star chefs. How can the food they make be bad? Zhang Lan said with a smile. Tomorrow's cafeteria is a major feature of Tomorrow Group. Every company under the group has its own Tomorrow's cafeteria. In other companies, even if there is a cafeteria, many employees will choose to order takeout at lunch. But in Tomorrow Group, it is rare to see employees ordering takeout. Chapter 793 Movie Bonus 1.2 million sets. Chun Mo was stunned for a moment. He knew the selling price of the team uniforms, which was 798 yuan per set. Then 1.2 million sets would be more than 500 million yuan. Adding the sales of some peripherals such as figures, it would basically reach 1 billion yuan. Chun Mo looked at the tea in his hand and had no appetite to drink it anymore. Another 1 billion yuan in revenue. After staying in the office for a while, he got up and left. The sense of crisis in his heart suddenly increased. With the current income of Tomorrow Group, he urgently needs more places to spend money. Early May. Tomorrow Group. President's office. Chun Mo sat at his desk and calculated quickly on a piece of rough paper. At the end of April, Wandering Blue Star was officially removed from the shelves. The total box office was 6.7 billion yuan. Excluding the theater share, taxes, and some other shares, the final box office revenue obtained by Blue Film and Television was 3.2 billion yuan. The licensing fee for Wulong short videos is 1.2 billion this month, and the licensing fee for Corner Park is 400 million. After BL Club won the Extreme Production Championship, the sales of game peripherals and team uniforms totaled about 1 billion in revenue. And the original revenue in April was 1.5 billion. In the end, the total revenue of Tomorrow Group in April was 7.3 billion. Looking at the final revenue amount, Chun Mo's arm trembled slightly. 7.3 billion. The revenue for 1 month was 7.3 billion. However, he also spent a lot of money this month. The investment in TV series and movies totaled 1.6 billion. The event base invested an additional 1.5 billion. The school invested 500 million. The office building was purchased for 200 million, and the construction of the new office building was 400 million. Nana Coffee invested 200 million and opened 5 coffee shops every month until the end of September. There is an additional investment of 400 million. In addition, the decoration downstairs of the building and the configuration of computer office are 180 million. The bonus that BL Club distributed after winning the championship was about 20 million. The total expenditure for this month was 4.6 billion. After deducting the expenditure, he still had 2.7 billion left in the system funds. Chun Mo picked up the coffee beside him and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. There were still 2.7 billion system funds that had not been spent. How should I spend it? He soon thought of the actors of Blue Film. The current actors still have fixed remuneration. This time, Wandering Blue Star became popular, and these actors also contributed to it. Now that the movie is off the shelves, it is time to give these actors some bonuses. The staff who filmed it also contributed to it. Thinking of this, Chun Mo directly called Shin-ro over. Inform everyone that the actors and staff who filmed the film have made great contributions to the popularity of Wandering Blue Star. The leading actors will each receive a bonus of 20 million yuan. The supporting actors will each receive a bonus of 10 million yuan, and the remaining actors will each receive a bonus of 5 million yuan. The director will receive a bonus of 10 million yuan. The field control, planning, and other department leaders will receive a bonus of 5 million yuan. The team leader and other small leaders will receive a bonus of 1 million yuan, and the ordinary employees will receive a bonus of 500,000 yuan. In addition, the company manager also has a great contribution, and each of them will receive a bonus of 10 million yuan. Because Luo Xiao and Wang Bin are still outside, this matter will be implemented by you. Chun Mo looked at Shin-ro, who came over and quickly explained the reward funds. Shin-ro took a notebook and wrote down all the reward amounts that Mr. Chun had just given, and then spoke. Mr. Chun, Mr. Luo Xiao, is currently the manager of the company and the director of the film. Mr. Wang Bin is the lead actor of the film and the manager of the company. Will the two bonuses be paid out together? Yes, all of them, 20 million each. Chun Mo nodded without hesitation. Although he was very unhappy with Luo Xiao and Wang Bin, he couldn't just ignore the money, right? Okay, Mr. Chun, I will implement this as soon as possible. Shin-ro nodded. Well, bring all the investment documents of the investment department I want to see. Chun Mo suddenly thought of the investment company and wanted to see if there were any projects that could lose money. By the way, notify Lee Mauda and ask him to come over tomorrow. I have something to discuss with him. Okay, Mr. Chun, Shin-ro responded. And when she saw that Mr. Chun had no arrangements, she quickly returned to her office. Watching Shin-ro leave, Chun Mo made a simple calculation and found that the bonuses for the actors and filming staff this time were about 200 million. In this way, the remaining system funds are 2.5 billion. As for finding Lee Mauda tomorrow, it is naturally another place to consume funds. At present, they still rent the industrial park in Changfeng, although renting can consume funds continuously. But now the 2.5 billion funds need to be consumed as soon as possible. Let's not consider renting, just spend a lot of money to buy it directly. After a while, there was a knock on the office door. An employee walked in with a stack of information in his hand. Mr. Chun, these are investment information. The employee carefully put the information on the table and said respectfully, Well, I understand. Chun Mo looked at the pile of information in front of him and nodded. When the employees left, he picked up a piece of information and started reading it. Time passed. One piece of information after another was put aside. Chun Mo took a sip of coffee, but found that the coffee had been drunk without him noticing. Seeing that there was still half a pile of information to read, he gave up the idea of making coffee. Just as he put down the coffee, he saw another cup of coffee next to the coffee cup he had just put. He took a sip of the coffee, and it was still warm. It was obvious that it was Shin-ro who made the coffee, but he had no memory of when it was made. He was too engrossed in reading these investment materials just now. He shook his head and smiled, took a sip of coffee, and continued to look at the investment materials. At present, he did not see any investment materials that met his requirements. Although these investment plans cannot be confirmed to be profitable, the plans are very complete. If they are implemented according to the plans, there is a great probability of profit. Is there no plan to lose money? Chun Mo sighed helplessly and picked up another investment plan. Hey! Looking at the content of the investment plan, Chun Mo raised his eyebrows. This investment plan also has a great chance of making a profit, but if he changes it slightly, it will be different. The name of this project is Real Life Gunfight. The overall content is to build the team competition mode of extreme survival into reality, and then real players put on props and fight against each other. This project also existed in the previous life. The name is Real Life CF. There are still many people who like to play it. However, if you do it according to the description of the project, the chance of making a profit is still very high. But if you adjust it, I don't know if it can make a profit. Real Life Extreme Survival Project. Chapter 794 New Project. Chinamo looked at the project plan in his hand and thought of the real person extreme survival plan. The first point of this plan is that it consumes a lot of money. Extreme survival. The map of the survival mode is very large, and it will definitely not be fully simulated in reality. But the area requirements must not be too small. An area of tens of thousands of square meters is definitely needed. Such a large building, plus some buildings inside, can definitely consume a lot of money. This is the capital consumption aspect. The second point is consumption. To build such a large venue, the charges must not be too low. Just 2,000 yuan per person. In this case, some customers with low incomes can basically be excluded. If there are not that many consumer groups, then naturally there will not be that much income. High investment and low return. Isn't that his rule for losing money? Chun Mo nodded with satisfaction, put this project report aside, and continued to look for other project reports. After a while, Chun Mo looked at all the investment project information and shook his head helplessly. After looking at it for so long, I only found one project that could lose money. However, this money-losing project allowed him to consume a lot of funds. Thinking of this, Chun Mo called Shunro directly. Contact the person in charge of this project and see if you have time to come over tomorrow. Chun Mo said and directly handed the project information in his hand to Shunro. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shunro took the project information and returned to her office again. Chun Mo stretched his arms and sat directly on the seat. New projects plus the purchase of industrial parks are not enough to consume 2.3 billion system funds. It still requires more projects that consume funds. Chun Mo was a little helpless. On the second day, Blue Film and Television. Several actors gathered together, and everyone's face was shining with excitement. Just now they received the news. Because of the popularity of Wandering Blue Star, Mr. Chun paid bonuses to the actors and film crew who participated in Wandering Blue Star. Sister Jiang Shui, we have a treat tonight. Brother Lin looked at Jiang Shui and smiled. Jiang Shui was the leading actor in Wandering Blue Star and directly received a bonus of 20 million yuan. But he's not bad either. As an actor with few roles in Wandering Blue Star, he actually received a bonus of 5 million yuan. 5 million. He never dreamed that the first movie he shot would earn more than 5 million. He also got the chance to star in the next movie. And he is just a student who has not graduated. Sure enough, the choice to add Blue Film and Television was the right one. That's for sure. Jiang Shui gradually came back to her senses, looked at the actors around her, and nodded. In fact, this time she appeared in Wandering Blue Star, and she has already been given a performance fee of 1 million. For her students who have not yet graduated, it is already a huge amount of money. She was already very satisfied. Even when Wandering Blue Star became a fire, she didn't have any extra thoughts. After all, if it weren't for Lan Pian Film and Television, and without Wandering Blue Star, she wouldn't be able to have the favor she is now. Now her meager number of fans has exceeded 1 million. This is already very rare for her, and she has no dissatisfaction. I just didn't expect it. Mr. Chun actually gave out so many bonuses. 20 million. This was something she had never dreamed of before. However, this further proves that tomorrow group attaches great importance to actors like them. Everyone is happy, but don't forget about the new movie and TV series. This time it's directors Hu Bian and Huang Ying. They have not been directors before, so they will definitely not give us much help in filming. So, when it comes to filming, we have to be more serious. Now, the two movies produced by Blue Film and Television are both hits. No one wants to have a bad movie produced by them. Zhang Shui looked at the few people present. They, the actors, had all gotten to know each other during the filming process. We all know that Director Hu and Director Huang also said during the meeting that I will be serious. I don't want the first TV series I star in to be a bad movie. Brother Lin said seriously. He finally got a starring role, but if it turned out to be a bad movie, he would be too embarrassed to continue working in Blue movies. It's good for everyone to know that Mr. Chun is training new directors this time. If they are trained, the number of Blue film and television directors will increase, and more films and television films will be shot at the same time in the future. By then, everyone will have the opportunity to star. Jiang Shui spoke seriously. Everyone looked excited when they heard Jiang Shui's words. As an actor, who doesn't want to be the starring role? What Blue film and television is currently doing is to train more directors, and the purpose of more directors is to shoot more movies and TV shows. As long as they shoot enough movies and TV shows, they will have many more opportunities to star. By the way, senior sister, people from entertainment companies have been contacting me during this time and want to invite me to their company, but I have rejected them all. Me too, 3 entertainment companies have contacted me, and I have rejected them. Go to their company, I think it's beautiful. Go to their company. Do you feel comfortable working in Lampy film and television? That is... Zhang Shui heard the words of several actors and looked at Su Tang at the side. Since Wandering Blue Star became popular, many entertainment companies have contacted them and even offered tens of millions, but they have all been rejected. They were trained by Blue Film and Television, and they cannot do anything ungrateful. And Blue Film and Television did not treat them badly and directly gave her a bonus of 20 million yuan. Everyone should be aware that Blue Film and Television will not treat us badly. You have also seen today's bonus. As long as we can make good movies, Blue Film and Television will not mistreat us. When you go to other entertainment companies, you have to compete with other actors for resources, but our Blue Film and Television is different. We shoot our own movies and use our own actors. And even if the characters in the script don't fit the script, we go outside to pick up the scenes, and we can get a lot of share of the remuneration we earn, which is unmatched by other entertainment companies. Jiang Shui said seriously. Sister Shui, we all know that how can other entertainment companies compare with Blue Film and Television? Several other actors said in unison. It's good to know. Everyone has read the script. Directors Hu and Huang will leave Shanghai in 2 days to select new actors at the Shanghai Theater Academy. If you have any classmates who are suitable for the roles in the script, you can talk to Director Hu or Director Huang. This will reduce some of the burden of selecting actors. After Jiang Shui finished speaking, she took Su Tang back to her office. Sister Shui, Tang Yin is quite suitable for the role of the snake demon in the script. I think I can recommend her. Su Tang said yes. Well, the appearance is indeed good. You can contact her. Jiang Shui nodded when she heard this. Tang Yin is their classmate, but she is usually taciturn and doesn't have many friends around her. However, when the teacher is in class, she studies very seriously. So there is no problem with my acting skills. Chapter 795 Purchase of Industrial Park. On the second day, Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Li Maoda walked into the office anxiously and looked at Mr. Chun sitting at his desk. Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements? Sit down first. Chun Mo looked at Li Maoda, who came in and motioned to the seat in front of the desk. How is the security company's construction going? Mr. Chun, the construction will be completed in another month, and then employees can be recruited for training. Li Maoda hurriedly spoke. That's good. I called you here today because I want you to contact the boss of the industrial park. Mr. Chun, is there any problem with the industrial park? That's not true. Now the industrial park is owned by a clothing factory. I thought about it, and it would be quite troublesome to rent it all the time. You go and contact me. I want to buy that industrial park. Mr. Chun, you want to buy that industrial park? Li Maoda was stunned. The area of the industrial park was not small. If he bought it, the price would definitely not be cheap. Yes, you used to be the manager of this industrial park. You should be able to contact the boss over there and communicate with them about the price. Chun Mo nodded. I know, Mr. Chun. When I go back, I will contact the boss of the industrial park. Lee Mauda responded directly. If Tomorrow Group wanted to buy an industrial park, it would be very simple, so he didn't say much. Well, then go and do your work. The tea at the table is prepared for you, so take it with you. Chun Mo nodded, then pointed at the 2 boxes of tea on the edge of the table. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Lee Mauda looked at the tea leaves on the edge of the table with an excited expression on his face. He already knew about the tea. Many managers in the company had received tea from Mr. Chun, and this is the first time he has received tea from Mr. Chun, which shows that Mr. Chun has truly begun to accept him. How could you not make him happy? The affairs of the industrial park must be handled beautifully by Mr. Chun. Lee Mauda picked up the tea, turned, and left the office. When entering the elevator, I saw a young man coming out of the elevator from the corner of my eye. Liang Jiming walked out of the elevator, and his eyes wandered around the top floor. He has been working at Tomorrow Group for a year, and this is his first time here on the top floor. And it was Mr. Chin's invitation. This was something he never expected. He just saw that the company had a project investment company as a programmer in the extreme survival department. From time to time I fantasize, it would be great if extreme survival could make a game in reality and everyone could play it together. However, the map in survival mode is too large and there are islands, so it is difficult to implement in reality. So he made a project plan for a real-person game in a team competition mode. The maps in team competitions are made to a realistic scale, and then everyone wears props to play against each other. It's very interesting to think about it. After the plan was written, it was directly submitted to the group's investment company. He didn't have much hope for this. It was just a temporary idea, and he was quite bored after work, so he just wrote it for fun. It doesn't matter to him whether the project is chosen or not. Anyway, he is very satisfied with his current life. Counting various bonuses and salary a year, he can earn at least 300,000 yuan. As an ordinary employee, he is very satisfied. And as time goes by, he has working experience. If the game company expands, he will still have the opportunity to become a small leader. If you become a small leader, your annual salary can be almost 1 million. The salary is high. The company also provides meals, transportation expenses, basically support for daily life, and he does not need to pay for it himself. Even taking the driver's license exam and getting glasses are reimbursed by the company. I go to work every day. Except for some special circumstances where I need to work overtime, there is basically no overtime. A programmer who doesn't work overtime is really happy. After get off work, he plays games with friends or colleagues. He likes to do carpentry. He spent money to build a carpentry room, which is fully equipped with tools. He has built several tables because the tables he built are all designed by himself, and they are very popular with colleagues in the company. After building them, they are basically given to colleagues in the company. When you have a vacation, go on a trip, this is already his dream life. I have my own living space, my own hobbies, and a job that pays well. Therefore, he did not expect much from projects invested in investment companies. I just didn't expect that Mr. Chun would directly meet him by name because of this investment project. This flattered him a little. After looking around, finally, I found the president's office, knocked on the door, and walked in. Hello, Mr. Chun. Looking at Mr. Chun sitting at his desk, Liang Jiming hurriedly said hello. It was also the first time for him to see the president of the group at such a close distance. Liang Jiming, right? Sit down. Chun Mo looked at the young man in front of him and pointed at the seat in front of the desk. I have read your project. The idea is very good, but it needs some improvements. Mr. Chun, tell me. Liang Jiming heard this and asked humbly. He didn't know much about the project and just wrote some general descriptions based on his own ideas. Even the format of writing the project plan was searched on the internet first. Your project plan says that some maps of team competition modes will be restored in reality, which is for the current size of Tomorrow Group. Simply investing in such a small project is no longer in line with the current status of Tomorrow Group. Since we want to invest, we have to invest in a larger one. We can restore the map of the survival mode of extreme survival, so that people in reality can fight in reality and experience the fun of the game just like in the game. Chun Mo simply talked about his ideas for the project. Mr. Chin, there are many places in the survival mode of extreme survival that are difficult to restore, and there are places that cannot be restored. The map of the first survival mode is very large, and there is an island, which is difficult to restore. Also, the mechanism of parachuting cannot be restored in reality. Liang Jiming briefly explained the places that cannot be restored in reality. He also wanted to restore the survival mode of extreme survival at first, but in the end he found that many places could not be restored, so he changed to restore the team competition mode. It is definitely impossible to restore it completely, and if you really let one person run such a large map, it is difficult to run it all. So in terms of the map, some can be abandoned. But if there is no sea, some lakes can be made, and there are houses that can be restored. As for the mountains, you can choose a place with mountains. The total area is set at 150,000 square meters. Add tickets, parking lots, office buildings, and some other projects. The total area of this project is set at 200,000 square meters. Chapter 796 Trust. Chinemo spoke slowly. It was definitely impossible to completely restore the extreme survival mode map, and he knew this. And if he wants to completely restore it, he can't do it with his current assets of billions. There are also limitations on the system side. Therefore, he has no plan to completely restore the extreme survival mode map. His ultimate goal is to expand the project and consume funds. The area of this project of 200,000 square meters is the maximum area allowed by the system. There is also the architectural design in the map. I need to restore it as completely as possible based on feasibility. There are also gameplay rules. In order to better restore the gameplay of the game, all equipment props are also restored. Various firearm props, body armor, backpacks, medical kits, grenades, and other props, as well as vehicles. There are some vehicles, if there is a safety hazard, relatively safe battery cars can be put in. We also put all these props evenly into the buildings on the map. Players need to go in and search for all props. In addition, each player wears a prop that can detect blood volume. If he is hit by a prop or a firearm, he will drop the corresponding blood volume. Until the blood volume is cleared, the player will be directly eliminated. Of course, the medical package drop can restore the blood volume. The last thing is the issue of fees. Since we have built such a luxurious building, the fees must not be too low. The tentative price is 2,000 yuan per person. Of course, this is my idea. How it can be implemented and how far it can be restored, you need to understand for yourself. Chinemo briefly described his idea for the game. As for how to implement the project, he didn't care. As long as you can invest your money, that's fine. Mr. Chun, I'm afraid this requires a lot of investment. Liang Jiming said with some uncertainty that he didn't know the specific amount of investment required for this project. But based on the 200,000 square meters of land alone, the implementation of this project would definitely not be cheap. Funding is not a problem. If you can trust me or the Tomorrow Group, we will directly implement this project and sign the contract. Chinemo smiled indifferently, spending a lot of money. He invested in this project just to invest a lot of money, so he chose this project. Of course, I trust Mr. Chun and the Tomorrow Group. I am an employee of the Tomorrow Group. Others do not trust Mr. Chun, but I definitely trust Mr. Chun. It's just Mr. Chun, this project is a bit big. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Liang Jiming scratched his head and said worriedly. If it was his first project, he would still have the idea to try it. But after hearing what Mr. Chun said, he had no idea at all. The project was so big that he worried he couldn't handle it. Even if he has no idea about the financial requirements of this project, he knows the unit of calculation, which is definitely in hundreds of millions. Are you an employee of Tomorrow Group? Which department do you work in? Chun Mo was stunned for a moment when he heard Liang Jiming's words. When he looked at the project yesterday, he only saw Liang Jiming's name and contact information. He didn't know the other information. Mr. Chun, I am a programmer in the Extreme Survival Department of Sangxue Games, and the idea of this project was just a flash of inspiration. It would be very interesting to think that the game Extreme Survival can be played in reality, so I planned this project. Liang Jiming opened his mouth to answer. Are you the programmer of Sangxue Games? Chun Mo nodded when he heard this. Since I am an employee of Tomorrow Group, it is even better. Any investment project has risks, so I can accept whatever the final result of this project is. And you are the proposer of this project, and you must know more about this project, so you must be the person in charge of this project. When this project is established, you will be the manager of this project. The name of the project will be called Mr. Live Game Club. If you are not familiar with the registration of the club, you can go to lawyer Tang Xiaotong from Baishu Law Firm. Explain the project to her, and she will help you get it done. Mr. Chun, Liang Jiming felt a little moved when he heard this. He was a project manager. As an employee of Tomorrow Group, he knows the treatment of a manager better than anyone else. Take Manager Wei and Manager Fong of Sangxue Games as an example. The year-end bonus alone is worth 10 million. Of course, this is because Sangxue Games is currently very profitable. But those company managers who have not yet made a profit have year-end bonuses of 3 million. This does not include the monthly basic salary for manager positions, project bonuses, etc. But he also knows how much money he has. If he really takes on this project, he will really lose money. Then he might not even be able to keep his current position as a programmer. So even though he was very moved, he still didn't dare to agree. But he was interrupted by Mr. Chun just in the middle of his words of rejection. You don't have to refuse. I also know that you are worried that this project will fail, but currently not all projects of Tomorrow Group are profitable. Look at Changfeng Clothing and Jinhao. These projects have been losing money. So you have to worry that if you don't do well, the project will lose money. Even if we really lose money, I won't blame you. What I'm interested in is not the immediate profitability of this project, but the potential of this project, Chinemo looked up at Liang Jiming and said seriously. Liang Jiming looked at Mr. Chen's serious expression. He knew that Mr. Chen was not joking. He could feel that even if he really lost money, Mr. Chen really would not blame him. This is different from those bosses who say, it doesn't matter on the surface, but really care about it on the inside. At this moment, he seemed to understand why the managers of the company were so protective of Tomorrow Group and Mr. Chen. This feeling of being completely trusted, it's really amazing. At this time, he unconsciously felt that he must do his best to complete this project. This is probably Mr. Chen's personality charm. Liang Jiming sighed secretly in his heart, knowing that Mr. Chen had already reached this point. If he refused again, he would not give Mr. Chen face. And the manager, does he really not want to be? How is that possible? Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your trust. I will definitely do a good job in this project. Liang Jiming nodded and responded with a sincere expression. Is this right? The investment capital for this project is 1.5 billion. It's up to you to plan the specifics. Chinemo smiled and nodded and spent 1.5 billion of the remaining 2.5 billion in funds at once. There are still 1 billion funds left, but there was new money coming in May. As the traffic of Sangxue Games, Dragon, and Extreme Survival increased, the monetization of boring short video live broadcasts increased, as well as the sale of pet food and peripherals in the corner pet park. Tomorrow Group's monthly profit has now reached 1.7 billion. This is the amount he calculated at the beginning of the month. Chapter 797 Colleague Relationship. So adding this month's profit, he still has to spend 2.7 billion. Originally, he is planning to invest part of the investment in this real-person gaming club first, and use the remaining funds as additional investment. But after a simple calculation, the biggest cost of this live game project is still the 200,000 square meters of land. Take away the money for the land and some operating costs during construction. He doesn't have much left for additional investment. And now he has huge capital consumption, so there is no additional investment left. 1.5 billion. Liang Jiming couldn't help but tremble when he heard Mr. Chen's words. Although he already had a mental expectation of the investment funds, when he heard the investment amount stated by Mr. Chen, he found that his expectations were still too conservative. 1.5 billion. He took a deep breath and tried his best to digest the news. I know, Mr. Chen, but Mr. Chen, I am still working at Sangxue Games. It would not be good if I just take over this project. Liang Jiming said worriedly. You don't have to worry about this. I will call and communicate with Sangxue Games. You don't need to worry about these things, just go ahead and do this project. Chen Mo waved his hand indifferently. He could solve such a small matter with just one phone call. If you think there is no problem, The contract is ready, and you can sign it now. Okay, Mr. Chun, I have no problem. Liang Jiming nodded. We have already reached this point, so why would there be any problems? That's good. Chunemo nodded, and then called Shunro over. Soon, under Shinro's command, Liang Jiming signed the contract. Then Shinro was asked to get 2 boxes of tea. This project will be left to you. Take these 2 boxes of tea as a gift for becoming the person in charge of this project. Chunemo said, pushing the tea leaves that Shinro brought over to Liang Jiming. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Liang Jiming looked at the tea leaves on the table and quickly thanked him. Then, Mr. Chun, I'll handle the project. Well, go get busy. Chunemo nodded. After watching Liang Jiming leave, he called Wei Yin from Tsangshui Games, explained Liang Jiming's situation, and hung up the phone. The real person game project has been implemented, but there are still 2.7 billion in funds that need to be consumed this month, and we still need to find more projects that consume funds. Tsangshui Games. Liang Jiming returned to his workstation and looked at the computer at his workstation and the layout on the desktop. I couldn't help but feel a little sad. I was about to leave the place where I had worked for a year, somewhat reluctant to give up. He sighed helplessly and began to pack up some of his supplies on the table. When he leaves here, other employees will definitely come over. Even if he leaves this workstation, he still needs to clean up. Brother Ming, what happened? Brother Ming, what's wrong? Is the company going to fire you? That's not right. You didn't make any mistakes. How could I fire you? Could it be that you were planning to resign? Brother Ming, don't be confused. If you resign, where will you find such a good company? Yes, we agreed to work here together for the rest of our lives. Did you forget about it when we were drinking that day? Yes, Brother Ming, what exactly happened? Let's talk to our brothers. We can help if you have any difficulties. We still need to consider resigning. Brother Ming, if you leave, I will miss you. While packing the items, several better colleagues came over and started talking. Listening to the words of these colleagues, Liang Jiming was still a little moved. Regarding the project, he just had an idea and submitted it after writing it. He didn't know if it would be picked up, so he didn't say anything. Otherwise, after voting and talking to these guys, the project has not been chosen, and you won't be able to tease him to death next time you have a drink. I don't want to leave my job. Liang Jiming looked at several good friends and said, if you don't resign, then why are you packing your things? Oh, I invested in a project for the investment department of Tomorrow Group, and Mr. Chun took a fancy to it. Now I am the manager of that project. What did you say? Liang Jiming repeated it to ensure that they could all hear it clearly. The air around is quiet. A long while. Traitor. To the traitor, I misjudged you. You promised to work here for the rest of your life. Several colleagues' mouths twitched. They were worried here for a long time, but in the end, the other party was promoted. From an ordinary employee, he suddenly became a manager. This feeling, Liang Jiming looked at the expressions of several people and knew that they were not really calling him a traitor. So he smiled and said, okay, it's my fault that I didn't tell you about the investment project. I'm treating you tonight. You can spend whatever you want. That's pretty much it. Let's talk about what project Mr. Chun is interested in. Several colleagues asked curiously. I'll tell you about the project while we're eating after get off work. I need to talk to the manager about this now. Liang Jiming said, put the things he had packed neatly on the table, and left the studio to go to the live broadcast manager's office. He knocked on the door of the office gently and then walked in. Come on, sit here. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Mr. Fong and Mr. Wei sitting on the sofa in the reception area, waving at him. Looking at their expressions, Mr. Chun should have called them to talk about the project. Mr. Wei, Mr. Fong. Liang Jiming walked to the reception area, greeted them twice, and then slowly sat down. We should call you Mr. Liang in the future. Wei Yin smiled and poured a cup of tea and handed it to Liang Jiming. Mr. Wei, just call me Xiao Liang. Liang Jiming hurriedly took the tea. These two people are both veterans of the company, and he dared not neglect them. No need to be polite. The group has its own rules. Since you are the manager of the new project, you should call him Mr. Liang. You don't have to be so cautious just because we have seniority. Mr. Chin has already told us about the project. We will handle the workstations. Just go and do the project. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to find me or other managers in the company. We will definitely help if we can. Wei Yin looked at Liang Jiming's cautious expression and explained. He doesn't like to use seniority to pressure others. What he likes more is that everyone is a manager and they work together to contribute to the company. Chapter 798, Wei Yan's proposal. Yes, we are all managers of the company. There is no seniority and you don't have to be cautious. Fong Chong also echoed from the side. This Liang Jiming is an employee of his department, and he is familiar with it. He still has a handmade table made by him at home. He likes it very much. But he didn't get it for nothing. He was also paid. Liang Jiming gradually relaxed after listening to the words of the two managers. Especially Mr. Fong. He is familiar and very approachable. Thinking of the project he just took over, he now has no idea about which step to start with and what to do. He doesn't have an overall plan now. The two managers in front of me are experienced people, so they can ask for advice. Mr. Fong, Mr. Wei, I actually didn't expect this project to be so big at the beginning, so now I don't have a clue about some of the plans and processes for this project. You can tell me about the specific projects. Wei Yin nodded upon hearing this. The project is like this. Liang Jiming explained the content of the project in detail. Wei Yin nodded while listening to Liang Jiming's story, and then spoke. Let me briefly talk about some of the things you need to do for this project, and also give you some suggestions. Okay, Mr. Wei, can I get a piece of paper to record it? When Liang Jiming heard this, he quickly sat up straight. Take this. As a manager, you can carry this notebook with you in the future. It's very convenient. Fong Chong casually took out a small note from his pocket and handed it to Liang Jiming along with the pen on his chest. Okay, Mr. Fong. Liang Jiming quickly took the notebook and pen. Seeing that Liang Jiming was ready to record, Wei Yin continued to speak. The first step of this project is to register and go through some procedures. Mr. Chen asks you to find Lawyer Tang, and you can just follow the instructions. So after you find Lawyer Tang, you don't have to worry about this anymore. The second thing is the choice of site. After all, if you want to implement this project, you will need 200,000 square meters of land. I have some suggestions for this. You can choose the east side of the city. The mountain there is very suitable for the site requirements of the project, and the price of the land is relatively cheaper. Consultants can contact Mr. Peng Tao of the Corner Pet Park. There are always some acquaintances there, and we can solve the problem quickly. The third person is personnel matters. You definitely can't handle such a big project alone. You need to recruit some people to work with you to do this. As for recruitment, the company can help you recruit. Of course, if you have some candidates you can trust, you can choose them yourself. The fourth point is about construction. For this matter, you can find Mr. Mei Yunmei of the Unmanned Construction Company. Tell him some predictions about what you want to build, and he will help you build it. If you implement all the above 4 points, the skeleton of this project will basically be completed. When Wei Yin said this, he picked up the tea to moisten his throat and continued to speak. Next are some detailed suggestions for the project. Mr. Chun gave you a construction area of 200,000 square meters, and the extreme survival game construction area is 150,000 square meters, leaving 50,000 square meters. The area of 50,000 square meters, excluding the office building, toll hall, and some necessary parking spaces, is enough for 10,000 square meters. And the parking lot, if it is near the Corner Pet Park, can be compared with the Corner Pet Park. Shared parking lot. So based on this calculation, there is at least 40,000 square meters of area that has not been utilized. I think this 40,000 square meters of area can be used to implement your initial team competition project. I have also played the extreme survival team competition mode, and the maps are not very big. The area of 40,000 square meters is enough to restore 6. Mr. Wei, why is this? Liang Jiming looked confused. You have to consider the spending power of the public. Wei Yin looked at Liang Jiming and explained. In survival mode, Mr. Chen's price is 2,000 yuan per person. Although this is fun, there are probably not many people who can afford it. It's simply impossible for your family to earn around 6,000 yuan a month to play this game. But after setting up several teams to fight, it will be different. You can charge 200 yuan per person. This price is basically a consumer price that many people can afford. In team mode, there are 8 people on each side of the enemy team. Each time you pay, you can play for 1 hour. One person is 200 yuan, and there are 16 people in a game, which is 3,200 yuan per hour. There are more than one venues for this team model. 6 are 19,200 yuan, and at least 10 games can be held a day. After all, the club has to make a profit before closing at night. That's almost 200,000 yuan in income that day. And of the two venues, you can design one to be larger and one to be smaller. The smaller one costs 200 yuan an hour, and the larger one costs 300 yuan an hour. In this way, you can make more profits. When Liang Jiming heard Wei Yan's explanation, he understood instantly. Fong Chong pondered for a moment and then slowly spoke. There is also a survival mode setting. I think we need to set up a competition area similar to the team mode. Think about it. There is elimination in the survival mode. If you spend 2,000 yuan and get eliminated after just a few minutes of playing, it will be too boring. And this team competition area is for those who are eliminated early. They are eliminated. Although they can't participate in the survival game to the extreme, they can play in the team competition area until the end of the survival game. And since it is a survival game, there must be a poison circle rule. From the beginning of the game to the end of the poison circle, it will be divided into two groups. Ours, with an area of 150,000 square meters, I think we can set up 10 teams. Each team can have 4 people, and the total number of participants in a game is 40. 2,000 per person, 40 people per game, so 80,000 per game. In a day, we can hold about 5 games with a total income of 400,000. This is 200,000 in team mode, and the total income of this club in a day is about 600,000. Of course, this 600,000 revenue is when all the arenas are full at all times. Liang Jiming listened to Fong Chang's words and quickly recorded them. These contents are of great help to him. After a while, Liang Jiming recorded all the contents, slowly looked up at Wei Yin and Fong Chong sitting opposite him, with a grateful face. Thank you, Mr. Wei, Mr. Fong. With your suggestions, I have great confidence in this project. Chapter 799 Game Development. I've said it before, don't be polite. We managers are supposed to help each other. Our common goal is to build Tomorrow Group. Only if Tomorrow Group doesn't fall can we continue to enjoy the treatment of the group, right? Wei Yin looked at Liang Jiming and spoke slowly. I understand, Mr. Wei. Liang Jiming listened to Mr. Wei's words. What Mr. Wei said was right. He wanted to continue to enjoy the treatment of Tomorrow Group. That is to ensure that Tomorrow Group does not fall and becomes bigger and stronger. This is their common goal and common interest. While helping Tomorrow Group, you are also helping yourself, right? That's good to know. I will add you to a manager group later, and all managers under Tomorrow Group are currently in that group. If you have any questions, you can consult in the group at any time. Well, I've almost finished talking about the project, and I still have some things to do on my project, Wei Yin said, and got up and prepared to walk out of the office. Now, the Freedom War project is nearing its end, and it is also his busiest time. If Mr. Chen hadn't called him, he would probably be in the conference room now. Liang Jiming stood up and watched Wei Yin leave. Then his eyes fell on Fong Chong, hesitantly spoke slowly. Mr. Fong, regarding the recruitment of personnel, can I win over colleagues in the studio? After all, this project is also related to games, and those colleagues are in contact with games every day. It should be smoother with their help. He thought of the better colleagues in the office. It would definitely be more convenient to have their help. After all, everyone is familiar with each other. How many people do you want? If there are too many, it will definitely not work. 3 people. Okay, give me the list and I will go to coordinate. Thank you, Mr. Fong. I told you not to be so polite. Okay, Mr. Fong. Liang Jiming smiled. After that, the two talked for a while, and Liang Jiming also left the office and began to prepare for the Mr. Real Person game project. Sanshue Games. Freedom War Studio. After Wei Yin left Fong Chang's office, he went directly to the studio of Freedom War. Boss Wei. Boss Wei. Su Yuan and Lu Rin saw Wei Yin coming in and hurriedly stood up from the computer desk. What are you doing? I heard that the game has been developed. Wei Yin looked at Su Yuan and asked. After such a long time, Freedom War is finally going to be developed. Boss Wei, the game has indeed been developed, but it has not been tested and debugged yet. There should be some undiscovered bugs in the game, and the skill values of some heroes have not been completely balanced. Manager Lu and I are piking in the game to see how smooth the game is. As for whether the bugs and skill values in the game are appropriate, we still need a part of the complete internal testing to do testing to know. Suzan et lai. Just this morning, the last link of the game has been developed, and Freedom War is considered to be fully developed. He reported it to Boss Wei as soon as possible. Then he and Lu Run experienced it in the game. How is the fluency? Wei Yin nodded slightly. Having been in the game department for so long, he also knew that the game was not completely finished after it was developed. We still need to find a group of players to conduct internal testing to confirm that there are no bugs and that all the values in the game are balanced. Only then can it be considered a complete development success, and can it be put on the public beta. Mr. Wei, we have played for about an hour. We have tried each hero for a while. There is still no problem with fluency. Now, the most important thing is to find a group of players to conduct internal testing. If there is no problem with the internal testing, it can basically be put on the shelves. Su Yuan said, "Well, I will take care of the internal testing." Wei Yin nodded, and then his eyes fell on the computer in front. How do you play this game specifically? He knew a lot about this game, but he knew it in writing, and he still didn't know the specific gameplay in operation. Mr. Wei, sit here. Su Yuan pulled open the chair in front of the computer and asked Mr. Wei to sit down. Wei Yin sat directly in front of the computer after hearing this. At this time, the computer in front was still in the game. Mr. Wei, this mouse is used to control movement and select attack targets. QWER is the hero's skill release room. You can choose the casting method yourself. It will be easier for novices to choose automatic casting. This is the soldier line. You can control the hero to kill the soldiers to get gold coins. The gold coins can be used to buy equipment in the mall. For this movement, the mouse selects the target to attack, normal attack, or click QWE to release skills. Each hero has different skills and functions. Some skills are just functional and have no damage, or even passive skills. Our skill is the hero's ultimate move. The hero level needs to reach level 6 to light up. Yes, just use the mouse to select the target to release the skill. Su Yuan sat aside and explained patiently. Wei Yin was basically proficient in how to control the hero and release skills, so he asked Lu Run to PK with him. After a while, Lu Ren's hero is a long-range attack, and mine is a melee attack, so it's hard to fight. Wei Yin looked at the scene of being killed and turned to look at Su Yuan. He just wanted a last hit, but Lu Run controlled the hero to attack him from a distance, and he wanted to attack the opponent, so he had to chase him. But when he was about to chase him, Lu Run controlled the hero to retreat, and he couldn't hit the opponent at all. How can he fight like this? Boss Wei, this is the restraint relationship between heroes. You chose a melee warrior with a short attack range. Lu Run chose a shooter with a long attack range, which is suppressive. If you choose an assassin, it will be more convenient to fight against the shooter. The assassin is relatively more flexible and has high attack power. The shooter's defense and health are very low. If the assassin catches up, there is a chance to kill him instantly. Of course, you can also rely on operation and skills to make up for this restraint relationship. In actual combat, there are many factors that affect it, such as equipment gap. If the equipment gap is too large, it will be difficult to fight even if it is a restraint relationship. Su Yuan briefly described the restraint relationship between heroes in the game, but restraint is only relative. Based on what he just saw from Boss Wei's operation, he knew that even if Boss Wei took a shooter and he took a warrior, Boss Wei could not beat him. He is the developer of this game, so he knows more about it. It is also very important to have awareness when playing this game. If you go to fight against the soldiers, you may even be killed by the soldiers at a low level. Chapter 800 Trial. So that's it. Wei Yin nodded slightly. He understood the relationship between restraint and then continued to speak. I remember that this game is a 5v5 game. Now it seems that 2 people can't experience the fun of the game. We have 3 people now. You go and find 7 more people. Let's try it out and see how the 5v5 mode plays. Okay, Mr. Wei. Su Yuan nodded. After the game came out, he and Lu Run had been playing 1v1, and he had long wanted to try 5v5. Then he walked to the studio nearby and randomly called 7 employees over. When these employees were developing the game, they all knew the basic gameplay of the game, so there was no need to teach them like Wei Yin did. You two will sit across from each other in groups of 5. You two will join me, Mr. Wei and Director Liu, and we will play some 5v5 games. Under assignment, soon all the employees were ready to enter the game. Mr. Wei, this is the hero selection environment. Currently, the configuration of heroes has been divided into 5 options: warrior, mage, assassin, shooter, and auxiliary. Mr. Wei, please choose what you want to play first. Su Yuan turned to look at Mr. Wei. After all, Mr. Wei was the manager of the company. Mr. Wei must be the first to choose the hero. I'll choose the shooter. Wei Yin thought of the scene where Lu Run had just beaten him with a shooter, so he directly chose the shooter. Soon, the heroes of this team have been selected. Su Yuan chose support and Wei Yin and went down the road. Lu Run chose the assassin in the middle, and the 2 company employees chose 2 warriors and went up together. The game begins. Mr. Wei, don't go too far forward. First, replenish the troop line, develop and upgrade it, and go home to buy equipment. There are still mobs in the wild area that can be killed. I can control the opponent, and I can fight. I've got it under control. You can go up. Mr. Wei, you are on the reinforcement line. I didn't see it. Soon, a game is over. Su Yuan looked at the failed interface, then turned to look at Mr. Wei next to her, not knowing what to say. It can only be said that the 2 of them did not cooperate at all. Open it again, and I'll be able to play a little better. Wei Yin spoke. He found the game interesting. Soon another game started. Su Yuan came to the middle. Lu Run went to play support, and the top lane remained unchanged. After a while, Lu Run looked at the failed game interface, then turned to look at Mr. Wei next to him, not knowing what to say for a moment. But before he could speak, Mr. Wei spoke first. Let's try it again. This game is a bit interesting, but my skills are always inaccurate. Another game begins. Lu Run and Su Yuan both chose warriors and walked to the top lane together. In the middle lane, an assassin was chosen by a company employee, and another employee assisted Mr. Wei in the bottom lane. After a while, game over. Lu Run and Su Yuan looked at the victory game interface and finally smiled. The 2 of them had cooperated well just now, and the victory of this game was entirely dependent on the 2 of them. Are these 2 warriors so powerful? I'll try the warriors in this round. Wei Yin was eager to give it a try. Another game spoke. Su Yuan looked at Mr. Wei, who was walking with her, feeling helpless. Another uncooperative game. There was no way they could avoid Mr. Wei forever. Soon, game over. Wei Yin looked at the failed game interface and stood up silently. I'm tired. Let's play. Try a few more heroes and see if there are any bugs. Saying, he left the studio here and returned to his office. Back to the office. Wei Yin made himself a cup of coffee and sighed helplessly. I'm getting older. The reaction speed is really not as good as those young people. There are 4 games in total. He trailed 4 rounds, but he kept playing so many rounds without really trying to win. Basically, I just want to experience how the game is played and have a certain understanding of the game. He sat down on the office chair with a cup of coffee, then took out his cell phone and made a call. The call came through soon. Mr. Wei, you rarely call me. Chun Sung spoke in surprise. I need your help with something. Wei Yin spoke calmly. Chun Sung also became serious after hearing this. What's up? Freedom War has been developed and needs some players for internal testing. You should have some connections. Wei Yin leaned back on his seat and asked. The last time Extreme Survival was tried by Chun Sung, the effect was very good. Freedom War has been developed. It's great. I've long wanted to play the new game developed by Mr. Wei. Just leave the testing to me. I don't know how many places Mr. Wei has for internal testing this time. Chun Sung looked excited. Sangshui Games has currently launched 2 games, one Dragon and one Extreme Survival. These 2 games, no matter which one they are very popular. Especially Extreme Survival. It can be said to be a phenomenal game now. Nowadays, when I go to an internet cafe, basically 80% of the people are playing Extreme Survival, and the remaining 10%, more than half of the people are playing Dragon. Now that Sanshua Games has released a new game, he is naturally looking forward to it. There are 5,000 places for internal testing, which lasts for 2 months. After the internal testing skin will be given away. After the public testing, this skin will basically be out of print. At the same time, after the public testing, game gold coins will also be given for purchase. Used by heroes in the game, gold coins are very difficult to obtain in this game. If you find bugs during the game, and some values or skills that affect the balance of the game, there will be corresponding bonuses, ranging from hundreds to thousands. Wei Yin briefly explained his conditions. The 5,000 places for internal testing can basically be used to play 500 games at the same time. It will take up to 2 months to find some bugs in the game. Even if there are still some deeply hidden bugs that have not been discovered, basically they won't be too many. If it is discovered during the public beta, it can be remedied in time. I understand. I will handle this matter as soon as possible. Chen Song nodded. Well, I will send you the private beta account and the download link for the game to your email later. Make arrangements for internal testing. Wei Yin hung up the phone and made arrangements at the same time. It took 2 months of internal testing. After the internal testing is over, the company will do some internal optimization and debugging. If there are no surprises, the official launch time will be around mid-July. Wei Yin roughly calculated the time when the game would be released, then turned on the computer in front of him and entered Freedom Battle. Although I'm not good at playing it, this game is still quite fun. Chapter 801 Internal Test. Kyoto, Tinga Game Club. Chin Sung hung up the phone, and soon he found an email in his mailbox. It was the download link of Freedom War and the game's internal test account. Looking at the download link, Chun Sung clicked the download without hesitation. The game was downloaded in a while. Chun Sung found an internal account in the mailbox, logged into the game, and bound it to his mobile phone number. When the public beta is launched, he can register and log in with his mobile phone number, and the game party can detect that he is an internal tester and will give him the corresponding rewards during the internal test. The out-of-print internal test skin is still very good. Out of print. No matter which game it is, as long as it is linked to out of print, then this thing is very precious. Especially Tianlong and Extreme Survival. He has a lot of out-of-print equipment in Tianlong, basically all of which he got with Krypton Gold at that time. It was all because of the revision of Tianlong, that his equipment had free replacement equipment, and the equipment obtained by Krypton Gold was no longer sold. So that the equipment obtained by Krypton Gold was directly out of print. Now, there are many people who want to buy his game account. There was a rich second generation who wanted to buy it for 10 million yuan, but he didn't sell it. His out-of-print equipment is a complete set, and there are not many accounts on the market that are the same as his account. After all, if you want to have such an account, you must meet 2 conditions. First, when Tianlong just came out, that is, when Mr. Chin took over the game, he started playing. Second, the family is not short of money, and every piece of equipment on the shelves in the game has been purchased. There are very few people who can meet these 2 conditions at the same time. And the out-of-print skin of Extreme Survival is also the same. Now Extreme Survival has a total of 2 out-of-print skins. One is the annual skin released in the new year, and the other is the co-branded skin released when the Tinga team won the championship. Not to mention the annual skin. The highest price of the co-branded skins from the championship has now reached 10,000. And in their club, there are still more than 60,000 co-branded skin redemption codes that have not been taken out. If they're sold, it will also be a large amount of money. Soon, the game account was bound. Chin Sung directly logged into the game and entered the game screen. The first thing he started was a guide for novice players, telling players how to walk, how to attack, and how to release skills. There are also some basic knowledge in the game. About 10 minutes later, Chin Sung completed the novice guide and officially entered the game interface. After a few simple clicks on the game interface, most of the functions of the game can be considered understood. The matching function in the lower right corner is black and cannot be clicked. At this time, there is no public beta, and there are not so many players in the game. If you want to play now, you still need to customize it. Of course, he just saw the option of human-computer interaction. He doesn't want to play human-computer interaction. It's interesting to play against real people. And this game is a 5v5 battle mode. which requires at least 10 people. Thinking of this, Chun Sung quickly stood up, left his office, and entered Du Zeding's office. At the same time, he called Jiang Jiao and several people in the esports room. He briefly talked about the time of Freedom War and gave several people an internal test account. Several people went back and started downloading the game. When everyone finished downloading and completed the novice tutorial, Chun Sung directly opened a custom room. Soon the personnel were configured and the game started. I'll go there, 3 roads. Chun Sung entered and looked at the game map and asked quickly in the microphone. You are a shooter going to the bottom lane, and there is also a support. Didn't you see the tutorial recommendation? Duziten spoke kikli. I didn't see it. There is also a tutorial recommendation. Why don't I know it? Chun Sung looked puzzled. After the tutorial, isn't there a text introduction? Text introduction? I skipped it. 2 warriors on the top lane, a mage or assassin in the middle lane, and a shooter and a support on the bottom lane. This is the official recommendation of the game, but it also says that it is just a suggestion. There is no limit on which hero to take which route. Let's play according to the recommendation first. Duziteng explained. Okay, Chen Kong note that. Soon, he controlled his game character to the bottom lane, and when the soldiers arrived, he started to supplement soldiers and develop. The opposing hero also came out of the bushes. At the beginning, everyone was familiar with the skills of the heroes, and it was very stable, and there was no battle. But when both sides were level 6, Chun Sung found a change. He was constantly attacked by the opponent's shooter, and his blood volume dropped little by little. He had eaten all the red potions, and he wanted to attack the opponent, but the attack distance was always insufficient, and he could not attack. Not long after, an ice arrow shot directly over and hit him, and he found that he was fixed and could not move. What's going on? This skill is so abnormal that it can freeze me. Soon the computer screen turned gray. While he was immobilized, he was killed by the shooter from the opposite side. Chun Sung, what's going on? Not long after you reached level 6, you were killed. Du Zeding's voice came from the microphone. The opponent's shooter's skills were very abnormal in being able to target him. I didn't react. Chun Sung opened his mouth to explain. When the hero is resurrected, he buys a piece of equipment and 5 bottles of blood medicine and goes out again. I have already made up my mind to kill him later. His ultimate move is invisible, and he will turn invisible for a while to attack the opponent. It didn't take long. Chun Sung looked at the gray computer interface again and fell into doubt. He just turned invisible and didn't hit the opponent. This game is unbalanced. The opposing hero is too strong. What happened? Why did you die again? Du Zeding's voice came again. The opposing hero is too strong, which affects the balance of the game. Chun Sung opened his mouth to explain. 20 minutes later. Game over. Chun Sung looked at the failed game interface and said unconvinced. In the next round, I will also use the opponent's shooter. Du Zeding looked at Chun Sung's record of 0-12-0 and couldn't help but wonder whether the opponent's shooter was really too strong. The second game begins. Soon it was time to choose a hero. Esports room. Jiang Jiao looked at the heroes in the hero pool, and after thinking about it, he directly took the top shooter on the opposite side. He always felt that the shooter on the opposite side was poor. Whether it was because of the hero or because of the human being, he didn't know. If it's the hero's reason, then it's the reason for the balance of this game. The hero's values should be adjusted. So he wanted to try the shooter on the opposite side to see what was going on. Chapter 802 Vegetables. I quickly found the hero I was playing opposite and clicked to confirm. The game begins. With the experience of the previous one, I feel a lot more familiar with this one. Jiang Jiao directly controlled the hero to quickly go online, then came to the grass on the opposite side and waited. Soon he saw the hero on the opposite side rushing over. The hero was the one he played with. Seeing that the opponent is also coming towards the grass, when he gets close, he quickly plays a set of AQA and then quickly distances himself. Hit the opponent's health by 1 square without causing any damage. AQA is a little trick he discovered in the last game. That is, when level is attacking, there will be a midfielder movement. But when he is leveling a quick click of the skill will cancel this backswing, and then level A. This will quickly knock out the opponent's health. Another point is the attack distance. As long as he widens the range of the opponent's basic attack, the opponent will not hit him. Of course, this needs to be tested in the game to test out the normal attack distance of the opposing hero. But now that he has played the opponent's hero, he doesn't need to test it. The game continues. Zhang Jiao discovered that the hero had reached level 4, and all 3 normal skills were lit up. And I happened to see the opposite hero standing on the side of the wall, so I quickly went up and clicked the E skill. Knocks back enemy heroes and stuns them if there are obstacles behind them. Really, the shooter on the opposite side was knocked back directly to the wall and fell into a dazed state. Then he performed a set of output. He had already wiped out more than half of the opponent's health just now. Now he was stunned on the wall and directly cleared the opponent's health. Got the first kill in the game again. The kill announcement sounded. First kill, inside the office. Chun Song was stunned when he saw the killing scene. What's going on? Is the shooter on the opposite side the shooter he was fooling with? Why does he have the stun skill? He didn't have the ability to stun when he was playing. How could he be stunned when playing against him? Chun Song looked confused. He didn't use that skill. It only had a knockback effect and no stun effect at all. Chun Song, what's the matter with you? Didn't you say that the hero you were leading was weak? Why was he killed as soon as he reached level 4? Du Ziding said, somewhat speechlessly. But at this time, he already understood that it was not the hero's fault at all, but the human's fault. When I played that hero, the skill didn't have a stun effect. I don't know why it suddenly had a stun effect. Have you read the skill introduction? No. Please take a good look at the skill introduction. Du Ziding was even more speechless. Chun Song didn't say anything else. He also knew that that skill should have some triggering conditions for dizziness. Just die once. Wait until he reaches level 6 and use the ultimate move of Immobilize to regain his position. After a while, Chun Song watched his hero advance to level 6 with a smile on his face and quickly clicked the ultimate move. Seeing the shooter on the opposite side approaching, he directly released his ultimate move, preparing to control the opponent. But I didn't expect that. The moment the ultimate move was launched, the shooter on the opposite side moved away to avoid it. Avert it. The next moment, Chun Song found that the shooter on the opposite side had disappeared, and he knew that the other side also clicked the ultimate move. Where? Chun Song panicked a little. Just as he was about to control the hero to go down the tower, he found that the shooter who had just disappeared on the opposite side had appeared, and then pinned him to the wall. Soon, the computer screen turned gray again. Chun Song looked at the scene of being killed and fell into doubt. Why? After a while, game over. Definitely failed again. Chun Song first found the last hero and checked the skill introduction, only to find that the stun was triggered by knocking the enemy back against the wall. I see. Then he entered the group chat and asked who was the shooter just now. The reply came quickly. Zhang Jiao, Brother Song, it's me. I couldn't be the shooter you were playing just now. I am Soda. Chun Song, what do you think? Zhang Jiao, begging for mercy and modicum. Chun Song, one more sentence. Chun Song, do you still want to play shooter? A new game begins. Du Ziding kid. I won't play anymore. I'll play as a mid-lane assassin. I want to catch the shooter and kill him. Chun Song said. Then I'll play shooter. Du Ziding nodded. A new game begins. Chun Song saw all the hero skills clearly this time, only when the opponent's hero came online. Stun. Look at the name on the opposite hero. Isn't this Zhang Jiao? He also changed his path. Soon, Zhang Jiao sent a message on everyone's chat interface. Brother Song, what a coincidence we meet again. Chun Song replied with 2 words, but he didn't believe it. If the shooter can't beat him, then the assassin can't beat him either. After a while, Chun Chongming is so smart that even his assassins can't defeat him. Sometimes gaming talent is really important, and Zhang Jiao is very talented in games. As long as Zhang Jiao is familiar with every game, he can basically get started. You can also find many strategies and playing methods in the game. A game is over. Definitely lost again. No more playing. Chun Song posted a message in the group and quit the game. Playing this kind of competitive game with these professional players really gives you no gaming experience at all. How do you feel about this game? Chun Song turned to look at Du Ziding aside. Du Ziding looked away from the computer screen, thought for a moment, and spoke slowly. The gameplay is very novel. There is no similar game in China, not in the world. This is a brand new multiplayer competitive game, and it is very fair. It is not like traditional online games where there is a strong equipment gap or level gap. In this game, the initial gold coins are the same, and everything else needs to be obtained through battles in the game. The only difference is the hero's skills and positioning. But it is these different hero positions and diverse skills that make this game more interesting. Although I have just played 3 games of this game, I have become addicted and want to play it again. But the experience of playing with these professional players is too bad. Didn't Mr. Wei ask you to find people for internal testing? Hurry up and find them, and we will play with those people. Chun Sung listened to what Du Zeding said and nodded in agreement. I think so too. I will contact Mei Yu Qian right away. Saying, Chun Sung took out his mobile phone and made a call. After a while, the call is connected. Mr. Chun, you are a rare visitor. Do you have any mission? Mei Yu Qian said with a smile on his face. Chun Sung would not usually call him. Usually when he calls, he usually has a task. And this Mr. Chen's mission can always make him a fortune. Chapter 803, Plum Peeling. There is indeed a mission, and there is a game that needs internal testing. You know a lot of players there. Please help contact me. Chun Sung directly explained his purpose of coming. What game? Mei Yu Qian looked curious. The name is Freedom Battle. The specific gameplay is not the gameplay of those games on the market now. It is a brand new game. You will know it when you download it and play it. But this game was developed by Sangxue Games. You should know what it means. Developed by Sangxue Games. Mei Yu Qian was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but he also realized the difference of this game, and his expression became serious. How many places are there for internal testing? There are 5,000 places for internal testing, but I have reserved 20 here. You need to find people for the rest. After the official closed beta test ends, players in the closed beta test will be given a skin for the closed beta test. This skin will be out of print in the future. In addition, during the game, if you find a bug or something that affects the balance of the game, if you report it, you will receive rewards ranging from hundreds to thousands. Of course, this is an official reward from Sangxue. I will also give certain rewards here. I will pay bonuses based on the game time of the players in the internal beta test. They will pay 6 yuan per hour and will be settled once a month. Please be careful. I want those beta testers to actively play the game, so don't be too cruel, you know? Chun Sung said a reminder at the end. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. I understand this kind of thing, and I will be measured. Mei Yu Qian understood. It's good to know. I will send you the account for the closed beta test and the download link for the game later. You can get it done as soon as possible. Don't worry. Everything will be done smoothly today. Jiangcheng. In an office, Mei Yu Qian hung up the phone, looked at the employees in the studio outside who were giving him money, and gave up the plan of letting his employees participate in the internal beta after thinking about it. 6 yuan an hour. Even if you play 20 hours a day, it only costs 120 yuan. You might as well earn gold. In this case, we can only find those gamers. Thinking. I turned on my phone, entered several group chats, edited a message, and sent it. Recruiting closed beta players, issuing out-of-print closed beta skins after the closed beta, and finding bugs during the game, as well as things that affect the game balance. There will be hundreds to thousands of rewards. In addition, there will be a reward for the paid time of the game, which is 5 yuan per hour. The internal testing period is 2 months in total, and the settlement is once a month. Oh! If you want a spot for internal testing, please join the group account. After Mei Yu Qian finished posting, he ignored the feedback from his friends in the group. Instead, he directly contacted several players who had cooperated with him for a long time and brought them into the group first. The rules of the internal test were explained, and a certain amount of compensation was paid to help manage the group chat. This group can accommodate exactly 5,000 people. It's enough for this internal test. After everything was arranged, we saw the number of people in the 2 groups growing rapidly. People kept entering the group chat, and soon the number of people in the group reached 1,000. This kind of thing was something he expected. These people are basically all kinds of gamers, and they also like to experience various new games. Even if they don't give you anything, many people will choose to participate in this kind of closed beta opportunity, not to mention the various benefits. Being able to play games and make money in games would be perfect. As the number of people in the group increases, many people have already started sending messages in the group chat. What kind of game is it and how to participate in the closed beta? You get 5 yuan for playing for an hour. It's true. How to download the game and where is the beta account? As for people, do you have management? Tell us about the situation. Oh, you can also make money by playing games. It costs 5 yuan an hour. If I play for more than 10 hours a day, wouldn't it be more than 50 yuan? Oh, isn't this 50 per day? He can't be a liar. Oh, the tasks released by May Poppy will not be bad, and the money will definitely be given. I just don't know how many kickbacks I receive from this old boy. Oh, Mei Yuqian looked at the messages in the group and touched his nose awkwardly. I thought to myself, what an injustice. This time he only received a 1 yuan kickback. If Mr. Chen hadn't emphasized it, he would have received a 2 yuan kickback. After all, regarding the internal testing, even if there were no benefits, he could still find 10,000 internal testing quotas. But considering the enthusiasm of the closed beta players and Mr. Chen's reminder, he restrained himself a little this time. After all, he still had to pay attention to Mr. Chen's matters. This is a big customer. If it is not handled well and the other party is dissatisfied, losing this big customer will not be worth the loss. And this time, even if he takes a cut of $1, he will make a lot of money. Do people need to be content? Mei Yuqian smiled. At this time, the managers he was looking for also began to speak in the group. Don't worry about money. Mr. Mei is in charge. People who know about it should know that there will be no shortage of money. Don't worry. Oh, to download the game, you can check it in the group file, which contains the download link. As for the internal account, our management will privately message you and give it to you when the time comes. Also, please note that only a few of our management will contact you, and the others are all scammers. Soon after, the group chat of 5,000 people had more than 4,900 people, and the few empty positions were reserved for Chun Xiao and himself. At this time, the earliest players who entered the group had already started downloading, and some with fast internet speeds had already downloaded the game and started registering. Group message. I have downloaded it, and the novice tutorial has been completed. I haven't started playing yet, but it feels very different. I have never played this type of game before. Picture of the game after downloading. I have also downloaded it, and now I am playing with AI. This game is very interesting, but I am not very skilled at playing it, and I have never even played AI. I was even killed by a soldier just now. It's a shame. Oh, I'm playing it too. This is a new type of game. There has never been such a game on the market. I'm also playing against the AI. Maybe I'm more talented. The AI can't beat me at all. It feels very fun. When the AI is finished, if anyone has finished downloading, we can customize it together. It will be more interesting to play 5v5 with real people. Oh, add me, I'll finish downloading soon. Is it really that fun? I just started downloading. I'm curious. Oh, it's fun. I just looked at the game manufacturer. Do you know who it is? It's Tsang Shui. I'm lucky. The internal beta is a new game developed by Tsang Shui. Oh, Tsang Shui, no way, such a big game company has made such a game. How can there be no publicity at all? Is it really Tsang Shui? I'm lucky. Ha ha ha. The game released by Tsang Shui is worth it even if you don't pay for it. Just the limited edition skin in the internal beta is worth it. Oh, is it the Tsang Shui who developed Tianlong and Extreme Survival? It's not that Tsang Shui. Is there any other game company? I have to show off to my roommates later that I have an internal test account for Tsang Shui's new game. Ha ha ha. I have already posted it to the game group. Those players who didn't join the internal test are already regretting it. They are crying in the group to increase the number of internal testers. Ha ha ha. Oh. Chapter 804 Liang Jimming's Actions. Mei Yuqian looked at the message in the group chat and nodded secretly. There is no need to say much about the name of Tsang Shui game. As long as Tsang Shui releases a new game, no matter what type of game it is, it will definitely attract a large number of players to play. After all, whether it is the quality of the game, the fairness of the game, or the game recharge system, They are all very popular. In the games developed by Sangshui Game, there is no such thing as aristocracy. All skins or equipment, as long as you are liver enough, even if you don't recharge a penny, you have a chance to get them. Especially Tian Long, you will make money if you don't recharge. Some top-level equipment. Some local tyrants are willing to spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands to buy. Although those top-level equipment are difficult to brush, the game has been out for more than a year. There are still many examples of European emperors. A civilian player brushed a monster and accidentally exploded a top-quality equipment, which was bought by a local tyrant for hundreds of thousands. There have been several such examples. Therefore, earning money by beating equipment in Tianlong has become a feature of Tianlong. In Tianlong, not only equipment can make money, but also some precious materials and gold coins can be exchanged for money. At this time, Sangshui Game has developed a new game, which naturally makes these players very much looking forward to it. He did the same. He looked up at the computer and found that the game on his side had been downloaded. He no longer cared about the things in the group and logged into the game directly. He went through the novice tutorial and was familiar with the basic operation and rules of the game. Interesting, this is the first time I have seen a game played in this way. Mei Yuqian was a little surprised and looked forward to this game even more. He definitely couldn't play against the computer. He opened a custom room directly and sent the room number to the group. Not long after, the custom room was full. Mei Yuqian didn't care who came in and started the game directly. In the novice tutorial, everyone had a certain understanding of the planning of the lanes, and the process of choosing heroes was also very smooth. He chose the assassin and went to the middle lane. The game started soon. Buy equipment, go online, and replenish soldiers. After getting familiar with it, I basically know how to play this game. The game is over. Mei Yuqian looked at the game interface of victory and wanted to play another game. But thinking of Chen Xiao's matter, he quit the game first. Find Chen Song's contact information and call him. I have already explained the group's affairs and pulled the other party into the group and gave him the identity of an administrator. After dealing with this matter, I couldn't wait to open another custom game and sent the room number to the group. Then I continued to play the game. Kyoto. Chen Song looked at the information in the group chat and nodded with satisfaction. Mei Yuqian's efficiency is still good. From the time I called the other party to do the work to now, it has been about 2 hours. Seeing his identity as a group administrator, he directly pulled Du Zeding and several people in the club who had internal test accounts in. After completing this task, he directly sent a message to Du Zeding. Old Du, I opened the custom game, come in quickly. Ok. When Du Zeding came in, Chen Song directly sent the room number to the group, and soon someone entered the room. When everyone was together, Chen Song couldn't wait to start the game. He just played a few games against the computer and felt that his skills had improved again. The next day, Baishu Law Firm. In the office, Lawyer Tang, this is what happened. Liang Jiming roughly recounted the matter. I know about this matter. The name of the club is Mr. Live Game Club, right? Tang Xiu nodded slightly after hearing Liang Jiming's words. She didn't know how many times she had handled the formalities, and she was already familiar with it. Yes, Lawyer Tang. I know. I will handle this matter. Thank you, Lawyer Tang. Liang Jiming was relieved when he heard this. No need to thank me. I'm doing things for the group. Tang Qiu waved his hand indifferently. Liang Jiming smiled when he heard this. It turned out that what Mr. Wei said was right. All managers in the group are dedicated to the group. After a few more polite words, he stood up and said goodbye. The formalities were handled, and there were still matters of site and construction that he needed to deal with. Tang Qiu sent Liang Jiming to the elevator door, returned to the office, and directly called 2 trainee lawyers to come over. Lawyer Tang, what do you want? The 2 trainee lawyers came in and asked respectfully. There is a company that needs to be registered here, and some procedures need to be handled. The details are all in this document. You can go and handle it. If you don't understand anything or encounter difficulties, you can come to me at any time, Tang Qiu said, and pushed a document on the table to the 2 people opposite the desk. If she wanted to handle this kind of formalities, she would basically handle it quickly because she was familiar with the people there. But now there are many trainee lawyers in the law firm. If we give these trainee lawyers this kind of thing, it can also exercise their abilities. And the two trainee lawyers in front of us are the ones who have performed very well among this group of trainee lawyers. It is always good to exercise more. Okay, Tang Lu. The two trainee lawyers looked happy. They naturally understood Tang Lu's intention. Then go and deal with it. Tang Chiu waved his hand. The two trainee lawyers picked up the documents and left the office quickly. It was not long before the door of the office was knocked again. A middle-aged woman walked in, looked at Tang Chiu, who was sitting in front of the office, and smiled. I hope I didn't disturb Tang Lu's work. Sister Hong, you are here, sit here. Tang Chiu looked at Meng Xiu Hong, who came in, and got up and went to the reception area on the side. My law firm is very idle. Where is there any work? Sat down in the reception area. Tang Chiu poured Meng Xiu Hong a cup of tea. Isn't it like this for lawyers in the early stages? I think those trainee lawyers are all good seedlings. The legal publicity in the canning factory is still very mature. Meng Xiuhong picked up the tea and took a sip. Tang Xiu smiled and didn't continue to discuss this topic. Sister Hong, the divorce has basically been dealt with. You can basically just show up in a few days. Thank you, Lawyer Tang. If it weren't for your help, I don't know when I can get a divorce. Meng Xiuhong looked at Tang Xiu with gratitude. After that incident, she had always wanted a divorce. But the man said he would not agree to anything. This made her very helpless. You have betrayed me, but you still don't want a divorce. I don't know what you were thinking. I didn't do anything. I just explained the pros and cons of some things to the people over there. It was their own choice. Tang Xiu smiled and shook his head. I don't know how Tang Lu did it. Meng Xiuhong asked curiously. She said a lot of words at that time, and the other party said that he didn't agree to divorce. I didn't say anything. I just said that what they did and the amount of money they took away could be used as a criminal case. If we take legal means, they may stay in prison for a few years. At the same time, I put some documents in front of them and told them that if we want, they have no chance of winning. Under such a problem, he didn't seem to hesitate and agreed to sign directly. Tang Xiu explained that between the two choices of going to jail and getting a divorce, she was very sure what the other party would choose based on the man's character. But Sister Hong, are you really going to let that scum go like this? Meng Xiuhong's face showed a trace of bitterness when she heard this. If it was just him, I would definitely choose the legal route without hesitation, but my sister is also involved, my real sister. Although I am disappointed that the other party did such a thing, they are family members after all. And have you ever thought about your parents wanting to kneel down and beg you in front of you? When the incident just happened, she hadn't figured out whether to take the legal route. Her parents came directly to her and knelt down in front of her, asking her to let her sister go once. What can she do? She was very disappointed with this family. Obviously, she was the victim, but after this incident, she rarely went home. During the Chinese New Year, she only bought some New Year's goods, gave her parents some money, and came back after a day. Tang Xiu fell silent after hearing Meng Xiuhong's story. This kind of thing would not be pleasant for anyone. After a long while, he slowly spoke. It's not that there is no way. You have solid evidence that the scumbag cheated. We don't discuss the money involved. You can make the other party pay for the cheating. And this will not involve your sister. Lawyer Tang, do you have a way? Meng Xiuhong was stunned for a moment. If it weren't for her sister and her parents' plea, she would not let the scumbag have an easy time. There is a way. There is sufficient evidence for your case, and there are many angles to consider. Tycoon note that. After knowing Meng Xiuhong's needs, she knew what she should do. If it's possible, then I'll trouble Lawyer Tang. Meng Xiuhong smiled. Don't worry. I will never let the scumbag feel comfortable. Tycoon note that. Although she didn't like what Meng Xiuhong's sister did, she had no choice if the other party didn't care. Jiangcheng, in an office building. Mr. Chu, long time no see. Limao looked at the middle-aged man sitting at the desk and spoke slowly. Tell me, what's the matter? Mr. Chu sat back in his boss chair and looked at Limao. He had no good feelings towards an employee who had changed jobs from another company. There is some business to discuss. Limao didn't care about Mr. Chu's attitude at all and sat opposite him and spoke softly. Business? What business? Mr. Chu sat up slightly and looked more serious when he heard that there was business to discuss. Purchase the industrial park. You have been a manager in the company for so long. Don't you know that my industrial park is not for sale? Mr. Chu, it is better to make some adjustments. If it is not sold, how can Mr. Chu invest in Chengnan? Li Mao's eyes fell on Mr. Chu opposite him, with a smile on his lips. Mr. Chu frowned slightly when he heard Li Mao's words. Who told you that I want to invest in the south of the city? Mr. Chu, the south of the city is now under great development. Any company with a little economic strength has invested in it. I don't believe that Mr. Chu is not tempted by this. Of course I am tempted, but I will invest if I want to. But Mr. Chu has no funds, right? I remember that Mr. Chu just invested in a new project last year. The funds have not been recovered yet. Limauda spuka confidently. As the previous manager of this company, he still understands some of the internal operations of the company. What if I say you guessed wrong? Mr. Chu leaned back in the boss's chair with a calm expression. Then there is nothing to talk about, right? Li Mauda shrugged and prepared to get up and leave. Just as he was about to get up, he heard the other party speak. Which industrial park do you plan to buy? Hearing the other party asking, Li Mauda smiled faintly. He knew that he guessed right. Otherwise, the other party would never call him. It's the industrial park I managed before. It's Tomorrow Group that wants to buy it. Yes. What's the price? It depends on what price Mr. Chu offers. Let me see what price you offer first to see if you are sincere. Li Mauda looked at the other party's insistent expression, thought for a while, and spoke slowly. 600 million. What? 600 million. Are you not satisfied with Mr. Chu? Mr. Chu looked at Li Mauda seriously. Do you know how much I invested in this industrial park? 1 billion. You also know 1 billion, so you still give 600 million. Mr. Chu was a little angry. Mr. Chu, the price can't be calculated like this. Houses are divided into new houses and second-hand houses, and cars are divided into new cars and second-hand cars. In this industrial park of yours, you can't just invest as much as you initially invested and sell it now as much as you want. There will always be depreciation. And what we need is land. When you invested in the industrial park, not all the 1 billion was invested in the land. The construction of the factories was also included. So, I think the price of 600 million is still very reasonable. And Mr. Chu, don't forget that Chengnan is a big cake now. It's still late to take action. If it's a little later, I'm afraid the cake will be divided. Furthermore, the land in this industrial park also has a lifespan. When we bought it, the lifespan was several years shorter than the original lifespan. Naturally, the price had to be lowered. Li Mauda didn't care at all about the angry Mr. Chu and just expressed his own point of view. The two discussed for a long time in the office. For a long time, Li Mauda stood up and looked at Mr. Chu with a smile on his face. Mr. Chu, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. I will come over tomorrow to sign the transfer contract. As for the money, it will be transferred to the company's account 3 days after the contract is signed. I have other things to do, so I'll stay here soon. Finally, I wish Mr. Chu Chengnan a successful investment and great financial resources. Li Mauda said, got up and walked outside the office. After a series of bargaining. Of course, the price of 600 million was not completed, but it was finally sold at a price of 700 million. To put it bluntly, the area of the industrial park is large enough and the land is valuable. However, the price of 700 million is already very low, if it were not for the fact that the other party had no funds to invest in Chengnan. If he wants to buy it, he will need at least 800 million. Mr. Chen should be very satisfied with this result. Li Mauda took the elevator and left the office building with a smile on his face. Chapter 806, Mr. Chen's words. Corner Pet Park. Manager's office. Hello, Mr. Pang. I am Liang Jiming. Liang Jiming looked at Pang Tao in front of him and hurriedly said hello. Well, I know everything about you. The land is easy to solve here. Pang Tao looked at Liang Jiming and said with a smile. The Corner Pet Park has been developed here for such a long time because of the continuous flow of tourists, which has led to a lot of development here. The most obvious thing is that many people in the village have set up some food trucks and sell them near the Corner Pet Park. In this regard, there is no ban or expulsion at the Corner Pet Park. However, for the sake of environmental protection and sanitation, a snack street was developed together with the government, not far from the Corner Pet Park. For a certain stall fee, you can sell snacks there. Of course, there are certain requirements for food hygiene and price which cannot be too high. The snack street was established after the new year. The daily profits for some good snacks are still very considerable. Under this series of cooperation, the villagers, the government, and the corner park are all in a win-win situation. Therefore, they want to get a piece of land in the corner pet park here. As long as he talks about it, there is basically no obstacle. Then I'll trouble Mr. Pang. Liang Jiming felt relieved. Tang Lu had already handled the formalities for the live game. Mr. Pang is here to help with the land. What's left is the construction, but for the construction, he needs to get the land first, and then make the drawings of the real-life game based on the land. Construction can only be done if you have drawings, so there is no need to rush yet. It's not troublesome, but I do have some ideas that I want to discuss with Mr. Liang about the choice of this land. Mr. Pang, please speak. This is a map of the east side of the city. The Corner Pet Park is currently here, and this area is the area that the Corner Pet Park needs to develop in the future. As he spoke, Pang Tao took out a map, placed it in front of Liang Jiming, and stretched out his hand to draw on an area marked in red. Then he continued to speak. I also understand the land requirements for the live game project. In the end, there is a hill. There are 3 places in the east of the city that meet the requirements for mountains. In these 3 places, these 3 mountains are not very high, with a height of only about 100 meters. They are very suitable for development. Liang Jiming looked at the 3 mountains pointed out by Pang Tao and quickly noticed something. That is, there is a mountain right next to the Corner Pet Park, and there is an area of the Corner Pet Park at the foot of the mountain. This mountain is very close to the Corner Pet Park. Liang Jiming pointed out his findings. Seeing that Liang Jiming had discovered this, Pang Tao smiled slightly. Yes, that's what I want to say. I don't know exactly what the real person game project is like, but it is definitely an entertainment project. Since it is an entertainment project, it will complement the Corner Pet Park. If the real-life game project is open near the Corner Pet Park, then when the passengers who come to the Corner Pet Park know that there is a real-life game project here, some of them will definitely try it. And people who go to play real-life games know that there is a corner park here, and some players will also be attracted to play in the corner park. In this way, our 2 projects can achieve the effect of attracting mutual attention. Even after the real-life game project is completed, we can jointly do some publicity and so on. Another point is that our Corner Pet Park wants to build a tram inside the Corner Pet Park. If your real-life game project is established here, you can completely adjust the path of the tram and pass through your real-life game project. The ticket office. There is also the issue of parking lots. The parking lot at the Corner Pet Park is already very large. As long as the live game project is open nearby, there is no need to build any more parking lots. Pang Tao briefly explained his views and some advantages of opening a real-person game project in a Corner Pet Park. What Mr. Pang said makes sense, and we are both properties of the Tomorrow Group, so there is no problem at all if we open together. I just don't know what the land price is here. Liang Jiming nodded when he heard Pang Tao's story. He understood all these things. There are so many benefits to opening a Corner Pet Park, so it must be open next to the Corner Pet Park. Land. We have cooperation with the government. The land near here is 4,000 square meters per square meter. The area of 200,000 square meters requires 800 million yuan. The life of the land is 50 years. Pang Tao said. Liang Jiming breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Pang Tao's words. Mr. Chun gave a total of 1.5 billion in funds. After excluding 800 million, he still had 700 million in funds for development projects. 700 million is enough. Although restoring the map in the survival mode of extreme survival requires a lot of buildings, those buildings are basically a few floors and not very high, and do not require too much interior decoration. Then the land issue will be a problem for Mr. Pang. Don't worry, it will be done for you soon. Our 2 projects are running together, and we will have a lot of time to meet in the future. If you need any help, just come to me. Pang Tao looked at Liang Jiming and said seriously, "Is there anything? I'll take you to that area to take a look at the new square project of the pet park." Liang Jiming nodded when he heard it. He really wanted to make a field visit. As he said, the 2 got up and walked out together. Mr. Pang, this Corner Pet Park is really becoming more and more successful. It can make money and help those stray animals. When he came to the outside of the office building, Liang Jiming looked at the construction of the corner pet park and couldn't help but sigh. He thought to himself, if one day the Mr. Real Life game project could also reach the corner pet park, it would be great. Mr. Liang is joking. The success of the corner pet park is actually the result of Mr. Chen's decision. Although I was the one who proposed this project, I didn't know anything at that time. I just thought that setting up such a park could help more stray animals. And after the project was selected, I was not confident. I didn't know how to implement this project. It was Mr. Chun who encouraged me. Mr. Chun said something at that time. Do you know what it was? Pang Tao looked up at the corner pet park in the distance, and a trace of memory flashed across his face. What did you say? Liang Jiming showed a trace of curiosity. Nothing is difficult in the world, as long as you are determined. Pang Tao spoke slowly. It's the calligraphy on the wall of your office. Liang Jiming remembered a framed calligraphy he had just seen in the office, which was this sentence. Yes, so don't worry about the project. There will be no problem if you work hard, and we can help you. Pang Tao turned his head to look at Liang Jiming. He could see that he was not confident, so he wanted to encourage him. Just as when he first started to prepare for the corner pet park, Wei Yin and Li Shin also provided a lot of help.